What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Wednesday, July 24th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, some updates from training camps across the National Football League, including a no-show for the Dallas Cowboys. We'll talk some Texas Longhorn football recruiting, a massive recruiting event coming to campus tomorrow. We'll give you the latest on that, plus some Major League Baseball, a ranking of the worst helmets in college football, and we'll have some fun, of course, over the next couple of hours, like we always do right here on TSU. Good morning, sir.
Sun is shining here, man. Sun is shining in Dripping Springs. After a couple of days of some rain and cloudiness, the sun is out early this morning. It looks fantastic. I think we can get away today without any rain, but we're not done for the week. It's going to rain tomorrow and possibly Friday, but I think we're going to escape rain today. We'll dry out a little bit until tomorrow. But these and it's rain the way we like it to rain too. You know what I mean? It doesn't not total downpours, but significant rain throughout the day, and up in the highlands, up in the Marble Fall area, they're getting water into the lakes, which is a good thing for us. So and it'll be nice next week, BK. No rain next week and lots of sunshine. Tuesday it's going to be beautiful.
Awesome.
You know why? You know why?
That's a golf day?
Yeah. It's going to be beautiful Tuesday.
Well, it wasn't beautiful yesterday.
And I think today, we get it. I think we get it done today where we get through the day without any rain.
Okay.
Any significant rain. It may spit somewhere.
Hold on here. You are the official meteorologist.
Okay. No, it won't rain until Thursday.
Okay, so no rain today, but rain tomorrow.
Yes.
And you're calling for rain on Friday as well?
Let me see how I feel about that.
Oh,
if I can get this Thursday, if I can get these 2 days right, I'll let you know if it's going to continue from Thursday to Friday. Hey, I go on a 24-hour basis, That's how my clock works.
The pros give us a 10-day forecast. We can't even get
but they're never right though. That's the problem. They're just guessing.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing.
Science. I use body science.
You use body science to predict the weather.
Yeah, they're just guessing. That's why they're called weather guessers.
You're official though, huh?
Yes.
All right. So no rain today, but rain tomorrow, according to the Buck. And we got to hold him to it. We got to hold the body temperature thing.
Yeah, but next week we need this rain, though. This will be a nice week next week, especially if we stay in the 80s.
I was going to say, if the rain cools it down, that's my top priority. So I'm enjoying these cooler temps, and hopefully
everything else is marvelous. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate it, to you and your families. And please be safe out there.
Amen. Hey, quick video to start today's show.
Nice.
About this. You recognize who this man is?
It's like the quarterback for the Carolina Panthers.
That is indeed. That is Bryce Young walking into the first day of Panthers training camp.
Looks like a kid going to his first day of high school, doesn't it?
Looks like a kid going into his first day of the second grade. He's got his backpack on. He's got his
red shirt and black shorts.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's not a lot to this outfit, right? It's a t-shirt and athletic shorts and tennis
Come on.
shoes.
No, Mom, you forgot my lunch money. If he would have had all he needed was his little lunch pail with him.
I mean, if this guy was white, he'd be me in second grade.
He looks like he is headed off. Now, I was giving him a little bit too much. Looks like a middle schooler.
You're going middle school for Bryce Young?
He's a badass going to middle school.
Look, I was pretty high on this dude coming out of Alabama.
He's not sporting any teams either. Just kind of cruising in there with a red shirt on, black shorts.
Hey, where's the crossing guard?
Yeah, no kidding.
How are they going to let this little kid walk across the street by himself?
I'm wondering he drove up in.
What do you mean drove up in?
Dude's got a scooter.
I was going to say, what his mom drove up in because she dropped him off.
She dropped him off at camp.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, it literally looks like a kid going to his first day of school.
And that's training camp. He's going to head to training camp.
I thought all kids
Panthers. That's your guy.
I thought all kids needed to be accompanied by an adult.
Now, CJ Stroud rolls in. He's got all kinds of gold chains on, probably.
Yeah, and he doesn't look like a 10-year-old.
No, he's not sporting little shorts and a red top.
This is so good. Like, you can't wear a backpack if you're Bryce Young. You just like, there are certain things, if you look a certain way, that you just can't wear. Like, if you're a short redhead person, you can't wear a green suit. Okay, if you're Bryce Young's height and you look like Bryce Young, you can't roll up to your job
with a school
backpack.
Would he have been better off walking up with a man purse?
Yes.
Leather man purse? Huh?
I think so. Like, that would have made him look like more of an adult than he does with the backpack on him. He's rocking a JanSport here, Buck. This doesn't even look like a nice, I don't know, designer brand bag. This looks like
he brought that from Cali with him. When he brought that to Bama, right?
Yeah, it's probably the same backpack he used when he was in school.
Come on, Bryce.
You're number one pick. You got number one pick money, dude. Get you a bag.
Where's his Uber? At least Uber should drop him off. He shouldn't be walking across the road.
No, I can't believe they let him do that alone. I'm telling you, it's dangerous. Man. This thing went viral for all the wrong reasons, right? You see this all the time with the start of training camp. Like, oh, important player walking into the facility for the first time this year. And then, for Bryce Young, he's the former number one overall pick. He's the supposed franchise quarterback of the Carolina Panthers. Of course, somebody's going to record him walking in, and they got this instead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Bryce.
Yeah, you think he's got one of those little Live Strong bracelets on his hand?
He does. He's not sporting his national championship ring. He just kind of.
He didn't win one. He didn't get one of those.
Oh, he did. He wasn't. He's got one, doesn't he?
No,
he's got an SEC championship ring. That's all.
He's got one maybe from when he was a backup in that COVID year, but he did not win one his 2 years as a starter at Alabama. I just wonder what's for lunch today. What do you think? A turkey sandwich? You think PB&J?
PB&J, yeah, PB&J and some chips, some Fritos.
Do you think Mama ripped the crust off the side of the sandwich?
Cut it away from him. I mean, really.
I didn't want him to choke. Oh, man.
Just probably getting a new cell phone today. All excited.
A 207 number text in on the Coda text line. Dude probably had the fold-up Razor scooter that he used to get there that day.
Get off the guy. He's just going to camp. He wants to be like everybody else, but that's not everybody else, Bryce.
Hey, I'm not on any guys. I sure as hell am not on a 7th grader, all right? Don't accuse me of that. But, yeah, I'm telling you, man, like, look, if you're like 6'3", and you're 200-something pounds, you could show up with a backpack. But when you're like the youngest-looking player in the league, you can't rock that fit, dude.
No.
You're going to get blasted on the internet.
And he's getting blasted, I bet, everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Well, and on this show, we are the foremost authority of the internet. That's what we do right here. So, yeah, I figured you'd get a kick out of that. Also, while we're on the subject of training camp and while we're talking about quarterbacks, people will show up to camp at the start of a season with a new look from time to time. We see it in every sport. Remember what Jimmy Butler looked like at the start of Heat camp last year. I'll do a little screen share if you forgot. But Jimmy Butler, of course, has been in the league for a long time. He's been one of the better players in the NBA for years. Remember this look that he rocked last year? So that kind of took the sports world by storm. And there's an NFL player with a new look this year that's kind of taken the sports world by storm. That is Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow.
Oh, his due.
Who showed up to camp looking like this yesterday. He's got the buzz cut and he bleached blonde it too.
Yeah, hey, dude, just try to stay healthy. Don't worry about your hair.
I mean, congratulations to all the single men of Cincinnati, Ohio, because Joe Burrow was one of the best looking dudes in the world with the old flow that he was rocking. I mean,
it just went buzz.
Women loved Joe Burrow's look. And it's like, if Joe Burrow walked into a bar and you were talking to a girl and he wanted that girl, hey, man, yeah, sorry, you're done, son. He's taking her home.
How about that? They're running from that dude now.
Like, this is what Joe Burrow used to look like, right? Like, there's some aura about this, and now he's rocking the bleach blonde buzz cut. What are we doing, Joe?
He means business now.
You think so?
Hell yeah. He knows he needs to stay healthy. This needs to be his year. They forget about you in a hurry in the NFL.
I don't know if the haircut's going to keep his legs healthy.
Could be. Maybe just a little bit. Hey, maybe that hair was holding him back.
It's not like people have been pulling on his hair to cause his injuries in the last few seasons.
Yanking him down by his curls.
He looks like a swimmer. Like he's trying out for the Olympics this week with all the
It's like a pro wrestler. Looks like some kind of wrestler. Maybe Stu Myrick would tell us who he looks like.
Oh, he looks like Cody Rhodes, which is the world champion right now.
That's him. That's right.
Well, we're all over the screen share feature this morning. We're trying to explain things the best we can. If you're tuned in on the TSU app, we do
just
appreciate
had him coming across the same way as Bryce is going one way, Joe's going the other way.
So here's Cody Rhodes, the
yeah,
WWE World Champion right now. So similar dude to this guy. Maybe that's the bit, like Joe Burrow. You know, Cody Rhodes just took the world championship in wrestling. Joe Burrow's trying to win his first Super Bowl, so he's.
Hey, Joe, not this year. Sorry.
Yeah, you're going with the Chiefs three-peat this year.
Yeah, there's a three-peat about to happen.
Oh, people are saying he looks like Slim Shady, too. Yeah, he does have a little Eminem, like late 90s Eminem look going there.
I think that's what Slim Shady's – I think that's what he's doing now. That's the style he's rocking.
That's what he's going with?
We'll see that in October as he comes to Circuit of the Americas.
Oh, man, can't wait for that. It's actually like – I don't know what I'm going to do because that concert is the same day as the Georgia game.
That concert's on a Sunday, wouldn't it be?
Oh, is it the Sunday show?
I think it's the Sunday show.
And then Sting's the Saturday show?
I better not jump to any conclusions there because I guarantee they're probably both the same night. They're probably not.
No, they have them on separate nights. I know the two concerts are on different nights. Yeah, they've always been back to back.
But the big one has been the Sunday night, I believe.
Yeah. No, it's Friday, Saturday. It used to be Saturday, Sunday. And then I don't think enough people were sticking around after the race on Sunday.
They're out of there.
Yeah, everyone's trying to
get out of there.
Yeah, exactly. So they moved the concerts up a day. So it's Sting Friday and Eminem on Saturday. And, you know, as a white boy from suburban Dallas, Eminem is one of my top 5 favorite rappers of all time. And I've never seen him. But that Georgia game could potentially be a night game. And if that's the case, sorry about that, Slim. Sorry, Marshall Mathers.
Sorry, 7 Mile.
Can't do that there, 7 Mile. So what do you think? Are you in or out on the new Joe Burrow look?
I don't like the look.
And you're out on the Cincinnati Bengals this year being a contender?
They're not going anywhere.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm going to buy into the Bengals again, but obviously their quarterback's got to stay healthy.
For sure. I mean, he's got to be healthy. You know, it's the same thing with as much as we talk about the 2-time MVP with the Ravens, that dude has to be healthy when it matters.
Yeah.
But no, by the way, he can be healthy when it matters, but he has to play better when it matters.
Well, I mean, I think he's played great when it matters, right?
In the regular season, he's fantastic.
Well, he's made it to a Super Bowl and to another AFC title game. Like he's not like Dak Prescott.
I'm talking about Lamar Jackson.
Oh, I thought we were on Joe Burrow here. I thought.
I was just saying the 2-time MVP. Those two guys, these guys need to stay healthier when it really matters. I mean, Joe has made, like you said, he's made it to a Super Bowl. He's hung in there, but his injuries.
Yeah. Well, the last 2 years, Joe Burrow has been healthy. He's gone to a Super Bowl and to an AFC championship. So that guy, he's got to stay on the field. And hell, he's been getting hurt early in the year. But for Lamar Jackson, look, he made it as far as he's ever made it this past season, and that was to an AFC championship game. They only had to win one playoff game to get there because they were the 1 seed in the AFC. But yeah, that's the next step for him. That's the next step for both of those guys, right? They got to win the Super Bowl.
Right.
When you're a quarterback, your legacy is defined by winning Super Bowls, not getting to Super Bowls. So yeah, it's great that Joe Burrow got there and he got there early. So it feels like he's got time to get back and win one. But if he doesn't win one, then he's in that conversation of best quarterbacks to never win one. Same with Lamar Jackson. 2-time MVP. Not a lot of quarterbacks have won multiple MVPs, but you really don't want to be the multi-MVP without a Super Bowl ring. And Lamar's got plenty of ball left, you would think, but that's Those dudes got to find a way to get by Patrick Mahomes.
How old is Lamar Jackson? Is he 25? Is that 25, 26 maybe?
He's older than that. He's still in his 20s. 27, Lamar
27,
Jackson.
okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's a guy who does heavily rely on his athleticism, but doesn't look like he's slowing down at all.
No.
I feel like he's got at least a couple of years of being one of the fastest dudes in football.
He'll have great regular season numbers again.
Yeah. So can Baltimore get over the Kansas City hump? Can anybody in the AFC get over that Kansas City hump? Because
not this year.
Yeah.
CJ Mahomes is going to be firing them bombs.
I always got Xavier Worthy on the outside, and they've got Hollywood Brown up there and Rashee Rice. I saw an article the other day that said it doesn't seem like Rashee Rice is going to be suspended.
Did they just drop the charges? I mean, are these charges just dropped out of nowhere? Or, I mean, did he have a settlement somewhere that he paid a bunch of money and they said, forget the charges? The DA dropped charges?
Yeah, I don't know. His first court date is apparently not set until December 9th, which is late in the season. And, of course, the legal system is different from the NFL system. So
NFL system starts when they want to.
Exactly. Remember a few years ago with Zeke's off the field situation, all charges were dropped against Zeke Elliott, but he still got a 6-game suspension from the league. So the league does whatever it wants. Rashee Rice could get punished in the court of law, but not get punished by the NFL or vice versa.
Right.
So, I remember Ian Rappaport reported back around the NFL draft that Rashee Rice might not get suspended. And everyone's like, what? And then now the closer we get to the start of the season, there's still no word on anything happening, at least from the league, in regards to Rashee Rice. So if he's out there for all 17,
they'll wait for the three-peat and get him in 2025.
Yeah. If he's out there for all 17, plus you got X and Hollywood Brown, and of course, Travis Kelce's still there. And the Chiefs just won a Super Bowl with almost no wide receiving weapons. Now they've got 3 pretty good ones. Scary hours.
That's not good for the league.
Now you've got teams calling Roger Goodell to ask if they could switch to the NFC. The Texans, Cal McNair's on the phone hey, the other team in our state's in the other conference. Can we get over there too? So we don't have to deal with these guys.
They can't get anybody signed. Their quarterback's looking for $65 million.
Yeah, well, we'll switch over to the Cowboys right now because they continue to be one of the big stories surrounding training camp. Congrats to Jerry Jones, by the way. So yesterday we talked about how Jerry was in the middle of a lawsuit, and the Cowboys had to push their opening training camp press conference back from today to Saturday because Jerry Jones wasn't with the rest of the team in Oxnard. Well, apparently that case is over. And all cases involving Alexander Davis's paternity claims against Jerry Jones have been dropped. So I don't know what happened.
I know what happened. Somebody settled.
Yeah. I don't know if he just gave her a giant wad of cash and said, hey, get the hell out of here, please.
Oh, yeah. I got to believe that he said, hey, listen, let's not go through this every couple years. Here's some money for you and your kids. Leave me alone, daughter.
Congrats to the may or may not be daughter of Jerry Jones, and congrats to the may or may not be father of Alexandra Davis. This was a countersue by Jerry Jones, so maybe he got a little bit of cash in this ordeal.
Some of that original money that he gave up, he got back.
Yeah, but this was supposed to be, a 4 or 5.
Her money now. Her mom got the other. Hey, her mom, as she was growing up, took all the money. Now the daughter's looking for money, and now Jerry said, you better go talk to your mom. I gave her all that cash. You're getting nothing. By the way, you owe me $6 million.
I was about to say, I'd like you to pay me for all of the legal fees that I had to pay. There you go, right there. You're adjusting your camera. That's better. But congrats to Jerry Jones. There's a picture of him yesterday leaving the courtroom with his fist up in the air, kind of like what the former president looked like after he got shot and was getting carried off the stage. Here's a picture of Jarrah from yesterday. He's got his fist up with his phone in his hand, just yes, off the hook. Now I can resume being the worst general manager in the National Football League.
He should have been holding Bryce Young's hand as he crossed the street.
Yeah. Yeah, Grandpa. That's Grandpa taking grandkid to school on day one. Hey, if Jerry did get some new money, Buck, you think he could use some of that money to pay CeeDee Lamb?
I don't know. Jerry's got the money, and he's going to have to give up the money because CD is not strolling in there unless he gets $1 more than the last big paycheck.
I think you're
to
right.
my Viking guy. That's it. He is not coming in there for anything less.
Yeah, and the least surprising news update of all time, Adam Schefter tweeted out last night that CeeDee Lamb, who's been unable to land a long-term contract extension in Big D, is not expected to report to training camp today with the rest of his team. Of course, CD is entering the final year of his rookie contract, that fifth-year option year, due to make about $18 million this season, but he is not reporting to camp. And I think CeeDee Lamb is a guy who would play hardball, right? Like, there are some guys who they'll hold out for a while, but eventually they need the money, so they're going to show up and just play on their current contract. I think CeeDee Lamb is being told, and I think he's going to follow the advice of, hey, dude, don't show up. If this thing drags out into the season, that's fine. Wait until you get your money. And this thing could go on for a while.
You guys are 3-2.
Oh, well, I don't think the Cowboys can afford to wait that long, right?
Oh, okay. No, they can't. These two, remember the last time you saw these two playing together, Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, they didn't even know each other. Balls were hitting the back of the guy's helmet. So if those are two guys, those guys have probably not caught a ball from each other during the offseason. They're just waiting for contracts and saying, we're not even playing. We're not doing catchy catch.
Yeah. That's an interesting thought, right? Like, I don't know if those guys have gotten together in the offseason to hone their craft a little bit.
I would say no.
You would think with the way last season ended and the way that playoff game went down between these two, like, they would be hitting the lab as much as they can to
for sure
figure it out and rebuild that chemistry that they had all last season. And, hey, how do we get to a conference championship for the first time in 30 years? Like, how do we get over this hump that we just haven't been able to get over? You'd think they'd be doing that, but because money talks and BS walks, maybe that hadn't been the case.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see how, once they do get together, which they will, they're going to have to pay Dak, or he's going to walk after this year anyway. He'll play, but he'll walk.
Yeah, that's the difference between the two guys, right? Like, yeah. You and I both agree that Dak will play this year, even if he is on the final year of his contract.
Sure.
And CeeDee Lamb, not so much. So, yeah, I mean,
and Micah Parsons will be looking at every one of these deals. He's going to be looking and going, okay, we're midway during the season. Are you talking to my guys? Because I don't want to go through this next year. This needs to be done when the season's over with, or unless he wants out, which he can't get out of. But he will be looking at every move that these guys make.
Sure. Well, he's next in line, and he's one of the best edge rushers in football. So he's absolutely going to get paid. And whether it's by the Cowboys or not is –
oh, yeah, it doesn't matter for him because he looks like the kind of guy that will walk for the money.
Yeah. Yeah, well, look, I don't blame anybody for walking for the money, but the smart teams, they pay their best guys. And those are arguably the three best players on the Dallas Cowboys right now. And it's now frustrating that all three of them basically have their contracts up around the same time. It's like, you're just playing the waiting game right now, and you're hoping that Jerry and Steven and the rest of the front office can find a way to get something done. And look, this is a test on if the Cowboys are anywhere close to all in. I think it's obvious they're not all the way all in.
No, or they would have got this deal. Too many months have gone by that these deals haven't got done.
Forget that. Like, the fact that they didn't spend anything in free agency is why they're not all in. Like, that's the show to me.
We got Zeke. Happy birthday to him. If we didn't give him another birthday shout, yes.
Yeah, so that's not all in. Bringing in an old washed up running back and an older getting washed up linebacker, and those being your two free agent deals, that doesn't really send the message that you are all in. But if the Cowboys are even like close to being all in this year, if they're even trying to compete for a Super Bowl, then they're going to do whatever they need to do to make sure CeeDee Lamb is on the team, because they need that guy. Once again, he might be the best player on the Cowboys right now. So you can't flirt with disaster. You can't play with your food when it comes to a guy who's that important to your success. So hopefully the Cowboys are smart enough to realize that. I think they are. Once again, I've said it all offseason long. I think they're just dragging this thing out because that's what the Cowboys do. I think they'll get something done, but obviously this is going to be a storyline as long as CD is not in Oxnard.
Dude, they need him at practice.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, it's not like they can't get it back together, but like I said, I don't think those dudes have been playing catchy catch. And the last time we saw them, that was ugly. And I don't think
Yeah.
those guys. I'm taking a big chance of saying, because I really don't know, that those dudes haven't touched a ball to each other, thrown a ball, caught a ball from each other since what we saw in that playoff game, which was horrifying.
Yeah.
These guys, their chemistry is still the mind of what we saw before. I mean, it's not like they can't get it back. Once you get paid and your money and you feel comfortable, everything can get back to normal.
Sure. Money solves a lot of problems.
Yeah. In the case of these two guys, one guy looking for $65 million, the other guy looking for what, $30-some million?
Yep.
At least. No, that'll be a big smile on your face when you go out there and play catchy catch for a while. But dude, when they're not coming to camp and all the other stuff, you can lead once you get there and do all that stuff. But if they don't get there and they get ready to play a game and they haven't been together,
yeah, I think they're fine. I mean, look, in a perfect world, they get this done before week 1 of the NFL season, so they can practice a little bit. But yeah, as bad as that playoff game was, I remember what they did in the 17 regular season.
Oh yeah, and they were the best.
I don't think these guys need a whole lot of time working together to ramp things back up.
Well, it's not like they just met each other.
Right. Yeah, they've been together for a few years, and last year was the best year that both of them have maybe had in their careers. So I'll bank on that. But yeah, Justin Jefferson at $35 million a year. That's the new extension. He signed with your Vikings earlier in the offseason. And I think you're right. I think that's kind of the starting price for CeeDee Lamb right now. So if the Cowboys aren't willing to pony up something close to that, or maybe something more than that, then this thing will continue and linger into the preseason, and then it's obviously regular season time after
all right,
that.
you can rely on that run game. Don't worry about it.
I don't think you can do that. I mean, golly, Zeke Elliott and Rico Dowdle. That's the Cowboys. Be one thing if they had, I don't know, anybody else in that backfield, or it's like, all right, and we can rely on the ground and pound a little bit more, but not going to happen with them this year, I'm afraid. So there you go. Those are some of the big storylines from around the NFL as training camps around the league get going this week.
Your guy Aaron Rodgers is at camp. He's ready to go.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers is back, ready to roll for the Jets. I didn't see his press conference. Did he say something stupid?
No. He's just ready to go. He said he'll be there for all 17.
Okay.
Or at least 12.
Oh.
Where did Zach Wilson end up going? Where is he quarterbacking or on a roster at now?
Is he in
Zachariah Wilson?
Denver, San Francisco, Denver.
He's in Denver?
Yeah, because they got him competing with Bo Nix.
Oh, he's with one of those many dudes that are at Denver trying to be the quarterback?
Yeah.
Man.
What, you got any strong Zach Wilson take this morning? You got a milk joke up your sleeve?
After he disappeared from the Jets, if he was actually playing, I didn't see him in the spring league anywhere.
Oh, no, he didn't have to play in the UFL. I guess he's still good enough to be on an NFL roster. But he's bad. And I don't know, maybe Denver throws him out there for the first game or two just to let Bo Nix watch.
Sure.
But if Zach Wilson is better than Bo Nix, then the Broncos.
Yeah, and speaking of the Wilsons, I got a feeling that's what's going to happen in Pittsburgh is they're going to throw Russell Wilson out there for the first couple.
And then switch over to Fields?
I believe so. I mean, if Russell Wilson is winning games, they'll probably keep rolling with him. But I think they want to make him the starter early and then get Fields in there.
Yeah. I don't know.
Wilson thing all season, I don't believe.
They announced like early in the offseason that Russ was the guy. Like he was going to be QB1 in offseason activities, and he's going to be QB1 in training camp. So you're right. The plan is for him to be the starter. I think in Pittsburgh's perfect world, Russ is the guy all year long. Like maybe they have packages for Justin Fields to where he gets.
Yeah, which makes sense. Yeah,
But I don't know if Russ
return or something.
Right. Yeah. Well, and they released like a Madden trailer for the video game a month ago. They had Justin Fields as a kickoff returner in that trailer with the new kickoff rules.
There's your quarterback. Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think that's going to happen, EA, but good try. But yeah, look, if Russ sucks again, then they'll switch over to Fields because he's younger and I guess he's got a brighter future. But I think if Pittsburgh gets what it wants, they're going to have Russ start all 17 this year.
Interesting.
And I don't know if he's capable of doing that. I don't know if he could stay healthy enough to do that at this stage. So there you go. There's some NFL conversation for the people on a Wednesday. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328, or you can reach out on the YouTube comments line as well. Please like this video if you're watching on YouTube. Please share this to friends and family as well. We greatly appreciate it. All right, before we get into some college football and some of the other sports headlines we've got for the day, let's give some sponsor shout-outs.
Hey, I'll be at 7-Eleven, folks, today. It's a 7-Eleven day. I'm feeling that. And no, I won't be there for the sweets today. Sorry, little Debbie. You don't get to be eaten. No little Debbie's today. I'm there for the hard copy and the hard copy alone. I got to get my hard copy fix on a Wednesday.
How the hell do you go to 7-Eleven and not get any snacks?
I'm not having a snack today, but you people can get your snacks at 7-Eleven. I'm going in a unbelievable food. Be careful of what I eat. 7-Eleven has food, good food. They do have salads there at 7-Eleven. I've never had one from 7-Eleven, but they have them there for those that are looking for a salad also. Packaged sandwiches, no, not today. It's all about the hard copy for me today. Going for the hard copy, going for a bottle of water today. You can get those types of things at 7-Eleven too. You don't always have to get the rollers, but they have them there for you. The pizza, the whole works. The Olipop, everything you need. But today is going to be a day where I just go bottle of water, hard copy. How's that?
That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage.
You don't need that garbage, dude. Get the good stuff.
I need it. I need last week's news.
I guess. I don't know, man. That feels like a slap in the face to our guy Ashish. If you're going into his store and just not getting any food or drinks or anything, I guess a bottle of water helps. But, man, copy.
Maybe some Welch's gummies, those little gummy things. I like to chew on those, too.
There you go. Little fruit snacks.
Little fruit snacks, yeah. Maybe find some fruit roll-ups or something.
Fruit snacks for the fruit. That's good.
That's it, yes.
Sticks out right there. Love 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven, folks.
Yes, and you mentioned Olipop. How about Olipop? They've got it at 7-Eleven. They've got it at H-E-B, at Costco, at Whole Foods, at Target, at Walmart. Wherever you buy your groceries, you can find the greatness that is Olipop. It's a new kind of soda. That's their slogan, and that's exactly what Olipop is. It tastes like soda, and they've got a bunch of classic soda flavors, but what sets Olipop apart is the fact that it's actually good for you. That's right. Inside of every can, you get 9 grams of fiber, and you get ingredients that help support good digestive health. So normal soda is bad for you. Olipop is not only not bad for you, it's actually good for you. You're supporting good gut health every time you down a can of Olipop, and you're also supporting your taste buds as well, because this stuff tastes fantastic.
Yes, sir.
Again, any grocery store you shop at has Olipop. You can find out more information or buy online at drinkolipop.com. And also some love to our friends at Circa Resort and Casino in Vegas. We'll let you hear from our friends out there right now.
Biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rake. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circasports.com for details.
Very nice. Get that Circa money.
Get that Circa money. Yeah, we'll be out there in August doing a couple of live shows. August 22nd and 23rd. That's a Thursday and a Friday. We hope to see some of you people out there.
Yeah, make a plan to go out there.
Come on. Circa Resort and Casino, the best sports book in the world in Las Vegas. Doesn't get any better than that. Get to hang with some of your favorite TSU guys as well. I hope to see all of you there. And yeah, you can sign up for those season-long NFL contests in which they're giving away, how about that, Buck? $16 million guaranteed cash.
Yeah, I've never got that for you folks.
No, you haven't gotten a $16 some years. They're giving out $16 million this year at Circa Resort and Casino. Okay, Buck. How about some Texas football this
Oh,
morning,
yeah.
shall we? Big recruiting event coming to campus tomorrow. It's the last major recruiting event before the actual season gets here. I believe we're 38 days away from kickoff against Colorado State. It's coming, people. The last major recruiting event, though, in the offseason is tomorrow. It is the annual Texas Bash pool party. Players will be in town to watch a summer workout, and then they will attend a pool party. Now, you did call for rain tomorrow.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, so I don't know if they'll move that inside. Maybe they go to the indoor pool at Gregory Gym, and that's where they have the party. I don't know if they just kind of shift the plans altogether and say, oh, instead of the pool, we'll just, I don't know, do something else and eat food and hang out and play video games or whatever.
This is just at Sark's house. Maybe they move it indoors at his house. Maybe they're all at his house. That's what I thought these pool parties were. I thought they were at the coach's house at his pool.
Yeah, I think usually they are, but I don't know. Does Coach have an indoor pool? He's got $10 million a year. If he wants an indoor pool, he could get an indoor pool.
He's probably they can move you underneath something if it rains and then get back to the pool. Yeah, he's got room for all those dudes.
Just pay for like a temporary cover over the pool.
There you go.
So no one gets wet when they're in the pool.
Yeah, it sounds like a good deal.
Yeah, they'll find a way to make it work. I got faith in them. I'm sure they've dealt
with the steaks to the house. Let's go.
There we go. Oh, you think someone's cooking steaks?
Of course. What do you think? This is not a burger day. This is a steak for the boys.
I don't know if it was like catered. Catered would have been my guess. Like you get some Jack Allen's kitchen to cater the meal.
I think somebody's got to be the cook. It ain't Sark, but somebody's cooking steaks.
It ain't Sark's wife either.
Hey, somebody from the athletic department's got a little Robio on and doing all the cooking, right? Somebody's cooking.
You would think, but we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. There ain't a woman on the grill.
They don't do cooking.
Well, they do cooking. They don't do grilling.
They cook. They don't do grilling.
Yeah, they claim they're the unsung heroes of the grill, but
yes.
I said it a few weeks ago. If I show up to an event and there's a woman on the grill, I'm not sure I'm going to end up staying at that event.
How long? You're not staying very long? As long as the All-Stat's there. They got All-Stat. You're sticking around.
All-Stat will keep me around, and hey, I'll Uber eat some food today.
There you go.
Get some delivered. Get me a pizza there.
Yeah, I got to believe steaks and burgers are a part of that deal.
Yeah, Casey Studdard might be cooking, as our guy CB says, right? Casey Studdard has cooked up some barbecue for the Texas football team a few times over the years. So I wonder if he's doing recruiting events or just game days or what, but that'd be a great bit because Casey Studdard can smoke some meats now. Let me tell you, I hate that he doesn't have his food truck anymore. He went all catering business. He ignored the common man.
Oh, he did? So I can't roll up there on a Saturday and get no more, huh?
No, it's been closed for a while. He's crushing.
Got to order and bring to the house.
You got to order for a large party. You got to get 34 wine and spirits to get your liquor.
Can't feed the family. I have to feed the whole neighborhood.
Feed the whole neighborhood with
there you go.
But 6 current commits coming to this event for Texas tomorrow, and more than 24 recruiting targets will be here in Austin for this Texas Bash, including 2 5-star targets in the class of 25. So there's only 3 or 4 guys in this current recruiting class that will be here. A lot of the guys who will be in town are in the class of 2026 and even 2027. So this is kind of more for the younger crowd. But Jonah Williams and Michael Terry, 2 5-stars from in the state. Michael Terry's out of the San Antonio area, one of the top athletes in the class, is going to be here. And then Jonah Williams from Galveston Ball, go Tours, will be in town as well. He's a safety, one of the top 15 players in the country this year. So I think Texas, at least according to the recruiting insiders, is in a better spot with Michael Terry than they are with Jonah Williams. But to get Jonah Williams on campus right now is big. And if you could just find a way to get those guys to never go to Oregon, I think we've got.
Oh, yeah, please.
Jonah Williams, for a long time, people thought he was like A&M or LSU. And then now all of a sudden Oregon has crept into the mix. And it's like, well, we all know why that's happening. But still good for Texas that they'll get Jonah Williams on campus at least one more time. And once again, Michael Terry, I think people feel better about him ending up on the 40 acres right now. That'd be a big get. Once again, an athlete, plays receiver in high school, one of the top 25 players in the country in this class. So
That means he can play safety or cornerback too.
yeah. I think he'd be a receiver, but he plays both in high school. So definitely tune into It's Only an Hour today with Jordan Scruggs and Jeff Howe. Those guys have all of the recruiting insight you need. They'll tell you about all of the dudes who will be in town tomorrow. But wanted to provide that update. A big recruiting event coming up and a chance for Texas to make up some ground on the recruiting trail. And that transitions us to this quote we have from Steve Sarkeesian, who spoke at the Texas High School Coaches Association event in San Antonio over the weekend. And by the way, tragic news from that coaching event. And we were talking about this a little bit before the show.
Very sad.
A young volleyball coach, a 28-year-old volleyball coach from Jasper, was killed. Not at the event. She was in town for the event. And then Monday night, she was just at a patio bar with some friends, and she got struck by a stray bullet and was killed. And they don't even know where the bullet came from. Like, they haven't found a suspect here. It was just random bar off the side of the highway. And once again, a 28-year-old cheerleading coach from Jasper ISD by the name of Aiden Burt was shot and killed. Awful story there. So our thoughts and prayers are with her family and friends and students. Just awful scene.
Yeah, I was getting ready to attend that event on Sunday.
Oh, really?
Where the coaches were talking, coming back from Dallas from the SEC meetings. I was going to go down on Sunday and thought better of it. And I'm going to attend next year because you get to see all the high school coaches will be there. And it's always good to say hello to those dudes. And plus there's tons of college coaches that attend that in the state.
Yeah. You know? Oh, it's a huge event now.
It's coaches school is awesome.
Yeah. I think every state does something like this, but everything's bigger in Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I don't think any other state has it to where it's basically a requirement for coaches to show up. Like, dude, Jeff Banks got married a couple of days before, and he was at the event.
Of course.
I think one of the other assistant coaches on the Texas staff just had a kid like a week ago, and he showed up to this event.
I got to believe Sark was one of the keynote speakers, obviously, there.
Yeah. I think most of the head coaches from colleges around the state end up speaking.
Right.
And Steve Sarkeesian was one of them. And he was asked about recruiting, actually. You know, Texas has struggled a little bit, at least according to Texas standards, on the recruiting trail in the last couple of weeks. And, you know, Texas 2 weeks ago was ranked outside of the top 20 in terms of national rankings for recruiting classes. They're currently at number 16 in the nation, which, all right, not that bad, but that's also 9th in the SEC, which puts things in perspective that there are 8 teams that you're going to be competing against every year that are currently recruiting better than you. Here's the quote from Steve Sarkeesian when asked about recruiting struggles. He said, quote, "I've never been one to panic in recruiting. I think history kind of shows we usually close pretty good as we get into the season, as we get into December. I do believe a lot of times in the summer right now, a lot of recruiting is kind of the hype machine, but you actually have to put the product on the field. You have to play. You have to perform. How do certain players in your program develop? That they sold you on, you're just like him, but actually, how does he play? So we kind of believe in our process," end quote. So,
I mean, you were part of the hype machine for the summertime, Coach. So, yeah, it is a hype machine, but you were at the top of the list when it comes to hype machines for summertime. But now the product on the field is fantastic. So, yeah, I think you can roll with that one. Just see how it plays out towards December. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Hey, they can't play for you now anyway.
Right. Yeah. Ultimately, you still have a few months to flip some of these kids and to get some of your top targets to put pen to paper and come to UT. So,
that's right.
Look, it hasn't been a good summer. I mean, that's the mindset that Sark has to have, right? He can't be like, oh, shoot, our class isn't going the way that we want it to go right now, and we've got to figure something out. He's got to take this mindset and this approach of, hey, National Signing Day isn't until December 4th. So it's July 24th today, and I think he gave the speech on like the 21st or the 22nd. Yeah. We're going to be all right. I think if you gave him some truth serum, though, he'd say, yeah, this class isn't really shaping up the way we'd like. But
generally, we like to really be really good. We like to be in the top 5 or 6 during the summertime, and we generally are here.
Yeah, but he's right. Like, look, if Texas goes into the SEC and wins the SEC or at least gets very close to it, then I think
they'll be in the top 5.
Yeah, I think that's going to change some minds of some kids. And look,
Sure.
it's not just Texas, right? Like if Oregon has a crappy year, they've got a bunch of guys committed to them right now, and one of the best classes in the country. Like, what if Oregon's not ready for the Big Ten? I don't think that's the case. I picked them to win the Big Ten yesterday. But like, you look at all of these other recruiting powerhouses around the country, and if they struggle, then all right, that opens the door for you to get some of the guys who are looking at other places.
Absolutely.
Iowa State, if Michigan isn't very good, if Kalen DeBoer at Alabama looks like he's in over his head.
That's what I thought about. If they're not, if they're not, if they're a 3-loss team, during the course of the season, that's 3 losses is a nightmare for them. And even in his first year, that's going to be a nightmare.
Oh.
I mean, you can flip some guys over that are thinking about Alabama in the state of Texas, which they'll find they'll get 1 or 2. And Texas has been pretty good at getting guys from the Alabama area that are interested in them, no matter where they're from. So, as I said, for him, 3 losses at Bama, even in his first year, is scary for them.
Dude.
Which is hard to believe, but it is.
If they lose 3 games, they're going to ask for Kalen DeBoer's head to be served on a platter.
Wow.
And some barbecue joint in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, 2 losses is going to be frightening for them, I would believe.
2 losses is a disappointing year for Alabama. Last year they made the playoff, but they lost twice, so it was a disappointment.
Yep.
Like Texas lost twice, and we're like, oh, this is the best year we've had in 15 years.
Yeah,
We're
it's
pumped
been
for the
great.
future. Let's give our coach a raise and an extension.
Make $10 million.
Alabama, it's like, 2 losses and the sky is falling. Dude, 1 loss in that place.
2 losses and the greatest coach ever decides I'm going to retire. I've had enough.
Yeah, there are a lot of Alabama fans who are like a little skeptical of the Kalen DeBoer hire, which, look, I get being skeptical of anyone who's not Nick Saban because he's the GOAT, but I think he's going to work. But hey, there's the hope that Alabama does take a step back. It's college football blue bloods. No blue blood has been awesome forever. It goes in cycles. They go through waves, right? Like Georgia.
Honestly, even though being in the SEC, I would like for them to see them take a step back. It's not gonna bother me to see them take a step or 2 back.
Oh my God!
For 2 or 3 years.
I hope Kalen DeBoer gets fired in 3 years. I would say it's not a shot at Kalen, but it is because I don't like that guy because of what he's done to Texas. But it's like I don't want other teams to be that good. That's one of Texas's biggest threats in the SEC. Like, if you tell me they're going to be bad for a few years, then hell yeah.
Another team that you want to be good in the SEC, and you know who that is, don't you?
Hey, let's fire Kirby Smart. Let's pretend to care about the health of people in Athens. And another incident, I don't want anyone to die, but another incident. Oh, we got to let Kirby Smart go. Sorry about that.
Only team we care about is Texas and the other school from the state of Texas.
Well, those are your 2 favorite teams in college football, we've learned. But hey, A&M's another one of those teams. Like, if the Aggies go 5-7 this year, they won't, I don't think. But right now, Mike Elko, it's the honeymoon period, right? It happens anytime there's a coaching change where it's like the first cycle is like, oh man, this coach is going to turn things around, and I love what he's selling, and the players are buying in, and this is great, and I want to be a part of the change at a place like Texas A&M. The
9-3 Aggies love it.
Yeah, if you love that, then that means you're going to love some Texas targets going to A&M, which is not what I love because I root for Texas, and you should too, considering you're wearing a Texas shirt and a Texas hat from Sue Patrick right now. And here you are saying you want the Aggies to steal all of our recruits.
No, dude, it's going to be just fine. It's the last game of the year. It's going to hurt so good while they have one other loss. It's going to hurt, and it's going to really, really hurt that Texas is the one to do that to them again. Enjoy that day. Enjoy. Yeah. You don't want them to enjoy that with 7 losses. You want the sky high when the sky comes tumbling down on them.
Now, there are 2 scenarios that I would like to unfold on that day. Both obviously involve a Longhorn win. Scenario number 1 is Texas A&M is 0-11 going into that game.
Oh, my God.
And Texas is able to put the finishing touches on a winless season in Aggie land.
That ain't bad either. But I don't see that's the part that's probably not going to happen.
No chance.
It's more likely they'll be undefeated than they will be 0 and whatever. Over.
Ooh.
Because there's somebody they can beat. I mean, don't they play like Akron or some? They play Notre Dame to start out. And if they don't get that one,
They did lose to Appalachian State a few years ago at home, but yeah, they got McNeese State. That's another state that's not a state. That's a big
Yeah,
pet
I
peeve of
gotta
mine.
believe they can beat them on any given Saturday.
Yeah, McNeese, Bowling Green, and New Mexico State. That's a state. That feels
Yeah,
like
look out for the MAC there.
with Bowling Green.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Once
That'd be
again,
great.
they've taken Texas State out of their schedule because you know what I think about them.
Yeah, I know you're terrified of the Bobcatters.
Don't play them.
So that's scenario one is somehow, some way the Aggies are 0-11, and then Texas once again sends them to 0-12, or A&M's 5-6, and it's
you wanted to even be like that? Oh, what a lousy year that is.
we get to beat Texas and make a bowl game. Like, all right, yeah, we qualify for a bowl game. That's a nice icing on the cake of a slightly disappointing season, but we beat our biggest rival and we qualify for the postseason in doing so. And then Texas goes in there and wins, and then the Aggies have a losing year and they miss a bowl game.
They miss a bowl game. Sorry.
That's what we're looking for right there. So those are the two. I'm being nice. I'm giving them 5 wins. That feels respectable by me. But I would prefer scenario number 1, though, for the record.
Oh, yeah, I would too. Basically, if I could get that done, I would really prefer that over. But that's not going to happen. They can stumble into 1 win.
What if they're like 3-8 and their only 3 wins are against those 3 G5 teams?
I would like that. That still would make me very, very happy.
Okay. So it's Texas.
But I'd rather for them to have 7-8 wins at that time. And feeling really good about themselves.
You were talking about 9 or 10 a moment ago. Now you're at 7 or 8.
If they can get 8, and they would be so happy.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to a bowl game. It's just a matter of where we're going. It's one of those.
Yeah.
And give them all that hope, and then crush that down to, I don't know. I guess we're not a part of the Alamo Bowl in the SEC. That's an out.
No, yeah, Texas and Oklahoma are not on the list of teams who can participate in the Alamo Bowl. They actually did, because there's so much conference realignment, right? And the Alamo Bowl was always Big 12 versus Pac-12, and there's only 2 teams left in the Pac-12 now. And the Big 12 obviously had some major shifts over the last year or two. So they actually released like a list of 35 schools that would be eligible to participate in the Alamo Bowl this year. As in, like, if they got invited, that's where they were going. And thankfully, Texas was not on that list.
They are not on the list any longer.
No, we will not be remembering the Alamo Bowl anymore.
They're not run and hide down in San Antonio, huh?
Remember the Alamo. Don't remember the Alamo Bowl, please. Thankfully, we're not a part of that anymore.
That is good.
There you go. Yeah, root against your recruiting rivals, right? Root against LSU. If Garrett Nussmeier stinks and Brian Kelly is not good and that defense hasn't turned it around, that obviously helps Texas on the recruiting front.
Oh, there's no doubt about rooting against LSU.
Yeah, that's a recruiting rival, a team.
I'm LSU dad, and I root against them.
Yeah, it's a team,
any chance I can get.
Yeah, they poach a lot of players from Texas, and obviously Texas wants to go in and poach some players from Louisiana, a border
It's not
state.
easy for me to do that in women's basketball, though. It's kind of hard on me.
No, you do root for LSU women's basketball. I'm worried when the Tigers come to town this year, you're going to be rooting for LSU against Texas.
I won't do that. I'll never do that, but I will be there to meet the bus.
You will be there to meet the bus with a bouquet of flowers.
If I have to, yes.
If I'm not mistaken, yeah. What, are you going to have a car for her or something too?
No. I know I'm going to have a nice card, handmade card.
She's going to do that to you, and you try to shake her hand and say hi.
Yeah.
She's going to just pull your head down like she did to Caitlin Clark in that post-game line.
She's magic, though. Let me tell you.
She is terrifying. Let me tell you.
I'm glad they're playing again. This is going to be great.
It's not.
Texas A&M baseball, everything is just lining up to be perfect.
Just means more.
It just means more, yes.
I'm telling you, bringing back some old rivalries, and I think there's going to be some new rivalries that get created in this league. So I'm pumped for it, man. It's obviously official. Now we just wait for the games to get here, and and the fall sports not too far away.
What's the Manning family? What's the Manning family going to be doing when Texas starts playing Tennessee? How's that going to roll?
I don't know if they'll ever have to see that, right? Because so Peyton went to Tennessee, and Eli and Archie went to Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Texas doesn't play either of those teams the next 2 years. So, like, hypothetically, Arch Manning could be here 3 years from now, but he'll be draft eligible after next season. And if he's as good as advertised, yeah, the Manning family won't have to pick sides. Well, you think the Mannings have that much power that they were able to convince the SEC to not schedule?
I never thought of it. Wow. How did they do that?
I never thought of that either. Like, that's obviously conspiracy theory, and everybody would say no if they were asked that question, but
how did they get that done?
First family of football, and the fact that Texas isn't playing either of those schools for 2 years makes you think.
They don't have to pick a side.
Got to get Mythbusters in on this deal.
Wow.
Something like that. Man, that'd be the first family of football. We know they have some power. If they got that kind of power, then yow, that is wild. All right, so there's your college football recruiting updates. Once again, tune into It's Only an Hour with Jeff and Jordan from 11 to noon. They'll have you covered with wall-to-wall recruiting conversation. They'll tell you everybody who's coming to town tomorrow for the annual Texas Bash pool party. Maybe Jordan will let you know about contingency plans if the weather is going to be a problem. But, yeah, make sure you're locked in for the best recruiting hour you can find anywhere on the internet, anywhere on the radio, anywhere in Austin, Texas. All right, Buck, before we shift gears and get to some other sports topics and some fun things we have planned today, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Sue Patrick is offering free shipping on any online order over $49. Free curbside pickup, of course. But drop by Sue Patrick if you're around in the area, 5222 Burnett Road. Say hello to Jay and Sue. And all you have to do is go to SuePatrick.com for more information on all the wonderful things that they've got. The incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and even more. And all those Texas-themed gifts that they have there. Love the men's and women's clothing there. You know, the hats. We've got it all. And they've got it all over there. Still, you know what? It's getting towards that time. You know, you can get that polo shirt for golf for sure. And they've got them all. I saw a lot of folks ask me about, of course, the shirt that we sold over 4,000. Was it 4,000 or 400?
I think it was 4 million.
4 million? Yeah, those are the shirts that they had asked me about up in Dallas. Where'd you get that at? Of course, Sue Patrick. So I've even hooked up some of our other guys at other stations that we know have asked.
Whoa.
Yes.
You're helping the competition. You're rooting for the Aggies. You're rooting for a competition.
My man Mike Harge will be going over to see Jay. And so he said, I've got to have that little Longhorn one. He said, I got to have that shirt. I said, going over there. Jay said, come over and see him.
Yeah, Harge, former TSU host.
Oh,
Don't forget where you came from, Haji. I love Harge. Traitor. Come on, man. I'm going to start calling him Benedict Harge.
Yes, he's going over to get one of those wonderful shirts, and they've got golf shirts. They got apparel. They've got hats. I mean, they got bucket hats for those that need to cover their ears for golf. You know, they've got all the women's apparel. I know your mom grabs a bunch of stuff online from there. So,
my God,
it gets there in a hurry, folks.
Yeah, they're the best. SuePatrick.com, as the Buck mentioned, free shipping on orders over $49, and the best selection of Texas gear that you can find anywhere in Central Texas. Also, some love to our friends at Centex Tickets. Speaking of Central Texas, the foremost ticket broker in Central Texas is CentexTickets.com. So easy to use. Don't go to 15 different websites. Don't go up to does anyone go up to the box office anymore? I don't even think the Buck does that. Don't do that. But shop online. Just log on from your phone or your computer to CentexTickets.com and get the tickets you need right there. Any Texas football game, any sporting event, any concert, comedy show, festival, Broadway show, anywhere in the country, too. It's not just stuff in Austin. They've got you covered. Just go to one place, CentexTickets.com, and make sure you use the promo code CENTEX10. You're going to get 10% off your purchase. That's right. They've got great deals already, but you're getting 10% off just by being a TSU supporter. CENTEX10, that promo code, type it in at checkout, and you'll get 10% off your purchase from CentexTickets.com.
There you go.
Okay, Buck. So funny enough, I had not told you that I had this segment planned for today. It's just hilarious timing how this worked out. We were talking a little bit before the show, like we always do, and you were telling me that the battery in your smoke detector was out.
Yeah, my wife was doing her feed the cat duty this morning, and when she's out on the porch of the bedroom, and all of a sudden this thing goes beep, 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 and she can hear it out there. The dogs are looking all around the place. The cat is horrified. And my wife is the maintenance crew here at the house. I'm not allowed to get up on ladders once again. So she goes, and her ladder, she's got one of those, one of those weird ladders, BK, you have to pull out the thing and just slide it and moves up. I mean, adjustable ladder. Me, I go to the garage and get that big 12-footer out and start carrying it all over the place. She brings her little to-do ladder from upstairs down there, and she gets up on that thing, and she goes, there's nothing wrong with the battery. She's got a battery. My wife has batteries, like every size battery, plus a battery checker to see if the battery's good. She does all that kind of maintenance stuff. She doesn't have to call. Like you, she can come and change a light bulb for you or a battery. And so she can't get it to stop. She takes it out. She says, there's nothing wrong with this battery. And it's just beep. And then now it's going like every 2 minutes. And she's like wanting to cut. So she goes and cuts the power off. But now she says, we need a whole new smoke detector. I'm like, why do they put this shit? I know smoke rises. And doesn't smoke go to the wall first? I mean, doesn't it have to go up a little bit and hit the wall? Won't the smoke detector? Why do they have to put them up 12 feet high? What is the deal with this? And they're loud as can be. And I can't hear you.
I'm muting myself. Sorry about that.
There you go.
Yeah, my ceilings aren't 12 feet high. It's kind of a perk, I guess, of living at this apartment. I can just reach up and
your perk is you're just going to call somebody. If that thing beeps, they're all coming in there.
You're damn right. I think I unplugged most of my smoke detectors in here.
That's what I said for her to do. I said, can't we just cut them off? I said, hey, we're right there by the sliding glass door. If something happens, she goes, but there's carbon monoxide, dude. You're not smelling that. I'm like, well, if I start gagging during the night or if I have to get up, I pee enough times that, something's going to be up. She goes, no. I said, what do you mean? You just wake up dead? She goes, yeah, that's what's going to happen to you with carbon monoxide. You're just going to wake up dead.
That's it.
That's it? I'm like, no coughing, no hacking, no nothing, no breaking through the window. She goes, nope, just waking up dead.
You don't have a separate carbon monoxide monitor?
No, I have my smoke detector has both in it. So, but it's up. It's so high up. Is it just for looks? Yes, I get the fact that if your house is on fire, heat rises, it's going to get up, smoke's getting up there, and it sets, I don't know if the water system goes, I don't even know if we had that. It just tells you to call the damn fire department. All I do is run, get the hell out. I don't care what's inside.
I feel like it's supposed to call the fire department for you, right?
Okay, well, I guess that's how it works or whatever. But that thing was beeping this morning, and you know how annoying that thing can be.
Well, you just have to change the battery.
No, it wasn't the battery. Her battery was good.
How do you know?
There's a little plug that you can unplug that unplugs the wire part of it. She couldn't get that. Whatever she's done, she's got it set. But she says she thinks we need the whole thing, not just the battery, but the unit itself that has. But you got to get both carbon monoxide and smoke detector. We have a dual deal there.
Did she even try to change the battery?
Yeah, she did.
Okay, and it was still beeping after she put in the new battery.
Yeah, and the battery, and then she checked the battery and said, "Oh, the battery's good." So there's something with the wiring.
Huh.
I'm like, don't pull out whatever you do. Don't mess with those wires so all of these suckers go off because that'll drive me out of my mind.
About to say, yeah. Once you start talking about electrical wires, that's what it feels like. You need to bring a professional over to get the job done. But that's annoying.
Yeah. The last time I looked, I went into the room and the electricity in the bedroom was off. There was nothing going on. She goes, "That's how I got it fixed for now." But I think she's been up on her ladder. And then and one of the things I thought about is what happens when this old woman gets to the point where she can't get up on a ladder anymore. And I can't. First of all, I'm not allowed on there now for balance purposes. I'll end up on the floor with the ladder and everything else. But she's got great balance, So she's up there and she goes, "What's going to happen?" I'm like, well, it ain't happening today. You're up there. Everything's good. Let's not worry about tomorrow and when you can't get on the ladder, because I'm going to make sure you're working out every day so you can stay up there until you're 80. So let's let's not start talking about what you can't do. Right now, let's make it so that you can get up there.
You just
You know
called
what I mean?
her. You called her old.
I'm just letting her know that don't give me this, there's going to come a day. I don't worry. It ain't today.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the smoke detector in 10 years. I'm worried about it right now.
Yeah, and if it starts beeping and you're not around, I'll just slice that son of a bitch up, and there won't be a smoke detector in the house.
It might not
There'll just
be
be
any
an
power.
hole in the top of the ceiling.
There might not be any power in your house either if you start cutting up wires and stuff.
So tell me why they can't put it on the side of the wall, because of the heat rising. That's where it's going to go. The heat will rise by the wall too, won't it?
I think you're
where I can see it, like when you cut the lights on, the light switch, or is that's cosmetic? That it won't look good on your house there. That's what the deal is, probably.
I think that's right.
Get a picture and cover the freaking thing.
You just don't want to run into the smoke detector. Like you're walking around in the dark and you're close to a wall and you just bop your head against the smoke detector.
That would hurt coming out that far. It's not that. No, it's cosmetic all the way.
Yeah,
I don't think
it
anything
is.
to do with smoke rising either. I'm talking about how smoke rises to the ceiling. It's going to rise by the wall too. That's just.
I don't know.
That's
like you could plug it in, like carbon monoxide monitors. You plug in at times.
So I can get a separate one of those.
Yeah, but I guess with the smoke detector, like that's too close to the ground. Usually where they have outlets, so maybe they're just always built on. I don't know. I'm sure you could buy a smoke detector that plugs in. Like, I don't have one of those. I've never had one of those, but like
I've never seen one of those.
I'm sure they exist. You built your house. You could have probably done that instead of getting the OG ones.
I could also put a bathroom upstairs when I built this home too. And guess what? I'm still running down 18 flights of stairs to get to the bathroom.
Just one flight.
Yeah.
18 stairs, but just one.
But you know what
flight.
people don't have? They don't have that.
What is that? A cup?
That's the bucket. That's the pee bucket.
Oh, I feel like people have
Only been used one time in almost a year.
On the show?
Yes. And see, nobody ever knew.
What? You
Once,
whipped it out. You whipped it out and peed in that one time on the air?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And it was about a month ago.
Did you even stand up? You literally just
sitting here smiling and pissing at the same time. Yes. I got to that. It was an overindulgence of coffee that morning. Yes. And I was just like, I could have just said, hey, I'll be right back. But no, I said, we've got to see if this works. We got to see if the system works, right? And it did. I just flung it out and just sat there in my relaxed back chair, kind of edged to the side here and just smiled. And it was great.
Are you doing it right now?
No. I'm good to go today.
Oh, man. Did you hit the cup or did you miss anything?
No, everything was good, man. Perfect size. I'm going to tell you, my relaxed back chair, I'm telling you, it's perfect for everything, even as a potty.
I don't think Relax the Back wants to be associated with that.
We can always make one that's a relaxed back potty chair.
It could. What'd you do with that cup? You just left it under the desk for the rest of the show?
The show was almost over. It was like a half hour left. So I just placed it right beside me right there. And maybe I could have used some of that for the next time I had to go to the doctor and give up one of those samples.
You put it on the desk next to you?
No, put it by the side of the desk. Yes.
Okay, on the floor still. Man, I would have been terrified. I would have kicked that thing over and there would have just been pee all over the floor.
Oh, I was thinking it the whole time. Don't do that. Just keep that in your mind there, old man, that thing is sitting right there. You don't want that all over the floor.
Yeah, please don't.
By the way, don't forget your screening, everybody. Get out there and get screened.
Please don't do that. Please, if you have to go pee, I'll hold the fort for a couple of minutes.
Oh no, that's the excitement. There's a little bit of excitement behind that. It's not like me having to take a dump and I run into the gas station and there's a lady with her kid in the only bathroom, and then you have to go back around the back of the gas station and lean against the wall and shit there. I mean, it's not that kind of fun. I mean, life is full of adventures.
Yeah, I'm just worried. We don't have an HR department here. I'm just worried that the camera's going to pick up something that it shouldn't be picking up.
No, you won't pick that up. I'm telling you, it's down low.
All right.
Yeah, and plus I got low T.
You were
so
doing this earlier today, so now I'm like, uh-oh. What's going on,
no,
dude?
one time. You're right. The next time, I mean, if I had to do something else, I'm going to go, you know what? I got to do number 2. I got to go. But once again, if that ever came to a sudden halt, I would be able to shit in that cup because remember, I don't do that in my pants.
Right. You don't have a separate shit bucket there?
No, I do not. No, I didn't. I can't. Dude, I would get thrown out of this house. If my wife came up here and there was a bucket, like a big paint bucket, and I'd say, well, what do you want me to do? Shit on the floor? Because I would, because I'm not doing it in my pants.
You do have, what, 3 bathrooms at your house?
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
I don't know why that was
Nothing
so hard for you to count to 3.
That was not a part of the plan. How did that not be a part of the plan? Building this house. I mean, but then again, there's only one room up here and then a gigantic attic.
Right.
And I said that I thought that even that gigantic attic was going to be somewhere where the grandkids came to watch movies, you know, getting Tom over here to build a theater, a home theater, speaking of baby consultations. You know, he was going to put a home theater in there. But how could you have little grandkids that didn't have a bathroom upstairs? And you'd see them going down 18 flights of stairs. They'd be rolling down the stairs. But once again, the theory is if we're still in this house when I become an old man, which is right now, that I'm going to do the elevator thing. There's a spot that I can put a little elevator down. And if I had to come up the stairs that way and down this, but dude, I'm going to make 18 flights of stairs for the next 25 years.
No chance. No chance.
Seriously, you don't think 20 years from now I can get up and down those 18 stairs?
No.
Dude, it's an exercise thing going up. It has a rail. They have rails. And no, I'm not sitting in a chair that's railed up. That's never happening. That's another thing that's never happening. I'm not getting on one of those seats that goes up the stairs.
Why not?
I will crawl up the stairs first.
You'll take the elevator before you'll do the...
Yes. Oh, the elevator thing sounds great to me. A little elevator, just stand in it, come up, takes you 2 seconds.
Elevator.
Yeah, maybe even put a potty in the elevator. If I have to, yeah.
You can just leave the elevator on the top floor then, and then
That's
boom.
right. Get in the elevator and send it down.
Oh, man.
Don't give me any thoughts of that because I think of that. You know, that sounds like a good idea, having a shitter in the elevator, just shit, and then send it down and let it sit on the first floor, right?
Oh, and let it just stew in there?
Yeah.
The next time you open the elevator, you're going to smell like weak old crap. God, that's the worst idea you've ever had.
Great idea. Innovative thinking right there.
Elevator
toilet in your own little elevator. Just hold it up, stop, and then send it down there and let it sit until you're done with whatever you're doing upstairs.
Why wouldn't you?
You got to be always thinking. Got to be always thinking. But her thoughts of, I mean, it was really weird because she thought of the same exact thing. I'm thinking, I can't get on the ladder now for any of that kind of stuff. I'm not allowed to get on the ladder through her. But she gave me, what if there comes a time when I can't get on the ladder? I said, well, where's Javier at when I need him?
You got a few Jeffrey Toobin jokes coming in regards to you whipping it out and peeing on camera a couple of weeks ago. And then someone on the
No, I'm not doing that thing right there.
This will be the Buck in a few years, sitting on one of those.
And that's how steep my
wheelchairs.
I've been up those steps. And aren't they steep like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I don't think you're going to be able to walk up and down them in 20 years. I don't know if you're going to be able to do that in 10 years.
And no, I for years and years, I thought of the man diaper, but I can't imagine having to pee into a diaper and sitting here for a half hour. No, that's going to be moist, that's going to be moist around my bottom. And I chafe real easy. So I don't want, I don't want to be sitting in my crap or my pee. I can't now. If I'm at, a granddaughter's wedding or something and I shard myself or pee on myself, I think I could eventually get to the car and change, but I can't do that in my own home. I can't do that sitting here talking to people.
No.
Sit in it. No.
Not that you need my permission, but you have my permission to get up and use the bathroom during the show if you ever need to.
So if I just disappear, that's it. I don't have to explain to the people, or do I have to give them an explanation? Yes, I'm going to shit, y'all.
Well, you've told everybody your bowel movements in the last 10 minutes, so you're pretty open with everything. And I think people would know now. If you just got up and walked away, I think people would realize that you got to go.
I like it better that I'm peeing and I'm actually doing it and they don't know. So now they're all going to time it up and say, "Oh yeah, look at he's smiling. He's peeing right now."
Yeah, try to predict when the Buck is peeing on the show.
But less than a year, one time. That's all it's been.
We'll turn that into a giveaway.
Huh?
Turn that into a giveaway.
Oh yeah.
If someone's able to accurately say when the Buck is taking a leak on the show, we'll give them a gift card or something like that.
That sounds like a good plan. Hey, yeah, that is a good plan. If you predict the time that I actually pee, I will give you a $500 cash. How's that?
Whoa. Straight cash, homie?
I'm going to go. That's right. If somebody has a prediction of if I do that, because I remember once in less than a year, I've only done that. I will give if somebody says he's doing it now and they're accurate, I will give them $500.
Can I win?
No, you can't win. You're not going to know.
I don't know, which is why I think I should have a chance to win. I'm just as clueless as everyone else. I didn't know you've already done it.
See? There you go.
All right. I don't know how we got there. That started with smoke detectors. And the reason I brought up the smoke detectors, once again, it's hilarious that you had a smoke detector story today as well. But there's an NFL player, Deommodore Lenoir, who's a defensive back for the 49ers. Pretty solid player for them. Mm-hmm. He did an interview with Kay Adams on her podcast the other day. And this is a bizarre story in which Deommodore Lenoir says the battery in his smoke detector has been out for months, and he hasn't changed it. Here's the back and forth on him explaining why he hasn't fixed that beeping smoke detector.
I want to know whose job was it to change the batteries in the smoke detector?
Man, that was not nobody's job. My smoke detector still go off right now.
I'm hearing it.
Yeah.
Is that your smoke detector?
Yes. I didn't switch the batteries. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing it wrong.
Deommodore, were you sleeping with this going like? Well, I don't understand.
I didn't hit switch so hard, I don't even hear it.
You're telling me you slept an entire night with that noise in the background? How many nights?
This has been going on since last season. It's been good luck. So I just let it go. Like I've been playing good so far the whole season. I'm kind of superstitious.
How about that?
Dude, I can't sleep for 5 minutes when that thing, once the first beep goes off, my mind is like, okay, it's 2.5 minutes. It's going to go off in another 10 seconds. I couldn't sleep through that one beep every 5 minute thing.
I'm with you. Like the first time I hear a beep, I'm out of bed and I'm changing that battery. Actually, I'm unplugging it and then I'll change it in the morning. But it's like, just shut up, turn off, let me go to sleep, please.
Dude, I would take a baseball bat. I'd take a chair and get up and use a baseball bat in order to get rid of that. I can't sleep like that. I can't sleep with the TV on or with the radio on, because I've tried that as a kid with the radio, and I keep trying to sing the songs that come on the radio. When I was like in high school, you leave the radio on and try to fall asleep. Well, the next song would come up and your mind wouldn't you never go to sleep. You start trying to sing the song. I'm like, what? I can't do it. And I know people that have to have like the TV on. I have never, ever been able to fall asleep with the TV on. I can't recall falling asleep and there's a TV that's still on. I can't sleep with the TV on.
No, I can, but I choose not to. Like,
people listen to music. I'm like, no, I can do the fan. That's about it.
Yeah, you get the white noise from the fan, or some people have white noise machines that help them fall asleep.
I can do that. It's just got to be a constant. But music, the change of music, if your mind never sleeps, it's like your mind is wants to, remember the words of this song, and you never sleep.
What are those bugs that come around in the summer? The facatias or whatever. What are those called?
Oh yeah. The ones that look like big June bugs, look like locusts. Yeah.
Croatias or something.
Cicadas or.
Yeah, that's it. Cicadas.
Cicadas. Yeah. Those don't bother me. I can sleep through those.
Yeah. Those bother me. Like, I've got some trees right outside my apartment, and like, I guess some of them will hang around in those trees. And some nights it's bad. Like I'll put in headphones with no music. I'll just basically put in earplugs to shut that up so I could go to sleep.
I have trouble. I hear really well. So when people are whispering and talking shit about me in a crowd, I can, like, if I go to a restaurant, I hear all the conversations around me. My wife just loves the fact she can't hear, she's got really bad hearing, but I can hear the conversations, and it drives her nuts when I'm saying they're talking about this or they're talking about that, like 5 tables. I can hear all the conversations, or I can hear everything. Like in my house, if the ice machine drops ice in the kitchen from my bedroom with the bedroom door shut, I can hear the ice hit in the ice tray. I'm like, I hear that. So if you're trying to creep up on me at night and you move a sliding door, we've got those kind of barn door deals. It's like, I can hear that. You're about to get shot. If you open up if the garage door opens all the way on the other side of the house, BK, I know the garage door opened up.
Yeah, man, that's the, like, a lot to dive into with this Lenoir story. I've heard of some crazy superstitions in sports. That may be the craziest. The fact that this dude was willing to sleep with the smoke detector going off in his house for a whole season because he was playing well. He's like, oh, it's working, so I'm not going to mess with it. Like, that is insane behavior, dude.
And when it stops, it's going to be even more insane because he's going to be used to that sound. It's going to bother him. He won't get to sleep.
Yeah, now he's going to have to, like, have a YouTube video or something just with a smoke detector beeping.
That's
so
amazing.
He gets that sound, or he'll just never change it. He's like, I've got other smoke detectors that work. I'll just leave this one with the, and I feel like at some point it'll shut off on its own, right? Because the battery just dies. Like, it beeps when it's low battery and it's like, hey, you need to change this. But at some point it's going to run out of the juice to beep, right?
I don't know. I think it's the electricity in your house too.
That powers it.
System.
Maybe. I mean, I'm like
that. I know this. If I'm a chick or his dude friend, I'm not coming over to stay overnight because there's no way. Can you imagine bringing a girl over to your place and that thing was going off and you tell her, I don't change that. That's just how life goes at my house. She would be out of there and never to come back again.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a relationship ruiner right there. Like, you talk about red flags in a relationship. If you find somebody
this guy is crazy
who sleeps with the smoke detector beeping, then that's it. Like, I don't care if everything else is perfect about that person. That's game over.
Once again, if I'm not with my wife and that's happened to me somewhere and I can't get that to shut off, I would go up and reach and rip that out of the top of the wall. I'm telling you, I can't take that sound.
That's like 99% of people, I think, agree with you, right? Like,
just rip it right out.
You're doing whatever you possibly can to get that sound to stop. And then this guy's like, no, I'll let it go on for months. And it goes on during the day too. So it's not like, it just kicks on at like 10 o'clock or 11, whenever this dude goes
just
to bed.
Around the house.
I mean, he was doing an interview from his place.
I'd never be home. I would never be home if that were the case.
Yeah, the interviewer heard it. Kay Adams was like, is that the smoke detector going off? And he's like, yeah, it's cool. It's just how it goes around here.
What in the hell?
That is bizarre, man. I'm like, dude, car alarms, like construction noises, crying children, snoring, like all that stuff, dude. I can't have it.
No, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't have it either. I can't. If, I don't consider myself a snorer. I know I do, but if my wife she's had this little cough going on for the last couple of weeks too, and obviously won't get it checked. Yeah. So, I mean, she goes through these coughing fits. Dude, I take my pillow and I come up the 18 flights and lay on the big taco up here to sleep. I can't I hear too much. I can't, I don't sleep. That's why, I don't get those really going to the hotel is the best thing in the world for me. Being in Dallas and shutting those blinds and not hearing anything is awesome.
Don't you have a guest room at your house?
Yeah, well, I'm not around to go mess with the guest room. What, are you kidding me?
You're not allowed to go to the guest room.
No, I can't sleep in the bed. I have to come up to the big taco.
That doesn't make sense.
No.
What's the fear there? You can't, like, I get the stove or the oven, like you could burn the house down. What's the fear with the guest room?
It's a part of that bathroom, that other bathroom system that I can't use.
You don't use the bathroom. You just use the.
No, that's a part of the system. The bathroom and that spare room over there go together, and I'm not allowed to use the bathroom, which means that I'm not going to be in that spare. I'm fine. The big taco is fine.
You're living with the Gestapo, it sounds like.
Dude, there's just certain things that are fine with me. I don't even put up a battle. I lost out on tubby time. So when I lost out on tubby time in the bathtub, I could go through a lot because for forever at my old place, which I lived that place for 10 years, I didn't take showers. I was a cowboy. I just sat in my own filth.
That's
and took
gross.
tubs. I mean, there was no shower in the master bedroom, so I took tubs to clean myself.
Every day you tubbed?
Well, whatever. Yeah, I would
No
take a
shit.
shower.
Oh my God, that's gross.
I'd have to go into the middle bathroom to take a shower. So I had a shower, but most of the times it was all about a tub. And how the Cowboys did it? You think they didn't sit in their own filth when they threw a bar of soap and when they were sitting in a big barrel?
That was a long time ago, though.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm an old-fashioned cowboy.
Like that was all
filth.
That was all that they had. That was all that they had back then. Hey, you're not in a Cialis commercial, dude. You don't need the bathtub. Get in the shower.
It's okay, but I don't. Well, now that's all I get to do is shower. Big open shower.
Well, I'm surprised you're allowed to use that.
I am. I'm good with that.
She turns on the water for you, though, right?
No, everything's good.
Oh,
if I need to get, if my back is bad, I have a horse trough that I can load up with water and throw ice in it and sit in it. I truly have that on my property.
Huh.
Last summer, I used the hell out of that thing. I have not used it yet this summer, but I would load up that thing with water and fill it up with 8 bags of ice and just sit in that thing for an hour. It is great.
Cold tub.
Big old cold tub, which I got from Tractor Supply. It's like a horse trough. I just sit in that thing over by my shed and relax. But nope. Ever since I got I don't know. You put too many oils in the tub with your little tubby time. You got your bubbles and shit in there. It was like, no, we're not going to do that. I'm like, okay.
You only have one tub in the house?
Yes.
Okay.
In the bathrooms, yes. There's only one tub.
Okay. And that's the one your wife uses to shower too.
Yes. So, yeah, I'm not. Okay. Oh no, she can use all the bathrooms. She just won't use all the bathrooms because I use them. We're filthy. Men are filthy. Women don't like to use bathrooms after us. That's only an accident that they have to. That's out of necessity if they use the same bathrooms we use. They don't really want to.
I'm not most men when it comes to that because I keep my stuff very clean.
Well, I do too. It's not, dude, I'm not dirty. You've been to my house.
Yeah.
And my wife is a constant cleaner. It's never clean enough. I'm like, it's just us two. We don't have any children. There's no children. It's just us. And she's doing clean. She goes, this place is so dirty. And I'm like, I'm looking around and I'm like, where? Besides up here where I am.
Right.
I mean? I don't see anything. We don't sit there. We're not entertaining people. The living room is just fine. She's cleaning the rugs. And I'm going, what the hell's here? Who's been here besides your little dog?
Some people are like that, man. They just constantly clean. Better than the alternative of just never cleaning.
I can't live filthy. I can't live like I lived in college. I can't do that.
No.
I refuse to do that. I'm way too old for that. So, but I'm almost to the point of sitting and peeing, which I said I would never get to. But
what do you mean you never get to? You just did it a month ago. You just told us.
Yeah, I mean, but that was supposed to be like every time. Even if you lift the seat up, why don't you just leave the seat down and pee sitting down? I'm like, because that's not how I'm supposed to pee.
Yeah, no, you're not. You're not.
Right?
Men aren't supposed to do that. I'm
supposed to stand up like Louisiana, but I'm supposed to hit the toilet though.
That may be the best part of being a man. I mean, it's one of them is the fact that we just can stand up and pee just like that.
Right.
Makes life very easy. Convenient.
Yeah, the universe is our bathroom, really.
It is 100%. 100%. All right, quick text on the Coda text line. Got a couple of these to get to, and we'll get back into the sports this morning. We promise. A 207 number says, I'm a building inspector. I just walked into a house, smoke detector beeping. Oh. Right on cue. And then another text that says, my buddy growing up, when he was at his grandparents' house, they had pump water. Him and his brother would bathe first, then his grandmother, then the grandfather, all using the same bath water.
Yeah, there were times, you had to pump that in. Yeah, throw it in there. That's Yeah, that's me, old cowboy.
How about this text, too? Appreciate you sending this text, a 512 number. John in Buda, nice enough to send this in and said he was comfortable sharing this on the show. Says he got his first colonoscopy last week, and they found 3, polyps?
Polyps.
They removed and had tested. Got results last night. They were not cancerous, but if left in place, he was told they could have turned into cancer. So
Good job.
thank you, John. And he says, keep spreading the word and feel free to use my story as an example. If it helps guys, go get screened. So awesome, John. Glad you're okay.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, thank you for allowing us to share your story. And boom, that's a real testimonial from a real TSU listener right there.
Go. Yeah, you got to get those polyps removed if they're there. You don't want them to be around. So doesn't mean you have cancer, but it could be the start. Good job by him.
Yeah, awesome. Good stuff, John. Appreciate you passing that along. All right, before we shift gears here and get into some sports, including some Major League Baseball and some helmet talk, because the team Texas is playing this year unveiled a new helmet that they will be rocking this season. Let's give a few more shout-outs to a few more sponsors.
We say hello to our good friends over at Relax the Back. And no, I'm not in the pooping chair, but I am in my great chair. And my back, is feeling fantastic, and it has been for over 20 years, thanks to the folks at Relax the Back. They have a holistic approach and having a healthier lifestyle, and it's backed by 35 years of expertise, folks. And they've got everything that you need: Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, zero-gravity recliners, and, of course, those adjustable mattress sets just for you. Human scale office chairs, desk, and all the accessories to make you feel good, to make your life a little bit more comfortable, whether it's at home or at the office. 2 great locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Hey, man, shout out to Jason over there at Relax the Back. Was talking to him earlier this week. Real good dude. Speaking of good dudes, our man Tom McKay of Audio Visual Consultations. We'll let you hear from him right now.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audio-visual consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Awesome. I love this where Longhorn, I think it was a Longhorn Bear that said that Russell Wilson had 4 bedrooms and 12 bathrooms.
Yes. I think that was
Chris who said that. CB said that. Wow.
Yeah, I remember that when Russ was living in Denver with Sierra. They built a house out there, and it was a giant house that had 12 bathrooms.
Man.
Only 4 bedrooms. Like, look, I'm a fan of having multiple bathrooms, right? But
I don't need 12.
God, man, I don't know. I guess it's nice. You don't have to walk that far to go take a leak.
Oh, well, hell no. Every door you open up is a bathroom just about.
I have to say, but cleaning those, that's got to be tough. I feel like you only end up using 1 or 2, which is the funny thing. Like, you've got 12 in the house, but you'll use the one by your bedroom, and then you'll use, I don't know, one by the kitchen or wherever you
got your favorite spots.
That's it. Everyone's got their throne. Shout out to AV Consultations. Also, some love to Altstad Beer, the best beer that you could find anywhere in the world. Altstad Beer brewed in Fredericksburg, but available all over the Lone Star State. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And if you're looking for something to do this weekend, hey, rain's cooled it down a little bit. And we might avoid the rain this weekend, which means it could be the perfect time to make a trip down to the Altstat Brewery. You get to enjoy their world-class beer, listen to live music, you can take in a Texas sunset from their outdoor beer garden. And they've got delicious food, too. A German-style restaurant serving up all sorts of European cuisine. telling you, they didn't mess around when they built this place. It is the perfect day trip for the beer drinkers in your life. You can have a great time at the Altstadt Brewery, once again, right in the heart of the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. And you can get the beer wherever you shop for beer. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And folks, do remember to come join us for the pregame show, 7 home pregame shows at Schultz's Beer Garden. At Zegarunde Hall, we'll be there for a full 2-hour pregame show. And with every home game, we'll be giving away a pair of Ariat boots from our good friends, and we'll get them. You'll be able to get them over there at Cavender's. And for the away games, Cavender's, which the away games will be at Schultz. It'll be at Shoal Creek Saloon. That's where the away games will be. We'll be over there, and we'll be giving away some nice cowboy hats over at that joint. So you're going to get something at each one of the events that you attend with us, at least 12 of them. You know, we'll be make sure that, or even more. So home games at Schultz's, away games will be at Shoal Creek Saloon. So please come join us for a full 2-hour pregame show, not 40 minutes, not maybe this pregame show this week, but maybe not next week. We'll be there for home and away games. And thanks to folks over there, Dan and the gang over there, for doing that. We do appreciate having a place to go and having a place to enjoy, you know, talking some Texas football with you, the people. So come and join us.
Amen.
Plus places for some good food. Yes.
Yeah, great spots too. We're not asking you to go to the weeds somewhere, go to some dump. We're asking you to go to 2 of the most iconic venues in Austin, Texas, USA, America.
Yeah, and we will still have our meet and greets on Friday at Covert out in BK's. We'll be there on Fridays, and with a new sponsor. I know you guys like pizza, but do you like Via 313 pizza? That's the deal.
Yeah.
Do you like that pizza?
Yes. If you're asking me, yes.
Yes. I'm going to find out about this thin crust eventually, which everybody's been telling me you need to try that if you like the deep dish. I can't get away from I'm like you. I can't get away from the deep dish enough to try the thin crust.
I think I'd eat Via pizza every day if I wouldn't die. It's so good. It's so good. And,
looking forward to that and seeing some of the you know, the former Longhorns and future Longhorns out there at Coverts and BKs. 42 beautiful acres out there, of course, and you're going to love the folks out there. And I'll tell you, these guys, when they come out there to visit us, we may have to try to get some volleyball people out there. They're champs.
Yeah,
some of them to come out. You know,
sure.
Have ladies come out and visit with us and stuff, and sit and talk to people. These athletes are incredible. The ones that played at Texas or still play at Texas, people love talking to them, and they love spending their time with people and letting them know what they're doing and what their lives are like now. I mean, that's been a great kind of godsend for us to have the ability to have people come out and sit with us for an hour or so and sign autographs and tell you what they're doing with their lives.
Yeah, really looking forward to that once again. Our Friday pregame luncheons out at Covert BK before every home game. So there won't be 12, but we do have 7 home games this year. So 7 opportunities to hang out with us, hang out with some lifetime Longhorns, and grab you a free lunch out at the gorgeous Covert BK. And you can buy a car out there too. They won't kill you if you try to do it.
No, they won't be mad at you. Believe me.
They'll be happy with you there. All right, quick Major League Baseball, Buck. Don't look now, but the Texas Rangers are within 3 games of first place in the American League West. They're still under 500, but the Astros have lost 2 in a row to the A's. They got boat raced last night.
The Athletics?
The Athletics have won 2 in a row, and they've won their series against Houston, and the Stros will try to avoid the sweep this afternoon at the Coliseum. And Seattle, well, they couldn't beat the high school team right now. They lost again last night to the Anaheim Angels of Los Angeles, whatever the hell I'm supposed to call them. And the Rangers beat the White Sox for the second straight evening. So we've got 3 teams within 3 games of each other in the American League West. You've got a tie for first. The Astros and Mariners are tied right now. But the defending world champion Texas Rangers, who, hell, we talked about it last week. We're wondering if they were sellers at the trade deadline because they've just been so this year. Now all of a sudden they're a week away from being in first place. Crazy.
They got the wake-up call.
Yeah, they got the wake-up call. And look, the good news for them, like whoever wins the AL West will be the skinniest kid at the fat camp this year. I mean, that's what it's become. A lot of people thought it'd be the best division in baseball this year. And right now it's the worst. But good news for Astros fans and Rangers fans. It's like, oh, your team's not playing very well this year, but you've got a shot to win the division and make the postseason again. So Rangers are right there. Two more against the White Sox coming up. White Sox are the worst team in baseball. Chance for the Rangers to continue clawing their way back into that AL West race.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's the word in baseball right now. And then your Yankees.
Oh, they stink.
They lost to the Mets again last night, Buck.
You're right. They have not beat the Mets this year. They're 0-3, I believe, 0-4. That's bad news.
Yeah, and the Mets have been better in the last month and change.
Yes, they have.
But, the Yankees don't like losing to the Mets.
Yeah, and I was watching some of that game last night too.
Really?
And I thought the Yankees had an opportunity to win, but
yeah, they did.
Booney's still coaching.
3-2 the final, and the Mets walked Aaron Judge 4 times last night. That was the big story. And one of them was intentional, but they all were kind of intentional.
Yeah, they were all intentional. That was awful.
You lead the world in home runs and RBIs this year. We're just not going to pitch to you. We're going to make the other guys in this lineup beat us.
You can't beat us.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally Juan Soto and Aaron Judge and a bunch of right now in New York. They've got J.D. Davis batting 5th, and they've got Jamil Jones batting 1st. You know who that is?
No.
So that's your Yankees, a $300 million payroll, and they have 2 good players in their offense right now. So,
yeah, they are struggling again. Now, you told me before the show started, I didn't realize this. Michael Gallup has retired?
Michael Gallup retired. Yeah, surprising story from the NFL last night. Gallup, I think at 28, 29, spent 6 years in the league. Most with the Dallas Cowboys. He actually signed a free agent contract with the Raiders this offseason, like a 1-year deal, low money. It felt like kind of a prove-it deal to show the world that, hey, I'm still a pretty talented receiver and I still have enough left in the tank. But, yeah, last night, Schefter and Rappaport and all of the insiders said that Michael Gallup has decided to call it a career.
Yes, being an old wide receiver, I just could see that he just did not have the type of explosion that anybody thought that he was going to have after that surgery. And sometimes it works, guys, and sometimes it doesn't work. When you hear people tell you about how things will come back better than they ever were, that's not necessarily true. Not all knees are the same and not all people heal the same. And that dude him getting back to all right was last year. He was never going to be as good as he was last year, even, after that surgery. That's the best you were going to see, and that's not good enough for the NFL.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be good enough for some teams, I guess, as a 3rd or 4th receiver, but nobody's keeping 4 receivers. You know what I'm saying? And especially with a guy with a knee that the explosion just wasn't there. Coming out of cuts, Michael Gallup could still go up and catch a high ball. He could still get up, but he couldn't come out of those breaks, BK, like he did the year before he had that surgery. He was awesome.
Yeah.
He wasn't even close to the same guy.
No, he was great. Had a solid rookie season, and then his second year back in 2019 was the best year of his career. He went over 1,100 yards with 6 touchdowns for the Cowboys, and then followed that up with an 840-yard season and 5 touchdowns. So it's like, all right, like Cowboys drafted this dude in the 3rd round. Feels like a pretty nice find in the 3rd round. It's still, overall, you look at the career of Michael Gallup, I wouldn't say it was a bust or anything.
No.
He got hurt. You're right. He got hurt in 2021 and couldn't eclipse 500 yards in a season after that. Last year, probably his worst year in the league. And it's crazy. The guy's 28. I gave him an extra year. He's only 28. And his knee looked completely shot. And it was obvious that he wasn't the same player. And
no, he wasn't.
The fact that he really declined that quick, Buck. Like, my God, the fact that he went from, Pro Bowl caliber player to just out of the league in the span of 3 or 4 years is crazy.
Yeah, like I said, everybody doesn't heal the same. When you think that, oh, no, he's going to be all right. He may not be all right the first year, but he'll come back the second year and really be, back to where he was. Not everybody heals like that. That's just the fact. And when you looked at him, I could tell. I'm like, that's not the same guy. It's 2 years later, and he still doesn't have it back. No. And then I'm thinking he may not get it back, and he never did.
Never did. Yeah,
now he's out of the league, and that's too bad for the Cowboys because he really, really that 1 year played so well for them.
Yeah. And the Cowboys had moved on. Once again, Gallup had signed a deal with Vegas a few months ago and didn't play it out. Maybe he was realizing that he wasn't going to make the team. And it's like, hey, I'll retire. Like, I don't have it anymore. So, yeah, feel for him. That's a sad story, but solid career for Michael Gallup comes to an end. All right, Buck, let's talk some helmets here.
All right.
Texas plays Louisiana Monroe in the 4th week of the season at DKR on September 21st. And ULM apparently will be rocking some new helmets this season. They tweeted these out yesterday afternoon. I'm going to screen share to show you a few pictures of what the ULM Warhawks helmets look like in 2024. You see that?
Yes.
Any thoughts? Can you describe what's going on to the folks tuned in on the app right now?
Looks like a Pac-Man that's very, very high and hungry.
A Pac-Man with the munchies?
Yeah, with the munchies. That's exactly what it looks like to me.
That's what you're going with here?
That's supposed to be like a war eagle, hawk, or whatever it is.
Yeah, Warhawks is their mascot. There's the back of the helmet.
It looks more like some kind of looks like the rat squirrel that was in my yard a couple months ago.
It's got so each side is the same. I mean, it's got eyes, like one on each side of the helmet, and then it's also got like a mouth.
Yeah, with big old sharp ass teeth.
Like half the mouth is on the left side of the helmet, half the mouth is on the right side of the helmet, and it's got sharp teeth that are red and gold, which are the colors of ULM. And I guess Jake says that's a predator. I guess they were going for predator look. I don't know what a warhawk is. Is that a real bird?
It's a hawk. It's just a hawk.
This is not a hawk. Whatever's on this helmet is not a hawk.
That's correct. It's not.
I know what a hawk is. I don't know what a warhawk is, but this is not any bird I've seen.
Hawks have teeth.
I feel like they have teeth, but I don't know if they have teeth like this.
Like a saw?
Yeah, it does kind of look like a saw in there. Like a mouth with a saw in it. I don't even know. I mean, it's unique. I'll give them that. And when you're ULM, like their old helmets, I think just said like the letters ULM on the side.
Yeah,
so
put that back on and just move along.
This is a lot cooler looking, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. Like, part of me wants one of these. I'm not a helmet collector or anything, but like, I respect the.
They did give it a try, though.
Yeah, it's a different look. You don't see that very often.
No, so, I like the try.
In response to that, actually, it's funny because I saw this article yesterday on Twitter too. Some guy named Mike Farrell put out his bottom 10 helmets in college football. So,
I think hopefully the Horned Frogs are on that list.
I was going to ask you before we start to reveal Mike's list. You've got an idea of some of your least favorite helmets?
I don't like the Horned Frogs. I don't like TC. I don't like that horny toad or whatever that thing's supposed to be. That's gross. You know, for years I didn't like Penn State, the basic white helmet with the blue stripe. I didn't think that. Now it's an iconic helmet, so I can't put that down as one of the worst.
Okay.
You know, I can't.
Just because others think it's iconic doesn't mean you have to think it's iconic,
No,
you know?
the Boston College helmet that's trying to look like Notre Dame with the burgundy stripe down the middle of it. That's about it. But, I mean, I don't, you know, now Wreckham Tech, that doesn't do much for me.
The interlocking double T.
They're always trying to change their outfits.
Yeah, well, TCU and Texas Tech have multiple helmets, so which TCU one do you hate?
The double T. They have one with like a double T on it.
That's Texas Tech.
Then they used to have just the one with the single T. I like that one, but then they try to double it up and make you feel like you're seeing things. I wasn't real happy with that one.
Talking about Texas Tech?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's their logo. I feel like that's been their logo for a long time. The double T.
I think they had a single.
Maybe way back in the day, but not for as long as I've been alive.
In the day.
Yeah, I don't know. Texas Tech single T helmet. See if that even
it's always been a double T.
Yeah,
I mean on the inside, you know what I'm saying?
Quick Google search. Yeah, you might be right. It'd be before my time, but quick Google search. I don't see any helmets like that. I was hoping to find one to screen share, but I think they're rocking the double T. All right. Well, here's Mike's list. You got TCU and Texas Tech as your least favorite.
Yeah, TCU is one of my least favorites.
Okay, they got the one with the horn frog and then the TCU letters on top. Not your thing. All
They
right,
could
well,
have just left the TCU and left the frog at home.
here's Mike's list from 10 to 1. Worst helmets in college football, according to Mike Farrell. Number 10, he's got Maryland. Maryland's a school that's trotted out a number of different helmets over the years. They had that one with the state flag, the four.
Oh, yeah. That was Under Armour's first group, I think, was they went to Maryland.
Yeah, I think so. Like the founder of Under Armour went there, so they always get some unique stuff. And I think they've switched to the more common look in recent years, but that's number 10, excuse me. Number 9, the Nebraska helmet.
Iconic, no way. I like it.
With the white shell, just the Arial narrow font N on each side and the red stripe across the middle. Yeah, this helmet sucks. I agree with Mike. I mean, it's iconic because Nebraska's, former blue blood and they've been around forever, and you associate that N with them 100 times.
Yeah, that would indicate horror right there for the teams that came on the field, and that group came out with those helmets on.
Yeah, it's still a bad helmet though. Like I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's you're right. No, you'd be scared when you saw that thing on the other sideline for a long time.
You would.
But now it's you're happy when you see that little N. It looks weak.
We got them again this year. Great.
Yeah, it looks weak and puny, and the team has been weak and puny since the late 90s, early 2000s. Number 8 on the list is the Tennessee Volunteers helmet, the fake UT.
Yeah, that doesn't do much for me.
Just white shell with the giant orange T. I think they've got a stripe over the middle as well. You're out on Tennessee?
I'm out on Tennessee, yeah.
All right. The next one on the list from Mike Farrell is a team that Oklahoma. Well, I just told you who it was. I was going to tell you a team that Texas sees every year. Team that's making the move to the SEC. It is Oklahoma. Mike Farrell not a fan of the OU helmets, the crimson shell with the white interlocking capital block letter OU. It
goes into the same category with Nebraska for me back in the olden days of when they were ruling football. Sorry, that's an iconic helmet to me. I like it.
Yeah,
I don't like the team, but I don't mind the helmet.
It's pretty plain, but a lot of college football helmets are pretty plain.
Sure.
Like they just have your school logo, and this is the Oklahoma logo on the side of the helmet. So I respect them for having the crimson shell instead of just going with the white lid.
They never tried to get witty when it came to their helmet. They only got witty with their T-shirts.
Yeah, well, they have had some alternate helmets in recent years, but the T-shirt boys.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to ask Venables about that this year. Didn't do it. Number 6 on this list, another team that Texas saw last year, the Washington Huskies. I think this one's pretty slick. Like, you got a lot going on here. It's the gold dome with the capital purple W on each side, and then you've got the triple stripe, right? The purple and white stripes across the top. That's not a bad helmet, is it?
I don't think so. His list so far is not, and it's hard to do because depending on what kind of fan you are of all that stuff, I wouldn't have thought of them as being bad. Now, if you told me it was Northwestern, I would have said yes.
It seems like there's a pretty common recurring theme with Mike Farrell on this list is he just doesn't like capital letters on the side of helmets.
Right.
All right. Like Tennessee, Oklahoma, Washington, like a lot of the schools that we've talked about have been schools that just have helmet with letter on side. Nebraska, obviously, in there too. So that's sort of his pet peeve, I guess. Number 5, we're into the top 5 worst helmets in college football, according to Mike Farrell. Please bring us the season. Your Boston College Eagles.
Yeah, that's just kind of, there's really nothing to it.
What are they trying to copy?
That has one stripe down the middle of it, but the newest one is just like that. And it's all, we want to be Notre Dame, but we really can't be Notre Dame. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Why do they do that?
I don't know.
Like Boston College might have the worst helmet in college football. I mean, it's just so plain. Like, I think Notre Dame's helmet is incredibly plain, but at least with them, it's Notre Dame. It's like, that's just who they are. They've got their own nickname based on their helmet, right?
Yeah, this one is it looks like a helmet. It's not painted yet.
Yeah. Someone's just waiting, like, hey, yeah, they're waiting. Or it's like what the bit where a coach will say, oh, you have to earn your logo on the side of the helmet.
No, they just took these out of the box and said, put them on and play.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is what you get at the start of training camp.
Yes.
I hope you like it. If you practice well, then we'll give you a real logo. But instead, this is what you get.
Can't believe he put Boston College in there, that creep.
So Boston College, number 5. Number 4, this guy might be making some friends with Texas fans. He's got the A&M helmet as the 4th worst helmet in college football. He just says, boring, average colors, and little pop with the giant T sandwiched by not so giant A and M.
Yeah, I'll go with average color. Yeah.
I'll go with below average color. Color's gross. Stupid. Yeah, Boston College should have an eagle on it. A&M's helmets, no one really knows what an Aggie is anyways, so you got to stick with the letters.
They can't put a collie on the side of it.
Oh, a Rivalry alternate helmet?
Yes, they got to go with that. At some time, they need to.
Number 3 on this list. Man, some of these are considered pretty iconic. Number 3, the Georgia Bulldogs.
What?
And the reasoning for Mike here is the Green Bay Packers already had this idea.
Yeah, I mean, when you were a helmet kid doing that, maybe at that time you said, well, Green Bay has got that same G, so now it's not going to work in college.
Yeah, I don't know who had it first, right? I mean, Georgia, the University of Georgia, I assume, has been around longer than the Green Bay Packers have been around, but they didn't have helmets back in the day, and maybe
they didn't have championships then either.
Right, and maybe when they did start with helmets, they didn't have the Georgia G that they've got now. But Mike's saying, you basically just stole the Packers' exact logo and changed the colors. So,
yeah, Mike's making enemies.
I was about to say, yeah, I kind of like the Georgia helmet, but I get where he's coming from. Number 2, speaking of iconic, and this is a little bit off the beaten path because you don't have letters with this one. How about the USC Trojans?
Not a chance.
He doesn't like the old Trojan look that you get on the side of the dome.
No, go away.
He says, now,
if you don't like that helmet, you definitely don't like Michigan State's helmet then.
Well, excuse me, Buck. He says, I like the tradition of not changing things. I respect that. I just don't like this traditional helmet. It's kind of plain and could be so much better. So I guess the argument is like it could be a cooler looking Trojan. What does he want, a condom on the side of the?
I guess he does.
What I guess. I don't know. I mean, they could do a lot worse with that one.
That's one of my all-time favorite teams in the world. So no, I'm not buying into that.
Yeah, I dig the USC helmet. And last but not least, number 1 on Mike Farrell's shitty list. I think it's safe to call it that at this point. Of the worst helmets in college football. Drum roll, please. To give me time to share the screen.
The Scarlet Knights of Rutgers.
You brought it up. Penn State.
Get away now.
Says
I thought that for years and years and years and years, but now I guess it is just boring though.
It is boring, and that's what Mike says. He says a plain helmet can be iconic and cool. Just ask Notre Dame. But white with nothing, it's always been the most boring helmets out there next to the Cleveland Browns in the NFL.
That helmet with the white pants.
And it's cool when they rock the white out at Beaver Stadium. Also,
well, they don't have to do anything for game time. You get the same practice helmet, you just wear it in the game. You don't have to clean it up.
Yeah, that's all it is. I mean, you do have the blue stripe, so it's not just completely plain white.
No, it's got the stripe.
I can't argue this one. I'll argue a lot on the list, but plain helmet, come on, man. You got so much real estate there to put a logo or do something. And
Penn State, the Nittany Lion. Where's my lion at least?
And instead you're diddling little kids in showers. Like, come on, Penn State, be better in a bunch of different areas, please. Like, put Sandusky on the side of the helmet, huh?
And just batter his head?
Yeah. And what about Joe Pa? Put Joe Pa on there. The guy's a legend. He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't know about anything. That's what they try to tell you, at least.
Pedo State. Come on.
Pedo State. That's what they are. So, yeah, like a lot of that list I disagree with. I might come up with my own list at some point. But Penn State and Boston College being on there, like, boring.
Yeah, Boston College is boring. I'm not going to – Penn State is one of those iconic helmets that I won't call boring no matter what. I won't now. And Nebraska and OU, I mean, come on.
Nebraska's helmet sucks. It does. I know what it's associated with, and I know it's iconic, but it's the crappiest looking N ever.
Yeah, but
like,
how does
it's not even their
USC,
logo is a different N.
The
than
Trojans of USC, how could that be on his list?
That one shouldn't be on the list. Like, that one makes no sense. Georgia doesn't make a lot of sense. If you don't like letters on the side of helmets, then all right. Like, that clearly that's a problem with Mike.
Nebraska, take them off the list, and you can put the Cal Bears on that.
Yeah, they got
the Cal helmet. You can put that piece of crap in that, unless he's just not considering them major college football.
Well, I think Cal has Cal on the helmet.
Yeah,
right. Like Nebraska has N. If Cal just had C on the helmet, I'm sure they'd be on the list. But at least you're getting 3 letters with them. Now, Oklahoma, I guess.
What does Stanford do for? What does that helmet do for anybody?
Oh, they got the tree. They got a logo on it.
They've got the tree on there.
Yeah, it's the S with the logo. I mean, I think I don't get why the cardinal is a tree. I don't know what the hell that's about. But there's enough going on here for it not to be a bottom 10 lid.
It's better than the Penn State lid. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's the Penn State lid with the logo.
Yes.
Like that's, Penn State being at the top is fine, but we'll have to do our best and worst helmets at some point because Matt is asking our best helmets, and we don't have enough time today to get to it. But we can ask Double R and Wags here. By the way, quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
There you go.
Instagram at Waterloo Printing. Reach out for them if you've got a business that you need gear for. Want to make sure we give them some love, and love to all of our sponsors here on TSU. But we can bring on Double R and Wags and ask the boys about their least favorite helmets in college football. I know y'all were in the waiting room for some of that.
This is classy as shit. Mike can smoke one. All right, like the white,
that thing right
red
there.
Terrapin, the red Terrapin classic letters with the cursive on the white shell. That is absolutely gorgeous. Mike can smoke one. I'm telling you that right now. Hold on, Mike. I got one more for you, Mike. You like C's? You don't think Cal should be on there? You don't think damn Central Michigan? What about Central Michigan just with the C? Huh? How about that? That looks so great there, Mike. How come that didn't make your list?
That thing
Mike?
is
Go
that
smoke
color
one.
is not working.
Don't bring my Terrapins onto your helmet list, bud.
Yeah, Maryland was number 10 on that list. My guess is Central Michigan didn't make the cut because they're not important enough to be on there. But at least they got an underline. Like there's a C with the underline and some little.
That underline must have just went there because I don't remember that underline.
Maybe that got him off the list. Maybe Mike's like,
Jesus.
What about you, Double
Slap
R?
Happy Grandpappy up in Happy Valley with Sandusky and Joe Pa. They were in on it together. Joe Pa's a coward. He knew exactly what was going on down there in Happy
Oh, my
Valley.
God. He's going back to that. Come on, guy.
There's a lot of happy going on over there.
That's a tumultuous thing to happen.
Man, I like the old school. I mean, Nebraska, that N is boring. But again, what else do you put on there? You put a corn on the cob on there, or what?
That Times New Roman? What is that?
It's just a block letter N. But I mean, it's been around for the longest time, and we see it all the time here, where it's like people are like, okay, how about this image of a Texas helmet, and they want black and all this other bullshit? No, you just leave it alone. You just leave it as is. And that's where I can go in and respect some of those, even with Penn State. It's boring, but that's what they've had.
Come on. Iconic photo in Penn State history. Get this on the side of the helmets.
That dude right there.
Leave
that dude right there.
Get Jerry up there.
First one in the showers, guys. First one to the showers.
That's horrible.
The most famous thing Penn State football's ever done.
I know the Sandusky family.
That's right. Well,
you do?
Sorry to hear that. Did you go stay with them
too, buddy?
Oh, I remember I got recruited by them. Coach Sandusky was around. I've been there for for camps and stuff like that. Good.
Oh.
They were okay. There were some very, very wonderful people in the Penn State facility. Believe me.
Did you
I'm
just
sure
say
there
you
was,
went
but
to you went to
unfortunately,
Jerry
one bad
Sandusky?
apple pulled the bunch.
Have you been paid off?
No.
Did you just say you went to Jerry Sandusky youth football camp?
No.
Dude,
I think
are
he
you
was.
okay?
I'm
think he was.
fine.
He had his eye on you.
Yeah, let me just say this, and the one where he has on there with OU, that's such a that's a classic helmet, Rodney, that he's trying to put on that top 10 battle.
Yeah.
That's a good looking helmet.
It is. I mean, I like a classic helmet. I mean, you don't have to get over there and do all this fancy stuff. I mean, it's like keep it simple. Just keep
What
it
would
simple.
you do more with USC? I thought USC was fantastic. Like,
I
what
love
would you do
USC.
more?
And I got to tell you what, and I missed some of that. Was Ohio State on there at all?
No.
Okay.
They would be the
Here's what
top best looking
Here's
helmet.
what I like about Ohio State with their helmet. It's like old school, like in high school, where it's like if you make a tackle, interception, fumble, you get that sticker, and they put all that stuff on the backside. That's old.
You get the little Buckeyes on there.
Yeah, you get those little things back there, and I mean that's like when you see a dude that's got that shit all the way around. It's like, okay, watch out for that dude.
So that's
Well,
my fondest memory of Andy Katzenmoyer. But you guys remember Andy Katzenmoyer sucked in the NFL, but he was a monster at Ohio State, man. Just loaded with Buckeyes all up and down his helmet, man.
You know what? I was expecting to see the Fighting Illini on there.
Yeah, just an orange shell with the. Do you guys even have a blue stripe going down?
Yeah, they got the stripe, but they have just an eye on the side.
With the eye, the big eye.
Yeah. They wouldn't dare put the cheap Illinois on there because, of course, they would have got canceled for that. They wouldn't have that.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they're allowed to use that guy for dancing around like he used to dance at the basketball games. There was a kid who got a scholarship from the Native American folks, and he got to dance and do all those dances and shit there at the games. I think they canceled that dude too.
Yeah.
Cheap Illinois.
Hey, guys,
yeah, cool to me, but you got canceled.
But before you go, so I know I was out yesterday. Quick question: have you guys yesterday? Did you guys talk anything about Blink 182 by chance?
The band
show, this show, or nothing?
I didn't.
Okay. So here, with that whole conversation about
where are you?
There, that's right. That whole thing about having to go tinkle while things are going on. So there was a Blink 182 concert happening on July 22nd, which I guess that was over the weekend. And this video was actually caught in the crowd. So brace yourselves for this, because this is real life stuff right here. See, hopefully you'll be able to watch.
No way.
And we can talk through it. You see it?
No way.
There's a little stream that's happening
Oh,
there.
what a fuck.
That's a full.
That is, that guy.
Oh, you lazy.
Wait. Watch. You see that beer there, right? Okay. Big dude right there at the end of the row, kind of reaching over.
No,
he's
watch. That's piss in that other cup.
Oh.
And watch him with the jean shorts. I'm done. I've pissed.
Whoa.
How about
Okay,
that?
so are you sure that's not the cup of piss right there? And then he grabbed the beer?
No, that's a full beer. The cup of piss he sets down. It's going to kind of roll itself.
See,
once
I thought he was actually trying to piss in that
cup.
cup.
No. You have to. I wish I could make it bigger. That's what she said. But you can see the stream kind of happening right there.
What
He's
a
missing
lazy piece of shit.
He's missing the cup in his hand. That's the piss.
I usually don't comment on people's weight, and I shouldn't. But look how that fat fuck needs to go to the bathroom.
That guy can't get there in time.
See,
he's not going to make it.
He doesn't want to miss the show.
That's if we had the sound on, Blink 182 is jamming to one of those songs. It's like an anthem. I don't know what it's called.
That is scum of the earth right there. You foul son of a bitch.
No. He
can't gotta pee, man.
Sometimes you gotta go, man.
Get stand up. Go to the bathroom. Go to where there's a public.
It's
he
like
did go to the bathroom.
and you're waiting for that anthem, and it's like, I know it's got to be coming. I know they're going to play whatever this. If I go to Def Leppard, I'm like, man, they got to play Pour Some Sugar, and you're waiting. You know it's coming. Hey, I've got an extra cup right here. I'm just going to go right here. That's what happened right there, man.
Bro, that's foul. That's foul. That actually takes me back
This
to
is not foul. Look,
dude. It takes
that's
me back.
what you got. Ding, ding, ding. That's it,
At
boys.
least you got a
Right
lid
there.
on it, though, Buck. That's the thing. At least you got a lid on it.
Yes.
See, Bucky's got the mocktail put away to the side.
It reminds me of the Marines that were too lazy to get the hell out of the rack and go to the bathroom, and they would piss in cups and bottles right next to their damn cot or whatever, and then people would kick it over, and the whole hooch would smell like piss. Nah, man.
Oh man, good.
Go to the bathroom, you lazy bastard. Oh my god.
So something has happened. Apparently, me being associated with Brad Kellner, these videos find me. So
you don't go looking for them; they find you. I got
they
it.
find me.
We've been trained. We've been trained. I see the lovely Miss Joyce. I see the lovely Miss Joyce in the reflection telling you to come on, Buck.
Yeah, she is. All right, boys. Later.
See you guys.
I would leave too if Miss Joyce was calling me out. I ain't even gonna bullshit you, my dude. Ain't even gonna bullshit you. What's up, Chaos Theory? It is already chaotic on this wonderful Wednesday of July 24th. You know why it's wonderful, Rodney?
Because it's July. It's 7/24/24.
That's true. I didn't even think about that. But did you know what happened 20 years ago?
20 years ago, July. Your kid was born.
No, he's 17.
That's what I thought. He's 17. Man, I don't know what happened.
I was married. I got married 20 years ago. To this day. That's right. She's locked me down. I've only had one woman. I've only needed one woman. Yeah, it's been my best friend for 20 years. It's been one hell of a ride. We were talking about it yesterday. I hope everyone gets to find their best friend. I really do. I was very fortunate to where my best friend was 15 minutes away from my hometown. She went to a rival high school.
Yep.
We met when we were 17 and 18, and we started dating when we were 20 and 21, and the rest was history. David Zidek was at my wedding as well. It was a fun time. It was such a damn great wedding that we wanted to do it all. We wanted to get an annulment just so we could have another wedding again. It was fantastic. One of the best days of my life, and it has really set the tone for the past 20 years, man. Without her, you know, I say this all the time. Without my wife, without my partner in crime, I probably would have been dead if I didn't marry her, honestly. Dave might attest to that. I was kind of a little bit of a wild one. That's why I needed to go into the Marine Corps. As a matter of fact, I didn't really have much going for me. Dropped out of college. Matter of fact, David Zidek took my socks out of the locker room from Shepherd College, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, just not exactly the best times of my life, but along the way I met her, and hopefully everybody gets to find their best friend. Congratulations to Dave, too. Dave and Kathleen have been married for a long time. Tracy and Rodney have been married for a long time. Mm-hmm. So everybody out there that you've found your significant other, I would love to share this day with you in celebratory for 20 years. If you can be with anybody and share. We've been together longer than we have been apart, which is so wild. Like, it is absolutely wild. I wouldn't know what I would be able to do without her in my life. I couldn't even think of it. So yeah, I just wanted to take that first few moments to give a shout out to my wife and, you know, thank her so much for all the support that she provides. I wouldn't be able to do the show without her hominis dominus. You know what I mean? So again, she knows how fun and wonderful that this job is, and she loves Brad and loves everybody at Texas Sports Unfiltered. So shout out to Katie, shout out to Mrs. Wagner for riding in the party bus with old Wags here, my guy.
Wags, you're
48 years. Congratulations. They were married. CB's parents were married for 48 years. That's fantastic. We'll celebrate that, man.
Wags, you're giving me the feels, man. You're turning emotional on me, dude. What
I'm
the
a
hell?
Look, I got some emotion. I'm a Pisces. I'm not completely associated.
I know. I'm just giving you shit.
I even gave you a shout out yesterday with the emotions.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I bet on something emotional. I used an emotional charge for a bet instead of like an actual factual thing. I was like, maybe I got double R here with me right
Oh
alongside.
Lord, I hope you won. But no, that's a great thing. I mean, because it really is. And Tracy and I, well, it's been more my idea because we are pushing. We were married in 2006. We've got an anniversary coming up on October 21st. I'd love to renew the vows because you're like in a different place. Like you guys, like you're talking about those folks. If you could renew the vows, like
if you renew the vows, though, does that mess it up? Does that like curse the marriage?
I don't think it does. What I think would be really cool is that you could re-celebrate the vows and the unity and all that with the people that are a part of your life right now.
Oh,
like,
for sure.
Like if we redid it, it'd be TSU and different friends that have come along, on both sides. I think back to our wedding, back in 2006, and it's like, man, I don't even know where half those people are. So you could kind of redo it once again, but no, congratulations, dude. That's one thing, and it goes without saying. Just kind of find a testimonial. Man, times get really, really hard.
This is a maybe. This is a maybe. I ask every night, and I get the same answer, and it's no. All right. But I'm perseverant. I'm a perseverant person. I come back. I'm a resilient person. Perseverance always prevails with me. So I come back and I ask the same question every night and still get no. But tonight we might get a maybe. We might get a maybe tonight instead of a solid no. You never know.
So what's your plan? You got a dinner plan? You got
we're gonna head out to Jack Allen's Kitchen, as a matter of fact. Something just very easy, plain, and not over the top. Jack Allen's Kitchen provides everything for us, man. It's fantastic. It's got some of the best eatery on the menu there. And it's close. It's essentially like 5, maybe 7 minutes away, if that. So go there, do what we need to do, and then come home and hopefully do what we need to do.
Do what you need to do. You get back home and you say, on the dessert menu, my lady is
these nuts.
Yeah, maybe. Salt peanuts. Dun, 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 dun. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. A little salty. It's all right.
I'm trying to think of the best. So over the past 20 years, the sports venues that my wife and I have been to, and I'd like to think that probably Camden Yards is one of them, but Globe Field was pretty damn cool as well. The old Globe Field before the new ballpark opened up. The only thing with Globe was that it was so damn hot. Like it felt like there was no air anywhere in there. I mean, the stadium was fantastic. It was beautiful. It just, there was you couldn't breathe. But it's still like one of the best venues. And Colorado, the Rocky Stadium, that was a fantastic stadium as well. Where else have we gone and see a game? It's slipping. I'm gonna have to say Camden Yards, probably Rocky Stadium as well, and PNC Park, the Pirates Park. That's fantastic stadium as well.
Yeah.
So,
no, that's awesome, man. And it's those things. And I was actually watching something the other day and reading something where it's like, marriage is so hard. I mean, there's got to be that give and take. And I have been like you're talking about right there, not to take away from your anniversary.
No. It's shared. We're
sharing it is. And I feel terrible at times because I've kind of been very selfish in the fact where I've got to do this and I've got to do this. And seriously, it pains me to be gone from home. 65 years.
Congratulations. Pains you to be gone from home. You're on the road a lot though with your job.
Yeah, it makes it tough, and that's where it's kind of nice that Tracy has her things that she likes to do with with her friends and all that cool stuff. Coda text line, you guys can check in 22293
big win
28 512 number 963 number. Congratulations on 20 years, my man. Grant says happy anniversary, Wags. You got a 297 number from the 512 area code that says Warhawk Tua should be in store for you tonight. So
that's scary. I told y'all, man, that scares the hell out of me. That's too much going on. Too much Hawk Tua going on. Speaking of ballparks that we've been in, I just mentioned PNC Park. The Pittsburgh Pirates. Paul Skeens collected received his first loss of the season. This dude is absolutely lights out. To think that he hasn't even had a loss until last night was absolutely outrageous. The Cardinals put up 2 on him. He was responsible for both runs. But again, just not enough outage for the Pirates there. The Bat and Bucks, only 1 run. You got to get some crooked numbers to support your hurdlers, regardless of how much of a stud they are. Skeens appears to be the stud. What's your prediction on losses, hot over under on losses for Skeens to finish out the course, Rod?
So we're just past the halfway point. So I think the thing is he's been
magnificent. And remember, wins are not guaranteed.
Right. That's the whole thing. That is the whole thing. I think having that first loss right there, and it's interesting to me because the Pirates are over 500. They're 50-49 right now. They're 7 games back in that NL Central. I think which brings me to another question after. Yeah. I think that Skeens is probably, when it's all said and done, I think he's probably going to have, with the way everything's factored in, I think he's going to have 6 or 7 losses.
That's right. I got the over under at 5 for 5 losses for Skeens. Now, what you just said, 50-49, 1 game over 500. Without Skeens, where is this club? Bottom of the East?
Oh my God, there's no doubt about it.
I'm serious. If you're the general manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates, you're thinking, all right, we have ourselves a unicorn here. Besides Shohei Ohtani, we have arguably the best young arm in the game. All right, it's pretty, Major League All-Star starter in his rookie year. The dude's barring injury, this guy's arm's the toughest, the young toughest arm in the league right now. Okay.
Yep.
What do you have to do to support that? Run support, and where are you looking at to shore up the middle of the bullpen? Right.
What concerns me about the Pirates is the whole conversation, Wags, that we always have about these mid-market teams. It's like, what are they willing to do? I just, yes, you need everything that you said. You need all of that. I think at this point, I mean, you need a good reliever that's going to come in and be able to follow up on what he's doing. But the whole thing is, I mean, and here's where it sucks again, like we were talking about the other day when he had the no-hitter going at 99 pitches.
And they pulled him out. I'm not sure if Shohei is still in the young classification. That's a good.
I think he's still young. I mean, and I'm thinking about I'm thinking about Chris Sale. I'm thinking about Justin Verlander. I'm thinking about all these guys.
Sale's been in the league for so long too. Sale's got over 2,000 Ks.
I know.
Right?
Yeah. But I still see
Sale's got over 2,000 strikeouts, does he not?
He has to. I still see Ohtani as a young guy, and the whole thing is with Ohtani making this move, and this is where it's so interesting to me was Paul Skeens, because the conversation where I go back to this dude is how long is he going to stay in Pittsburgh, which is not going to be very long.
That's why I tell you guys, you got to give him the run support, or else
that's it.
Like it's not the fact that the poachers are going to come regardless, but if you have the team built around you, or if you see that the ball club is doing stuff to make you into a winner, maybe you give them, the hometown discount and be like, no, I'm staying here, man. This is what we've been working on for a while. I'll have my chance to go get poached somewhere else. Let's build with the mid-market, small market club and then go off.
And that's where I'll attribute this to my Spurs, to the San Antonio Spurs, where they have done a really good job to where they were able to keep Tim Duncan, David Robinson. Of course, these financials were different back in those days, but they would set the situation up to where those guys would take less money and stay there. I mean, there was a time where I thought Tim Duncan was gone and he wanted to stay in San Antonio. I don't think the Pittsburgh Pirates can do that with Paul Skeens. I wish they could, because that would be a great thing for baseball. Imagine this dude 8, 9, 10 years from now still playing for the Pirates. How great would that be in the NL?
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Yeah, and in Sale, like Jake brings up a good point. Sale's been in the league for over a decade. Like when I think of young arms, I'm thinking of like Grayson Rodriguez, Skeens, and pitchers along that line. Maybe is Garrett Cole the cutoff? Like in terms of pitching, like when you classify young pitchers, Garrett Cole to me seems like a veteran pitcher, like who's been in the league way too long. Like when I'm thinking of young arms, I'm thinking of maybe 2-year rated rookies, 3 years, people that are still in their rookie contract.
Yeah, I think the borderline could be with some of these guys, Garrett Cole, the list goes on and on, when they get that big contract. Which is usually what, year 5, 6, when they go to New York, when they go to Los Angeles, when they go to insert the name right there, that's kind of when they become more seasoned, veteran, maybe kind of move out of that younger status right there, because that's his whole progression of Major League Baseball. Is you're going to sit there and you're going to do these amazing things. And you talk about the Pirates. The Reds are in last place in that NL Central. They're 10.5 games out. The Pirates are 7 out. You don't have Paul Skeens. How freaking far out are they without Paul Skeens? I mean, it's unbelievable. But here's what I think is what's going to be really cool to see now that he has taken that first loss. Shit. Now
how much more dominant? Like now that
right.
That's off the
kind
of like off the cusp and kind of like the ice has been broken, so to speak. He goes out there and just starts spinning gems. So look, I wanted to say 3 at first for losses, right? Just because I'm so in on all the stock for Paul Skeens right now, man. If I had every cent to give to Paul Skeens' stock, I would be buying right now because he's just up. That's how high I am on this dude. I wanted to say 3 losses as the over under just because of how dominant I've seen him go so far. But again, like the lack of run support absolutely is daunting for Skeens there. Again, we're only talking about a team that's won with how dominant Skeens has been. They're 1 game over 500. They need 1 more arm for that. They need 2 more arms for that rotation and a lot of support.
Well, but the big picture is you look at the wild card picture. They're right in the middle of that.
They're in the mix. So does that make them buyers?
You have to be a buyer right now. I mean, if you can go out there and get some run support and get some of that bullpen backup that you're talking about, I mean, I think it's stupid at this point. And if you're the Pirates and you don't go that direction, and again, this is where it kind of sucks because they don't have all this money to be able to throw around and do different things. But I think if you're Pittsburgh and you really want to win right now, because this goes back to my point, Wags, you got to utilize this guy while you got him. Because at some point he's going to be a Yankee or somewhere else. Right. Man, if you ain't a buyer right now, then you're not leveraging, you're not playing, you're not doing the business part of this game right now. If you're not a buyer, if you're Pittsburgh.
Are your hey John? I see you in here, John. John, did you get your code?
Yes,
John?
he did. He did. He replied on the code.
Now, all codes have been spoken for and have been claimed. I'm going to try and work on new codes, guys. Again, we're kind of running out of them. Everybody's just kind of running out of their points. So got to wait until January 1st until our points renew. But no, where we at here? So with the trade deadline, we know that Pittsburgh in the market to buy. You'd like to think, right? Orioles in the market to buy. Astros are the Astros in the market to buy. Are you convinced that you guys are winners now?
Yes. You got to go get another starting arm in that rotation. You don't know what's going to happen. Verlander's supposed to come back. How long are you going to have him back? If he comes back, and that's great. But I really think you got to go get another starting arm. Wags,
which arm are you looking at? Which arm are you shopping?
Man, I don't know. I don't see a quality one there. I mean, the whole thing is Hunter Brown has kind of changed this up with the resurgence of Hunter Brown. I was talking about his ERA whenever I was here last on Monday. So you're a little more solidified right there. I think that some of that value, if Hunter Brown hadn't become what Hunter Brown has become here in this run since May, I think at that point you're really, you're going to go find the best one that you can. Sure. But I think now,
but right now you only have Valdez and Hunter Brown. Like you have to be going and shopping for an arm. You'd think, right?
You have to.
Until JB comes. Like what's the return table on JB?
JV's supposed to be back within the month. He's throwing again.
And even if he comes back within the month, there's not a guarantee that he's going to stay back, right? You can come back and re-aggravate the injury, and now he's off the damn block again, right?
Yeah. That's the whole thing. And then I really think if you're the Astros, you fixed the problem at first base when you got Abreu out of there, and that really seems to be where everything kind of turned itself up. John Singleton is a great, I hate to say fill-in player because he stepped into that role.
He's a good bridge. He's a good bridge.
He's a very good bridge.
There's some arms out there. There's some arms out there to shop for the Orioles and for the Astros. Flattery's out there. We took Flattery last year. Flattery did okay. I would have liked a more dominant outing from Flattery, but he came in the latter portion of the season and ate up some good innings for the Orioles there. Fetty's a good one too. I think that's who you guys are shopping. But again, these are going to have to be deals that are done there. I think the Astros are kind of looking at the White Sox to go get Fetty. White Sox got some pieces to get rid of, I would think. Like they're the team that's got a lot of really good talent, but they're just nowhere near contention to make a run at this. So they'll probably be trading a good bit here. I've seen the Orioles, target Garrett Crockett as well. That doesn't really move the needle for me. I think again, it's an arm that needs to be into the rotation or could be welcomed into the rotation of Baltimore. But hell, I mean, they'd basically welcome anybody right now. Dean Kramer's okay, but he's not going to be that dude that's going to go out there and throw you, 7 dominant innings or, 8 dominant innings. You're usually going to get 5.5, a quality start. You'll get a quality start, but maybe you'll get 6 innings. If I'm looking at a guy, if I'm looking to bring in somebody to bolster my roster, bolster my rotation, I want somebody that's going to go deep, or at least give me 6, Rodney. You got to have at least 6, man. Fetty's a dude that does that for you. Who else? Jack Flattery's targeted to the Dodgers. I would take Jack Flattery back again as well. Like Flattery's had a pretty decent year with the with the Teagues so far up in Detroit, and it felt just like yesterday we were talking about Detroit getting off to that 6-game start, 6-0 start or whatnot. But their pitching has been a big deal over the reason why they've been peaks and valleys along the way.
Yeah, where it's going to get tough for the Astros is with the money that you can spend. I mean, because they might all
be Dodgers, Jake. I mean, that's a hyperbolic statement, but the Dodgers could buy every damn one of them. As a matter of fact,
there's no doubt about that. But the Astros, they're kind of flirting right there to where you start going into, if you're Jim Crane and these guys, where you go into the luxury tax and all that. And I think that's kind of the part where you can't. If you're Houston, you can't look to the top guy. You got to go in there and try to find. And like last night with the Astros, I mean, the Astros lose last night to Oakland, and they're rolling this dude out. I mean, his name escapes me at the moment. I was that impressed with him, but he was coming right out of the minors. I'll find his name. Jake Bloss. I mean, they're rolling Jake Bloss out, and I'm like, what are you doing?
Don't beat. We lost to the Orioles. Lost to the Marlins last night. Don't beat yourself up too bad. All right.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things, and I think another really team to look at right now, Wags. I know we got a lot of folks right here that are Rangers fans.
Yeah,
I mean, the Rangers.
You got two solid arms. You trade to get another. I mean, I think you're really missing Jordan Montgomery. Honestly. With Monty not in that damn lineup anymore, or not in that rotation, it takes a solid third arm. Or hell, you could even argue that Monty was the second arm. And Mad Max was arm 3. Evaldi was arm 1 was your ace, of course. Make a move to, but are the Rangers convinced that they're buyers though? That's the thing. Like I'm not convinced they're buyers.
I think that they are, Wags. I mean, and I wouldn't.
They're going to get help. They're about to get a lot healthier. Young coming back.
Exactly. 2 weeks ago, we probably had this conversation, and I'm like, well, maybe they're going to sell. But now the Astros and Seattle are in a deadlock for first place, and the Rangers are what 3 games out of first place. I mean, that whole division. I've been saying all year that the AL West is coming back to Houston, and I
absolutely think it would have been different, Jake. I think it's just a bad matchup. It's a bad place for Montgomery out there in Arizona. The Snakes ain't nowhere near the team that they were last year. My guys, they just they're not.
Yeah.
It all kind of came together for the Snakes, and they were just playing really good baseball above their talent, I would say.
Yeah.
And sorry to interrupt you there, Brian.
No, that's okay. I mean, one of the names that I see that's come up when we talk about pitchers at the trade deadline is Nathan Eovaldi. I mean, talking about the Rangers. I mean, I think if you're the Rangers, you hold on to that dude.
What would be in that bag to get Eovaldi? What is the return?
And the whole thing is that dude is what, 34? That's a 34-year-old pitcher that has been hurt. It's kind of one of those things like with JV. It's like, how long can he sustain
until it breaks down? No, I got you.
That's a whole thing, and that's a scary.
Or how many innings can you squeeze out of the arm?
Yeah. I mean, if you're Houston, I mean, I'm thinking more Zach Elfin, maybe along there, maybe not the top of the, maybe not the top.
That's the thing too. What Rob kind of says, he kind of goes just absolutely numb in that arm in the playoffs. Like he eats, he just absolutely eats and tears up. Maybe that's what they're thinking. Maybe that's what a club is thinking. You bring in Evaldi, regardless of the age, you bring Evaldi in here, let him eat up a lot of late innings and in postseason. Hell, man, you've seen it. Like Jake or what Rob just says, he is absolutely a warrior. Now, does that arm hold up in with all the innings that have thrown into him, over the years? And it depends. Honestly, it depends on the club he goes to be 100%. Like I've seen, we talked about it, man. Guarantees or wins are not guaranteed for starting pitchers. So you put them out there, you let them eat and go get 6 or hopefully 7, right? And then hopefully you got some run support there to throw up some crooked numbers so that he can get you lock down and secure the damn win for you.
Yeah, no doubt. Pappy, got you on the text line, my man. You are now Pappy on there, so we'll be able to refer to you. And if you guys are doing the text line, be sure and drop your handle right there. That way, we're not just saying, "Hey, it's a 512 number. It's a whatever number."
Yeah, we'll lock you in. That way, we lock you in.
Yeah, that way we can call you out, guys. Don't forget, as we continue baseball discussion, we got to tell you about our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If you're in the market this weekend for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, there's one place to go. It is the newest of the Covert dealerships in the Covert family of dealerships out in beautiful Bee Caves. One stop, go there. They're going to take care of you. You're going to get the best deal. You got to go see our friends. It's hump day. Let's tell you about our friends at Covert Bee Cave. And as we always say, be nice to hate.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now. Sure as hell not ever. Wags, when talking
I
about...
need to go experience it for myself. I need to go get that Covert experience here, my dude.
Man, and it's car shopping is very hard these days, man. I've got a daughter that's doing this, and it's like they're like overthinking it, and I'm like, just go pick one.
No, I'm kind of in that ideology with your daughters there. I delve into a lot of the specs for vehicles. I want to make sure that I'm buying it's an investment. It's a 10-year investment, my dude. Like, I want to make sure that the car that I'm buying is going to be the right one for me. I don't like to trade cars into. I'm very weird. Like, I make a decision. And I stick with it, man. I'm very decisive. If I get comfortable in one car, that's my car. That's it.
Wags,
I don't know. There's been a time where like I had an Acura one time, a TSX, and I'm like, man, about 3 months into it, I'm like, this sucks. This thing absolutely sucks. I still didn't trade it in though.
Yeah, I'll drive it into the ground. I mean, that's one of those
how
things.
I am.
Yeah. I had a 1996 GMC or Chevrolet pickup. There's a shout out that I actually bought from Covert in Bastrop in 1996. It still runs. 311,000 miles on that bad boy. and that's pulling race car.
You don't have that's the original engine.
Oh yeah, a 305, a little bitty 305 at that. So
small block. You got small block 305.
Yeah, a little 305 plastic intake. I mean, it was kind of when those things were changing.
Hey, what beef are up there, huh? Put a little Did you take the restrictor plate off? Did you give the Red Dragon some juice?
No, the only thing I did with that truck, we
you know what I'm talking about. Please tell me you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
What reference is that? You tell me what reference is
that. Say it again.
You don't even know what reference. Did you take the restrictor plate off and give the Red Dragon some juice? Do you know what that's from?
Oh shit, no, I don't know what that's from.
That's from old school, my dude. That's from old school. Hey, Mike, where he gets the beer and never mind, man. I'm a nerd.
What is that from?
It's from old school. Will Ferrell comes out and he's doing some auto mechanic work under the hood, and his wife comes out and brings him some tea or whatever, and he's revving up the engine, and she's like, "Oh, that's really loud." It's like, "Yeah, just took the restrictor plate off, had to give the Red Dragon some new juice or some more juice. Looks up and goes, "Hey, Mike, you want an iced tea?" "No, thanks, honey. Got a fresh beer right here." Nerd. I've memorized the entire script, so one of my favorite movies. Anyways,
Wags. One of the a lot of people always quote Talladega Nights to me, which yes, I've seen that several times.
Yeah, but it goes over your head though, because I've said a few things from Talladega Nights and you haven't hit on it.
Yeah. I was at a deal yesterday. I was out yesterday. I was doing a corporate event at Team Texas Driving School at Texas Motor Speedway. David Starr, the guy that was leading this whole thing, somebody from one of the media outlets asked him, they're like, "What's your favorite line from Talladega Nights?" And he's like, "None."
Did I ask him that?
No, this was somebody from one of the Dallas affiliates yesterday. They're like, "What's your favorite line?" He's like, "None. I don't like any of them." It's like
Talladega Nights is, and I feel like this is common for Will Ferrell movies with me. I don't like them as much until I watch them a few times. Like,
yeah,
the first time I'm just like, it was okay. And then, after watching Talladega Nights a few times, that's when I'm like, oh my God, now I know every damn line in the movie. It feels like that was the same way for Step Brothers with me too. Like Step Brothers is one of my favorite movies, but I did not like it at first. I was just like, okay, it's good. I wouldn't say that it's great. Same way with Anchorman. Anchorman, I even turned Anchorman off in first viewing. I'm just like, okay, it's Will Ferrell missed on this. And now, man, it's got some of the most quotable lines of all time, dude.
I'm the same way with Anchorman like that. So when Tracy and I first got together years ago, and again, congratulations to Wags, 20 years today. That's pretty damn cool.
20 more years to 40 more years.
That's right. I had never seen Anchorman back in those days. And so I watch it, and the first time I'm like, what's so funny about this? This is stupid. And so it took about the third time.
I think you need to realize this, like the era that it's in and the mockery of 70s and 80s news anchors and how they were like the talk. Like if you were a news anchor in the 70s, you ruled the damn city, did you not?
That's right. I mean, you did. And I think it's one of those things to where I've got friends in the news industry, and that comes up about Anchorman, and a lot of people are like, especially the dudes, they're like, yeah, that movie ain't that funny.
I just wake up every morning and piss excellence. That's kind of how I do it.
That's pretty much what happens. That's pretty much what happens right there. Yeah, that's good stuff. That's good stuff.
Why are y'all? Yeah, this is my favorite. This is the favorite. Why y'all sweaty? Watching Cops? And he just goes, oh yeah, like he understands, right? And he goes, I know you were watching Cops because Cops doesn't come on until 6. Some of the best line. All right, you know what? That brings up a pretty fun exercise. Next week during a Wednesday or whenever we get a chance to plan for this, we need to do some of our best sports movies, our top 5 sports, or maybe we have enough to where we can do top 10 sports movies. But yeah, how about next week we do some top 5 sports movies, my guy? Whether you're watching movies, sports, or video games, you do it with audiovisual consultations. For 35 years, they've been setting a standard in audiovisual automation in the Austin Central Texas area. 512-255-8678. That's abconsultations.com. Go to the website right now and look at the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years so that you can get an idea. Maybe you have one already, but you can get a better idea too, or just a whole bunch more ideas if you go to their gallery of projects that they got on our website. It's abconsultations.com. They are the bomb, and you can get them in your house right now. Just call Tom McKay, 512-255-8678. That's abconsultations.com.
Yeah, absolutely. Best in the business right there. And don't forget, Texas Sports Unfiltered is heading to Vegas, and that's going to be some really cool stuff right there. 2 huge events, or not 2 huge events, 2 big games that you can be a part of with our friends over at Circa. How about a little word about them if I can find it? Where in the hell is it? I tell you.
I tried to pitch. We're going to Vegas tomorrow.
You're going to Vegas? What are you doing?
We're going to register. We're going to register for Circa.
Oh, you're going to do it? That's going to be
no. Why am I going on a Thursday, my guy?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I never know with people. I mean, it's like people take trips on crazy times. Where is Circa? I can't find Circa in here.
All right. Well, you tell them about Circa then.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you about Circa. Go over there. 2 big games that you can be a part of. You can win up to $16 million in prizes, and you need to do it. You got to go do it.
You got to be there to register, though.
That's exactly right. You got to be at Circa Resort and Casino. You register there, but then once you do that, you can come home and you can be a part of that anytime, and you can play that game anytime. That's a lot of money that's going to be available. We're going to be there at the end of August. You guys come on out and join us, and we'd love to see you there. We would love to see you there. We can hang out for a little bit. We'll do some live shows, do all that really cool stuff, but it is Circa Resort and Casino. Come on out and see us. It is the best place to win a lot of money.
When there's the time for me to get on that trip?
Message me after this.
I gotta, you said it's in August?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. I got to make sure that everything, that the stars align or whatnot. But if I can go, I'd really like to go on that trip.
Yeah, I think that'll be a really cool
It's hard
thing.
for me to say no to Vegas.
Yeah.
And I think we've mentioned this before, right? If I wasn't married, if I wasn't in, a wonderful 20-year marriage, I would be in Vegas. If I was single, I would be living in Vegas. I love Austin. Austin's a great town, a fantastic town. But Vegas it's got everything I need, man. It calls me. You can stay up all damn night like you can in New York City, but you can gamble, and you can gamble at every hotel that you want to go to, and it just seems like the city never turns off, or it never sleeps. You want to talk about a city that doesn't sleep? It's not sure New York is one of them, but Sin City's it's up there just with the best of them. I think our bedtime was actually 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. the last time I was there, just so you can get a little cat nap and get on out there. You can always tell the people that are fresh to Vegas because their face is clean and nice and neat and stuff. And then after 3 days of being in Vegas, you start getting the raccoon eyes and the dark eyes, and people just walking around looking like zombies because they don't have any sleep, dude. They're just sleep deprived, Rodney. That's what Vegas is all about. That's why I'm all about Vegas.
And I think it's because I do hear that comparison a lot, to where it's like people are like, my wife, for example, she loves both of those places, but she's like, I'd rather be in New York because she's not a
gambler.
Well, she does, but I mean, it's one of those things.
You guys ever been to Atlantic City?
Have not been to Atlantic City. Have not been to Atlantic City.
No, I'm not. I mean, I could miss Atlantic City. Atlantic City really doesn't move the needle for me. I've been there once, but after you go to Vegas and you try to go to Atlantic City, you're just like, what the? Yeah. Why? Why do this cheap, or why do this half-ass? Let's just go to Vegas and go full force.
Yeah. I will tell you guys, because a couple of months back, we went to Myrtle Beach, and it was a trip that we won, South Carolina, and a little more laid back. I mean, a hell of a lot more laid back than Vegas. But we went over there, golf everywhere.
Myrtle, South Carolina.
Yeah, you can go, man. It was great. I mean, it was absolutely great. So if you're looking for a cool place,
I feel like Vegas has some pretty decent courses too. Do they not?
Is
there up North Vegas? I feel like there's a really good course up North Vegas.
Mm-hmm. I've never attempted to play golf when I've been there, so that's the least.
Neither have I. I've had one priority when I went to Vegas, and
I might bet on golf.
I'm with you, Jake. I did not do the winning move, my dude, because I lost. Usually I lose, and the only play is to not play, and that's how you win. Well, what fun is that? All right, what fun is that? Come on, man.
Yeah. Wags, one last baseball question for you. Obviously, your Orioles, the Yankees. The Yankees here at the break. Buyers or sellers? They're always buyers, aren't they? I mean, it's like they're always buying. It seems like they're always buying. And
I don't know what they need. Like, that's the Yankee. The only thing that I would think that the Yankees could probably need is maybe another arm.
Another arm, yeah.
Or I don't know, maybe a mid reliever, maybe a closer. I know that they've been linked to Tanner Scott. He's kind of been, targeted or listed as a pinstripe target. Tanner Scott brings him, decent. I think he's got over 15. He's got 17 saves on a year with an ERA of 1.24. I think that bodes well for the Yankees. That's kind of in the ballpark or where they're kind of going to be shopping for. But yeah, you're right, Rodney. They're always. It doesn't matter where they are at in terms of their record at the turn or at the trade deadline. They're usually always buyers, man. They're shopping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like
when you got a purse like that, it doesn't matter
that's
what your record
the whole
is.
thing, man.
They can overcome.
Yeah, they could have 20 losses right now and they'd be buyers. I mean, it's like these guys, I mean, just all the time. Wags, what
about you? I mean, you got any opinions? You think anybody's going to be moving anywhere to New York or anything? You got any?
I don't really see anybody moving there, to be honest with you. I think everything. I think we're
So
going to see.
You just wanted to see what the hell I thought?
Yeah, I was just curious to see if you thought or if you had heard something that somebody that might be slipping in there, to be that other arm. I don't think so. I mean, I don't really think so. But I think it's going to be more of Orioles, the Astros, the Rangers, these guys that have put themselves into position to where they can make a run here at this. And like we said, the AL West is going to be the most intriguing one because Seattle is totally shit the bed right here, where they were in a really good spot. And they've let the Astros and the Rangers come back into this. And I think both of the Texas teams are in spots to where they can make a move, snatch another arm in the Astros case, get that first baseman, get somebody else. Kyle Tucker's coming back. JV's coming back. All these guys are going to come back, and you'll be able to really make a run at the AL West and win.
What about Seattle?
Man,
are Seattle buyers?
They better be, because they have just totally. And I was never sold on them in the first place. And this has been a total opposite of what we see from Seattle, to where Seattle usually at the end of the year, that's where it's like, oh shit, here comes Seattle.
They start making a move,
yeah. Where'd Seattle come from? This year, when they fire out of the box the way that they did, and I was giving them all these accolades and all this other stuff, but then I really started thinking about that, and I'm like, well, I think what's making Seattle look really good is that the Astros and the Rangers suck. So I think that really helped that. But I think now that the Astros and the Rangers are coming back, if Seattle legitimately wants to make a run at the AL West and try to get into the playoff race, you better go damn well be a buyer. And same thing. I think you need another solid infielder. I think you need arms.
Yeah, you need. I would say you need to add a piece to your lineup, and I would think that I think the rotation's decent. Maybe add a mid reliever. I mean, you can never go wrong taking a mid reliever or a closer, right? I know Flanagan. Flanagan's been kind of linked to Flanagan from the Nats. He's kind of been linked a little bit to the Mariners. If you guys are talking or looking at who's going to be shopping during a trade deadline, I think Flanagan brings in a decent closing role for the Mariners. It's something that they need. I think he's got over 20 saves this year. Let me go check Flanagan's stats here. Excuse me, pardon my tardiness here. 28 saves. Flanagan's got 28 saves this season for the Nats. So again, that would be a much welcomed addition, much welcome piece for the Mariners there to try and hold games down and lock down this West there for the American League.
Do you think at some point, somebody takes a flyer on Trevor Bauer?
I would. I absolutely would.
I would too. He's just kind of sitting there, and I know whatever, but if
he was acquitted, he was acquitted and proven innocent, was he not?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you take this guy back on your lineup?
That's my point. It's kind of one of those things when we see guys in the NFL to where it's like, okay, why is this guy still sitting here? Are you worried about the PR backlash? Are you worried about whatever?
I don't give a damn about PR backlash if they've been proven innocent.
Same. And here's where I go back to with a dude like Trevor Bauer. This is where the Yankees, the Dodgers, one of these guys are going to be the one to scoop this dude up and get him on the cheap.
Welcome Trevor Bauer in an Oriole uniform yesterday. Absolutely yesterday.
There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. League spokesperson, the quote is, quote, Trevor Bauer served the entirety of his discipline and is an unrestricted free agent able to sign a contract with any team. They should be beating down his door.
I would absolutely be going to get him. Would you go get? I mean, we talked about Jordan Montgomery not having a season for the Snakes. Is that a piece that you might? If you're Arizona, do you reach out and contact them? Hey, we know it hadn't really worked out with Monty here over this season. What would be the bag, or what's the return on investment there for Montgomery? Would you make a move to get Monty into your lineup?
I don't think that I would make that move.
You seen what he was able to do with a lineup with a Masters lineup of Texas, and are protected around some of the best arms with Evaldi and Max, Mad Max. Now look, I understand that Mad Max isn't exactly the Mad Max of old, but
I've seen that dude is possibly being shopped around. Mad Max.
How much do you pay for Scherzer though? That's the thing. I think Scherzer stays put just because of the injury.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the in and out of his injury or whatnot. But Montgomery is the piece that I would try and inquire about or acquire about. No, it's inquire. It's inquire.
Inquire.
Yeah.
Inquire and acquire.
Yeah.
Yeah, of the two, absolutely. Absolutely, of the two, yeah, that's a guy you go get. But
do you think you get him for cheap? Well, that was going to be my actual question. Do you think you get Montgomery for cheap? Because
that's my point. That's why I said no. I don't think you can get that dude for cheap.
Okay,
and that's why I go back to with Bauer and some of these guys to where that's where you have a little bit of leverage. There's that word again, to where you may be able to let him get back in and go out and then earn your next big contract. Is kind of my thought with him. And, and I'm with you. I mean, the dude, the social backlash and all this stuff, you know what? You're going to get social backlash no matter what you do. I mean, there's going to be somebody that's going to be pissed off about whatever. Just look around.
You can't make everybody happy,
yeah,
man.
Yeah.
The best way to avoid that?
Turn the damn Twitter off.
Just stay off social media.
Yeah.
Just stay off social media, my guys.
Yeah. Yeah. And I know with these clubs, I mean, you have to have that presence right there. When it comes down to that dude sitting there as a free agent, you want to win baseball games, or are you worried about people getting pissed off that you're signing this dude?
Yeah, you want to ring.
Yeah. Yeah. Scoop that dude up. Go get that guy.
When do you think he does get scooped? That's a good hypothetical. When does Bauer find himself on a lineup or on a roster and in a rotation?
I think he will within a week. I think within a week, somebody is going to scoop him up. And look,
it's going to be the Dodgers or it's going to be the Yankees.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you, Wags, that's where it's going to be. It is going to be.
They got all the cushion for it. They can sit there and buy it, and then if it goes wrong, oh yeah, it's okay. We're the Yankees. We'll just sweep it under the damn rug.
Yeah. And it ain't going to cost you that much.
And you know what? It ain't going to go wrong either with Trevor Bauer. Like it's going to the dude is ready, primed to rip up American League Baseball.
Absolutely. I mean, this is where Wags. I mean, your team or my team. If they got that guy, fuck. There's the answer. Sorry about that. That's the answer you need.
I don't know if is he still the cancer that he was? Is he still cancerous towards the rest of the team? Like, do people hate him that bad? Is he that much of an individual to where people just despise him or loathe him to where they don't even want him in the locker room?
A couple of weeks ago when you and I were talking about when you brought up the whole Chris Sale thing and all of that and the way that he's come back, obviously very different circumstances that we're dealing with right here. I don't know. I mean, the child abuse thing is I think the one that.
Oh, I didn't even know that he was. What?
Yeah.
So Bauer on child abuse? Where the hell? I've been sleeping under a rock. I didn't even see this.
What the violations were, or it was joint domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse policy, and I think that's the one that, as it should. Sure. That's because the other stuff, and again, not condoning any of the other two, that's the one that's that black cloud that's going to make it really hard to overcome.
But everything was proven innocent, correct?
He did.
Yes.
Yes. But that's where you get to the court of public appeal, to where it's like, well, yeah, I know. I mean, look at the OJ thing. He was innocent, but he did it.
I won't acknowledge Garrett Cole's existence, so that doesn't tell me much, Jake. No, I'm messing around. I'm saying tongue in cheek. No, I mean, if that tells you anything about the kind of character that Trevor Bauer is, if people won't even acknowledge him being in the damn locker room, there's more to that. We're going to see a 30-30 on this eventually down the road. I would think. I'd like to think at least there'd be some really investigative journalism into what actually went down behind Trevor Bauer and his sports career. All right, we got about 2 minutes to go here. Anything else before we get out of here? Any saved rounds?
Hey, Wags, the only thing that I really wanted to touch on, coming off of SEC Media Days, of course, what a presence we had, Texas Sports Unfiltered had there in Dallas. You've got ACC, you got Big Ten happening this week. Been kind of quiet on that front, right? It's not this near presentation that we saw with SEC Media Days.
Well, how do you follow up the League of Champions?
Oh, well, that's what I'm talking about. How that solidifies how great the SEC is. But I mean, the Big Ten, Big Ten,
and how like how how much clout does the ACC have now?
Well, yeah, but my point was more to the Big Ten. I mean, the fact today should be a big day at Big Ten Media Days because you've got UCLA and USC that are front and center, and that's where you look at the Big Ten. You've always thought about the Big Ten kind of being right there, the central part of the country. The Big Ten is now gone whoosh, essentially east to west coast, and you've got that. I think those moves right there. You got Oregon and Washington tomorrow, and you're just not seeing a lot of run of it. And maybe that's because ESPN's not a part of those of the Big Ten. That's a Fox league, I guess. But it's just like those media days have been awful quiet. You're just not hearing what you heard from the League of Champions, where it's just what do they say? It's just better, or
it just means more.
It just means more. Yeah.
No, I think everything's going to be kind of on the back burner after SEC media days, of course. I got the Big Ten Network as a channel here. I usually have it turned on. Hey, guys, I just don't during the show. I don't have anything on the TVs because I don't want us to get snapped on YouTube and then have our video stricken.
Right.
Having being taken down. I need to get the still prints or just the actual screenshots like you got behind there of AV consultation and whatnot, so I can put some logos and graphics on the TVs behind me. But yeah, usually what I do, after I go to work here, I usually turn this down and then turn the TVs on so that I can see your all's wonderful and loving pretty faces talk sports all damn day. That's usually what happens on this audiovisual consultation setup. What do you want to get into tomorrow, my guy?
Let's.
Oh, dude, it was Wednesday. Guess what we forgot?
No, damn. I tell you, man,
we got to get more discipline.
We got to get better with that.
We got to get more discipline. We got.
I got to set a reminder.
We got a few candidates in the back pocket, and that's kind of on me. That's kind of on me.
No, it's on me too, and I'm thrown off totally this week. I mean, sorry about yesterday. Had to take care of that, but I'm totally thrown off. Tomorrow, something I'd like to talk about. The NFLPA.
What do you want to talk about?
the NFL. The NFL.
Something I'd like to talk about.
It's not something that I'd love to talk about on tomorrow's presentation, Adam, would be that the NFL now flirting with the idea of going to 18 games. I think that's a discussion that we can have.
Usually more football is a good thing, right?
Yes, more football is great. But the NFL prides themselves on safety and health. I mean, they walk that walk. They talk that talk.
Yeah, they talk that talk.
But it all comes down to. So that really seems like something that could be a reality. When the 17-game schedule went into, it's supposed to be set to 2030, but apparently it's been opened up to where the NFLPA will negotiate and possibly going to 18 games. So how that would all structure out, I think, would be a good Thirsty Thursday.
That's a good. We can have a nice little tease with that and how that would go. I usually subscribe to the ideology that more football is a good thing.
I love it.
But I'll leave you with that, and I'll try and find some counterpoints over today and over the night. I gotta tell you, for the rest of the day, I'm going to try and make it, a day of love, my guy. A day of love. No, I mean, I don't know. I'm going to go out. I got some things that I need to do. Like I got a few plans. I'm going to go get some roses, and she can't hear me. She ain't watching. She's working from home, but I'm going to take some rose petals and lead them up to the stairs and put them into the bathtub for her. And
oh man,
I mean. And trust me, like that's going to be a her bath only. We don't after 20 years, just bathroom sex doesn't happen apparently. But anyways, let her have her own little, nice little bath time, private bath. See if I can take the dogs out and do some of the honeydews while she's experiencing her stuff. I wanted to go buy her a spa day, right? But
I did that for, I think it was Tracy's birthday this year. Got her a spa day in Round Rock, and it was
Have you ever gone to a spa?
I went to a spa when we were in Mexico.
Like where people massage you and shit.
Oh yeah. And I got massaged, and we got a joint hot tub thing where we could just.
So you do a massage side by side with Tracy?
Yeah, we did a massage side by side. We did a couples massage.
Girls touching you? Like, I ain't had another girl touch me in a long time, man. I cannot have another set of hands on my body except for my wife's.
Man,
I will
the,
scare the hell out of the masseuse if that happens.
This lady
unintentionally scare the hell out of the masseuse.
This lady that did my massage part in that joint massage there in Mexico. This woman had huge biceps, and I mean, seriously, she had huge hands and big old fingers, and I'm like, dude, this is going to be great. She sits there, wags. She started rubbing on the lower part of. She grabbed the lower part of my back down there, dude. I ain't lying to you, dude. I farted. I mean, she's like pushing on stuff, and I'm like, and it's like, and she kind of just chuckled. She's like. And then we got done, and Tracy's like, "Did you fart in there, or was that her?" I'm like, "That was her." I said, "She pushed so hard that she farted." So yeah, I'll tell you, man, they'll work you out.
She was an athlete, huh? She was an athlete.
She was an athlete, all right. She made me an athlete.
My wife keeps telling me to go to, go get a massage with her or whatnot. It's just something that I don't know. I'm very reluctant to have it because I don't want someone else's hands on me because I get excited very easily. So
you're face down most of the time. Yeah, they'll flip you over. They'll flip you over.
Well, I'm gonna have to stay belly on the belly then. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, you just do the backside. Just do the backside. Or you know what? I'm probably gonna be all right if it's a dude. I don't want a dude feeling me, but I'm sure as hell ain't gonna pitch a tent with a dude feeling me.
No, that's a good thing. I mean, maybe if it's a dude, that could be a good thing. Yes, she handled me very well, Jason and Jake. The good thing is when that happened, so where we were in that spa that we were, they had like some vaporizing thing up in the air. So it was like
a eucalyptus, mist.
Yeah, eucalyptus or some shit like that. So yeah, no, I mean,
I got some eucalyptus and lavender spraying.
Yeah. We had like eggs and bacon and sausage and shit that morning, and yeah, man, that fart had to have stunk, but it didn't. It didn't with all the stuff that they had going on in there, man. It was all good. And on the way out, he gave her a good tip, and I'm sure she tells stories about me.
Okay, masseuse, would you do a masseuse room? Rodney's a yes. I'm a no. I see Jeff on backstage. Let's ask Jeff if he would go into a Jeff, would you let somebody massage you?
Did Rodney, did you crop dust the massage place?
He did more than crop dust. He started on the lady with biceps bigger than my calves.
Yeah, she went and big old fingers.
She's gotten, if we're talking about the spa deal, like I've done a roster, like where you go to the dock and they like get in there and get into your muscles. I've gotten a massage before though.
Yeah, I've done it a lot.
There's a woman that did it. I couldn't. It's been so long. I couldn't tell you if I don't remember it being bad. I'll tell you.
Okay.
Put it that way.
Okay.
It's all good. Yeah.
I don't remember anything embarrassing. So I eat lunch after, Rodney, not before.
I know.
Sure
yeah.
Got empty.
We had breakfast buffet. It was at one of those resort things. Breakfast buffet.
That's eggs and bacon and
that's what I'm saying. Sausage and
bold strategy, Jason. Bold strategy. We'll see how that works out, my guy.
Well, and I even went and went and took a dump before, but I mean before we went to get the massage done. But it was just still kind of
you got to be completely relaxed, man. You
had the bubble guts,
completely
like Rod says, had the bubble guts. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But I highly recommend.
When like in the Midwest, when it's like the remnants of a Gulf hurricane. I mean, you still get floods. Bad stuff can happen. It's not full on, but it can still be rough.
I was a tropical storm that day in the massage place.
I'd usually stay on for Jordan, but I just got a text message and we're gonna go out to lunch. As a matter of fact, my wife and I. So, anyways, a happy Wednesday. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Remember, that's gonna be a good conversation tomorrow that we're teasing. Is more football always good football? We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Good stuff. Enjoy the day, dude. Congratulations.
Thank you guys. Be good, man. See you.
You got it.
I mean, more good football is good football.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll be honest. I don't watch too much XFL or USFL this year.
Yeah, I didn't either. I turned it on from time to time, and I think they kind of they're relying a lot in that league to me, Jeff, with the whole thing about the, I mean, I love the helmet communication and all that stuff, but it's just like the on the field stuff and all of that. I mean, it's like, okay, they're really pushing that too much because it kind of does. I mean, I'd rather watch college football than watch some of that stuff.
Yeah. Ike, you make a great point. I think that's a line of work that if you get into, you kind of got to be prepared for what comes your way, you know?
Yep.
Which I can't put Ike's comment up on the screen. Rodney, can you put that up on the screen?
Yes, sir. Here it comes right there.
UT parking, to my knowledge, no, Jordan will be here. But yeah, man, dude, that's just one of those professions that it's almost like massage therapy, hairstylist. It's almost like you hear a lot of women going into those two fields, and it's like, are you really prepared? Because I would imagine, man, you give some haircuts to some people.
Yeah.
You're going to see and smell some stuff that you probably don't want to see or smell.
Yeah.
Cutting
Things
someone's
crawling
hair.
around up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad stuff. Jeff, I'm glad I have you here for a couple of minutes, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I wanted to get your thoughts. I was going to ask Wags about this because we were very baseball heavy today. I saw Tanner Witt moving on. Kind of your thoughts there. I was hoping that dude would hang around for Slosh and be a part of that staff, but choosing to make that move.
Not surprised at all. You know, when I talked to David Pierce, when did Tanner Witt get shut down? Probably like the middle of March.
Yeah.
That it was one of those deals where actually, man, you know, I'm looking at it now. He signed for 225. So the Mets, that's man, I can't do the math, but that's a couple 100,000 plus coming out of their bonus pool money.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised by it. You know, I know he had leverage to come back to school, but when I talked to David Pierce about them shutting him down, he told me Tanner Witt had thrown his last pitch at the University of Texas. So it was when you're coming off of, you know, coming back from Tommy John, he never quite got right. He had to have a little scope in the elbow this spring. So just go start getting paid. You know, he had done. Tanner Witt had done. It wasn't a fully fulfilled career at Texas, but you look at the 2 seasons he pitched. One of those he helped Texas get to Omaha and get pretty far.
Yeah.
The other one, you know, is, as a matter of fact, I think the last decision he was involved in, maybe no, it wasn't, but they go back to when he came back in 23 at the back end of the year, that West Virginia series. I mean, he helped Texas win a conference championship.
Yeah, he did
on that last weekend.
Yep.
So big part. Unfortunate that he didn't get a fully fulfilled career, but I'm not surprised. But I just saw that come down what he apparently signed for, and $225,000.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Jordan, welcome in, my friend. I saw the look right there. We were having discussions about massage therapists, is what that was. Long story, but anyway,
72,500. Rodney, by the way, is what Tanner Witt signed for over slot.
Nice.
Which meant that 72K, 72.5K came out of the Mets bonus pool.
Yeah,
for the
good
top
stuff.
Hey, real quick, card of the day, Rodney. I know you'll enjoy this.
Yes, sir.
Look at this. I love what Topps has done. They're doing the Topps Chrome Platinum Anniversary.
Oh, beautiful.
Jr. Look at that. That is a
Beautiful
card right there.
man.
Of the GOAT.
That's what a baseball card should look like right there.
Hell
That's
yeah.
good stuff. That's good
that
stuff.
52, that 1952 Topps design.
Yes, sir. All right. It's only an hour coming up. Chaos Theory back tomorrow, 10 to 11. I'm sure Jordan may have some the Texas pool party news coming up, which could be rained out, but I'm sure you guys have a lot of that and more. Y'all have a good show, gentlemen, and I will see y'all mañana.
See you, Rodney.
Sir, see ya.
Jordan, that's a good point. Does the staff have a contingency plan if weather impacts Thursday's scheduled activities?
To be honest with you, don't have a sourced intel answer. So
at this point in time,
yeah. But I'm about to look at the weather. I didn't even living in Dallas. It's kind of been overcast up here last few days, a little rainy, but hasn't really rained like that. But it's looking like from 2 to 5 when the event is, it should be somewhat clear, or below 50%. So it'll be cloudy. I do know during this event, they typically just, will have them hang around, go to the pool party. Obviously, someone's barbecuing too. And while it's going on, they'll have like a GA or some staffer going, hey, John Turntine, get out of the pool. You're going to go meet with Steve Sarkeesian, something like that. And then a dry off or whatever, him and his dad or whoever he brought with him will go meet in Sark's office. Usually Kyle Flood will also be there, whoever the position coach is, the recruit. Conversations, I guess, time of them depend or last on level of recruit, where he's at on the board. Not every kid is going to get talked to. Not every kid at this event has offers. Not every or an offer from Texas. Not every kid who shows up to this event without an offer from Texas is going to leave with one. So, yeah, and why like the junior day, or I guess you could say even like some of those April days, they did 2 big recruiting events in April. They try to pack those events with about as many kids as you can get, like kids that they actually want there, that they can get. Whereas this event in July usually tends to be smaller. It's a smaller number. And that's done on purpose. They want to make sure everyone has FaceTime with the coaches. Unless rules have changed, I don't think you can take official visits still during the month of July. I know this is going forward going to be the last year the month of July opens at the end of the month for a few days, because coaches voted to make the whole month a dead period going into effect next year's recruiting calendar. So, I mean, yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I joined and I'm like, man, what are y'all talking about? And sorry for being late. I left my AirPods out in my car and I was just digging up to my apartment to find them.
It's all good. I do have a team subject I want to get your take on, and I'll probably need you. As a matter of fact, Jordan, while I'm answering some of these questions, can you pull up the 2022 Texas commit list and let's put it on the screen? Because that's going to be the bulk of what I want to talk about today. CB, I do not have. Oh well, I might have a few George Brett cards. I do want a George Brett rookie card, but that's from the 75 set, and those can get pretty pricey. You can pick one up, a low grade one up, fairly cheap. There's 2 big rookies in 75. It's Brett and Robin Yount. I've got a Yount. I don't have a Brett, and I would like to get one at some point. Jake, no, I did see what Steve Spurrier said. That's about as nice as I'll count on Spurrier saying something about Florida State, that they belong in the SEC. Look, man, that's Florida State's own fault, though. Bobby Bowden had the choice when Florida State was an independent and they were going to join a conference. They chose to join the ACC, so I know that was many years ago, and a lot of things have changed, but it would make sense for Florida State to go to the SEC, but I don't know. We'll see. I really don't want to talk about conference realignment at this point. It's just we're so close to like actual meaningful stuff on the field that it's kind of pointless now. But Jordan, here's what I want to do with this 2022, because these are guys that are going into their 3rd year, right? Some of them are true juniors, some of them are redshirt sophomores, but this is a group where I typically think guys are on the fence. You see some guys on the fence of, hey, are they going to go one way or the other? They're going to be a contributor, or are they going to get recruited over? And in the day and age of the portal, it's surprising how many of these guys have already kind of learned their fate, where they've gotten recruited over, and some have already transferred out. So I just want to go down the list and see how many guys we have that are kind of on the fence, or how many established guys we have.
Yeah, no, that is a great subject to go over. Real quick before we get into it, Jake is right. Your mic is kind of quiet again. I've lowered my best so that we're kind of on the same, I guess, pitch or volume level. So
how's this? Am I good right now, or
it still kind of sounds the same to me, but I don't know. We'll figure it out going forward. Maybe BK can help us out.
Well, I'll tell you what. Watching. Let me leave the studio, and then let me come back, because that worked yesterday. So let me try it.
Didn't change much yesterday when he came back, but I did know how to tell him. So, but no, I mean, I'm gonna remind him again whenever he joins back. But fun fact: the offensive line group is the only position group from the 2022 signing class that has an experience to transfer. Every other single position group has experienced at least one transfer, and including quarterback, because Malik Murphy is obviously no longer in Austin. So. when I realized that a couple of weeks ago, I thought that was really interesting because, I mean, Texas signed 6 linemen in this class. Like, that's pretty damn ridiculous to think about. So, and to this point, the only O lineman that is actually transferred that Sark and his staff actually recruited to Austin and then just inherit that's left in the portal, the only one has been Peyton Kirkland. And if you remember Peyton Kirkland's recruitment, you weren't surprised by that. How are we looking?
All right. Is that any better?
Sounds about the same, but I say we just rock out with it.
No, I loathe this right now.
I think it is a little better.
Okay. So we're just we're taking a look at the class of 2022 third-year guys. We're seeing who's established, who's on the fence still. And some of these guys, we'll get to some pretty quick who have already moved on.
Yeah. And Jeff, while you were gone, I just reminded the people watching, I'm going to remind you, the offensive line group is the only position group from this class that hasn't experienced at least one transfer. Every other position group, or every single other position group in this cycle or this class, experienced at least one transfer, including QB and Malik Murphy. So
that's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
All right. So DJ Campbell, I think we could clearly say he's established.
I don't know about this Calvin Banks guy. What do we think?
I don't know. He's got some work to do. Calvin Banks, he's good. Terrence Brooks it's disappointing, man, because I had high hopes for Terrence Brooks. I think we all did. And we saw some flashes, Jordan, but it didn't translate. And then, to dig that back up when we heard towards the end of spring that, hey, man, Gavin Holmes is still making this a competition. It was less, all right, good job, Gavin Holmes, and more of, dude, how has Terrence Brooks gotten to the point where this is actually a competition? Like, he should be running away with this job. He didn't, and now you've got Javion Cole and Gavin Holmes competing for that spot opposite Manny Muhammad.
Yep. And funny thing on Terrence Brooks, I'm in year 3 of my Texas Longhorns dynasty with Will Chamberlain as the head coach of the Burnt Orange. Terrence Brooks went into the portal. It was a number 8 overall prospect in the portal. Came back to Austin. I needed a corner, and I got him. He's wearing number 38, though, because Javion Cole's in his number 8. So,
38.
yeah, I don't know. It sticks. Upton Stout wore 38 for me for 1 year, too. I got him out of the portal from Western Kentucky, too. Former North Shore Mustang. But yeah, Terrence Brooks obviously departed. Jaden Blue still in Austin. Jaden Blue, I'm sure everyone has already talked about it a lot. I mean, I've seen multiple threads created about this on our board. Jaden Blue is one of the most fun players to play with on the whole Texas team in college football 25, regardless of what his ratings or attributes are.
He is. I'll say this too, man. That I don't think, in light of what Nick Saban said about C.J. Baxter, which I don't want to get it twisted, but he said C.J. Baxter was like the best running back he saw last year of all the teams Alabama played. That said, we know C.J. Baxter is a really good player. The touch disparity between C.J. Baxter and Jaden Blue, I think it's going to be a lot closer than some people think. And it's not because C.J. Baxter is going to be that bad. I think because Jaden Blue is going to have to be a guy that you get the ball in his hands X number of times per game, whatever that arbitrary number is.
Yeah. And CB, that's I've never actually even noticed that. I might go back and watch that now that you say that. But if you're listening, CB said you knew Terrence Brooks was doomed during the college football playoff announcement. He's the only one not celebrating. Zay of Texas Sports Unfiltered pointed that out on Monday. So, I mean, yeah. I will say, he did leave in the portal in April or May, not in January. So, I don't know. Maybe he wanted to try to stick it out, fight for it, and just didn't. And also at the running back position, with how much they rotate these guys, especially in Sark's offense, and especially with how much I expect them to, like you said, the snap count will be very similar, I think, as well.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to matter much who starts. Because, again, they're going to have different packages, different personnel, different schemes for each opponent each week. So, but, you look at this in December, the snap count, I'm with you. I think it'll be very similar with Blue and Baxter. BJ Allen Jr.
I'll say this before we get to Justice Finkley and BJ Allen.
My bad.
If we see the same CJ Baxter that we saw for the last 2 or 3 games of the year last year, pretty much from the Iowa State game on, That version of CJ Baxter has a chance to be Sark's next 1,000-yard rusher. But do we see that CJ Baxter or the CJ Baxter that was kind of stop-start for the first half of the year, the first 2/3 of the year?
Yeah. They're going to need that late version of him, and he's going to need that late version of him too. You know, if he continues doing – I'm not trying to talk down on it because it's obviously something out of his control, but if he continues doing the stuff where, like, he gets hit and has to limp off the field like 3 or 4 times a game, he's going to be a day 3 pick. Like, NFL teams are so scared of stuff like that, especially a rusher like him who had over 1,000 yards since a sophomore year of high school, right? These guys are getting beat up. You can only go through the car wash so many times. Like, the NFL is very aware and scared of things like that. And for his sake, like we talked about, they need it to be pretty split with Jaden Blue. At least I think it should be. So
I'll say this too. I felt like the Iowa State game was one where he had to grow up because the Jonathan Brooks safety net was gone.
Yeah.
He had to grow up, and I feel like he did. I feel like we saw the Iowa State game and the Sugar Bowl, him coming back, bouncing back after the fumble. I feel like those are the 2 games last year where we saw CJ Baxter really grow up.
Yeah. You know, that is a great point. And I don't know. I think he's very set on this being his last year in Austin, and wants to do anything he can to make sure that's, you know, less of a hope and more of a certainty, if that makes sense. So
where are you on Justice Finkley? I mean, he's a rotational guy right now. It's nothing against him. I'm just like, he's got a lot of people to pass to establish himself as a starter or a starting caliber player.
Yeah. Well, you know, the main reason he chose Texas was books and ball. If you go back to his recruitment, that's all he talked about.
Yep.
I'm forgetting the exact major, but I know it's, you know, something, and he wants to work in hospitals when he grows up. I believe he wants to be a surgeon of some sort, or something like that. But again, might be butchering it. But yeah, I know school is really important to him. Obviously, like you said, not the easiest path to the field of that position on this roster, especially with, you know, the guys they brought in like Colin Simmons and, to be honest with you, the freshmen that are coming in next year, Lance Jackson, Smith Arugbo. So neurosurgeon. Okay, thanks, CB. I will say the reason I bring up
Finkley is a public health major, by the way.
Okay. The reason I bring up the books and ball aspect is because whenever the transfer portal gets close to opening, I reach out to a lot of different sources of guys who are connected to players on the team, right? Full transparency, guy close to Finkley is not a member of the family, but I'm like, hey, he kind of has to be going in the portal most likely, right? Like it just made a lot of sense. And he was like, dude, no, he's not doing it. And I was like, what? He's like, he does not want to leave. And like, he's like, I'm not advising him. His parents aren't advising him. But like, there are people who are really want him to leave. And there is multiple SEC schools, believe it or not, that offered significantly more NIL than Texas for him to leave. And he stayed for less money. And it's because he wants that Texas degree. He wants the Texas education. And also, he truly does believe he can end up on the field in a major role at Texas. He really does believe that. He believes in himself. So that's kind of where I'm at, I guess, with Justice Finkley. You know, if your back's against the wall and you want to go up against the odds, you know, F it, do it. So interested to see how that'll work, though. Obviously, like we talked about, kind of a logjam at the edge room, especially for what he is as an edge prospect, as, you know, a guy who's kind of the shorter, stouter, not necessarily speed rusher, but not necessarily a power rusher either, you know, kind of just a weird tweener for the position, but you can't really play him between the guards either. So again, like a very interesting player. I definitely don't think 2024 is going to be the year we get a good look at him. You know, I know the clock is obviously ticking for eligibility, but Trey Moore and Ethan Burt, Barron Sorrell, all those guys are probably going to have to be gone if Finkley wants to see significant playing time. So I'm rooting
back in that mix too.
Yeah, and again, anything I said about Finkley, I didn't mean to be bad. Like, I just was trying to be as transparent to kind of so y'all can have the full picture painted of him. Great kid.
The path of the field is crowded for him.
Yeah. So, but yeah, and then BJ Allen is a fighting North Texas Mean Green. So
he gone.
Yep.
How much of him did you see in high school?
I actually never saw him in high school. Actually, geez. There's one game I saw his in high school, and it was actually his life. It was his last high school football game he ever played. And it was versus Sock at some Mansfield ISD stadium. When I drive past it, I call it the Sock beat Alito Stadium because that's where Sock finally was able to get over Alito after Alito would end their season however many years in a row. They finally beat him, and it's hilarious because it was, if you remember, this South Oak Cliff had a really, 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 really good 2023 class. Malik Muhammad was obviously the headliner. They had Billy Walton, who ended up at Texas, obviously ended up transferring. Javon Thomas, Bubba on the line, Big Mike on the line. Like they had a ton of guys. I can't name them all, but anyways, they had multiple receivers. Not all of them ended up Power 5, but all of them had Power 5 offers. And all those kids got those offers after these coaches saw the tape of them just abusing B.J. Allen and his little brother for a full game. Because that's how Sock won the game. They passed the ball. So that was the one time I saw B.J. Was not a good look. When I'm at these games, I never try to take a ton away from a one observation game because some people are going to have bad games. That's just how it is. So that was the one time I saw him. So I will say, didn't have the highest hopes from coming in, but I, like a lot of other people, did expect more from him. And I do think, even the coaches at Texas were expecting more from him. So
real quick, are you comfortable with me putting Justice Finkley in the on the fence category?
Yeah,
we don't know. We still don't know if he's just a rotational guy or if he's capable of being a starter. I think we'll put him in that group.
I think that's more than fair, and it's the most honest and it's the most honest way to do it. If we're gonna be true to what we're doing here.
Well, I know what category B.J. Allen and Jamon Tapp are in. They're gone. So
yeah, Jamon Tapp. One day I will tell his story. I actually have on this the story of how he committed, but I didn't say his name. Jalen Gilbo. I feel like that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Gilbo's on the fence because still need to see him take that step. If you remember, go back to the start of the 2022 season. Jahdae Barron was not the starter at the star position to open that season. It was Gilbo. Now, that lasted until about, early second quarter of the Alabama game when they rolled Jahdae in at star, and he never really gave that job up. But Gilbo's a guy, ton of talent. I think got the right mindset for what Texas wants. He's an X factor on defense, Jordan, because if he can be a starting caliber guy at the star position and allow Jahdae to play some corner, losing Terrence Brooks and maybe being uncertain about what your corner rotation looks like, that picture clears up if Gilbo plays some star.
Yeah. And also he kind of is an X factor for the secondary this year. Because if he can actually hold it down at star, Jahdae can stay at corner, and then that's Jahdae and Manny at corner. And you don't necessarily have to bring a Jermaine Cole or a Gavin Holmes or whatnot on the field each time.
Cole.
Yeah, my bad.
And also Cole and Jermaine Lole mixed up. I don't think Jermaine Lole is playing corner.
No. But yeah, and also people forget this. I don't think he's going to play it a ton, but Drew Makuba is going to get some snaps this year at nickel. He's too good at it. He's too much experience at it. Clemson, they're going to play him at nickel sometimes, probably when they want to give Jahdae a break, and they might need a huge play or something like that. But all these guys are going to work in a different position. So by the time they really get into think of an SEC play, I don't want this to come off bad, but injuries are going to happen, and Texas is going to be prepared for this. They need the other guys to be cross-trained at the different positions and have in-game experience so that when guys start falling, because that's just what is going to happen, you can have guys that are ready. So,
if I was the staff, if I'm Blake Gideon and Terry Joseph, I cross-train Jahdae and make sure he knows enough safety to be able to go there in a pinch. Because let's say you have an injury, you don't want to be down to where you're just, okay, you got two guys between Derek Williams, Michael Taft, and Andrew Makuba. Okay, one of those guys gets hurt. Now you're down to two. You're going to throw Xavier Filson into the Wolves if he's not ready, or would you rather have Jahdae going at safety? So I'm with you, man. I
Hey,
cross training is
Jelani?
not easy. Cross training is not easy, but I do it with a guy like Jade that I know can handle it.
Yeah. Or don't forget about Jelani either. I think Jelani is going to take a big step up this year. So, or hoping he does.
He's another one of those, man. They just need to figure out what they want him to be and go with it.
Yeah.
You know?
You're right. Brennan Thompson.
He gone.
Well, okay, where do we want to put Gilbo though? What exactly are the categories again?
Well, we're just saying, are they established? Are they on the fence, or are they, they are what they are? That's not necessarily a good thing.
I'd say Gilbo isn't quite yet established, but I'd say he's pretty damn close to it. I think he will be mid-season.
I think just for the purposes of this exercise, him and Justice Finkley have to go into the on the fence category.
Yeah. NATO, Umuzulu.
On the fence, but you've been a big NATO supporter, a big NATO stan. You still, man, I know what you're saying, Jordan, and I know you've got your sourced information, and I'm not trying to torpedo any of your sources. I just have a hard time at this point seeing without anything going on in a game or him just being overwhelmed in a scrimmage. I just have a hard time seeing Hayden Conner letting go of that starting left guard job.
Yeah. I didn't try to report it as like it was definitely happening.
No,
but that's
I know.
Folks in Austin definitely thought that's where things were trending earlier this year.
Yeah.
So I will say I don't know if it's necessarily final. Hayden Conner is a starter, but I think it is pretty close to being final that he'll be the starter still.
Let's say this: if you're Kyle Flood and you had to play a game tomorrow, who's your number 3 guard? Is it Cole Hudson or is it NATO?
For the SEC, it's NATO.
Okay.
I think like Cole Hudson is definitely. I'd say NATO's 1A, Cole Hudson's 1B, and I don't think this is exactly how it would happen. Because obviously Connor Robertson would go in, but I would have done what I did in college football 25 and made Cole Hudson the backup center.
Man, that's what I'm saying. If I'm Kyle Flood, I pull Cole Hudson and his family, whoever needs to hear the message, and I tell them, look, we're probably going to redshirt you this year. You're going to be our starting center in 2025. That's what we're going to train you to be this year. If we have to put you in a game, it's going to be at guard, but we're going to make you our center for 2025. And then I think you can have a little. It just gives you. It's a hell of a nice buffer to have, mind you. It would give you a nice little buffer before Daniel Cruz is ready, ideally, to take over, and you still got some time to figure out what you got in Connor Robertson. I would do that. I mean, sitting here saying that. It sounds nice in theory. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Cole Hudson is still going to be at worst your number 4 guard. And we're at a point. You made a great point earlier that in a couple weeks ago that none of these offensive linemen have transferred out. You're at a point where probably potentially your number 4 guard is a guy that has a full year as a starter under his belt. That's a hell of a place to be, man. And that's a place where if you're Texas. If you'd have told me, 5-10 years ago that that's where a Texas offensive line was, I'd have thought, man, you're doing something dirty, something underhanded under the table to beef up your O-line room. But man, it's nice to see. It's nice to see where Texas is right now.
Yeah. And the thing about transfers is like Calvin Banks is going to the NFL after this year. Cam Williams I think it'd be pretty dumb of his if he decided to go into the transfer portal. You could say the same about DJ Campbell, or potentially NFL there, just like it is with Cam. Connor Robertson is never going to go in the portal unless he's pushed into it. This is a kid who grew up dreaming to play at Texas. Parents went to Texas. He was always going to Texas. I'm trying to think. Malik Ogbo, I feel like if he was going to transfer, it would have happened by now too. Because it is so clear what the path is in front of him. And he stayed put. So I'm not really expecting him to leave.
Those two guys, let's not just gloss over them. Like Connor Robertson played in the OU game in a really that's a hell of a tough spot for Jake Majors to get injured on the first drive of the OU game, and then you got to go or second drive, whatever it was, And you got to go in and play center the rest of the game. And that's your first significant experience as a player is in the OU game. And he held his own. I'm not saying he was great. I'm not saying he by no means was terrible. Connor Robertson held his own, did about what you could have hoped he would do in that situation. And Malik Agbo, that 6-0 line package, call it the Big 12 package, whatever you want to call it. That's a really important role in this offense, and I think that's still going to be a position that they utilize, especially if you're looking to get better in short yardage and red zone. I mean, you want to play with a bigger surface, yeah. So Malik Agbo's got a role. It might not be the role that he envisioned for himself, but it's a pretty dang important role as the jumbo tight end.
Yeah, no, you are correct. Malik Murphy.
We'll put Neto on the fence. So it's Gilbo, Neto, Finkley are the three guys that we've got on the fence right now.
Yeah, Malik Murphy, obviously in the transfer portal.
Gone, but man, give that young man a handshake and a pat on the back for what he did last year, getting you through 2 games with Quinn injured.
Yeah.
Really 2.5. He finished the Houston game and then played the K-State and BYU games.
Yeah, also, and just like, man, give him a handshake for staying with Texas. He obviously never ended up going through and actually decommitting, but he had a decommitment edit made within 24 hours of Quinn Ewers coming to Texas.
Yeah.
And I know that because I know the person who made him the edit. So yeah, but stuck it out, smooth things over, and now he's going to go ball out at Duke. So I think pretty much all of Longhorn Nation's rooting for him. Chris Ross, I'll be honest.
You owe Malik Murphy a debt of gratitude, folks.
Yeah, Chris Ross, honestly couldn't tell you what's going on with Chris Ross. I have no idea where he's at or what's going on with him.
Man, why do I want to say I saw him surface some JUCO somewhere?
I saw Samaje the other day, but I heard about that like 2 weeks ago. I was just waiting for someone to break the Samaje stuff. The Samaje stuff is hard. Because there is more to that, but that's just what's known about. So that I'll leave it at that, though. But Chris Ross, I don't know where he's at. Larry Turner Gooden.
Chris Ross, apparently, that can't be right, is it? Yeah. Chris Ross is at Nevada now with Jeff Choate.
Damn. Choate getting them boys over. He got Kyle Woods, Savion Red, Chris Ross, and Keaton Crawford.
Yeah.
Damn. That's nuts.
Quit raiding the roster, Choate.
Yeah, I bet Sark is just so pissed at him.
Yeah, I know. Larry Turner Gooden, he's I'll give Larry Turner Gooden this though. He was able to stick it out. Had already transferred to San Jose State. That was already done. He stuck it out with the team and was with the team through Sugar Bowl practices. So good for him. He stayed as long as he could.
I remember, I'll be honest with you. I do not think we got his measurements at All-American because I saw him at All-American. There's no way he was 6 foot. There's no way. No way. But I don't know. I remember Nick. This is Nick Harris still with Horns 24/7. We're at the All-American Bowl. He doesn't play in it because he had some injury or something, so he showed up like with 2 days left. I remember seeing him walk around, and I was like, who is that? To Nick, because he had his All-American stuff on, and he obviously was late. He's like, that's Larry Turner Gooden. And I was like, that's Larry Turner Gooden? And he was like, yeah, isn't he small? Like, they had to take him from California. They went 5-7. And I was like, makes sense. Look at us now, right? It makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
I think though, yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, he was committing at the game on national TV. It helped you more than it hurt you to take his commitment.
Yeah. No, you're right. And I mean, they needed DB bodies, so. Yep.
Is it weird though? Like, I think that just shows you how good the 2023 DB class has been and what they've done in the portal. This whole DB class is, except for Gilbo, is a wash, and you're not completely freaking out about it.
They're actually, the whole DB class is gone.
Yeah.
Except for
Except for
Bledsoe.
Gilbo.
Or Gilbo, my bad.
Yeah.
But Dre Bledsoe?
Definitely on the fence. And man, we talked about him yesterday. We were talking about D-line. Like he's got to figure it out sooner or later. I just you can only wait for so long for a guy to flip that switch and for it to stay on. It's flickered, but he's got to flip it and have it stay on. So I'd say Bledsoe is on the fence.
Yep. Austin Jordan is a TCU Horned Frog. Malik Agbo, obviously kind of already hit on him.
I'm gonna say for now, I'm gonna put Malik Agbo in the corner of in the category of he is what he is. With the right, I'm reserving the right to change my opinion in the future. But significant contributor, because like I said, that jumbo tight end, you're a dude if you're playing that position. And if he's cool with it, then more power to him, man. He can make it work for him. We got 4 guys on.
I mean, they obviously trust him. They threw his ass a pass wearing number 67 at the Washington game in the final drive.
Dude, that was the most.
We talk about this like once a month. I remember.
Yeah.
And I bring this part up, but it's Hank and I standing up at like the hotel bar and Trey Scott being like, "What the?" And Brian, we look over at Brandon Huffman, who's just like this.
Malik Agbo got thrown a pass. It's almost like Sark's on the call sheets. Like, what's the last thing they would expect me to do? Throw the ball.
He's like this would be hilarious. Oh shit! There's only 1:34 left. No,
I like to think Sark didn't have much of a sense of humor that late in the game.
Or number 80, whatever. Aaron Bryant on the fence.
On the fence, yeah. I think he's going to be in the Malik Agbo category of he's just kind of a steady hand, kind of is what he is. But it's I don't know. Maybe he's one of those surprise guys. Maybe he jumps Dre Bledsoe. Maybe he gets himself into that mix. I don't know, but yeah, he's on the fence for sure.
Yeah. Zach Swanson is an Arizona State Sun Devil. Cole Hudson, obviously, I think talked about him already.
I'm gonna say Cole Hudson's established. It's just
he started a full year as a true freshman.
It's not his fault that he's behind DJ Campbell and Hayden Connor.
Yeah.
It's not basically, how that old thing some coaches say, you can't lose your job to injury. Cole Hudson, all he did was get injured. That's not his fault. He had a shoulder surgery and lost his job to DJ Campbell.
Yep. Derek Brown. I don't know where he's at. I know he was at Texas State last year, but he went in the portal. I know a coach who I'll sometimes send kids that have super shitty grades who's at TJC, Tyler Junior College. And he told me in February that they were trying to get him out of the portal. I was like, really? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, I'll be honest with you. I think it's too much pride to go from Texas State to JUCO right away. He's like, I don't know. We're going to do what we can to get him. So since then, I haven't checked in where he ended up.
I'm looking at his Twitter machine, and I don't see anything of note. So
got it. Ethan Burke, the Condor. OGs remember. This dude was committed to Texas and wore Kansas State gloves his whole senior season, or Michigan gloves. I mean, he obviously didn't commit till later on, but I believe he played 2 games, or no, he only played 1 game after he committed because he flipped the morning of signing day.
Yeah, it was late.
And then him and Vosick sacked Jackson Arnold 11 times in 1 game. And he was wearing K-State gloves the whole time. I remember that.
They'll repeat the feat
potentially
in this year.
Ethan Burke is more than established at this point, I think.
Without question.
If he continues the developmental curve he's on, Ethan Burke is an NFL draft pick in April.
The fact that he could be in a position to leave early. Chip wrote a really good profile piece on Ethan Burke. I want to say
in the season.
Yeah,
it was in the season, I think.
I know it was after the Alabama game.
Mm-hmm.
Talked to his dad, and I think he quoted Todd Dodge was quoted in there. Maybe I think he talked to Coach Salazar. He got some good quotes. Yeah, it really paints the picture of had he focused on football his whole time and not lacrosse, Ethan Burke might have been a 4-star top 100 type recruit, but it's just he was a lacrosse guy and got into football late. And man, thank goodness he was down the road at Westlake, and that was an easy flip for Texas.
Yeah, I was actually who tipped off Horns 24/7 crew on that. He hit me up at which was Mike Roach and Nick Harris at the time. He hit me up at 11:30 at night the night before signing day and was like, "Yo," and that's my biggest pet peeves whenever people just text me, "Yo." It's like, dude, just tell me what you want. And I was like, "What's up, man?" Because I wasn't working in recruiting. I was doing full-time photography. And he's like, "Can you send me all the photos you have of me?" And I was like, "I'm not doing this at 11:30 at night." So I just sent him a link to my website that had all the different Westlake game albums in there. And I'm like, "You can go through these. I know I got a bunch of you from this game versus Bowie or whatever." And he's like, "All right, thanks. I just needed some new photos for an edit." I was like, "Oh, okay." Called Nick. I'm like, "My boy, Ethan Burke needs an edit, and tomorrow is signing day, and I know Texas kind of offered him or something today." And he was like, "Yeah, thanks, but this helps a lot."
Yeah.
And they obviously went on it. Cam Williams, I think, still on the fence, I'd say.
For the purposes of this exercise, yes. I ideally want to say no, but for the purposes of this exercise, yes. I tell you what, we're going to find out pretty quick what group he's in.
Okay, because if we're saying Connor Robertson is not established and is on the fence, then I think Cam Williams need to be on the fence because they've essentially played the same amount of snaps almost.
Yeah, Connor. The difference is Cam Williams does technically have a start under his belt. Connor Robertson doesn't.
Yeah, but to be fair, they played. He blocked some white guy wearing number 43 from K-State, who's the smallest power forward edge rusher I've ever seen in person.
So on the fence right now, we've got Justice Finkley, Jalen Gilbo, Neto, Jere Bledsoe, Aaron Bryant, Cam Williams, Connor Robertson. So that's 7.
Yep.
I mentioned that now because we're going to run through the bottom of this list pretty quick.
Yeah. Travell Johnson is Louisiana Monroe Warhawk.
Actually, Travell Johnson is medically retired from football.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, he was at ULM and then he medically retired. I only know that because I saw Derek Brown's on my Derek Brown. I still follow each other on Twitter. Derek Brown retweeted it. That's how I saw it in the spring.
Xavier Bryce is a North Texas Mean Green.
Mm-hmm.
Savion Red,
flipping him from OU at the time.
Yeah, just to shove it.
That didn't hurt you. The perception of you flipping a guy from OU, it didn't matter how much Xavier Bryce played. It didn't hurt you.
Yeah, especially this was when that Kobe McKenzie bullshit was going on too. If you remember that.
Oh, man, how many times can a dude flip from one school to the other in a week?
Yeah. Hey,
and be all in on the flips too, you know?
Yeah. Savion is a Nevada Wolf, I guess. Straight vibes though. Love the photo. I'll forever, every time I think of Savion Red, I'll forever think of him throwing up the neighborhood on national TV in Brendan Marion's face.
Every time I think of Savion Red, I'll think about the up and down adventure that was the Wildcat package and him getting in Brendan Marion's face and screaming at him in Stillwater.
Yeah. Man, watching that game was nuts. I think I've told the story, but I watched it on my laptop in a hotel after in Columbus, in a hotel after seeing Ohio State curb stomp Iowa. And Texas played like shit that day. And I've never told the story because Micah watched the whole game with me and was like, they look horrible. I'm like, yeah, they do.
Well, that was the game, man. That was the game that, in hindsight, Xavier Worthy played with one hand.
Yeah.
Quinn
was off.
He slammed his finger in the car door or something. I forgot what it was. Basically, Quinn played one-handed. And for whatever reason, Bijan and Roshan, I think both went over 100 yards, and Quinn ended up throwing it. It's like Quinn was like 19 of 40.
Yeah, Quinn was just off. He was off. And I remember
the wind was terrible. It was not a good day to be throwing the pill all over the place.
And Stephon Boogie Johnson was just destroying Ryan Watts. just destroying him as a true freshman. And I saw Boogie Johnson in high school and was always like, this dude's an Oregon commit? And was kind of surprised by it. He obviously ended up at Houston now. He transferred from Oklahoma State to Houston. But, like, Boogie Johnson did more as a true freshman in college than I ever saw him do as a high schooler on a loaded DeSoto team. So, I thought that was interesting.
What's weird is those guys that produce for a little bit like a Joshua Moore, and then it's like they just fall off the face of the earth.
Yeah. Yep. Will Stone, Lance St. Louis, both still in Austin.
They're established. Will Stone's he'll get 1 year to try to be the kicker, but he's your kickoff guy, and Lance St. Louis is your long snapper. So yeah, they're both established.
Look at this group of transfers. This is like kind of halfway like a nightmare blunt rotation. You got Ryan Watts, right?
Yeah.
Roses and flowers. Then we got Deommodore Tucker Dorsey, currently a real estate agent.
Tuck for what he was
he satisfied the needs, I'd say.
Yeah.
What they needed him to do, he did.
You needed a backup linebacker, and he was a good backup linebacker. Same thing with Tariq Milton. Tariq Milton was the insurance policy you never needed to cash. But, Jordan, I know you as a Lake Travis alum. If Hudson Card had led the comeback against Tech, if Texas wins that game, we're talking about the Hudson Card to Tariq Milton completion to get them in field goal range at the end of regulation as one of the plays of the season.
Yep.
Here he is. That Tariq Milton caught that ball, and I'm only hanging on the Tariq Milton point because I don't want to talk about Ajay Hall all that much.
Yeah, and Bijan fumbled. Ajay Hall, Isaiah Nayer. Yep, it's fitting. Both these guys are kind of next to each other.
You know what though?
And this guy.
Those.
I think Quinn's. Yeah, Quinn's the last one. This photo always kills me.
What the hell was Quinn thinking, man? Look at the hair, dude. That's just brutal.
Yeah, that's what someone should have asked in my media days. Been like, hey, you've obviously turned the corner. Seems you've had a new awakening. Nice haircut, all that. But could you tell us what the F your thought process was for however many years of your life and you had that stuff hanging off your head?
Part of me thinks it was like maybe he was going from a marketing angle, trying to get a nice gimmick going, but it was a bad gimmick. It didn't work. Quinn, remember during spring ball, like last year when Quinn cut his hair, we're like, hey, look, Quinn got a haircut. And a lot of people are like, thank goodness he got a haircut. But like, you remember like Quinn had like the almost like a crew cut in spring ball.
Yeah.
It was just like almost buzzed. I was like, it's a nice look on Quinn. And now it's grown out a little more, but bald is beautiful. More guys should try it.
Yep. I'll say we can talk.
So we got basically, hey, I'll say this on the last group. Put that group of transfers up again. Those three, the wheels off portion of the 2022 transfer haul with Ajay Hall, Jaleel Billingsley, and Isaiah Nayer being next to each other. Isaiah Nayer falls into that Cole Hudson category of it's not his fault he lost his job to an injury. He go back to that his spring game, the spring he transferred in. It looked like he was going to be a dude, and he probably would have been. And then blows his knee out, and they bring in AD Mitchell the following spring, and that's pretty much all she wrote for Isaiah Nayer.
We'll say at the same time with Nayer, they did give him a lot of chances to come back and earn a role, and he found himself in the doghouse for a long time. Not only because. I think it's fine to say now, but he just did not take his rehab serious at all. There's also some other off the field stuff that wasn't reported, and that also landed him in the doghouse as well. So those two things combined with the fact that they're really depending on him going into that year, and he obviously missed the whole year, and then they want you to be aggressive and attacking your comeback and your rehab, and he just was. I don't know if nonchalant is the right word, but he didn't approach it with the intensity that they were looking for. And I think probably if he wanted to come back, might have had a scholarship still at Texas, but I can't 100% answer that. So
the way Cole Hudson attacked his rehab is different than the way Isaiah Nayer attacked his rehab.
Yes. Yeah. The Quinn and Cuda
Cole Hudson still has a role on this team and why he's still around.
Yeah. Man, OGs remember that hype when Keelan Robinson put this shit on a story on Instagram. of Quinn rapping "Cute a Fool." Also, weird flex, but that is cool. I guess your brother is the guy who goes and cuts all the guys in that barber chair at the facility.
Coach 420. Is Coach 420's brother the one that is he have a Coach 420? Does your brother have a shop down somewhere close to campus that guys go get their haircut at? I remember somebody telling me that their brother, their cousin, was a barber that cut hair. But Ajay Hall, real quick, man. I've said this before, I'll say it again. The guy who was my high school quarterback at Florence, Texas, America, was Ajay's last high school coach, and told me pretty much verbatim the same thing Sark told me when I talked to Sark about Ajay. It was, hey, he's different. You got to handle him differently, but he needs to understand that doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want to do. There's parameters you got to work with. And that was, everybody understood you got to handle Ajay differently than other people, but he never understood the part, that means I get to do whatever I want to do. He never figured that out. Thank you, Coach 420. Yes.
Got it. Is he the same guy that I know, like on game days, the day before the games, they have that, they used to take a bunch of like visit photos on the chair, but they have that like barber chair in the little barber shop down in the Moncrief facility that they'll have players come get cuts like game day or day before game. Is that the same guy that's your cousin, or I don't know? I'm just curious, but I'll be honest, I don't have much recruiting to talk. Obviously, they have a big event tomorrow. I'm driving to Austin after today's show, so I will be Box Boys off of 7th, has another one off of 5th, Anderson Lane, South Lamar at the Triangle. Okay. I'm getting my haircut tomorrow or this evening maybe. I need to text my guy when I'm driving, but we'll do like a whole review.
Lined up this evening too. Maybe
a
little stubble going on.
Yeah.
Yes, Ajay Hall is a non-scholarship player at UCF, so maybe
can you imagine if Ajay Hall outlasts what is it? Cormani McLean as non-scholarship additions to Florida power schools?
Man, that I know the state of Texas has had guys like that, but man, and
Florida,
it's not just a Florida thing, but yeah,
Florida man.
You get some wheels off stuff where dudes just uber talented guys that you're like, man, what are you on? Chance like 9 now? You on your 9th live, 10th live? I don't even know, but yeah, maybe he'll figure it out. I don't know. Odds are against it at this point, and maybe Isaiah Nayer figures it out at Nebraska. Maybe
that's where he was. I forgot where he went, but yeah, that's the thing. Matt Rule, I will say, of all the coaches who know how to manage personalities that aren't the easiest to manage, Matt Rule is pretty fucking good at it. Sorry for dropping an F-bomb, BK, but he's pretty damn good at it. He's up there with the best.
Dude, Matt Rule's at coaching school, by the way. Nebraska.
Oh, really?
Dude, you think Matt Rule's gonna miss an opportunity to mingle with the THSCA folks?
I didn't see it on my Twitter machine, so
yeah,
I don't
Matt
know.
Rule. I don't know if you remember this, but the last full year Matt Rule had in Carolina, the Panthers played a Thursday night game in Houston against the Texans, and Matt Rule showed up like during pregame, because during the game you have to wear like the New Era hat or you'll get fined by the league. You have to wear like the specific headwear. During pregame, Matt Rule was walking around with a THSCA hat. Had the THSCA hat on.
Him. I will say, I don't know if anyone saw it, but incredibly sad story of what happened in San Antonio. Was it last night or?
I believe that was
Sunday Monday night. Okay.
It
was
Sunday night into Monday, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. There's an assistant coach at Jasper. I never talked to her whenever I'd be over at Jasper, but she was in the field house this year whenever I stopped by in the spring. So really, really sad stuff. It was a drive-by and it was like in a packed rooftop bar, I believe, got hit by a stray bullet and unfortunately passed away. But yeah, so really, 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 truly very crazy sad. So but not going to get into the visitor list stuff much. I guess it'll be really brief. They have 5 5-stars coming in tomorrow. 2 in 2025, Jonah Williams, Michael Terry III out of Alamo Heights, And then in 26, they had Braylon Womack, who is actually second time on campus. He's a safety from the state of Mississippi. He's either the number 1 or number 2 safety in the country for the 26 class. Still doesn't have an offer. Haven't offered this kid, but he's been in contact with Blake Gideon for like the last 4 or 5 months pretty consistently. So I would be shocked if this kid doesn't leave with an offer this weekend. And he's out of Flowood, Mississippi. So he actually visited with a few of his teammates. He had a D-line teammate in the 2024 class, I believe, that Texas was looking at as a late senior eval or something for a little. Never ended up offering him. But anyways, they had that kid come down for the Black Friday game versus Texas Tech, where Texas took him out to the woodshed. And they brought Braylon Womack with him. So he's seen a Texas game day experience. This will be his second time on campus. Again, we expect him to get offered. Another 5-star. He's already committed to Texas, Diabell, quarterback. I will say he's done about as good of a job as you can when it comes to peer recruiting this early on. And I mean, this is kind of, it feels so similar to the Arch Manning recruitment where it's okay, he's committed, he's done, it's over, he's not flipping. So whenever you put this much effort in, at least early on, like he is into peer recruiting, they almost never flip. And then you look at, the pedigree comes from professionalism, all that other stuff. I do not see a decommitment happening with Diabell. Last 5-star is actually only 1 spot behind Braylon Womack on the national rankings. John Turnteen, the 3rd out of North Crowley. This is the number 1 line target on Kyle Flood's board for 2026. A little short for left tackle, 6'3.5", maybe 6'3 3/4. But this is what you want a left tackle to look like. Built like a dream. A father played in the NFL after a successful career at TCU. Whole family's Fort Worth natives. Yes, TCU will have some family ties, but this is a kid with 36 offers. So good luck, Sonny. I will say, been to Texas for the junior day, came back in April, was at the elite camp. So this is his at least the 4th time he's been on campus this year. I know last year, I believe he was at this July event. And then I know he stopped by for a game day in the fall as well, because that's when they offered him, was at a game day in October. So very, very, very frequent visitor. He has a sibling that attends University of Texas, and then he has another sibling. It's at Houston Tillotson down the road. So a lot of familiarity in Austin. He's visited Texas more than he's visited TCU, and that's, his father's alma mater. So there's a lot to like about this. I already have an early crystal ball prediction in for him to end up at Texas, put it in after the elite camp. Again, pretty early. There's a long way to go on this one. Believe it or not, Alabama is actually going to be really, really involved in this. He's their number 1 line target as well, and I have that from someone in Tuscaloosa. So they're going to make it competitive. And then lastly, before we bring in the guys, not a 5-star right now, but I really do think this kid will finish as a 5-star. Jermaine Carlton out of Temple. This is a 6'4.5" kid, 238 pounds, and he has like a 6'11" wingspan. Temple's best basketball player, I believe, averaged a double-double. Has some great hoop tape. It's on his Twitter, so you can go find it. I post it on our board every time he posts basketball stuff. But truly a freak, an amazing kid too. Really, really good kid. I don't know what it is about these Temple kids, but I'm always drawn to who they are off the field for one reason or another. Incredibly solid kids. All of them are blue-collar families. So Jermaine Carlton definitely, gives off similar vibes to the other kids from Temple. But I will say this is a kid that grew up wanting to play at a school like Texas or at Texas. I already put in a Texas crystal ball for him. You're probably like, what do you mean by that? Torian York got a lot of people's comments by him saying Texas didn't recruit him or whatever. And people are like, oh, he's upset he didn't get the offer, whatever. Torian York, Mikhail Harrison-Pilot, Nate Mitchell, Javion Wilcox, Micah Hudson, Selma Bridges, they all grew up doing this. None of them wanted to go to Texas. They didn't
better
care.
hope nobody screen grabbed that.
Chill out. They all grew up throwing the horns down. They never wanted to go to Texas. The only one that gave Texas like true time of the day was Mikhail whenever he was a take at Texas, and they told him, you need to commit right now. We are not taking you in the fall. And he's like, I'll wait in the fall. Looking back, he's even admitted that was dumb of him to do. But he gave Texas some time. Micah gave him some looks. Selma gave him some looks. Obviously, none of those recent guys ended up at Texas. But Jermaine Carlton, Texas was a dream school growing up. Like John Turnteen, put in an early crystal ball prediction. Like I said, I expect this to be a 5-star, and 5-star edge rushers are usually pretty hard recruitments to win. So could get interesting between now and when it comes time for him to commit. But I do like the chances of him eventually ending up at Texas and eventually ending up a 5-star. But we'll bring the guys in, and yeah.
I'm gonna.
Go ahead, Jeff. Go ahead.
No. You had something. Go ahead.
Well, this is going to take about 2 minutes. I know you guys have been on the air since 11. Have you all heard the sound of DeShaun Foster's opening statement at Big 12 Media Days?
You mean a Big 10?
Big 10, excuse me, yeah.
I have not, no.
All right. I got the sound.
You got it?
It's about a minute long, but it is – I wish I could play the video. I don't know what the copyright infringements are, so I just went with the audio, but it's cringeworthy, guys. I'm going to cue it up right now.
Am I going to have secondhand embarrassment?
If you saw the video, it'd be worse, but yes.
Okay.
How you guys doing? I'm happy to be here. Glad to be a part of this great conference. Finally putting two great emblems together, UCLA and the Big Ten. We're a school that's won, 123 championships, so this fits us being right in this conference. Football-wise, we're just excited. I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC. We
Is he laughing or is that y'all laughing?
I'm just basically excited, really. That's it. Any questions?
It sounds like whenever Jeff has like technical difficulty and I have to talk by myself on here. That's what that sounds like. Or that's like whenever you interview a kid for the first time and you find out very quickly it's not the easiest kid to interview.
Oh yeah, dude. I interviewed this kid, this 4 or 5 star Dennis Evans. He was a center at Louisville. He ended up at Louisville. And I was on the phone. I needed like 5 minutes with him, and I could not get a minute. I could not even be for. I was like, "So, man, you're a 5-star. You're really excited. Where are you gonna end up?" Nothing. It was horrible, dude. Is my internet choppy? I think I'm gonna switch internet really quick. Hang on 1 second.
It is,
dude.
Okay, give me a second.
That is.
You're all good.
You know what that is, Eric? DeShaun Foster needs to fire his sports information director, because a good SID would have prepped him with here's an opening statement. Just read off this. Dude, we saw Sam Pittman, and there was several coaches. I think Drink read off something at media days. Like there were several coaches at SEC that read off a prepared statement.
We got to keep track of what the UCLA players are going to say, because if they're not media training the head coach, are they just going to throw out 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds to the wolves?
Man,
you know what I mean? Like we gotta keep track of the UCLA players too.
Jeff, where your mind went is exactly where my mind went. Is like, and I'm not someone who's gonna bash SIDs, because I mean, listen, it's a tough gig. It's not the most rewarding gig in the world. However, there's no way that DeShaun Foster was prepped for this. And my favorite part of that is, so I know y'all know a lot about us. We're in LA. No shit, DeShaun, it's in the name.
UCLA.
It's kind of like
we're there with USC.
Remember was it the guy from Toyota or Chevrolet when Madison Bumgarner won World Series MVP and he was presenting him with the truck and he's like, it's got technology and stuff. Yeah, that was the coach's equivalent of technology and stuff. That was bad, man.
And when that man said we're there with USC, first off, if you've ever been to LA, UCLA and USC, yeah, y'all in the same city, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's so far apart. They're so far apart. They're so far apart culturally too. Like they're just not the same at all.
Yeah, I'm from Houston. Where do you go to high school, Katie? Okay, yeah. Like
I know enough about Houston to get that reference, Jordan. I'm proud of myself.
Oh,
that's
hey,
pat yourself on the back. Two Houston kids there. Where'd you go to high school? I went to Katy. Where'd you go to high school? Sharpstown. Oh, y'all are right. Y'all are neighbors, huh? No, not exactly.
An hour away from each other.
So yeah, I know Sark came in second at SEC Media Days with like a 13-minute opening statement, but I'd much rather have my coach do that or just run out the clock like Jeff's boy Shane Beamer did. As opposed to DeShaun Foster. It's a bit of an inside joke. Jeff asked me, just for the audience, Jeff wanted me to ask. I can't remember exactly what the question was, but because he had to step out and do the show. Go ahead, Jeff.
I don't remember either what I told you to ask Shane Beamer because I was gobsmacked at your reply.
Yeah, and then by the time I saw Jeff, I was like, sorry, man. He ran out the clock. By the time he stopped talking, it was time for me to run out and relieve you and do our show. So,
hey, did you make
that
it
was
to Conference?
DeShaun Foster.
Did you make it to Conference USA stuff, Eric?
I did, yes.
Okay. I'm upset that you didn't make it to AAC Media Days. We're at Globe Life Field. You should have been there because you would have gotten to chop it up with Tom Herman and Biff Poggi. And I'd have needed visual proof if Biff was wearing sleeves or not.
That sounds like a true nightmare blunt rotation. The AAC Media Days.
Nightmare blunt rotation.
Only thing that would have made it better is if Herman and Biff were back to back. That's the only thing that would have made that more
I'll tell you what.
Get them to arm wrestle as part of Media Days.
Jeff, really quick, did you hear Alex Golesh's quote on Alabama and whoever else they played? Did you catch that?
No.
I can't remember. Obviously USF goes to Alabama this year, and they got like another. I think it's Miami, and he's asked, "So, Alex, how do you feel about having to face Bama and Miami?" I think it's Miami, and he's like, "How do they feel about having to face South Florida?"
Yeah, I did see that.
Flip that around. Yeah.
I mean, you got to be confident if you're a coach, right? You got to show that confidence, I guess.
But I'll tell you what, man, between Biff Poggi, Tom Herman, Jeff Traylor, I mean, you got some personalities.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll say that.
Charisma.
All right. That's going to do it. We'll get out of the way. False Start Crew take over. We'll be back to do it tomorrow on a pool party Thursday.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate it, fellas, as always. That was It's Only an Hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs, my Horns 24/7 teammates and friends, taking you up to midday. We are your midday crew. We are False Start. I am Eric Henry. He is Mr. 5 Lunch Breaks, Keenan Womack. It is July 24th. K-Wo, what's going on?
I'm just making sure my internet's working. Just let me know if it's not, because I switched. Should be better now.
I will let you know if your internet's not working. Until then, just proceed as always.
I'm great, man. I'm living life, living in gratitude, being a happy person. Got some possibly cool stuff coming down the pipe. So I'll let you know off the air, and then at some point I'll announce it. But some cool stuff's coming my way.
Listen, as always, got a jam-packed show. We're going to close the show, giving Keenan an opportunity to talk about his stand-up set. Where are you going to be at?
It depends. I'm either going to be at Creek and Cave or Kick Butt, depending on which one signs me up first. I'll just go to that one.
If the Michelle Montaigne mix-up is not part of your stand-up set, I'm going to be thoroughly hurt and disappointed. K-Wo. But I want to start off the show with this, y'all. On Twitter last night, what caught my attention, obviously I spent the majority of this job having to scroll Twitter for a myriad of things because there just isn't a better option right now to promote articles and figure out the haps in the college football world. But I saw was trending, what is the hardest hit you've ever seen? And I did ask Keenan if he had some thoughts. He didn't give me one, so unfortunately I don't have any video of Keenan's, but I'm sure he will do a phenomenal job describing it. However, I'm going to put 2 hits of mine up here, and I actually was going to run one of them by Jeff in the crosstalk, but once I heard that DeShaun Foster sound, that was something that I couldn't resist going to. However, these are the 2 hardest hits that I have ever witnessed, and I witnessed both of them actually watching the game, Keenan. This is from, the early mid-2000s, growing up in Florida, watching ACC football. One of them we have talked about. And CB, I know you did post a few. I should have been able to grab the video of those, but I'm going to start with one of my favorites, Keenan. Florida State, Miami, early 2000s, Roscoe Parrish getting jacked up.
Rock Berlin, plenty of time. Oh, Parrish is polarized by Stanford Samuels. You felt that Roscoe Parrish to sleep, though.
This is the fault of the quarterback. You saw it was a zone coverage, and you can't throw it that far out there because you know the corner on that side is just sitting out there waiting for somebody to come in.
What you got for me on that one, Keenan?
That's the type of hit. That's the type of hit I used to take, man. That's the type of hit I take when I play. The blocking dummy, bro. That's the kind of hit that makes you not want to play football anymore.
Y'all rocking
Yeah,
with us in the
what's up?
chat, watching. Let us know what your favorite hit was. Jake Bayless says, probably a hit where Ray Lewis caught a dude lacking on a slant. Yeah, I remember he put someone to sleep. This was in the NFL. I can't remember what that one was. And he also notes Quan Cosby's block in the 2008 Red River shootout. One thing for me, and again, I've talked a lot about being a newcomer to Texas and kind of getting ingratiated to the Red River shootout. But that sound you heard right there, right after that hit, and then the Seminole chant playing, that was football for me growing up in Florida. Like that was gold right there. Rob says, massive hit, never understood why football players would lead with the head. Well, back in the day, that's what it was. I remember, especially, I was a 5'9", 215-pound player who, once I got moved to defense full time, didn't have enough speed to play safety at the Division II level. I was an undersized fullback and linebacker, but back when you were a safety, right? I was like, listen, you got to decleat someone, separate them from the ball. Didn't matter how it went. Here is my second hit, Keenan, and I'd love to get your choices here. This one, I think, might be even better than that Florida State hit I showed, but it doesn't get a lot of publicity because it was just a middle-of-the-road ACC game. But I promise you, it is worth the wait.
Steve, he knew it was going to happen. So I admire his courage. But right here, buddy, that's a tattoo.
Wow, that's David Dunham, fifth-year senior out of Lake.
That is Atlanta Falcon, current CBS broadcaster Matt Ryan, back when he was at Boston College, getting completely decleated, helmet coming off, the whole nine. What you think about that one, my guy?
Yeah, that was nutty. We had a family friend play on that Boston College team. He was the center. His name was Jack Geyser.
Nice.
Big dude. I don't think he ever made the NFL. But yeah, he was snapping to Matt Ryan. So guess that wasn't his fault. It was somebody's fault. It's kind of Matt Ryan's fault.
It's kind of Matt Ryan's fault because, listen, he's trying to scramble, get rid of the football, but gotta do something. Keenan, what's the biggest hit? A couple hits that come to mind for you, sir.
Not college football, but the one I always think of is the Sheldon Brown hit on Reggie Bush on the screen pass in the Eagles Saints game. And then the other one was this hit, this A&M, forget the A&M guy's hit. I'm sure Chris Bennett will remember this A&M guy. He broke the dude's face mask. He hit him so hard. It's on Twitter somewhere. It's under a post I retweeted, actually. My old boss posted it. Yeah, he broke the dude's nose, broke his jaw to get it wired shut, broke his face mask. It was. I honestly felt bad including it in a big hits compilation because it ruined the guy's life. It was brutal, man.
You talk about ruining someone's life. I think the hit thing that happens. That's football. Who I always felt bad for was the kid that Jadeveon Clowney lit up. Remember Vincent Smith from Michigan in the bowl game? That Clowney broke through the defensive line and just annihilated him. And it's like, yo, I just got the ball. You know what I'm saying? How do you?
He didn't even pass the line of scrimmage yet.
That one was one of someone I always felt bad about. CB, you asked the question, do I remember what started the FIU Miami brawl? I do. It just was a lot of jawing on an extra point. Maybe tomorrow I'll grab the video of that and put it up there. But that's really what started that more than anything else there. Keenan, probably I'd say the meat of the show for us today. Want to ask you, because you posted something on Twitter about the Paul George trade with OKC that essentially has yielded a whole bunch of nothing, Keenan.
Nothing.
And I got your tweet here. And sometimes I just sit around and think about this trade. The Clippers, OKC trade, where the Clippers got Paul George. OKC got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, SGA, Danilo Gallinari. The Heat's 2021 first-round pick is Trey Mann. The Clippers' 2022 first-round pick, Jalen Williams. They got pick swaps. And it's a 25 and 26 first-round pick. Basically a team that a trade that's almost assembled their team.
100%.
What is the worst trade that you can remember, and where does this one rank for you?
I think that's the worst one ever. I really do. Because think of where the Clippers could be right now had they not. Like, obviously, there's no guarantee they draft Jalen Williams, but Trey Mann's a decent player too. But Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is an MVP candidate, right? He's one of the most incredibly efficient scorers in the NBA. He's an incredible lead guard who can just score the basketball as well as anybody. He can distribute. He is a guy you can build a team around, and to also get Jalen Williams out of that as well is crazy. You know, and they ended up getting they have a whole core based off that trade. I think the Nets just basically giving Kyrie Irving away wasn't great. I mean, there were obviously off the court implications there, but like they gave him Dorian Finney-Smith and Spencer Dinwiddie for Kyrie Irving and Markieff Morris, and now Dinwiddie's on the Mavericks again. So like they really just gave away Kyrie for Dorian Finney-Smith, who's a nice player, and I like DFS. But that whole Nets trade, the Nets Celtics trade, giving the Nets all the Celtics leftovers for I don't even know. Danny Ainge just completely Jake Bayless is right. Danny Ainge destroyed that franchise when he was of Celtic, and he completely raked them over the coals. And there's just no way you can come back from that. I think it's going to take a long time still for the Nets to come back from that. You know what I mean? And I mean, hopefully they get the number 1 pick this year, get Cooper Flag, because they need some excitement in Brooklyn. They just don't have any.
I'm going to give you a couple, and I'm going to start completely out of the box, Keenan. The Wayne Gretzky trade that sent him from Edmonton to LA.
Yeah.
That one to me, and there's a great 30 for 30 ESPN documentary on that one, but Wayne Gretzky is probably Michael Jordan level in terms of greatness at that point in time. I just can't imagine trading the greatest player in the history of one sport for whatever it was they got back. There's just nothing that would have been comparable. I do remember in that documentary, there were some financial implications, the team ownership, and maybe they wouldn't be able to pay him.
Doesn't matter.
I would rather figure that out rather than trade him, because
100%.
We see what happens to hockey in Canada. It's been 30-something years since the last time a team in Canada won a Stanley Cup, right? And obviously Edmonton had a great run in the 80s. Let me give you another one. Randy Moss, when everyone thought he was finished in Oakland, and he got sent to New England for a 4th-round pick, and then all he does is set the football world on fire for the second time in his career. That one to me, I mean, as far as one that I can remember in my lifetime, that's one. And you guys all know it as far as basketball ones that are great, right? Like I think the Kyrie one, obviously you talked about, right? That there were off the court implications there that kind of make that a factor. The Boston Nets trade, Brooklyn trade, that's certainly one as well. But that Randy Moss trade, and what's scary, or not scary, but I guess that is ironic, the fact that Patriots team didn't win a Super Bowl. That's the thing that's crazy about it, right? That's the team that goes undefeated and the Giants knock them off. But I just remember everything about that football season. Brady just putting every ounce of arm he had into those throws to get it to Moss. Just incredible there. And then another one that, we've talked about Ricky a little bit on the show. Granted, while the teams that got picks back from New Orleans didn't necessarily do much with it, the New Orleans trade, just trading everything for Ricky Williams, to me, it still goes down as one of the worst trades, only because the Ricky pick didn't necessarily work out, right? 3 years, I don't think that team made the playoffs. I think they went 7-9 was the peak of their wins with Ricky Williams. The only reason in my mind that trade isn't looked at worse than it was is because of the fact that the Saints ended up going to the playoffs like shortly thereafter, right? And that franchise had been so bad forever. It's like, okay, They managed to rebuild. That's a trade that could have set them back for a while. I'll go to some of the comments here. CB talks about the Gretzky trade is the subject of the first 30 for 30 ever. As I mentioned, if you haven't seen it, it's a really good 30 for 30.
I got one too.
Yeah,
what's another one? An NFL one. Jake already posted it, but Herschel Walker, the Herschel Walker trade that basically landed the Cowboys their whole core that won them the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, one that I think it got them Aikman and either got them Aikman and Irving or Aikman and Smith, but set them up for 3 Super Bowls, set them up to be the most expensive franchise basically in the world outside, I think, Real Madrid. I think the Cowboys are they're a top 5 in the world franchise as far as like value goes, right? It's like the Knicks, the Cowboys, Real Madrid, like Liverpool or something, some of those soccer teams. But yeah, I mean, that set them up forever. And like, not great, Bob, for I think it was Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
Traded for him. Yeah,
it was. Jake Bayless, I'm going to call shenanigans on this one because no one knew what Brett Favre was going to be, right? Like, that's one of those hindsight trades. I saw the one about Charlotte trading Kobe. That's one that's a hindsight trade, right? Because no one knew what Brett Favre was going to be at that time. The Kobe one was interesting. I've talked a little bit about it on the show, Keenan. Again, I highly recommend if you haven't read or listened to Jeff Pearlman's book on the 96 through 04 Lakers and kind of what went on there with Kobe and why he fell to Charlotte was basically because he kind of pulled an Eli Manning, was like, yo, I'm not going here. I'm not working out here. I'm not working out here. So on and so forth. The team that was supposed to draft him was Jersey, and they ended up getting scared with a Kobe demanding like, hey, I'm not going there. They ended up taking Kerry Kittles, who was a fine NBA player, no Kobe Bryant, yeah. Right? So decent. So there's that. CB, okay, my bad. I got to go back and look at that. So the 2000 Saints made the playoffs. I guess that was with Aaron Brooks there. But yeah, okay. So I guess they did make plus Ricky Williams. So that's my bad there. Rob says a hindsight for baseball. The Sox trading Jeff Bagwell to the Astros, right, for a rental reliever. That's another hindsight one because I think Bagwell was like a late round pick. If memory serves me correct. Go ahead, Keenan. What's up?
Oh no, I still think that PG trade is the worst out of all of these. I really do. It was unconscionable, and the Clippers are going to suck forever. They will always suck. Kawhi's old. He's not going to play a full season. We know that. James Harden is old. Yeah, I mean, the Sox selling Babe Ruth to the Yankees, that's kind of the all-timer, I guess. But this PG trade was insane, dude. Like I said on Twitter, sometimes I just sit around and think about that trade, like what could have been. And couldn't have happened to a nicer group of fans than the Clippers, could it have?
No doubt about that. Keenan, if you are in the market for some snacks, you and I both, big snack guys, got to have them on deck. Look no further than 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven is your go-to convenience store for food, snacks, hot and cold beverages, gas, and so much more. They've got everything you need to get you through your way, your week, your month, hell, even your year. With Slurpees, Big Gulps, pizza, rollers, prepackaged snacks, and more, it truly is the best convenience store in the world. Check out the 7 Rewards program on the 7-Eleven app, as well as you can earn some free stuff every time you see our friends at 7-Eleven. As I note, Keenan, that 7-Eleven that is down there right by UT's campus is a stop for me on every game day. Before I get up to the press box, got to grab my Red Bull, grab my snacks. I know it's going to be an 8-hour day. Check out your friends at 7-Eleven. Keenan, I sent you earlier today, ESPN published their list of top 25. I guess this is actually a series they're doing, right? Because they had done top 100 athletes of the 21st century. Mm-hmm. Or I guess since 2000, excuse me. They just recently published top 25 NFL players since 2000, Keenan. Did you have a chance to take a look at the list?
Yeah. Brady's pretty obviously number one. That's going to be your number one guy. I want your takes first, and then I'll respond, though. I was wondering what you thought of some of those guys, because there were a couple that were a little, I don't know.
Well, sure. I'll go ahead and give the top 10. As you mentioned, Tom Brady, number one. Number 2, Patrick Mahomes. Number 3, Aaron Donald. Number 4, Peyton Manning. Number 5, Randall Gene Moss. Number 6, Megatron, Calvin Johnson. Number 7, J.J. Watt. Number 8, Ray Lewis. Number 9, the conspiracy theorist himself, Aaron Rodgers. And number 10, Darrelle Revis. I'll say this. The one that really kind of caught my attention was Aaron Donald over Peyton Manning. I I have really strong feelings on Peyton Manning. I think Peyton kind of gets that weird label in which we look back at his history a little bit. I don't think we give Peyton Manning his due, believe it or not.
I agree with that.
Because of the fact that the way he did have playoff losses. Obviously they win the championship in Indy, and then they win the championship in Denver. Now, Peyton Manning was carried. I mean, carried is an understatement. I mean, Peyton Manning's arm was a noodle. If memory serves me correct, Keenan, you maybe look this up on the fly. I think Peyton Manning, I can't remember if it was last year or the year they won the Super Bowl. He went something like 11 touchdowns, 18 interceptions. He was finished. People don't realize how cooked Peyton Manning was.
Ooh, 9 touchdowns, 17 picks, dog.
And is that the year they won the Super Bowl? Is that his final year?
No, I don't think. I think that was 2016. I think they won it in 15. This was
I think they won in 15. I think they won in 15. You may be right, but either way, he was.
Oh my
god, cooked.
Sheesh.
His last year, but Peyton Manning prior to that, his level of greatness. I've never liked that tagline of regular season quarterback. Right? I never really liked that. I mean, the way he carved up defenses, and again, me growing up in Florida, I saw a lot of Peyton Manning because when you get Dolphins games, they were in the old AFC East, right? And this is the AFC East when you get a lot of those games. And then, of course, when they went to the AFC South, you get Jaguars games. So a lot of Jacksonville, Indy matchups there. I think Aaron Donald, for as great as Aaron Donald was and is, and I am a huge Aaron Donald fan, and I am a firm believer that quarterback gets way too much credit, right? I hate the fact that the Heisman Trophy has become a glorified quarterback award. However, impact on the game, I think Peyton Manning eclipses Aaron Donald. Is that fair?
Yeah, I agree. I think he should probably be third. Yeah, I would agree with you on that. People forget how they were talking about him and Brady at the same level for a long time. Even when Brady, at a certain point, Brady passed him, but there was a long time where it was a debate, who's better, Peyton or Brady. And then it was I remember my uncle telling me when I was a kid, I'd rather have Brady because of the playoff wins, but it was a debate legitimately. I mean, Peyton Manning set the world on fire. He threw 49 touchdown passes in a season before anybody had even been close to that. So I totally agree with you. I agree with the top two. I think Mahomes has to be second. I just think the 3 Super Bowls, the absolute just wizardry he's able to pull off. And he's from Texas, which is cool. I mean, he didn't go to UT, but he's a Texas guy, and that's cool. I don't know. I like Mahomes a lot.
Keenan, really quick, what part of the state is Mahomes from?
I think he's from I don't know, CB would know for sure, but his dad played for the Rangers, Pat Mahomes. I think he's from I think he played for White House. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me look that up actually.
Yeah, I just always been curious because I didn't really know what part of the state he's from now being here.
He played for All right, you continue. I'll find it. Yeah, White House. He played for White House.
It's interesting. Okay, so right. Where is that?
I think it's in the Panhandle.
It's an interesting list. Jake Bayless says Revis is too low, one of the most shut down corners ever. Yeah, no, Jake, I would agree with you. Darrelle Revis in his prime, probably the closest thing to, Deion Sanders, right? Although I will say another one, East Texas. Okay. Another one, Keenan, and maybe because his career, I think, started in 98. Champ Bailey, we don't give Champ Bailey enough love in terms of the shutdown corner. That was a guy.
Offensive player too, wasn't he?
Well, at Georgia was offensive player, but in the NFL, just a complete shutdown corner. CB, yes. White Chocolate, Randy Moss. Who can forget Keenan? You might be a little young for this. I know I'm not that much older than you, but do you remember the Nike commercial where it's just the good old boys and they got White Chocolate and Randy Moss and showing the high school highlights?
That's so sick. I'm sure I've seen it. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite commercials as a kid, right? Because it was
so hard.
Jason Williams got kicked out of Marshall, right? Excuse me, got kicked out of Florida. Goes to Marshall, right?
That was Florida State.
No. Randy Moss got kicked out of Florida State. Jason Williams got kicked out of Florida. For smoking pot, playing Billy Donovan. But all of a sudden, it's this revelation because this isn't, super internet times. It's oh crap, wait a minute. White Chocolate and Randy Moss, 2 guys who really kind of embodied, coolness for their sports. They played together in high
Yeah.
school, and you see them throwing alleys and whatnot. It was phenomenal. They're great commercial. Jake Bayless says 5 MVPs for Peyton. Yeah, I think that for me is one that for whatever, non-playoff success, you can't forget about just how dominant he was in my mind there. And yeah, the guys chimed in with East Texas there. Yeah. Run down the rest of the list here so you can kind of give me your thoughts on everyone else once you get past 10. Let's go to 11, Ed Reed. Number 12, Charles Woodson. I think another good one. 13, Rob Gronkowski. Okay, first tight end. Number 14, we're going back-to-back tight ends. Travis Kelce. I think that's a little high for me personally. I agree. I don't think Travis Kelce ever dominated his position the way that some of these guys did. Personally, that's just me. Number 15, Drew Brees. Number 16, Troy Polamalu. Number 17, and I actually don't mind this because the key is since 2000, Brett Favre. And I would even make the argument that Brett Favre could be lower on this list because I think most of Brett Favre's accomplishments are pre-2000. Number 18, Adrian Peterson. We got our Sooner on the list. Number 19, Michael Strahan. I'm not mad at that. Number 20, LaDainian Tomlinson.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Why are there no offensive linemen on this list?
Well, number 21, let's finish it out. Marshall Faulk. Again, I'm not mad at that one. I think Marshall Faulk was a better running back than LaDainian Tomlinson. However, since 2000, no, I would go LT. Number 22, Warren Sapp. Again, not mad at that. Here is your first offensive lineman. Number 23, Joe Thomas. You could go Joe Thomas higher. I would even make the case, and again, we're going since 2000, so I guess I'd have to guess. Guys like Orlando Pace or guys like, I'm just trying to think, even a Zach Martin, right?
Zach Martin.
I saw a crazy stat. Zach Martin's he's made more Pro Bowls than he's had penalties in his career.
And he had more pancakes than sacks in his career.
Like, I think that's one that's interesting. Tony Gonzalez at number 24, and rounding us out, another Buccaneer, Derek Brooks at number 25. Here's our first 5 out, guys. So you talk about O-lineman, Keenan. Jonathan Ogden, 11-time Pro Bowler, 3-time first All-Pro in the 2000s, and actually makes the NFL Hall of Fame All-2000s team. He doesn't make the list. Larry Fitzgerald at number 27. Orlando Pace at number 28. There's another offensive lineman. Number 29 is a name that I don't know how comfortable I feel saying because he allegedly shoots people. He was a wide receiver in the NFL.
Does it start with R and then with an E?
No. He played with one of the quarterbacks on this list. He's from Philly. He has a son that just got drafted really high.
Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. I don't want to say his name.
MH.
I don't want to say his name. Because you say his name, you pop up, and I don't want no problems with him.
It's like Bloody Mary when you're a kid.
Y'all know who I'm talking about, that guy. And number 30, T.O., Terrell Owens. So there is your list there. Keenan, when you're in the market for a nice beverage, and obviously I know this is something you can appreciate since, you have done a great job with sobriety. I know you can always appreciate a nice little pop. Look no further than Olipop. If you haven't tried Olipop, you're missing out. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same soda taste, but this stuff's actually good for you. Inside the can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber. It's only 2 to 5 grams of sugar per can. And the flavor, it really is amazing. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime. You get grape, strawberry, vanilla for those which a little more exotic tastes. Cream soda, tropical punch as well. Olipop tastes like soda you grew up with, but the added benefits of digestive health and support. It's a great taste in soda. It's actually good for you. Pick up Olipop at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, Costco, all throughout the Austin area, and the great state of Texas. I almost messed up and called it Heb. I've been here a year. I have to remember those dashes are there for their reason. However, in my read, there are no dashes. So I almost messed up and called it Heb again. Keenan. I'm gonna do that again. It's gonna be glorious. Want to ask you this? You are a DFW native, CeeDee Lamb. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the week in terms of the payment structure that Jerry Jones is going to have to work through. And I should also, to be an accurate journalist, I did talk about Jerry Jones's paternity suit trial that has now been dismissed, thrown out. That leads me to believe that Jerry Jones is a little bit lighter in the wallet. Allegedly. I don't want to make any statements in the affirmative. I do not need to be sued. This fine outlet, Texas Sports Unfiltered, does not need to be sued. But Jerry Jones will have to find the money to pay CeeDee Lamb. What are your thoughts hearing the fact that CeeDee Lamb wants a new deal? He wants it now.
He deserves a deal. He deserves a new deal. He does. He's a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL. He's an absolute game maker. I hated him so much until he joined the Cowboys, and then the second he joined the Cowboys, I was the biggest fan in the world. That's how the NFL works, man. You earn your pay, and he's earned it. He's earned it. He deserves a contract, and they're not going to give him one, and so they're probably going to trade him for way less than he's worth, and it's the suck. That's what I'm anticipating, unfortunately. Hopefully they get the deal done. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. Either way, I'm frustrated that this is happening. So hopefully it works out for him. But, yeah, I'd love for him to stay in Dallas. He's one of the better receivers they've had in the last 20 years.
Keenan, are you paying CeeDee first or Dak, and why?
Oh, man, dude, that's tough. It's just like I feel like it's easier to find a replacement wide receiver, maybe not at his level, obviously, but like Jake said yesterday, chat, like if the Cowboys do deal Dak, they're gonna suck for a while because I think people like I love Dak and I've always been pro Dak, but I don't think people realize like even when he's really bad, he's still okay. Like I don't think Cowboys fans don't really remember really bad quarterback play since like before Romo, because Romo, hate him or love him, he was at least good, and that's how Dak is. And I don't really want to go back to the dark ages, and that's what will happen if you throw freaking the equivalent of whoever out there, Kyle Orton or whatever. No shot at Kyle Orton. Yeah, you got to pay Dak. He's right. You got to pay Dak. Because if you don't, I mean, I don't know. Do you trade Dak? Like, what do you do? It's hard to find quarterbacks, man. It's really hard. It's a lot easier to find good receivers than it is quarterbacks. I don't know. Orlando Barrera disagrees. It's a real debate in my head what you do with Dak Prescott, because you're going to have to pay him a monster contract, and you're going to be caught in that contract for 4 or 5 years. How much longer does he have? And I don't know. Do you blow it up? I think the main thing is you have to re-sign Micah Parsons. That has to be the priority over anybody else's Micah Parsons. That's my opinion.
Keenan, I just want to read off some numbers for you to give you some context, maybe help you out in making a decision. Dak Prescott is a 30-year-old quarterback. He was born July 29, 1993. So he's 30. Yeah, basically he's about to be 31. He is 30 years, 361 days, right? So 31-year-old quarterback. This is the year he's coming off of. A 12-win season, led the NFL in completions, 410, 4,500 yards passing, 36 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Now, Dak has actually thrown, believe it or not, Dak has thrown for 4,000 yards 3 times in his career, threw almost for 5,000 yards in 2019, the year they went 8-8, 30 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. Dak has been a quarterback that, for the most part, has been healthy. He's played 16 games, which was a full season before, 5 times, played 17 last year. Now, I'm just going to flip it, CeeDee Lamb. You're looking at a 24-year-old receiver. CeeDee Lamb is, 25. He's 25 years, 107 days. He's coming off of, for all intents and purposes, 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons. His first year was 65 yards shy of 1,000 yards. Second year, 79 receptions, 1,100 yards. Third year, 107 receptions, for 1,359 yards. Fourth year, an NFL leading 135 receptions for 1,749 yards and 12 touchdowns. I'll say
he's a monster.
I'll say this, and I'm new to these parts. I ain't a Cowboy fan, not a Cowboy hater. I'm as clear-eyed as I am with Texas football. If you're asking me personally, I'm giving Dak Prescott another contract and getting him to 35 years old. I do not think, my feeling on this, Keenan. There are 8 to 10 guys, 10 to 12 guys that you have, and probably close to 8 to 10, that if you have them, you at least have a puncher's chance at winning a Super Bowl. And maybe 3 or 4 of those guys, like you're automatically in Super Bowl contention. Dak, to me, I think is one of those guys. And I'm going to go right to Orlando's comment, right? Because he calls out the obvious answer. He says no playoff wins.
Yeah.
It's a fact. Playoff wins, Keenan, wins and losses are not a QB stat. I'm a firm believer in that. It is not a quarterback stat. It is a team stat. That's a head coach stat.
Yeah.
Firm believer in that. All I will say to anyone who disagrees with my Dak take, if I had to choose, who else are you getting? Yeah. Rob says Trey Lance would be a lot cheaper. No disrespect to Rob. Rob is a loyal listener to Texas Sports Unfiltered and always rocks at our show, and I appreciate it. What the hell has Trey Lance done in the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, my concern is just don't let Dak get to the Niners if he leaves. That would be terrible. I think it's a really tough. Sure, I mean, keeping Dakota means one and done in the playoffs again. I mean, maybe, but not having Dak means blowing it up. So it's either you blow it up or you sign Dak. It's one or the other. There's not really an in between. You either go full send or you just eat it and you just blow it up and hope you can get a quarterback in the draft, because that's the only option. Who are you going to trade for? Who's going to be your quarterback if Dak leaves?
Yo,
I don't think this is all his fault.
Yeah, really quick. I'm getting a real feel because, like I said, I'm not a Cowboy fan, not a Cowboy hater. I do have NFL Sunday ticket only because I want to watch my Bucks on Sunday, but I do check out the Cowboy games because let's just call a spade a spade. The Cowboys mostly are the 4 o'clock game, right? So usually I can watch the Bucks at 1 o'clock and watch the Cowboys at 4. I'm getting a feel for the Cowboy fan base when it comes to Dak. This is my thing. It's so easy to get rid of the dude. Who's going to be your quarterback?
Yeah.
That's my question, right? I saw a couple comments there. You don't think Mike Tomlin would ship his quarterbacks out the door immediately for a Dak Prescott? Keenan, yes or no? Yes or no? And now,
no. I think there are probably 20 teams in the NFL that would trade for Dak right now.
Dang, that was the question I was going to ask you. How many teams in the NFL do you think would trade for Dak Prescott?
22, maybe 20 at least. I would say. I'd say 18 to 20 teams would do it right this second.
I hate to say it to y'all. The market is the market. Trevor Lawrence is getting $55 million. Is Trevor Lawrence a $55 million quarterback? To this point, probably not, although Urban nuked his first year, right? So he probably deserved that money just for having to sit through Urban Meyer, get drunk at the bar his first year, right? Maybe he deserves that money for that.
Right.
But that's what the market dictates. I think, and again, this is just me, it's much harder to find a dude who's going to run that offense than it is to find a dude to get the ball to. That's just me. And guess what?
Yeah.
Guess what, Keenan? The Cowboys aren't just going to find another guy out there in the draft because the Cowboys aren't going to go 1-15, 1-16, right?
Right.
They're going to go, if they're not making the playoffs, they're going to go 8-8, they're going to go 7-9, and then you're drafting the mid-20s, and then Quinn Ewers is your quarterback. And listen, I'm a Quinn guy. I think Quinn, I think you get good value at Quinn if he's in the right spot.
Sure.
But I'll ask Cowboys fans, if you're getting that guy's getting drafted in the mid first round, late first round, is that what you're getting rid of Dak for? I don't know. Keenan, just carry that thought really quick while I handle something. I apologize.
No, you're good. My biggest problem is not with Dak. My biggest problem is with this. I don't think McCarthy, I think you have to have an elite coach to win a Super Bowl. I think you have to have an elite edge rusher. I think you have to have at least a top 10 quarterback. And the Cowboys have borderline quarterback who's there, definitely a defensive end who's there. They do not have the coach to win, I don't think. I know that he won a Super Bowl 15 years ago. I get it. Cool. Aaron Rodgers is your quarterback. You have Devontae Adams. You have a monster team. Jordy Nelson. Maybe not Devontae, but Jordy Nelson's your wide. That was a stud wide receiver one. I think McCarthy has lost his fastball 5 years ago, maybe longer. I think the coach is the main issue. If they could just money whip anybody they wanted, I would take, Shanahan or McVay, but neither of those guys would ever leave. But I just think the head coach is a dead end. I just don't think they're ever going to win with this guy running things. I don't know. I'm just not a believer in his pedigree. I don't really care that 18 years ago, what has he done here? He's had talented teams that have won a lot of regular season games. What has he done in the postseason? Nothing. I don't think that's Dak's fault necessarily. I get not wanting to re-sign him because the contract is going to be disgusting, but and maybe you eat that contract in 2 years, but at least he's going to be good for 2 more years. How long's the contract going to be? 4 or 5 years? It's just the most boring head coaching hire of all time. It's just no thought went into it. And I don't think he can win in Dallas. This is not even really a Dak thing. This is much more of a Mike McCarthy thing. That's really where my thoughts are.
Keenan, you're a married man. What do you think about that comment?
Not having to go to it's like cutting off the toxic girlfriend, finding that 3 and 10. That's pretty funny. I don't know if I fully agree with it, but that is a very funny comparison. So shouts out to Steven for participating in the chat. Very funny.
No, go for it.
I'm a big fan of that. Yeah. I don't really agree. I don't think she's a 3 out of 10. I don't think Dak's a 3 out of 10. I think we're spoiled with having pretty quarterback play for the last or better half of the last 20 years. I mean, dude, there were some dark times there, man. There's some dark times in the early 2000s, just Kyle Orton. I can't remember who actually was the quarterback, but you have a bunch of, it's just a bunch of scrubs running out there. And Dak is not a scrub. He's not Mahomes, but he's not a scrub. I think people need to realize he's better than people think. But McCarthy has to go, man. McCarthy is the problem, I think. I just think it's an uninventive offense. I like Zimmer at DC, but yeah, man, I just don't think they're ever going to be super successful with McCarthy in charge at head coach.
This is my feeling on it as an outsider. Jerry Jones is the common thread, right?
Sure. But that's not ever going to change.
And that's a fair point, right? To Jake's comment, he talks about Jerry's only going to hire milquetoast, kind of burnt out retreads, right? But yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to dig a wound in Cowboys fans here, but the last, real take charge guy he had was Bill Parcells, right? And that didn't work out. And that probably gave Jerry enough leeway to say, all right, well, I tried that guy. But is Jerry ever going to fully turn things over? That's a fair question, right? And probably not. And to me, that speaks more to Jerry Jones' desire to be involved in the process. This dude ain't getting no younger. I would like to see him be Phil Knight, right? Phil Knight said, yo, I want to see Oregon win a national championship. Y'all got unlimited funds. Go do it. Jerry's like, I want my team to win a championship, but it's this need for credit, seemingly, that has plagued the Cowboys for however many years. So, again, that's just my take as an outsider. It's going to be interesting. I think we'll have plenty of Cowboys talk. Go ahead, Keenan. What's up?
One quick thing. Orlando Barrera, first of all, thank you for joining the chat today, man. We love having anybody dissenting, agreeing, doesn't matter. So draft a quarterback next season and get someone legit with a rookie contract. I mean, who are you going to draft? Where? What? Who do you have in mind necessarily, right? You have to have a plan. And rookie quarterbacks are almost never good. CJ Stroud is the exception to the rule for sure. Most rookie quarterbacks are awful. Even if they're really good later in their careers, most of the time they're really bad their first year. How many guys have been great?
Okay, if we're talking about the last 10 years.
As good as Dak.
No. You're not. Right. Okay. That's very rare.
You're not going to replace Dak with a draft pick this year is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're getting a handful of quarterbacks who are coming into the league and playing. I mean, Cam Newton is probably him and CJ Stroud are probably the two guys that came in and were playing MVP type football. So yeah, no, I agree with you there.
But most of the time, you're not going to draft a dude at 15 because worst case, the Cowboys win 7 games this year probably. And who are you going to get at pick 14 that's going to come in and lead your team as well as Dak Prescott was able to. Even Dak Prescott's rookie was pretty good, but like who's going to be at his level? Who's going to throw 36 touchdowns and 9 picks for you?
How about a native of Tarrant County?
What, Ewers?
Quinn Ewers himself.
I mean, I love Ewers, but if he is good enough to lead the Cowboys, he's going before the Cowboys pick.
That's a very fair point. I'm just throwing Steven's comment to be funny.
I love Ewers. I would love to have him running the Cowboys. It would be awesome, be a dream. But the fact is, he's probably going to be good enough to get drafted a little bit. If he's good enough to be the star of an NFL team, he's going to go in the top 10.
That's really quick, Keenan, because I may have gotten a little too cute there with my growing Texas knowledge. Is Southlake Tarrant County?
I don't know if it's Tarrant County. It's definitely like near Dallas. It's like 45 minutes south of Dallas, I think.
Yeah. No, I know.
I've only been out there once. I went out there to watch them play Katy one time when I was a kid. I think it was an awesome. It was a great game. Like Southlake was doing what Westlake was doing. Like it's the Dodge family, dude. They just They just win, dog. They just win. That's all they do is win.
Listen, one of my biggest surprises is that Todd Dodge did not get North Texas to playoff level or at least conference championship level. What's up?
You know why it worked so well, right? It wasn't because they run the same system throughout middle school all the way to high school.
I did
all route trees. They know all of the blocking schemes. Like they all know exactly how to run the offense. You bring in a bunch of random guys, you got to teach them up in 6 months. It's different,
Okay, that's a fair point there, Jake. Appreciate you correcting me on my geography. So yeah, it's mostly in Tarrant, some in Denton. I know Quinn this offseason was honored. He was given like the key to the county or something like that by the Tarrant County commissioners. So that's the only reason I know that. But I know Tarrant's mostly Fort Worth, right? I think.
I'm not a geography guy.
Never mind. I'm going to take
single thing wrong you've asked me. You were like Lago Vista. I was like, that's in Florida. Right? No, you've been there. You've been there, dude.
I'm gonna take the Southlake Tarrant County win and leave it there.
Yeah.
Before we get out of here, 1 o'clock. I know Keenan's got to get back to work. I'm sure that the boys, Zay, Collier, and of course our guy Cole Thompson will be on. Jake, thank you, brother. I am winning today. I am winning. Really quick before we get out of here, Keenan, Big Sean, you saw my tweet. Big Sean slept on in my mind, and I'm gonna bring in Zay Collier right now so he can have an opinion, and then we'll let Keenan get out of here. Zay, I tweeted this out last night that Big Sean, top 5 most slept on rappers of his era. Agree or disagree?
How are we defining slept on?
I would say
he gets a lot of flack. I feel like that he probably doesn't deserve. Like, because like What You Doing is such a banger. I Do It, such a banger. He's on a bunch of iconic songs. Like,
I think you could say that. I like Big Sean. He came out around the blog era, which I'm a huge fan of. Blog era hip hop. Cole Thompson in the building.
I gotta get back to work. I'm sorry to interrupt, but like I just
get back to work, K-Wo.
Love you guys. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. Thank you, Zay, for filling in for me. And Cole.
Appreciate y'all. Great show, Keenan.
That is an excellent sign by one Cole Thompson. Zay, just to finish that thought real quick. Nah, man, like to me, the worst thing, because I am a Drake hater. I am a glorified Drader. I am the captain of the Drader fan club. In fact, I hate Drake. What Kendrick Lamar has done has filled me with so much joy inside that I will never be able to repay him. The one thing Drake did is he overshadowed a lot of dudes of that era. So yeah, Big Sean, like top 5 of that era that didn't get his respect. That's just my take. Now, I know last time we were talking hip hop in this crosstalk, I disrespected y'all Texas Biggie. Big X the plug. I apologize for disrespecting y'all knockoff Texas Biggie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know what? that didn't hurt me as much as it hurt some other folks. You're like, Big X the plug. He's cool and all, but besides that Texas anthem, I haven't heard much. Yeah, what else we got, man? I mean,
I got
cool
nothing.
Yeah, he's a Dallas guy, so I'm more of a Houston rap guy.
Got
like
you.
Dallas rap's cool. Like Keenan ain't here to defend his hometown, and he's really big on his Dallas rap, as you know, Eric. But
Yes.
Houston rap, man, that's when you think of Texas hip hop, you think of Houston. You know what I'm saying? Lil Flip and DJ Screw and Lil Kiki and Bun B, UGK, just like those names. Those are the names that I'm talking about when it comes to Houston rap. But
You still haven't even said the greatest one yet, buddy.
What's up, Cole?
You still haven't even said the greatest one yet, buddy. Mr.
I mean, I can keep going.
Paul Wall himself handing out the grills every single time. I've gotten to meet him multiple times, and he's always told me, "Come into the shop, I'll get you fitted." And I'm like, "Yeah." Do I really feel like the guy that? Yeah, look, I definitely am the guy that needs one. I'm the one person on this channel that needs a grill. I would rock it better than anybody else.
See, you know what, Paul Wall, I got like a love-hate relationship with him. Love the music. Like his feature on Drive Slow with Kanye, that's one of the best features of that era. And Paul Wall had some classics himself. Him and Chameleon there, they used to do those mixtapes together.
Yeah.
But wasn't Paul Wall the one that gave Tom Herman the grill at U of H?
It was.
I want to say it was. Yeah. And that made me think Tom Herman's cool. That made me think, oh, Tom Herman, he could maybe be the guy if he were to get the Texas job.
Wait a minute. So you thought because of a guy got a grill, he was cool, not because of his offensive identity that was overrated as all hell? I mean, I'm glad that we are all on the same page here, Zay, that you see a person that's able to rock a grill better than most, and it's like, that dude knows how to coach football. There's two things I know in life: offensive innovation and men that rock grills. They fit in the brand of college football. We all agree.
Zay, Cole, real quick, I'm gonna get out of here on this one. I appreciate the fact, Zay, that you are a Houston hip hop fan. I appreciate Cole dropping the Paul Wall reference. I'm gonna take this shot at my co-host while he's not here to defend himself. Thank you for that, because Keenan hit me with, yo, there's this underground dude out of Denton named such and such. I'm like, who the hell is this?
Eric, how deep underground are we talking? Are we talking like 25 feet deep?
We talking 100 feet deep. He'd be like, yo, there's this dude from Frisco that you ain't heard of, dog. I got his he hit me with a CD outside of 7-Eleven. Like, you thought CDs were done? Nah, he gave me this CD outside of 7-Eleven. It was fire, bro. I'm like, Keenan, what? Like,
He gave you that mixtape. Digging halfway to China. Good for him, buddy. Good for him. I'm glad that you want to make the trip. Listen, on that part alone, I'm glad.
Bro, I am not taking any time that I am in DFW to listen to those SoundCloud rappers. All right, Keenan, like, get out of here with that, man. Anyhow,
there's a couple. Go ahead. We'll let you go, Eric. But there's a couple of Dallas rappers. There was a group called DSR, probably around 15 years ago. Big Tuck and Tum Tum. They had their own style. That was cool for a little bit. I don't know if you remember Duro, who like ice cream. Duro. Yeah, he's from Dallas.
I hate Duro so freaking much. I have a story on Duro. That's why I can actually I guess we got time. So when I was in college,
Cole, I'm gonna let you tell it. I'm gonna bounce so I can get back to work. Fellas, y'all have a good one. Check it out. The horns247.com just published a column. Got to get back to some things there. Fellas, y'all have a great show.
Appreciate it, E. Henry.
Zay. So let me tell you about Duro. So this man decided to come to a fraternity house. So like when you were at Alabama, when we were there, we'd always have like these giant week-long parties for like the fraternities. And so you'd always get one musical guest. And you pay them, and usually they're former rappers or they're guys who were at one point one of the highlight names. They're just trying to make a quick buck. And so we booked Duro, and we scheduled him for 30 minutes of a show. Like, that's it. There's a whole stage that's built out back. They got all the lights, all the attributes, everything out there. We have him booked upstairs. We have him rolling deep in the sticky icky. And by the time that he comes down, he plays Ice Cream Paint Job twice in a row, thinking nobody would notice, then goes and takes a bottle of cognac, chugs it, throws it down, I am out, and then walks out. That is where you know Dallas rappers have no respect in the game. When you do that.
See, Cole, to his defense, ice cream paint job, that's it. That's the only DeRozan song. If you were to put a gun
we're
to my
gonna play
head
it
and
for
say,
25 minutes and not try out some new material on a bunch of drunk toddlers in college? That would be my
you're right. He did y'all wrong. He did y'all wrong. But again, to his defense, if somebody held a gun to my head and it was like, yo, name 2 DeRozan songs, I'll let you live, my brain's again blown out because I only got one for you, and that's Ice Cream Paint Job, bro. It's just that's all he has. And, you know, those one-hit wonders, love me a good one-hit wonder because at least you tasted greatness for a little bit.
Sure.
You know, and if you could ride that wave, yo, Jake Bayless is right. Erykah Badu is from Dallas. That's right. Yeah, Erykah Badu, very soulful, very legendary. Call on Tyrone. Yeah, that was a hit right there. But, man, Texas hip-hop has been slept on for a while, and that 2000 era, yeah, man, that's when it got put on. Like Roy talking about Ghetto Boys, 8-Ball MJG. 8-Ball MJG actually from Memphis, but yeah, Ghetto Boys with Scarface in them, like they were the first ones. And
well, I feel like with
all the time.
I feel like with rappers, there's always been like an era. Like there's always been like a city that gets the era. Like the 2000s was, I thought, big time early Houston, big time early Dallas, and then it was also Atlanta. And then after Atlanta, it moved out to LA. And then you had the 90s where it was New York versus LA. So it feels like that there's always been like an era where every single stage or every major city has taken center stage at one point.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know when exactly you would count the Houston era. It'd probably definitely be 90s of UGK and just mentioned Ghetto Boys and DJ Screw and them. But that they were still underground there.
Yeah.
And then once Mike Jones and all those guys, Slim Thug and Paul Wall and all those guys, they started.
I forgot we didn't even mention Mike Jones at all.
Yo, man.
I forgot about that.
Yo, 281-330-8004.
Boom. That is when you know you are white and from Houston when you say 8004 and you say it exactly like that. That is when you know that there is you, my friends, are more pasty than day-old milk that's been sitting out in the sun. I promise you. You are that. You are Elmer Fudd white. That is how white you are when you do.
That is my shit. We are having a good time already here on Chip and Zay. As you could see, once again, no Chip Brown. I am joined by my man, who's the managing editor of the Texans Wire. You can also hear him on SEC Unfiltered. He's the guy that brings all the energy, all the knowledge, and he's joining me for day 3. We're having a blast. My man, Cole Thompson. All right, Cole. Oh, and thanks to all our sponsors before we get going. All our sponsors that give us the chance to put on this terrific show for you people from 8 to 4. AV Consultations, Salt Traders, Covert Bee Cave, Allstat Brewery, 34 Wine and Spirits, Relax the Back, Sue Patrick, Cover 3, Ollie Pop, Circa Survivor and Circa Resorts, AC Woods Plumbing, 7-Eleven, Brain Vault, and Syntex Tickets. All right, Cole, man, let's get it going, man. Little bit of Texas Longhorn talk to start the show today. Yeah, definitely excited about that. Jam-packed show. Looking at my list right here of all the topics that we got. We're not even going to get to them. I'm going to try to point out the things that the people would like to hear the most, and this is Texas Sports Unfiltered. So talk a little Texas Longhorns football because fall camp starts next week. It's here. Fall camp starts next week. Like there's spring camp and then there's fall camp. Who's been working on their game in between? Who's been staying in shape? Who's been eating the right way? Who's been cracking down on that playbook? Who's been getting it in from when spring camp ended to now when fall camp begins and is going to wow some of these coaches and fight for a starting job because there are buku starting jobs, I think, available with this rotation. There's a lot that's solidified. Obviously, Quinn Ewers being the quarterback. You know, Anthony Hill's going to start on defense. But besides that, who knows? Like, we don't know what's going to happen with CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue. We don't know once that A&M game comes around who's going to be that top dog. Yes, you want to say both is going to rush over for 1,000 yards, but one of them's going to have the upper hand. That's just usually how it goes on who you give it to. You want to have two of those dogs. Like everybody loved Lindell White and Reggie Bush during those USC days. But still, Jonathan Brooks separated himself from those other guys. Bijan Robinson separated himself from those other guys, even though Roschon Johnson was a big deal. So who's going to be that guy? And I want to start off by talking about the top 5 position groups that have the biggest shoes to fill, or players that have the biggest shoes to fill.
So real fast, are we doing your top 5, my top 5, because I think
we're just gonna compare.
Cool.
Yeah, we're just gonna compare. My top 5. Yeah, they're gonna contradict, and we'll just talk about them. But yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. So starting off with 5, the tight end room for me. I feel really good about it, even though they're on this list. Just to let everybody know, quarterback's not on this list, obviously. Feel really good about Quinn Ewers, but everything else was a little difficult for me, Cole. And I think that tight end room can be really good, but I don't want to knock how good JT Sanders was. 45 receptions, 682 yards. He only had 2 touchdowns last year. That was surprising. And I know he missed a couple of games, but go back and watch that Alabama game. JT Sanders was lighting their ass up. And a lot of that was due to Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell beating them long. So once they started worrying about that, you saw JT Sanders and guys like Jordan Whittington killing in that intermediate game. So now that JT's off to the Carolina Panthers, you bring in Amari Niblack, which I told you yesterday, as far as receiving tight ends go, after Brock Bowers and after JT Sanders, I thought he was that top guy.
Yeah.
Now, in Sark's offense, and you play tight end, you better block, because the tight end moves a ton. In that pre-snap motion, the tight end moves a lot. And they go, you'll see it on the right side of tight end. And then once that ball snaps, you have to go all the way to the left and make that block on whoever that outside linebacker or end is, or whoever's rushing in there. And sometimes JT Sanders got that block. Sometimes he didn't. JT Sanders, he got better his years, at Texas at blocking, but he still wasn't great. Gunnar Helm, I expect him to be terrific when it comes to blocking. Not the fastest guy, but Gunnar Helm, he was open a lot. When he was open, there was nobody around him for the few touchdowns that he had. And a lot of them were, off of trick plays. Gunnar Helm, 14 receptions, 192 yards, 2 touchdowns, the same as JT Sanders. Ironically, even though we know JT was hurt a little bit last year.
Yeah.
But that tight end room, you got guys like Juan Davis, who Steve Sarkeesian and Jeff Banks are really high on, the guy that's been in the program for a long time. And even though he's been in the program for a long time, maybe he's matured enough to finally get it to where, God forbid, if somebody were to get hurt, you could put them in and not have much of a drop-off. Jordan Washington has a lot of promise as a freshman. I don't think he's going to get many reps, but you saw what he did in the spring game. He had a big-time catch where somebody knocked his clock in, and he still held on to the ball. So you need guys like that. They're my number 5 because, again, JT Sanders was that impactful. Like, JT Sanders is an absolute freak. Even though he did struggle at the combine with the bench press and stuff, I think he could be a very underrated tight end in the National Football League. And he's somebody that, you're going to have to replace. As good as Gunnar Helm and Amari Niblack are expected to be, those are still some big shoes to fill. And that's why I got this tight end room at number 5.
So, congratulations. We both have at least one of the same positions on the group because I have tight end on this list. But for me at number 5, I go with running back. And the reason I go with running back is to find that separation. You kind of brought this up, perfect example. And you can use them with multiple teams. But the one that you brought up was Lendell White and Reggie Bush. And there was a good complementary balance of power and speed with the two. I also thought at one point when you had Nick Chubb and Sony Michel taking reps together at Georgia, that was another great complementary piece. Keith Marshall and Todd Gurley, another one that you just did not want to mess with. Kenyon Drake and TJ Yeldon, Kenyon Drake and Derrick Henry. you always had that good complementary, but everyone knew who was your bell cow. Everyone knew who was your X factor. Everyone knew who was going to be the guy that would punch it down your throat and deliver the blow, and you did not want to face on a 3rd and 1 situation where you had to get that stop and get off the field. Do you feel like that you have that separation right now? And that's kind of where I wonder. Do you have to have that separation also? Because that's another thing when you look at a team like Arkansas back in 2007, they had 3 sons of guns that were freaking dominant, and each one played their role specifically to a T. And Darren McFadden, Felix Jones, and Peyton Hillis, who was the one on the Madden cover of all teams.
On the Madden cover, baby, Peyton.
White running back, stand up. I appreciate you for making us feel good.
Yo, he was such a knockoff Mike Allstock. If I haven't seen one, I love him.
They tried to sell him off as a running back. I'm like, this is a fullback. What are we doing? What are we doing? But the thing with him is that, again, which offense are you going to have? The one where everyone has an ideal role, which maybe makes your offense a little bit more susceptible to being able to kind of tell and show your cards on a certain play? Or do you have that one that separates yourself? You know, I love Jaden Blue. I thought last year he came on in such a unique way. CJ Baxter, you're a freshman that gets the first start of the season. That doesn't happen in a place like Texas. That doesn't happen in an offense by Steve Sarkeesian. Like, those are things that just show how special of a talent you are. And then, of course, you have the other guys that are waiting in the wings, guys like Jared Gibson. How does he come in and maybe replace a Keelan Robinson? And also, how do you replace a Keelan Robinson as that scat back 3rd down type of guy that maybe elevates your team when it comes to passing sets or on special teams? What is it? Does Silas Bolden maybe fit in that role a little bit to where you utilize him in so many different varieties that he steps up? So I don't worry about the position. What I worry about is the versatility and how you utilize the roles in the field. How do you get enough reps for each player? How do you feel like everyone is pounding the rock at the right time? There's such good talent in Austin in the backfield. But I do feel like that with those other teams that we talked about in the SEC, with Todd Gurley, with Derrick Henry, you could even throw in Trey Mason back in the day. So many times you knew that there was one running back. Is that running back going to be CJ Baxter? Is it going to be Jaden Blue? And can you separate those two?
Yeah, it's good points there. And that's funny because I had running back room at my number 6.
Okay,
like,
so
we were doing that. Yeah, so we're 1 off. Like, I would have threw him in there, but I do have a lot of faith in CJ Baxter. I do have a lot of faith in Jaden Blue. Both of those guys need to hold on to the ball. They both had 2 crucial fumbles in the college football playoff against Washington that a lot of things cost them the game, but having 2 fumbles from your running backs, that definitely doesn't help, especially when they come in the second half. So, and Jake's right. You can't forget about Trey Wisner. No. Straight football player, man. Like, that's one of those guys I think you could put anywhere, wide receiver, running back. Hell, you could probably put him in the secondary and he'd go out there and make plays. He's just that type of cat coming out of DeSoto, Texas. So you're going to have to get him involved somehow, maybe in that Keelan Robinson role. But,
right.
You know, Cole, I've said on these airways plenty of times, I don't think Sark and that coaching staff utilized Keelan Robinson last year like they should have. I mean, the dude got drafted by Jacksonville for a reason. I mean, you saw him those, brief moments in Tuscaloosa. Like, the dude has juice. And they put him everywhere, from the special teams. He was a big-time special teams player and whatnot. But, man, there were times that you saw Keelan Robinson get the ball, and he just made big plays happen and was barely even touched on the way to the end zone. So
let me ask you,
I hope they don't make that mistake for Trey Wise.
Let me ask you, do you feel like that his numbers immediately decreased from 2022 to 2023?
Yes.
I saw such a huge – because I remember in that game against Alabama, and he had that one big play, and I'm like, okay, this is what you brought him in for, was these type of moments. And then big games last year, it just felt like that they didn't turn to him. Like, I'm glad that I'm not the only person that's like, they severely underwhelmed him. And he still went in the 5th round, which I thought was mind-boggling, that somebody was just like, no, we see the skill. Like, we don't care about the numbers. He's going to be a stud for us. And watch him end up having, like, monster numbers in the return game in Jacksonville this year. Like, and then everyone goes back, why the hell was he not utilized more at Texas? Like it happens every year with a team. That I feel like that's going to be a player that gets brought up a lot.
Yeah, his 2022 season, he got way more reps. 2023, they decreased significantly. And I don't really know why. I wish, obviously it's the past, and I wish Steve Sarkeesian could have talked about it. But yeah, Keelan Robinson, I just hope that they don't make the same mistake with Trey Wisner. And what Jacksonville benefited from is him not getting those reps in college. Oh, he coming in fresh. He's coming in fresh, not battered, not bruised. We ain't got to worry about no rehab or nothing. He's coming in fresh and ready to go because he didn't have, a big load from his college days. So I Jacksonville, I think they got a steal with him there, and I think they're going to see these next few weeks in training camp how valuable Keelan Robinson is. But yeah, that running back group, they could be good. I know Texas fans are looking at C.J. Baxter and Jaden Blue and both thinking, oh, man, both of those guys could go over 1,000. That's a lot. A 1,000 piece is a lot. Like, Sark don't run that much. He does like to run the football, but we got to understand who the play caller is. Sark wants to see that ball travel through the air. But if we could get both of those guys
starting at quarterback for you guys, because that is how you're getting 1,000 on the ground. Charles Wright is Charles Wright QB1 this year, because then you get 1,000 on the ground from both those guys.
I think Charles Wright transferred.
He did, but that's what I'm saying.
Did, yeah.
He'd have to come back for a game and be like, "This is how we're getting 1,000 for you guys. We're just trusting you." Or a lot of Wildcat, which I'd be okay with. Every once in a while, get the Wildcat involved.
I forgot where Charles Wright went. He has a special place in my heart, man, because he went to Austin High, right there downtown, basically. And when he was coming out of high school, no offense to his teammates, but they were scrubs. His receivers were scrubs at Austin High. If I would have went and started on that team, I would have had way more receiving yards with my fat ass. And yeah, him just that caliber of quarterback throwing to those caliber of receivers. I don't think we saw the best of Charles Wright, during his Austin High days. Appalachian State.
I just looked it up.
Appalachian State. Okay, Charles. Okay. Yeah, Appalachian State. They love to ruin a Power 4 team's day.
Yeah, they ruined A&M's, but I think that they also were the favorites to go win the Sun Belt this year. So Charles Wright, imagine that happens. Imagine he's the one that leads. I think they were SP1 against T-State in the divisions.
Oh man.
Yeah. No, imagine Charles Wright leading the way if he ends up winning the starting job.
Yeah,
just imagine. Joey Aguilar's not going anywhere, but still, imagine if Charles Wright has to come in and lead the charge for the Mountaineers.
Yo, I would love that. The dude could rip it. The dude could rip it. Now they got him over on ourlads.com for the depth chart.
They got QB3?
QB2.
Yeah. Joey Aguilar.
Yeah. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. No, okay. Joey Aguilar is a name that if you talk to most people from that like the group of 5 level, he's probably top 5 QB at that level. So
okay.
He's a damn good player. He knows how to sling it. He knows how to sling it and slice and dice defenses. He's gonna be good.
Okay. All right, but better watch his back because Charles ain't no punk, man. Better watch his back. All right, let's go to number 4. 4 for me, Cole, is the linebacker room. The linebacker room. Very high on it. A lot of optimism, but kind of like what I said about JT Sanders, Jalen Ford was that big of a deal these last 2 years for the Texas defense. Not only do you lose Jalen Ford, but you lose Jeff Choate, your linebacker coach. He's off to Nevada for his head coaching debut, which I don't know. Maybe he had a head coaching debut before, but he's at Nevada as the head coach there. And now you bring in Johnny Nansen, who I'm very high on. Everybody loves Johnny Nansen, Polynesian whisperer. I love that. Cool. Do your thing. There's a few Polynesian players on this Texas team that I'm sure were influenced by Johnny Nansen when they decided to sign. But
he brought my boy. He brought my number 1. So I love Johnny Nansen.
Who'd he bring? Who?
We gotta save it because that's my number 1 position. So.
Bet. Okay. But Jalen Ford, man, was just so solid. And he didn't have the year that he had in 2022 and 2023. I thought that, DeMarvion overshone not being there. to wreak havoc, hurt a little bit. Not saying that David Benda or Anthony Hill wasn't good last season, but DeMarvion Overshown, there's a reason why the Cowboys took him where he did. DeMarvion Overshown is an absolute beast and a freak of nature, and him and Jalen Ford had really good chemistry together, and I thought Jalen Ford just had a little bit too much on his plate, and he got way too many reps too at times. I think he played every snap in that Oklahoma game, and if you remember how fast Jeff Levy goes with his pace to play every snap in that game, like your adrenaline's already going through the roof. So you could tire yourself out, really fast just by warming up. So that's something that needs to get corrected. Hopefully that's not going to be the case for this 2024 team. But Anthony Hill, as much promise as we have in him, which completely valid. Love Ant Hill. Guy was second in tackles last year with 41, and his tackles, he delivers the ump. Like that dude, he is head hunting. He don't give a damn. I get a little afraid because, they're a little touchy-feely now with how they throw the flags and how you take down these quarterbacks and take down these players at certain times. And that he'll body slam your ass. So if he could play smart and under control, but also, establish just that fear in guys like he did last year, I think Anthony Hill is going to be the player that we think he is. And that's, basically an SEC All-American. David Benda, coming in his 6th year, I like where he's at too. I love David Benda last year. He made some big plays against Bama, and he's just solid. He doesn't do anything spectacular, but he does everything pretty well. And you need guys like that. And him in his 6th year, he could take that jump also. So both of those guys, you think about Mo Blackwell, who's a little bit smaller, but you heard him having a really good spring camp. Hopefully he has a good fall camp to where you could rotate those guys a little bit for the most part. But after that, Cole, it's slim. Leoga Lafau, is he going to be good enough? Talk about Polynesian whisper. That's a Polynesian brother. Is Johnny Nansen, they going to, me and Chip always do this when we bring up Leoga Lafau just because him and Johnny Nansen, do they have that chemistry? Like, hey, brother, hey, we get it. We get each other. Let's go. Kind of like Blake Gideon and Mookie Taft. So that's just Jalen Ford was so good. He was such a captain. He was such a leader. Can you replace that? And another question for Anthony Hill, Cole, which I know is definitely comparable to what you've seen with Harold Perkins at LSU. When they moved Harold Perkins to that linebacker spot, he took a step back just because he had more responsibility than he did his freshman year, where it was just see ball, get ball. And Anthony Hill kind of had that same type of freshman year. Pete Kwiatkowski didn't put much on him. They allowed him to rush the quarterback. Remember the Alabama game where he had his coming out party? It was basically just spying on Jalen Milroe. Wherever he went, Anthony Hill would go. And then when they got a little bit more complex on things like coverage and, being that Mike linebacker spot, he struggled at times but got better as the season went on. Now, with us thinking that he's going to be that Mike linebacker with the headset on. They got the new headset in 2024 for the quarterbacks and the leader or whoever player that you want to have it on the defense. Most likely it's going to be Jahdae Barron or Anthony Hill. I think Anthony Hill first. But is that going to be too much for him? Is he going to be thinking too much to where he can't play the game that we know that he could play? That's the biggest question. So this linebacker room, I got them at number 4. I think they're still going to be really good. It's just I'm bigging up Jalen Ford. I think just losing him, that is the reason why I got them at number 4 on, the sleeper positions for this roster.
I feel like I don't need to talk because they're also my number 4. So there we go. Like we can just, I guess.
Express it. Express it. Why?
For me, it's the depth. Like what I see is what I get for the first 2. I know what I'm going to get in Ant. I know what I'm going to get in Benda. What's so funny is for the last few off seasons, whenever we talk about guys who are breaking out, guys that we're excited to see, David Benda's name always comes up. Like, it's almost like at this point in tradition to hear about what David Benda's doing in camp, because if he feels like one of those workout warriors that is always going to put on a show, he's always going to be able to impress the coaches. They love his atmosphere, his charisma. They love his attention to detail, his IQ. And then it gets time for the regular season and it's Demo and Jalen, or it's Jalen and Ant. And so now it's time, as a 6-year veteran, you are the leader in terms of the veteranship. You are the guy who has seen it all. You've been here through the coaching staff. You've been here through the transition to the SEC. You've been here since the beginning. Let's make sure that you are actually living up to the expectations that we have for you. And you're going to have a more responsible role because you no longer have Demo. You no longer have Jalen that are going to be able to play as many reps as they want. You have to not be able to rotate in with Ant. Instead, you got to play alongside Ant. And then with Hill, I thought you brought up a really good point where you talk about a guy like Harold Perkins. And if you go back and you remember that Arkansas game where he played against Malik Hornsby, he had one job. It was, if Hornsby goes left, you go left. Hornsby goes right, you go right. You are literally spying that quarterback. He is not leaving your eyesight. You are fixated on him like you are trying to melt him with a magnifying glass, like an ant. Like, that's the level of what you're doing. But when they ended up moving him inside and he had to start having a little bit more alignment duties and he had to start getting more play calls, it became a problem, so much so that Brian Kelly said, I got to move him outside if we want to get 10 wins. I got to put him back at this position. And he's not going to learn anything for the NFL, and scouts are going to hate his tape because he's not going to play there at the next level, but it was the best thing for the team. Well, the best thing for the team, will it be you having the mic in your helmet? Will you having the green dot? Will you having the expectations about being that leader? Because there are some guys behind you that are unproven, but if you can't fit this position and we got to move you outside, do we have to switch up the entire linebacking room in general? And that's where you have that concern, where last year you had a guy that was able to play free because the other one was just so stoic at knowing the IQ and attention to detail. Do you feel like you have that guy this year? And then, of course, the depth purposes, it's great. Like when we talk about the SEC, for me personally, the thing that stands out between Texas and Oklahoma, as much as it is quarterback, it's also offensive line. Having just a veteran offensive line, I think, truly separates great teams in the conference. And having a veteran quarterback, I think, does wonders for a team like Texas compared to Oklahoma making that jump. Well, I feel like that you need the quarterback of the defense to also be up to par, because if they have that attention and the IQ, and that's where linebacker is 9 times out of 10. And you know, Jahdae Barron's going to probably be that guy, and he's going to have to be that guy. But that linebacker spot, that's where I really wonder is, what are we going to get if one person, number one, gets hurt? And number two, what if the assignments and the alignments ended up having to be switched to where you have to let Ant play in space? Because that's the only way that you're going to make success.
Yeah, great points. I mean, I think Pete Kwiatkowski and Sark, even though it would make sense to give Ant Hill that headset to where he could hear the calls and make those adjustments, would it be better for Jahdae Barron, who's played so many reps, you know, knows the playbook inside and out? He's changed his number to 7, a la Michael Huff. So I'm expecting Jahdae Barron to have a big time season. And you know me, Cole, I could get sold over easily by good game and just talking it up and stuff. Like, just mention Tom Herman with the grill. I thought he was going to be the shit in Austin, and he was shit in Austin.
I'm not gonna lie, Zay, I got so mad when I did not see Jahdae Barron on the first team All SEC. I got so mad.
Really?
I got mad. I love it. I love watching him play. He might be just my favorite player on Texas defense to watch. Just to watch play, just the way he plays the game. He's not the best, and like that's the thing. Being the best and being the most fun. Like right now, Jalen Petrie, we were talking about him yesterday on the show, what he did at Baylor and how he was the star, and then when he was at when he was at the Texans. Last year, he was playing safety. He was hit and miss at times in coverage, and man. But I just keep going back. It's like that last cigarette at 3 a.m. when you're trying to quit and you've already had like 16 shots. You're like, I'm going to quit tomorrow, but I can't quit you yet. It's like watching that 2021 tape of just Jalen Petrie in the nickel, the same star position that Jahdae Barron's playing. Like, it's just something about that spot. If you know how to hit and you know how to make a tackle and you know how to get a pick every once in a blue moon, there's something special about you. I'm not quitting you.
I think it's the hardest spot for a defensive player to play that star spot, that nickel, playing the slot, just having to cover the whole field, some of the quickest guys you have to face. Like, it's tough. You don't have that sideline to protect you like the boundary or field corner. So, yeah, Jahdae Barron, I thought that he was good last year, but he wasn't as good as he was in 2022. A lot like Jalen Ford, and him coming back and knowing that, okay, I could have went to the NFL. I might have been picked pretty late, 5th, 6th, 7th round. But now I'm fully healthy. We got more depth in that secondary. I think he'll be able to get moved around in the right spots because there are other star corner, Jalen Gilbo. He has a ton of promise. Both of those guys, they're very tight, best friends. I remember being at a middle school basketball game, and I saw both of them there together and stuff because I think they were seeing Jade's cousin or something like that. Like, those guys, they're tight and they want to see the other thrive. But yeah, the depth, like you said, in that linebacker room, if somebody goes down, then what? That's going to be a big question. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but this is football. All right, Cole, let's move on to number 3. Number 3 might be surprising to some folks because you came on here and said that this offensive line for Texas, top 5 in the nation, one of the best
I believe it.
in the SEC. I agree with that, but right tackle.
Yeah.
Christian Jones leaves off to the NFL. Everybody else, I'm good. All the rest of those 4 spots, from right guard, center, left guard, left tackle, I give all those guys B's and up. Kelvin Banks, A+. Can Cam Williams fill in for Christian Jones and not be a liability for this Texas team? I think he can. I definitely think he can. He definitely has the body for it. I mean, the Pancake Factory, it's working. And guys like Cam Williams, who's 6'5", 335, I think he's bigger than that. I think they're being nice. Like, I think he's around 340, maybe 350. He might have cut, some LBs off. If he did, that'll be good for his footwork and stuff. You got to have him as light on his feet as possible, but he also has to be able to move guys. But again, you lose Christian Jones. Christian Jones was incredible. And Kyle Flood, that's what I have faith in. I have faith in what Kyle Flood, as a offensive line coach, brings to the table in development when it comes to these players. And what's glorious about it, Cole, is the fact that even if Cam Williams was struggling a little bit, you're so deep as a whole and you could move so many guys around that could play multiple positions, you might not take that big of a step back. Like Nato Umanzulu, I'm not saying he's going to be playing right tackle, but you might be able to move a Cole Hudson or a Hayden Connor depending on the situation. Jake Majors, he's going to be your center. Jake Majors is one of the best in the nation. Yeah. But can Cam Williams show, which he had a little stint in the Kansas State game. I want to say Christian Jones missed that, and then that was a Malik Murphy game, and it was too
early,
close for comfort. I don't remember.
I remember seeing Cam Williams. Somebody left that.
Cam Williams was in that game. Yeah, Cam Williams.
I remember Cam Williams being in that game. So
yeah, he was in
I don't
that
know if
game.
he was playing right tackle, but he was in that game. I remember that.
Yeah, and he wasn't bad. I don't think he was bad. I don't think he was great either. But again, when Malik Murphy's your quarterback, love Malik, but there's a reason why a lot of people have Duke as the last place team in the ACC. No offense to him. I mean, Mike Elko's gone. It's a basketball
Manny Diaz
school.
is good. He's not terrible. I'm sorry. I'm gonna die on that take. Manny Diaz is fine. He got short-sighted at Miami. And what have we seen? Like Mario be slightly better in his first 2 years. Maybe on the recruiting he's been better, but that's about it. Yeah. On-field play, it's neck and neck.
Yeah, exactly. So 3, I got that right tackle spot. Cam Williams, especially in that Michigan game where they have one of the best defensive lines in the nation. We're really going to see what Cam Williams is all about. And, as Chip said, We know that he's solid with those bigger edge rushers, but those quick guys, those ones that could give you multiple moves, those guys that could, slither under you, those are the ones that you're going to have to be aware of if you're Kyle Flood and Steve Sarkeesian when it comes to your play calling. And hopefully Cam Williams is up to the task. I think he can be, but Christian Jones, you knew what you were going to get from him in year 6. Like that dude, again, another guy that got drafted. Like you see the pattern here? All these guys that are having to be replaced got drafted, are in training camp these upcoming weeks. So that's not a coincidence one bit. Like that's why those shoes that you got to fill are very important. Like those guys were all reliable. Those were all big time players. That Christian Jones, he was that for that offensive line in 2023. So can Cam Williams do it? To be determined.
So you had running back at 6 right off, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you and I had almost the exact same, I bet, list, but I had right tackle at 6 because of, I think that kind of like you said, in a bind for a season, if need be, if Cam Williams can't do it, you feel okay with maybe moving Hayden Connor out there. You feel okay with having some backups and having some guys that maybe can fit the role. So to me, it's a big deal, but I feel like that with 4 qualified starters and guys that if you had to move around, you'll be fine. 3 for me is tight end. And the reason why it's tight end is because of I see a lot of good in both spots. I don't see a lot of great in either. So I love Amari Niblack's game. I think that from a receiving standpoint, you're going to be hard-pressed to find better options, really, because of just his fluidity, his route running skills. He has good hands. You saw him in a couple of big-time catches in practice over spring. So there's a lot to like about Amari Niblack when it comes to being a receiving aspect. But in Sark's offense, if you run 12 personnel or if you run 13 personnel or if you don't run 11 personnel, you at the block. And the guy is not known for his blocking. Even when he was at Alabama, he played way too high coming out. He played way too big when it was coming to his frame. He wasn't able to get lower and hold his own. And so I worry about that if that's going to be your starting blocker. But then you also have Gunnar Helm, who I love his tape. You and I both really love Gunnar Helm. I think that he's vastly underappreciated in the video game. How dare you, EA Sports, give our man absolute terrible numbers compared to what he should be.
He's at least 82, 81.
I would say at least he's not what is he? He's 74?
77.
Yeah, no, he's 80. If you have guys that have barely played, like Jeremiah Smith at an 84, Gunnar Helm can at least be an 80. Like let's not shaft our man entirely.
Sure.
But he's a good blocker. And that's a guy that I know inside the red zone, if I have to go ahead and utilize him properly, just on a quick out route, he's going to find a way to get open. He's going to be there. But what if I need to use him more? What if I need him to be a better route runner? What if I need his heavy feet to pick up the piece a little bit? What if I need him to be able to use his speed in the open field? And he doesn't have that. So you also brought up Juan Davis, another one that we don't really know much about him at this point. So there's so much to like. But the thing that you loved about Ja'Tavion Sanders, besides the fact that it was a tight end wearing number 0, which, by the way, should be the ultimate number for tight ends. It's number 0 because if they get zero respect as the number 1 security blanket. But to me, he did everything. He was Hall of very, very good at almost everything. He had very good hands, not great hands. He had very good blocking, not elite blocking. He was a very good route runner, not superstar route runner. But that was good enough in this offense to be able to open up the passing attack to where if you needed him in a pinch, you knew you could trust him. And so when you don't have that guy, that's what worries me. You have a bunch of guys that all fit what Ja'Tavion Sanders did really well last year, but none of them emulate. None of them, I think, can be the exact duplicate, which isn't a problem, but you're going to have to find ways to scheme up the tight ends to be able to make them viable in the passing attack, make them viable in the run. And also, I think it may hurt your overall ambiance if you have to run more 12 personnel because you need to have a Gunnar Helm and an Amari Niblack on the field when you have all these receivers that also need to see the field as well. So there's just, in my opinion, a lot of good in both players that don't have the same qualities that the other one possesses. And if one did, or even showed that they had a little bit of that growth, I'd feel so much better about the position.
Yeah, Sark loves his 12 personnel, man, which I know you hear Jeff Howe, Horns 24/7, always talk about it, 2 wide receivers and 2 tight ends. Gunnar Helm is gigantic. Like there's a picture. He's huge, man. there's a picture, I want to say on his social media on Instagram, and it's him, Mookie Taft, somebody else, and Amari Niblack, and Gunnar Helm's arm is around Amari Niblack, and he towers over him. He looks bigger than him. Like Amari Niblack, he looks like a big receiver. Like he's not, what I'm saying? Like
he's a big
receiver, right? That's what I'm saying.
He's
like,
Kyle Pitts. That's all he is.
Pitts. Yeah. He has more of a Kyle Pitts frame than like an Antonio Gates frame. Like when I think of tight ends, I think of like that, like Gronk, like even Travis Kelce, just how swift and graceful and fluid that he is. Like he could sometimes not look like a tight end, but when you see him block, you're like, oh shit, that is a tight end. Like he blocks his ass off for somebody that just only gets love for his receiving skills. But
you know what's going to be funny is that Gunnar Helm is going to have a George Kittle-like career, isn't he? He's going to be a dude that didn't have any respect as a tight end when he was a player in college at Iowa. Everyone called him a blocker. He goes round 5, and then all pro seasons come around. That's going to be Gunnar Helm. Just watch.
Bro, I'd take that in a heartbeat. If he could have a George Kittle-like career, because George Kittle is a badass, man. Watching that receiver documentary on Netflix, man, just to see that guy and see his energy and enthusiasm. Like he has a smile on his face, but he keeps it real. He's like smiling, and he's like, football hurts. Yeah. He's like, football's really painful. Football's really painful, but it's great. It's fun. I'm like, I need a sociopath guy like that. Like a guy that gets it, can keep it real, but embraces it.
Bro, the fact when he was talking about getting hit in the dingleberries just made me laugh so hard, because that is exactly how most guys talk when they're trying to fight off the pain in front of their boys. Oh yeah, it's a stinger. It's not that big of a deal. It hurt like hell. God, that sucks. It hurts. By the way, let me ask you, because you're married, and so you know this. Is your wife a Swiftie?
No, opposite. Okay. Hater. She.
No, Zay.
A hater. Can't stand Taylor Swift.
Thank God. So me and my wife went into a debate and this is the most I've ever realized how much I love George Kittle, when I had to debate my wife on why he was just as good as Travis Kelce. Because of her argument was, well, Taylor Swift wasn't paying attention to her. And so immediately it was a 45-minute conversation of me defending George Kittle, which at that point is where I realized that 85 has a very special place in my heart. And I never realized how much I actually liked him.
Dude.
Going to bat against Taylor Swift's boyfriend in my wife's eyes. It's just that's when you know that you have a care about somebody. You truly care about a player.
Oh, yeah. The Kansas City Chiefs. You would think they would just be the most popular team because of all the Super Bowl wins, but all the Swifties bringing all these women into the NFL just from Travis Kelce. It's crazy. Last year was absolutely nuts. And look, Travis Kelce, I'm liking him more and more because he could have gotten commercial and he could have kind of sold out in a way by – drawing this Taylor Swift hype and stuff. But for example, today I saw tape on training camp in Kansas City, and somebody laid out Kadarius Toney. And it's when, these guys, they have the pads up top with the shorts on the bottom. So,
right.
It's kind of like two-hand touch. It's physical, in a little bit, but there's a certain respect that you have. You don't lay guys out. You're not trying to put guys on the ground. Somebody did. Kadarius Toney got mad, threw the ball at him. And, the first person to confront the dude that hit Kadarius Toney, Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce.
That's shocking.
Like that, and then that Xavier Worthy catch that we showed the other day on Monday, where he caught that bomb from Patrick Mahomes, who was one of the first people that you see like dancing and celebrating. Travis Kelce, saw another film clip today. Jared Wiley, he's over there from TCU, tight end. He called a nice pass. Who goes to greet him first? Travis Kelce. Like that dude is a great teammate, and he's arguably the greatest tight end of all time, but I get it. George Kittle, that dude's going to Canton too.
He's of course he is.
Easy.
Well, and he should. I mean, like, let's just start off there. The one thing I will say that I have never been more appreciative about Travis Kelce is starting the New Heights podcast. So I got to see a full-fledged look of his brother, Jason Kelce, because Jason Kelce is the epitome of most dudes that randomly name it off random nonsense in their basements at 3 a.m. Like, I have never felt more inclined to say that I am like an NFL player than when I hear Jason Kelce talk. So from that standpoint, for the New Heights podcast they give you, thank you, Jason Kelce.
I'm going to miss him playing, man.
It's going to be weird. It's going to be
weird.
Did you see the interview? What was it with Diana Rossini earlier with Saquon saying that he called Jason Kelce to come out of retirement?
Nuh-uh.
And I'm like, why couldn't you try a little bit harder, Saquon? I'm not ready to let him go yet. Like, I want him still out there. It's weird to me. It's still weird.
Yeah, I mean, the tush push, he's probably like, I can't take much more of these. I'm freaking getting clobbered every time, we try to get these yards. Sirianni's crazy ass. But yeah, it was another guy going to Canton, man. Like, what a family. Mama Kelce bringing back the Campbell Soup commercials and stuff. What a family. All right, Cole, let's move on. Number 2. Now it should just be pretty easy and pretty obvious for Texas.
We may have them flipped, but I think
we might have them flipped. Okay.
We may have them flipped. I think we have the same 2.
Okay. My number 2, though, the wide receiver room.
We haven't flipped.
We haven't flipped. Okay. Wide receiver room. I have them number 2. Those NFL guys that they put in. You got Xavier Worthy, what he did last year. 3rd best wide receiver in Texas history, in my opinion. 78 catches, over 1,000 yards, 5 touchdowns. Adonai Mitchell, what he did, 11 touchdowns, 55 catches, 845 yards. Jordan Whittington, the leadership that he brought, the security blanket that he brought, in the intermediate game and the short game. It's going to be hard to beat that. It's going to be hard to beat that core. And again, if any wide receiver room could, I would say it's this one. Like all those guys, I got 7 on the list that I could see getting significant minutes. Matthew Golden, Isaiah Bond, Silas Bolden, Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, Jonte Cook, and I'd even throw Ryan Niblett in there a little bit.
Really?
Maybe. Really? I know he's going to be in the return game, or let's see what he could do in the return game, because he has blazers. He's one of those, running the 100 at sub 11 type guys. Like they got just nothing but track guys. Isaiah Bond coming in with the most hype, coming from Alabama. We know what he did in the Iron Bowl last year. A lot of people says that, there's certain things that he has to improve on. I completely agree from that. But when you're at Alabama as a wide receiver, the other guys that you're getting compared to, it's like, okay, that's if I'm getting compared to Amari Cooper and Julio Jones and Devontae Smith, like Alabama had a damn Heisman Trophy winner at the wide receiver spot. So the light that he was in, was it completely fair? Probably not. But hey, if he has some work to do, I know he sees that coming on to the Austin, Texas. We'll see if he can get him and Quinn Ewers get that chemistry. Silas Bolden, probably the most excited I am about in this wide receiver group. Like that guy, like little man that could. He's one of those cats. Absolute blazers, ain't scared of shit. Really good at contested catches. Will go across that middle. And again, he's only like 5'8". $160, if that. Play on the outside, inside, jet sweeps. He might dabble in the return game, depending on where Jeff Banks wants him. So I expect him to be a big-time player. Matthew Golden, same with him. Like, I think we don't talk about him enough.
No.
I think he's kind of getting disrespected in a way. Like, DeAndre Moore and Jonte Cook are just going to take his minutes. If Matthew Golden's healthy, he's going to be out there. He's going to be out there. Like, he was really good for U of H. Absolute blazers. Another guy that can make a lot of people miss that you might see in the return game too. Jonte Cook, we talked about him yesterday, a guy that you think could be the number 1 receiver on this team, and I completely get that. He's an absolute freak. 6 foot, 190 pounds. He was getting Xavier Worthy comparisons, which is bonkers because he's so much bigger than Xavier Worthy. So if he could bring any of what X brought, then you're going to get a hell of a player. Then DeAndre Moore, Jordan Whittington, like, not just because they light skinned people, relax, but he has that leadership, he has that aura about him. Just it's all about being professional. It's all about ball. It's all about understanding what Chris Jackson, wide receiver coach, and Steve Sarkeesian want from me. And you saw that pass that Arch Manning threw to him in the spring game. DeAndre Moore's got some juice, and who a lot of Longhorn fans think could be that number one receiver in the future, maybe this upcoming year, Ryan Wingo, man, the Missouri native from St. Louis to be exact, 6'2", 210, great hands, already has a college body. Can he just get acclimated to Steve Sarkeesian's very complex offense? That's the biggest thing for a lot of these guys. And it could happen. We saw Xavier Worthy break records as a freshman. So if he gets it, if he can figure it out, then man, look out. Those 6 guys, they could really make some things happen. And I like to throw Ryan Niblett in there, man. I do. I think that dude has some jets, and he could do a little bit. We might see him more in the return game, punt return, kickoff return, but it's going to be hard for him to get on the field. 6 is good. 7 is great. If Sark actually rotates these guys, like he said, he was probably going to do an SEC media day, something very unlike him. Not one of those guys. If you're a number one option or if you're a number one receiver in that starting group, most likely you're going to get all the reps. I'm not trying to see that this year. Guys should get a chance. If you get to that 5th or 6th game to where you can't trust maybe the 5th or 6th guy in that rotation, fine. We tried. It might not worked out like you liked. Better luck next year. But try, though. In the Michigan game, I better see multiple guys trying to catch balls from Quinn Ewers so they can prove themselves on who deserves to get majority of the reps.
I love that you go and compare DeAndre Moore immediately to Jay Witt. And for the entire reason that I wasn't even thinking, all I've heard about him is just his work ethic, his mentality. One thing that everyone has raved about him is his route running. But now I hope Jay Witt's watching this program. Just go, hey, you should hear what Zay had to say about you, light skinned, and go ahead and kick your ass.
That's how it always goes. People call me Zaymon Green just because we're dark skinned. And again, I wish I was half the player Draymond was. Like, I'll take it. My man Chris Bennett, he calls me that from time to time. But why can't I get compared to Jason White Chocolate Williams? You know what I'm saying? Why not? I could throw a mean behind the back pass. I could throw the ball off my elbow. I could throw a mean alley-oop. You know what I'm saying?
Why don't I get compared to Nate Robinson? We're both the same height and we're both psychos. I mean, like, the same thing happens. I mean, we just don't do it. No, instead I get called Lee Humphreys because I can shoot deep downtown. And that's all I'm good for. But no, I'm short and I'm psycho. But no, why not? Why say?
No. You got to be a huge SEC or basketball savant to call someone Lee Humphreys. That is the greatest thing ever. Me and Chris Phillips briefly talked about those Florida teams. I love Lee Humphreys, man. I love Lee Humphreys.
You and I went on a rant when we were talking about Al Horford finally getting his ring.
Yeah.
Lee Humphreys carried that roster.
Yeah, I think it was you too. I think you were part of that too. Yeah, so it was probably you. Yeah, man, that Florida team, one of the greatest of all time. Lee Humphreys, man, picture perfect jumper. I don't know what he's doing now. I don't know if he had a European overseas career. Good for him. Good for him. He needs to give back. He needs to teach that jumper, man, because I heard there's an old school cat that went to Texas back in the 90s. Texas fans will remember him, Brandy Perriman. As wide as could be. Was wide as could be, but could shoot the hell out of a ball. And he now, for about 20-something years, ever since he graduated college, he would host a shooting camp every summer. And if you're an Austin kid that grew up in that era, you have probably went to the shooting camp at least once. You know what I'm saying? So give back, Lee. That jumper's too pretty for you not to pass it on to the youth and the next generation.
Yeah, but he's going to pass it on to places like South Dakota and Montana, where they get the whitest of white people to carry on the legacy of the SEC. Like, just imagine Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Mark Davis, and he's just draining buckets from Alabama. Like, it works. You know, Kalen DeBoer's probably already talking to him right now. Number 2 for me, I think, is your number 1. I may be wrong, but this is the guy that I was talking about earlier. Johnny Nason brings him on over, and I love his game. But for me, it's interior defensive line. For me, it is interior defensive line. Because of as good as Quinn was last year, as good as the offense was last year, as good as the run game was last year, the way that you watched the offensive line pick up the pace, the way you watched everybody be able to meet the standard, it was Byron Murphy and Devondre Sweat. Like it was Byron Murphy and Devondre Sweat. That was your defensive line. And those two alone basically helped you win almost every game that you could. Those two alone not only set the tone on defense, but those two also, I think, stepped up in the biggest games more than we give credit for. And the stat lines don't just show it. And I know that we could throw in the fact that they both got in on offense a little bit. They both scored touchdowns. We got to see the fat man truffle shuffle in the end zone of the Big 12 championship, which automatically was a reason why Texas should have won the game, because Devondre Sweat at 300 plus pounds, booting and scooting his way into the end zone like Brooks and Dunn is amazing. But it's the fact that this is the SEC and you got Pac-12 players where, as good as I think that they are and as good as I think that they can be, and the fact they have such a great relationship with Johnny Nason that he was able to convince them to come on over. The bottom line for me is just, how do you make sure you replace 2 All-American talents? Because if you can, it literally is, in my opinion, going to be a wash, rinse, repeat defensively of this year. And your offense can take a little bit of time to catch up to pace. But Bill Norton is my favorite transfer of all transfers for any school, for any formation. I love Bill Norton. Every story I have heard of Bill Norton at Arizona is just, he came in with the attitude of sheer go yourself. I am better than you, and I have to carry myself that way because I want to make sure that people know what Arizona football is. So when you have that type of mentality as your main guy in the middle of the trenches, and by the way, he's already played against Oklahoma's front line because he did so in the bowl game in the Alamo Bowl. So he kind of has a good understanding about what offensive lines look like. If you carry that mantra in when you play against like an Arkansas and you make a tackle in the backfield against Lenoir and you say, stay down and shut the fuck up. Like, if you have that type of mentality from that dude, everyone else is going to follow right behind it. And if it happens in the Michigan game against Alex Orji, he's like, run left, watch what happens. Just try it. Just try. You're not going up the middle. You got to get to the outside. When you have that type of mantra, that carries weight. But that, to me, is what's going to be such a big difference maker. I love that they also went and they brought in Savaya. I'm not going to try and pronounce his first name at all.
Yes, Savaya.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But,
so we're just calling him Tia. That's his nickname.
Okay.
Tia's cool.
Cool. So I'm calling him Tia because I am not going to even try and pronounce his last name. But he has a good understanding about what Nason wants and how he likes to scheme up his linebackers to open up creases. So that's really good. I like the fact that they still have a couple of other guys in the building, like Vernon Broughton's back. I like that they have Jermaine Lowley coming on over. He's got some experience playing in that style brand of defense. So they have some guys, but there's always the rule that I follow with Zay, and it's, do you have quality or quantity? Do you have quality or quantity? And right now it feels like Texas went and they got the quantity. Do you have the quality of a player to match up what you lost from Byron Murphy? Do you have the quality of player for what you had to match up with Devondre Sweat? If you have both, I don't know if we can be talking negatively about Texas's defense this year. Like, yeah, there's going to be some holes in the secondary at times, maybe with the depth purposes if you have to turn to like your third corner. But outside of that, where are you really complaining? Like that's the main spot. And they come in immediately and they have that same energy that they carried in Tucson when everyone thought that they were going to be the laughingstock of the Pac-12. And then they beat up down the stretch and nearly make it to Las Vegas for the Pac-12 championship. Like, if you get that version, Texas is in a really good spot in their front seven. But again, it's right now quantity. I need to make sure I see the quality.
Yeah, and that's why this D-tackle group, they're my number one.
Yep.
You know, all those things that you just said. Gosh, Byron Murphy, man, that guy, he just looks like an animal. Like Seattle, I hope they embrace him and know what they got, because he's about to cause havoc in the NFC West for years to come. And Trevondre Sweat, saw Trevondre Sweat today in a clip from Titans training camp, and he was moving in and out of the bags and stuff, just a little agility. I wouldn't say he lost a ton of weight, but he looked good. I would say, how his attitude look?
No, I said I think he had to lose a little bit of weight.
Like, he had to. He had to. Yeah. It was.
If he wants to be a 3-down player, he had to lose a little bit of weight.
Right. He looked around 350. And again, who knows what it really is. Could have been good camera work. I don't know the angles. I don't know. But he looked all right. He looked all right. And that's very promising for the Tennessee Titans. So, as you said, how are you gonna make up for those two guys? Alfred Collins, he's maybe the biggest question mark on the whole squad. Because if you don't know Alfred Collins' background, the dude came in as a 5-star. This is year 5. He was supposed to be gone in 2022. If we just think about the trajectory of what 5 stars are usually supposed to be, 3 and you out of here. That's not realistic for some, but again, 5-star, you get put on that pedestal. And if those things don't happen, you start to look at what happened. Was it just not figuring out what Bo Davis needed from him? And now Bo Davis is gone. So you bring in young, upcoming defensive line coach Kenny Baker, who has a solid resume, as young as he is, coming from the Miami Dolphins and doing good things at Western Kentucky. But is Kenny Baker going to get the most out of Alfred Collins in year 5? Because if not now, then it's never going to happen. Like, that dude could be a first-round pick if he has that breakout season. And if you put a guy alongside him like Bill Norton, who you're very high on, I've heard great things about Bill Norton too. Heard he just has that nasty, where he don't really care about nobody. It's just wherever the ball goes. Yeah, wherever the ball goes. Yeah, he's that type of dude to where if you're Sark, you better be careful of those offensive line, defensive line, after whistle battles that you very commonly see because guys are just competing. Like, that's one of those guys. I'm not saying that it's good, but sometimes you need a little bit of that. Sometimes you need a little bit, of John, where you have to break it up and stuff because guys are competing, and football is just such a violent, physical sport. It's bound to happen when you got alphas on the squad. So if Bill Norton and Alfred Collins could be that tandem to cause havoc, they're not going to be as good as Byron Murphy and Trevondre Sweat. But if they could get close to that, and you think about Vernon Broughton and what he brings to the table, and Jermaine Lole and Tia Savea and, Jure Bledsoe, Alex January, who's very young, Sneer Mitchell, Jure Bledsoe and Sneer Mitchell, those are guys that could develop and be useful this season. 6 deep, we'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take a 6-man rotation. If you could get to 8, that's ideal, but 6, a lot of teams around college football would love to have 6 guys that you could rotate and feel good about and not lose much for. So if Kenny Baker and Pete Kwiatkowski can figure that out, and we're going to see it Michigan game, that team, they might run it 45 plus. Alex Orji, fleet of foot. He will scramble in a heartbeat. You got to worry about cover boy Donovan Edwards. You know what I'm saying? Like, that game, they're going to test you, and they're going to try to keep Steve Sarkeesian's offense off the field. And how do you do that? By slowing the game down, letting that clock roll, and gutting that defense up. So the defensive line, they have to be good, especially because of what we said about the linebacker room.
Yeah.
And opening up those lanes for those guys to do what they do, and not having those running backs get to the second level because the defensive tackles weren't doing their job. The linebackers didn't have to worry about that last year because T. Sweat and Byron Murphy were cleaning everything up. They might have to worry about that a little bit this year, which is why Anthony Hill's job is so important and is why Dave Benda has to be huge this year. So I'm concerned, but I feel good. That the whole list that we just went through, all of those things could be a problem. They could be the difference between a team that goes 12-0, 11-1, and a team that goes 9-3, 8-4. Like, that's the last thing you want. This talent, that would be completely horrific. So we'll see how that goes. Coach 420, I'll see you. We'll get to that in a little bit. Who's your number one, Cole?
Wide receiver.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. They're really good players. I mean, they're really, really, really good players. And honestly, when you're Quinn Ewers and you realize that your last throw of the season came to Adonai Mitchell, who went on to be a very big steal, I think, for the Indianapolis Colts, just for how late he went in the process. I thought he was a first-round pick. That's how talented of a player I thought he was. But then you find out that you're getting Matthew Golden to come on in. And then right afterwards, you find out that you're getting Isaiah Bond to come on in. And then right afterwards, you find out that Silas Bolden's going to be here in the summer. And then you realize that you landed Ryan Wingo because he's already here. You have Ryan Niblett already on the roster. You have Jonte Let Him Cook, who has been sitting, waiting in the freezer for a minute. Now he's thawing to get ready for grill time this upcoming year. You feel really good. But again, it's on paper. It's all on paper. It's not on the field. When Adonai Mitchell was added last season, everyone had a good understanding about who Jordan Whittington was when he was on the field. Everyone had a good understanding about who Xavier Worthy was when he was on the field. Everyone had a good understanding about who Jatavian Sanders was when he was on the field. So you already knew what to expect from those three. You already knew that even if Adonai Mitchell wasn't going to be as advertised, or if he didn't hit the stride the way that we all thought he was going to at Georgia, even though he was a part of national championship rosters and caught a touchdown in every playoff game, you figured you'd be fine. Well, right now, you have a bunch of guys that are proven, but they're not proven at Texas. They're not proven on the 40 acres. They're proven at Corvallis. They're proven at Houston. They're proven in Tuscaloosa, even in a limited capacity that in the highlight games, he's really stepped up. But besides that, you still got to see more of it, but they're not proven with Quinn. And so right now, you don't know which one is going to separate themselves as the number one. Even if you don't have a legit number one, you still have to be able to have three that I think stand out. Who are those three? What does it look like? How do you feel that your team is going to be able to combat if you don't have a good performance from, say, Isaiah Bond, who can step up? I agree with you 100%. The fact that Matthew Golden kind of feels like the redheaded stepchild in all of this because of he was such a stud at Houston, but he plays at Houston and everyone's like, well, Alabama was better and so was Oregon State. So that must mean that he's not that good. No, he's really good. He's a really good player. Like most teams were probably pissed off that he was willing to play the wide receiver 3 or 4 role when he would have been a wide receiver 1 at their university. And I'm talking about good schools. I'm not saying like South Florida wanted him or like App State wanted him. I'm saying like Power 4 programs were going after Matthew Golden, especially because of his return ability. But can he step up? Do you feel like that Isaiah Bond, after last season, stepped up in the highlight moments? But what about in a game against Kentucky? Do you feel like that he can have that same type of mentality, that same mantra? What about Vanderbilt? Can he play well against them? Or is he only going to be known for having that one big-time catch that comes against the highlight teams, the Georgias, the Alabamas, the Texas A&Ms? Silas Bolden. I've said this on SEC Unfiltered. I've said this on here. That is my favorite player on offense for any team this year that's just going into a new thing. He's a joystick. Literally, he is a pinball that you just move around with a joystick, and he's just going to go off. I will not be shocked to see him lead Texas in almost every single category. And I think he's going to be a factor in the run game, in the return game. I think they're going to have a lot of different unique ways to utilize him out of the backfield. And he's going to be everything that you wanted in Keelan Robinson. And maybe that's exactly what you utilize him as a bigger, better version of Keelan Robinson with more of a passing attack to his game. But what if he doesn't live up to that par? What if he doesn't live up to that standard? What if you still need another year for Jonte Cook to continue to thaw, and now you're going in, you're actually marbleizing him, you're putting him back in the smoker, and he's got to cook a little bit longer before he actually breaks out in 2025, when now you turn to a guy like an Arch Manning? What about Ryan Wingo? Does he even see the field this year? And if so, what is the role? Is he going to be Jonte Cook 2.0 and we just got to wait another season before he comes into his own? So there's a lot to like about this wide receiver room. In fact, for most teams, you would say that the 3, 4, and 5 guys, they would have an argument to be a 2 and 3 on rosters at Power 4 programs. And you would appreciate that. And that's where I think Texas really is at a good spot. But number one, you have to find a number one. Number two, you have to find that separation between the two and who fits where. And number three, they have to have a relationship the way that they had with Quinn last year. And if you don't have that, well, then we got to go back to that first conversation at the very beginning of all this. We were talking about the running back room. People say we're going to have both running backs hit $1. Well, they might have to if the wide receivers don't deliver.
Yeah, well said. Well said. And Quinn Ewers is doing all the right things to get that chemistry and camaraderie with the guys. I think they went out to Quinn's home city in Dallas and threw the ball around and chilled out there for a little getaway. I think Gunnar Helm was there and Amari Niblack too. So those things are very important. And for all those guys that you just lost all to the draft, that's a lot to replace, but it's up to Steve Sarkeesian and Quinn Ewers to figure those things out. Excuse me.
I would agree.
All right, let's get to some of our sponsors. Shout out to Circa Resort and Casino. Cole, myself, Chip Brown, Rodney Rodriguez, and Brad Kellner will all be in Vegas on August 22nd and 23rd. We'll actually be there the 21st through 24th, but we'll be doing shows 22nd, 23rd. Cole will probably stop by and say what's up to the crew. Sign up for the Circa Millions or Circa Survivor contest before the football season starts. Again, you can only sign up at the Circa Resort and Casino. Once you do that, you can play from anywhere. Wherever you stay, you could play. If you don't want to take my word for it, then listen to these guys.
Biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rake. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circusports.com for details.
You heard them. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. 10 million, 6 million. That's a lot of millions, man. You could do a lot with that. So go to Circa. The end date is September 6th. So you got to sign up and get to Vegas before then. And downtown Vegas is the spot now. It's changed so much since the last time I was there about 15 years ago. Like, if you want to have a different atmosphere, the Strip's still cool, but downtown Vegas, it's where it's at. A lot of places just look a lot more new and got revamped. So Circa, one of the greatest pools and sceneries that you have with all the TVs and stuff. Check that out.
Such a dope
all right.
place.
Oh, it's dope. It's
So dope.
Can't wait. I can't wait, man. I'm going to be on one, probably be a little under the influence during the show, but hey, my boss is Brad Kellner. I think he understands. He's the reason why we're going to Vegas in the first place, so I blame him. Like, what do you expect?
I say that's the entire point, is that when we go ahead and get debauchery going and do shots, you can't get mad. You're the reason we're all going, buddy. We're putting on the company tab, though, right? Do I have to pay for that?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just be at the blackjack table, continue to pay me shots as I lose my money and my sanity at the same time.
I know. I got to get up on my blackjack and craps game, man. I got to hit the table, see what's popping there. But speaking of drinking, this NFL quarterback must have been drinking when he made this decision, Cole, to change his hair. Joe Cody Rhodes, Slim Shady Burrow in the building, looking crazy. Man, this photo went viral. For the folks that are not watching us on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter, listening from the app, I am showing a picture of Joe Burrow coming into training camp, and he has a bleach blonde buzz cut. And if you've known Joe Burrow throughout his Louisiana State career, early career. He kind of had that Macaulay Culkin, part. I don't know what it was. Pretty boy. It was real pretty boy. You know what I'm saying? Rob says next tattoo incoming. Yeah, it's a little white trashy. I ain't gonna lie, but you know what? Cole, looking at Joe Burrow coming in for training camp, I need a little bit of this, man. I need a little bit of this because this looks like a dude I ain't trying to muck with. This looks like a dude that ain't playing no games. And Joe Burrow, I love him as a quarterback. I think he has a ton of moxie. I think he's a badass, a little injury prone. And I kind of didn't appreciate how much he was just out and about this offseason. Like he was in Paris for like Fashion Week, and he was doing a lot for a guy that, maybe I'm old school, get off my lawn right here. But when you get injured, I need you to be a little miserable. I don't need to see you having fun. I'd be a horrible therapist. I'd be a horrible shrink.
You would be the worst. I would not. I would have already unsubscribed by now.
Yeah, I'd be a horrible, but I need my injured quarterback pissed off, locked in a cave, locked in the room, rehabbing, not being seen, not looking like a pretty boy, dressed in wacky outfits. I need my quarterback to be a little, just in his man cave doing this thing. And Joe Burrow wasn't doing anything like that. So to see Joe Burrow like this, like, okay, I ain't that pretty boy no more. I'm coming in with an all business mindset. If I'm healthy, the Cincinnati Bengals, they're one of those 4 teams that have a chance to make it to a Super Bowl in the AFC. I'm with it. I'm with this Joe Burrow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I clowned him on Twitter yesterday with my caption, 2 trailer park girls around the outside. Like, yeah, he does look like him. He does look like Slim Shady. But you know what? He looks like he means business too. I'm with the buzz cut.
He looks like he's on his way to defense against the dark arts, ready to pull a Wingardium Leviosa against Harry Potter. That's what he looks like, Draco Malfoy, motherfucker. That's what we're
at. Malfoy?
He's straight slithering it right now. He's trying to be the villain. Where's Voldemort? He's got to be around the corner. Is that going to be Jamar? Did he get the nose slit this offseason? Is that what we're doing here? Is that what we're doing here? Just get ready to go and cause the Aryan race to kick back up in overnight. That's going to happen. Cody Rhodes in it. I appreciate it. It's a look. You know what? This had to be the punishment. This is where the therapist came in probably and said, you were doing too much this offseason. Let's make you look like the dumbest villain of all time in WWE history. Here, we're going to put you out there. You're going to be fine. This is your punishment. Looking like this. Here's the one thing I will say. Just from my complexion, we need our own Cam Jordan. We need our own Cam Jordan that every year takes the dumb photo in the on the player profile where he does like the full beard, where he then will shave his head, where then he'll come in with Rastafarian dreads, where then the next year he'll have the mustache twirled. We need this. Joe Burrow's taking that. He is now volunteer's tribute. I appreciate that.
I appreciate it too, man. And Coach 420 is right. He looks like South Lake Carroll quarterback or player going into the playoffs because they're known for dyeing their hair that beach blonde.
I didn't want to go low with that. I figured that everyone was going to say that already. So I was like, all right, everyone already knows this is round 2 of the divisional playoffs, 6A football.
No, man, South Lake Carroll, like they're known for that. The big time juggernaut powerhouse in Texas football. Everybody knows South Lake Carroll, but yeah, I appreciate Joe Burrow doing this, man. It's time for business. All that pretty boy shit, let's throw it out the window. I don't like my quarterback too pretty boy. You're already just at that position organically pretty. Like there have been some ugly quarterbacks here and there, but most of the time the quarterback's usually like the best looking guy on the offense. That's just weirdly how it goes. I mean, again,
really?
We always talk about, yeah. Do you not do you might watch Disney or anything? Like Little John?
Have I ever watched Disney? Have you ever watched that one movie, what is it, The Mick, where the guy gets made fun of for throwing a football? He's a pretty boy, but you know what? He can't throw a pass to save his life. Saracen was ugly as sin in Friday Night Lights. That was not a good look, man. Tim Riggins was the best looking guy on the Panthers.
Okay, true.
He's a fullback.
True. Tim Riggins, he was that heartthrob. But what was the dude that got hurt?
Jason Street?
Yeah, he was the heartthrob. He just ended up getting injured. Go back to Varsity Blues. Paul Walker, before it was James freaking Vanderbeek, he was the quarterback.
Yeah, but you didn't think Tex, but Tex was the best looking guy. Everyone knew that.
Which one is that?
Giant-ass offensive lineman that kept breaking his neck every play. He's good looking. Did you see him before he died? He lost like 400 pounds and then eventually had a heart attack.
Oh, he died?
He died, but he lost all that weight. Nobody could tell it was him.
Damn, that hurts me, man. I love that guy.
Zay,
what was great was he was in that, and then he was also in Not Another Teen Movie.
He played himself in Not Another Teen Movie. He played the same role in Not Another Teen Movie.
Greatest spoof movie of all time. You can't tell me otherwise, man. Not Another Teen Movie is an absolute classic. But
Zay, you get to dye your beard and your hair. What color are you going with? You gonna bleach blonde it and go Slim Shady?
No, I don't think I'd be Slim Shady. I think I'd be a fat Wesley Snipes from Demolition Man. More than You remember that character? He had the messed up eyes and everything. Yo, man. Sylvester Stallone, Wesley Snipes. I can't believe they had that brother looking crazy like that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I just look like a hefty Wesley Snipes Demolition Man if I went blind.
The Wesley Snacks. Wesley Snacks.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So
I don't know. I feel like if I wanted to go back to my 2000 emo stage, I probably would go with straight neon green. I feel like that I could rock. I think I could rock the neon green. Like pull like a Beast Boy out of Teen Titans. Go with that look. Like that, just like be clean shaven, but the green hair.
Titans.
Oh yeah, bro. Did you never watch that?
No, man. I think
you never got into Teen Titans?
Might have been before my time. I know you're 29 plus 1, but
29 plus 1.
We're not that far off. We're not that far off.
But were you an Avatar, dude?
No.
Okay, so you were, so we were definitely apart then on that. Because that was like my go-to was like Avatar and Teen Titans for the anime. That was the most anime I got into. Like I never got deep into it the way that Jamal Williams continues to go to Comic-Cons and talk about it like it's just his second coming in life.
That's my guy. I love Jamal Williams. He's a terrific person for the NFL. Like he doesn't take anything too seriously, but he plays hard.
Let me ask you, when you talk about like the minutes, what's McConaughey's title for Texas?
Oh God,
Minister
of Culture.
Minister of Culture. Everyone needs a Jamal Williams Minister of Culture on their roster. I'm sorry, just for morale in the locker room, we need that guy. Like there needs to be a player that does not even make it in the league, but you pay him like $1 million just to have the locker room presence. Because that man on Hard Knocks won my heart immediately.
Yo, he's that guy. McConaughey better watch out because Glenn Powell coming for that title as best celebrity, best actor to come out of the University of Texas. Glenn Powell, I heard Twisters went well.
Yeah, it went really well.
The little, what's the movie on Netflix? Hit and Run. He had that
one
joint with Sydney Sweeney.
That is an awful rom-com. I'm sorry. I will die on that.
Did you watch it with your woman?
I watched it by myself one night. Torn out my mind. Because my buddy kept texting me, he's like, you gotta watch this rom-com. I'm like, Sydney Sweeney can't act, and I don't find her that attractive. And everyone's like, for starters, you are already wrong, just completely for that last bit. But no, I absolutely hated anything but you. But I am going to go see Twisters on Friday because of somebody wants to go see Glenn Powell. So I just have to kind of go smile. I can't be mad about it. You're like, you know when someone is that good looking, you're like, I can't even be that mad. Like
that's a good looking son of a bitch.
That's a good looking son of a bitch. It's like Ryan Reynolds to me. You're just like right there of like, I can't judge you. Like if I would actually say if my wife brought home Glenn Powell, damn, good job. I must have done something right.
Yo, I mean, the thing with him, and I'm biased because he's an Austinite. He went to Westwood High School, then he went on to UT. He's talked about coming back to UT and finishing up his degree. So, you know, I can't even hate on him at all. Like he represents us, he gets it. But that dude, the way that he's just kind of got a stranglehold, like Top Gun, like Miles Teller, he was good, but a lot of people remember Glenn Powell. And I thought Glenn Powell's role in Top Gun, it was big, but it wasn't, Cruise or Miles Teller. So
no, but he had the shirt off in the most scenes, and so that's what we remember. All the imagery in the posters.
Okay. But yeah, that guy's doing this thing.
You know what's funny is that everyone was talking about Miles Teller going into that movie, and then afterwards, Miles Teller kind of just disappeared off the face of the earth. Like, I haven't heard his name once since that movie, but all I've heard is Glenn Powell.
That's a good point.
And you know what's okay? Did you watch Top Gun?
Yeah.
That is, to me, one of the best revivals or revisions of a movie that has come out in the last 20 years. I actually thought they did that movie service.
Yeah, it was incredible.
There's so many that don't do it. Like, I am such a big Beetlejuice fan. I am so ready to hate the new Beetlejuice movie. I am. But I feel like it's going to be really good. But also I'm like, God damn, if you ruin this for me, I'm going to riot. Because I already have said if they ever remake Back to the Future, I am tying myself to the movie theater a lot, and I'm not letting anybody get inside. That is the one movie where I will go full Save the Tree protest, because you cannot replace Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd. I'm right there with Beetlejuice. It's like right there for me.
Yeah, I don't know who you would replace Michael J. Fox with in that movie. Beetlejuice, that's really interesting. I saw Michael Keaton. Wasn't he in the first one?
Yeah, he is. He's Beetlejuice.
Oh, he's Beetlejuice again? But wasn't it like early 90s one? He was like
in 1989, I think is when it came out. He was Beetlejuice in it. And he was only and like the funny thing is that he's in the movie for all of like 7 minutes, and the movie's named after him. Like they timed it. Yeah, the entire cast, like Catherine O'Hara's back for this one. Renata Ryder's back for this one. Jenna Ortega, the chick from Wednesday
Addams.
That chick, she's in it now. Justin Theroux's in it. Willem Dafoe, who's awesome, like, and does not get his flowers for acting. By the way, if you've never seen The Lighthouse, holy crap, what a freak. Like, that's one of those movies where I will go down the rabbit. We'll be here all day if you don't stop me from going down the rabbit hole.
Oh, man, I love me.
That's where I'm at right now. But no, it's like, okay, so when they said Michael J. Fox, everyone said the exact same thing. We got to redo Tom Holland. I said, I swear to God, if you do Tom Holland and Robert Downey Jr. for Back to the Future, watch me lose my shit. Like, I get it. Oh, geez, it's like, you already tried it with Rick and Morty. Like, okay, we got Rick and Morty. That's fine. It's already Back to the Future in a sense. If Doc Brown was a drug. Like, can we just be okay with that? Like, we're fine. We're fine. I'm sorry. I'm passionate about this, Zay. There's very few things in life that get me going. But when somebody says, we could do a remake of Back to the Future, shut up. Just stop talking. I don't need you in my life. I'd rather you say anything else at this point. We could have a remake of Lord of the Rings, and I would understand it. I wouldn't agree with it, but I'd understand it. Don't touch a classic. Don't touch Back to the Future.
Yeah. I'm remakes, hit or miss. I'm a big spin-off guy. If you could do a good spin-off, if there was a side character in a very famous movie or very famous show that you can make a spin-off of, and that show was that good. Like, for example, Better Call Saul, one of my favorite shows.
It's one of the best. It's so good that I forget sometimes that he was in
Breaking Bad.
I forget it.
That's what I'm saying.
That's when you know it's a good show. When you when you know that character has a role, but you kind of forget that he's there. Like, it's his own show.
Yeah. So like things like that. So cool, man. I'm with it. Now, John Hamm, I didn't even know John Hamm went to UT.
I did not either.
Like,
I know what he's talking about, though. I know what he's talking about with the fraternity hazing, but I did not know that was at UT.
Fraternity hazing? What?
You haven't heard about this? Oh, it was bad. John Hamm, you haven't heard about that? So what was it? He was a part of a fraternity. It was, I think it was something with drinking, but like they hazed the crap out of these kids, and it got well documented, and he was in it. But I did not know it was at Texas.
Ooh, yeah. Hazing's always tricky because, I mean, No, it's been around for a long time, but there's some people that just don't want to be a part of that. You can't force anybody to do stuff that they don't want to do. So, yeah, that's mucked up. But ironically, Dazed and Confused, one of my favorite movies of all time. And that whole movie's based on hazing.
You want to know why we don't know about it? Oh, okay. Well, different type of hazing. Anyways, when you talk about because he graduated from the University of Missouri, because the scandal that happened at Texas, he left and went back to Missouri. That's why we don't consider him part of UT. Because I was like, no, he's a Mizzou grad with Brad Pitt, another guy who apparently is just an awful human being, which makes me really sad because Moneyball is one of my favorite movies of all time.
Not Brad.
What have you not heard about everything going on with his kids?
Well, Angelina Jolie, they have kids together, right? Yeah,
it's bad. It's like the oldest one, Shiloh or whatever their name is. I don't even know at this point. Like, gone out and been like, I'm getting rid of my last name when I turn 18. Fuck this guy. Like, it's bad.
Okay.
And that makes me sad because Brad Pitt is top 4 for me all time. He's
top 4.
I love
after Fight Club. What are we talking about?
Moneyball.
Okay, that's 2.
Moneyball. I personally like him in what is it? Not Be Kind, Rewind. What is it? Why am I blanking on it? He gets shot in the head. That's all I remember. He's hiding in a closet. It's a Joe Coen movie. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I think he's the only thing. He's the only thing good in that movie. Inglourious Bastards. How we forget about that one?
Another Tarantino.
That's Tarantino. What else am I missing? There's a few. 7. See, thank you, Ike. Ike coming in clutch right now. 7, exactly.
7's good.
He's number 4 for me, I would say. Fury is another one. I forgot I was in Fury. See,
top 4 is crazy. Who are your other 3?
Jake Gyllenhaal, personally. I've always loved Jake Gyllenhaal. That's just always been one of my go-to guys. Number 1's Denzel. Number 1 is Denzel, easily far and away.
Okay.
Always will any single movie with Denzel Washington, I'll watch. And then number 2 for me, I think, if honestly breaking it down based off of the movies that I watch all the time, it's probably Leo. But RDJ's up there. But RDJ is so big in my childhood because of the Avengers. So it's is it him or is it Tony Stark? Where I can separate a Leo performance.
Okay.
Keaton's an honorable mention for me, I will say. Bale's an honorable mention for me. Damon's an honorable mention for me. A name that doesn't get brought up enough that I feel should. Cillian Murphy. That's another one. Tom Hardy. I think that they belong in there. I'm a big, I never got into Peaky Blinders, but I'm really big into British culture. I love Cumberbatch and I hate him as main actor, but Sherlock's one of my go-to shows, the BBC version, and he freaking crushed it at that. So it's do I consider that this part of it? Because the comedian for me, I enjoy Will Ferrell, I enjoy John C. Reilly, I enjoy Steve Carell, but I remember their roles. I don't remember them as actors, if that's the way to put it.
Okay. That's a good list, man. I can't even knock it.
Who you got as number 1?
Number 1. Feel like it's cliche, but Denzel.
It's because it's the right answer.
Yeah,
it's the right answer.
I could watch Training Day at any time, no matter what part it's on. I could come in and watch the rest. I could say that about He Got Game. I could say that about Remember the Titans. All of those movies are very nostalgic and just very classic for me. I'm a big Al Pacino guy.
Okay.
Just cause Scarface, I know it's cheesy, but that's my joint. I think Donnie Brasco.
It's very white,
Yeah.
It's covered in white. Just white everywhere. Not different type of white, but still white.
Yeah, white everywhere.
White everywhere.
Have you seen Heat?
Yeah,
with Al Pacino?
Heat's good.
Oh my God, greatest shootout scene of all time. I don't know what else you could find to put in that category. Val Kilmer, Robert De Niro. You can't tell me shit about Heat. The Godfather, Pacino in it, Michael Corleone.
Speaking of Val Kilmer, I will die on this take. He deserved an Oscar for Tombstone.
Yeah.
He deserved an Oscar for Tombstone. That's
be your Huckleberry.
That's still to me. I'm your Huckleberry still
I'm
is
your
one of the
Huckleberry.
most bone-chilling lines I have ever seen in a movie. I have a buddy that works in Carolina, and every single time that we see each other, he whispers, like when he gets struck, I'm your Huckleberry. And I just freak I freak the fuck out because I'm like, Val, Doc? It's like, yep, it's one of those ones. Like he just knows that it's such an iconic line.
Yeah, Tombstone, that's classic. I don't know who else I would put on that pedestal.
Let me ask you, because here's an argument I've gotten with people for a while. Chadwick Boseman when he was alive or Mahershala Ali? I've gotten in an argument about this. Which one would you pick?
And who?
Mahershala Ali.
Ooh.
Because I've gotten in an argument with him on those two, and I've gotten in an argument with my buddy on Daniel Kaluuya and Lakeith Stanfield. And
I love Daniel Kaluuya.
See, because I'm Stanfield. Like when he won for Judas and the Black Messiah, I remember being so pissed off because I wanted Lakeith to win the Oscar. Like I was so that was such a dope movie. And take nothing away from Kaluuya, he crushed in that part. But still, I love Stanfield, and I like Stanfield's one of my more underrated actors. I will say that one movie.
He's really good.
Hello, thank you for calling. That ending freaked the fuck out of me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I get the white people voice. I thought it was funny as shit, but then you get to the ending, it's like Jesus. That's how it ends.
Now Stanfield, he was in Atlanta too, and he's amazing in that. So I'm
so good.
If we had to pick Stanfield or Kaluuya, I'll probably pick Stanfield, but I love Kaluuya. Gosh, man, Mahershala Ali.
It's hard.
That's tough. That's a tough one. Those are really good actors, man. Those are really good actors.
That is one where I have sat here and I have gone back and tried to go through their filmography and go, he takes the lead in one. Well, then you got Moonlight. Well, then he matches it up with Get On Up, and then he matched it up with Black Panther, and then he matched it up like even Green Book. I know that a lot of people hate that movie, but Ali freaking crushes it in that movie. So it's like there's not a bad performance. Even when he did like Into the Spider-Verse, like I'm like he played like when he played Prowler, I was like, God damn, that voice. There's something about like he's just bone-chillingly awesome. Like it's just you get to that level of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody on the Coda text line said Eva Mendes. Get the hell out of here, man.
Bro, are you kidding me? Sheila Gamble? Hitch? Hitch
is my shit. Just because Kevin James dancing, that's gold. But Eva Mendes is horrible. Horrible. Her and Ryan Gosling, he's very underrated too. But Eva Mendes, she's not the best.
Okay.
Beautiful, gorgeous woman, but
did you see the Barbie movie by chance?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So do you remember so Ryan Gosling at that point, because not the other guys. What is it? The one with him and Russell Crowe.
New guys.
No, it's not the old guys.
Old guys.
Jake, I know one of you in the comment section knows what it is.
I know what you're talking about, though.
It's him and Russell Crowe.
Based in the 70s.
Yeah, it's based in the 70s. I thought that was perfect comedic timing, but then you see him in that. That was like me with Channing Tatum in 21 Jump Street, where it's like, holy crap, put this guy in more comedies. Like when he played Ken, immediately, boom, skyrocketed on my book. Because Channing Tatum, I thought was a pretty boy actor, and then you see him in 21 Jump Street, and I'm just like, man's got acting chops. Put him in more stuff. Give him more opportunities.
He has range.
He's got range.
Channing Tatum, he has range. I'll give him that. He surprised me too when he came out with all that 21 Jump Street stuff. Him and Jonah Hill.
The nice guys. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate you. See, exactly.
Nice
I knew it was going to come up.
Okay. Now, Ike. Yo, Ike, man, you're going somewhere with this. LA Confidential, Jessica Alba and Gabrielle Union as like cops. Oh my God.
Is that the movie? Is that LA Confidential? Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's it. I might be talking about something else. But that show didn't last long, maybe 2 seasons. But if you want to watch hot women whooping ass, check that out.
Yeah.
Check that out. Like, okay, that ain't it. I don't know what Ike's talking about then.
I don't either. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I'm like, that's sweet. God, we've been 20 minutes talking about actors. See, this is what you bring me on. This is what you bring me on for. It's just like I throw things off the bus. What are we gonna talk about to close out the show? We gotta finish something.
Okay, LA Confidential has Kevin Spacey, Russell Crowe. Interesting. Came out.
I don't even know what movie that is.
Neither do I. I've heard of it, but I don't know. Kevin Spacey, he got canceled, unfortunately.
Yeah, don't remind me. That was
House of Cards with my shit. That one hurt.
That one hurt.
That one hurt.
like you see, like, okay, it's like whenever you watch Seven and you're like, it's like, crap. Like, this is not. Oh, here's another one that gets completely underrated. Ralph Fiennes.
Who?
Ralph Fiennes. Have you ever the guy who plays Voldemort?
Man, Voldemort's like a clayed up mask. I don't know who
Yeah,
that
but
is.
he's actually a pretty good actor when you look at Seven. Have you ever seen Grand Budapest Hotel?
No.
Okay, go
I've
watch
seen this
that
guy
movie.
before. I pulled him up. I've seen this guy before.
Yeah. Have you ever seen you've seen the new James Bond movies, right?
Some. The one with
plays
Adele singing. I've seen that one.
Yeah, he plays M. He plays the head of MI6.
Okay.
So he was also in Schindler's List. He played the Bane Nazi. That's probably where most people know him from. I freaking love Ralph Fiennes. I love him and Daniel Craig. Knives Out was one of those other movies to where it's like, holy crap, you get to see the range of somebody. Him and Daniel Craig flow way under the radar in my book. I love those two. Two Brits that know how to win my heart. Honestly.
Okay, I gotta check that out. Definitely gotta check that out.
Have you not seen Knives Out?
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now. That and Glass Onion are two on your list. When I come back and I come host with you, I'm doing a review with you on Knives Out because that to me, because that's the same dude that ruined Star Wars, Rian Johnson. He was the one that came out in the second Star Wars movies of the remakes. That was Rian Johnson, and it's like, oh God, I can't say he as director. And then he drops Knives Out. You're like, oh look, you actually know what you're doing. It's like, yay. Sometimes when you stay in your lane and do fun stuff, you're actually pretty good at your job. It's like whenever someone's like, go talk about water polo, Cole. It's like, sure, I'll bullshit this through for 5 minutes and then I'll be canceled immediately. They'll throw me off the set. But when you let me talk college football, I'll be here all day. I'll make it work.
Yeah, I'm excited about water polo in the Olympics, man. That's a hard ass sport. That water's deep as hell. So
name me one player on the water polo team. Let's see your excitement, Zay. How excited are you to see one player from that spot? You name it. I'll buy you a ticket to Paris.
I'm just trying to see my country do well. Like, I'm trying to see my country do well at all the events. You know what I'm saying? I'm very supportive, but appreciate Cole Thompson joining me today, substituting for Chip Brown. Let's hit our sponsor before we finish up these last 11 minutes. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership. They've been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. I've been doing it well. Go visit them at the beautiful 42 acres in the Hill Country. They provide you with a high quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, 7 terrific brands to choose from: Ram, Dodge, Jeep, Cadillac, GMC, Buick, and what's my I missed? Chrysler. Check them all out. Go to covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Cole. So I saw this video going around social media, and I thought it was hilarious, but I don't know how how truthful it is. Like, how much it's facts and how much it's just people being funny. But this photo went viral of one of my favorite comedians, Shane Gillis, and I don't know who the lovely woman is on his left, but someone said this is your average SEC couple, and that caption in this picture went completely viral on Twitter X. Is this accurate, Cole?
Zay, there are wonderful things that we could talk about to close out the show, like the weather. Like, we can go back to ranking actors. I think it's fun. We don't need to give a horrible implementation about what the University of Alabama actually looks like, because this literally feels like a date party that I went to back in 2014. In fact, this was almost every date party I went to back in 2014, where you had the guy who definitely was sweating out of his ass from both ends of the spectrum, was whiskey drunk before he even walked into the bar, and Southern Belle blonde that is ready to find her MRS degree with the guy that's going to be working at daddy's accountant firm that's already planning her wedding out, or the Steel Magnolias. I feel like I'm right back at Rooftop Rounders in 2014 right now. Like this is epitome Christmas party of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Like, and the worst, you know what the worst part is that one of my friends looks like the girl in the photo, and her husband almost looks exactly like Shane Gillis. I'm like, damn it, why do we have to have such a bad visual representation? Like, it's like Texas people know how to stay in shape, and then you go, yeah, Alabama. It's like, it's right on the money. Like, it's almost dead accurate.
Yeah, if you were to tell me this was an Ole Miss, LSU, Alabama, Arkansas, any type of just very nice event, house party, I would have believed you. If I didn't know who Shane Gillis was and he wasn't one of my favorite comedians, I would have believed you. You know, I think about Paul Skees and Liv Dunn, like they look like this. They look exactly like this.
He's in shape. Like, it's a little different. Paul Skeet's got that mustache that definitely would not work anywhere else besides the southeastern region, or he'd be on a sex offender list. But still, everywhere else, like he at least looks in shape. There's the difference between it. Like, Shane is as funny as he is. Part of the bit that makes him so funny is the way he looks. I mean, he talked about how he dodged out of the way for it, how it almost got him. It's like that's most of Alabama for you.
I thought this picture was absolutely hilarious, man. And yeah, that's the SEC for you. So, hey, excited. I'm sure there's going to be more folks in University of Texas and Oklahoma that look like that too, that we just haven't noticed before. And now that they're in the conference, I'm going to notice those type of couples a lot more in the foreseeable future. But
Zay, real fast, are you going to go to any games this year, like on the road?
Oh, gosh. Probably not, because I'll be a big part of our post-game show this year. So I like going to games, but especially when we do what we do, I like to dissect the game as much as possible and be able to pause and rewind and maybe notice something going on that other people might not notice. So I like to be in the comfort of my own home, but I know, again, in the foreseeable future, I want to see these SEC atmospheres, and I want to see just these different campuses. And I think I'll probably get to that point, you know, later on of these upcoming years.
All I want BK to do is fund us a trip to where I get to introduce you as the SEC alum to actual SEC country, so you see what the atmosphere is like. This is what college game looks like. Jesus, why are they all wearing suits? They're called pledges. They're absolutely in trouble. Why? Well, they look so hot. They're supposed to be. They look like they're supposed to be ready to kill themselves. Like, that's what it's all about. That's why they look this way. Like, I want to be your tour guide through the SEC for one of these atmospheres. Like, oh, yeah, that's Shane Gillis. And then it's like, turn around. It's like, no, it's just some 19-year-old frat dude that's probably already passed out of having too many Percocets at 9:30 in the morning. Like, buddy, I kid you not. There have been far too many dark tales that I have from college of people who I've had to pick up when I was a pledge. It was a lot of fun to be able to see how many people we were able to squeeze in the back of a Jeep Patriot and try and make the trip down to Birmingham after a football game.
Man, that sounds like a good time to me. I don't know
what it was when you were at the DD and the pledge being told what to do. It sounded like a lot of fun, but you're sitting in a car and not allowed to park because they don't want to pay $30. So you have to drive around Birmingham for 3 hours while they get more drunk off Zydeco music and shots.
See, I want to go to Bama bad because the only time I've been through Bama is when you're making that trip from Texas to Florida. And I guess Birmingham is the city that you go through. They got the tunnel, you know, big tunnel. I don't know if that's
that's Mobile.
Mobile, that's it. Mobile. Thank you.
No.
Yeah. Thank you, Mobile. And I'm like, you know what? The city, not too shabby. You know, the state, not too shabby. So I want to see what's up with what Bama has to offer, especially with the Crimson Tide and the Tigers and stuff. But
Beham's fine. I will say I like Beham. Never Uber. Like, honestly, like, people always ask me, what's the one thing you hate about Uber? And it's like, what's the one thing you hate about Birmingham? Uber. And they're like, why? Is it always a trap for your house? I'm like, yeah, it's a trap to your wallet because there's only like 30 Ubers in the entire city. So they charge like $45 to go 3 miles. Yeah, dude, I went back for a wedding. What was it? 2021. And one of my buddies was like, "Oh, we're all going out to the bar," and I decided to go get a hotel closer to the venue because I was like, "Oh, that's easier for me to be able to make it there, have to walk all that." And so I go meet them. It is a 5-mile Uber, but I fly in from Texas. It cost me $48, and I'm like, "Bruh, what are we doing?" I almost didn't go back to my hotel that night and just slept on my buddy's couch. I was like, I don't want to pay the price. I spent more on Uber than I did on alcohol that weekend.
No, hell no. Don't like that. Hopefully it's changed in 3 years. But
I pray to God it has.
Yeah. All right, Cole. For the right call today, I want to show you a video that is just the funniest shit I've ever seen. And kind of what we talked about yesterday with the vibe that UCLA has going to the Big Ten. This is UCLA's head coach, DeShaun Foster, his opening monologue, introduction to the Big Ten Conference. Look at this fool and the energy or lack thereof that he provides in Indianapolis this week.
Coach Foster, welcome to the Big Ten. We'll begin with your opening statement.
How you guys doing? I'm happy to be here. Glad to be a part of this great conference. Finally putting two great emblems together, UCLA and the Big Ten. We're a school that's won, 123 championships, so this fits us being right in this conference. Football-wise, we're just excited. I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC. I'm just basically excited, really. That's it. Any questions?
In a second.
Yeah,
Coach.
I'll tell him. I'll tell Zay. Yeah, that was the entire 2025 UCLA recruiting class that has now opened their commitments once again. They have all said, there is somebody that we're going to run through a wall for, but it will not be the man that is now calling the shots in Westwood. Dear God.
That's so embarrassing. Like, not everybody's a public speaker. That's one thing that's difficult. Like, you and I, we can come on here, we can ramble for 2 hours. It comes natural for you and I. But, as a football coach, I get it. You don't have to be Lane Kiffin. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to be Pete Carroll, but you have to show some sort of enthusiasm and leadership. And he looked like he didn't even want to be there, Cole. Like, he looked fed up, kind of how the pause at the end. And then he looks, for those who are listening to the app, he looks to his left during that long pause before he just gives that very awkward chuckle. And yes, coach, we know you're in LA. Like, you don't have to explain that to us. It's just from what I saw with all the coaches and their opening monologues at SEC Media Day last week in person to this, knowing that UCLA, it's an uphill battle for them to be somewhat relevant coming to the Big Ten. To do that, that's a disgrace. And you're right. Like, if I'm a recruit and I'm somebody that's looking to go to the University of California, Los Angeles, ain't no way I'm playing for a guy that looks like he could care less or that looks like he's just defeated before the season even started.
Bro, it's not even that. For me, it's more so, look, everybody else at SEC media. It's like, go back and remember when we were watching the coaches. They all had scripts. they all had a little piece of paper just to follow up. Thank you to the boosters. Thank you to the other people for being here. We like the situation of our team. We're excited about the rest of the season. We're ready to go ahead and begin our fall camp. We see a future. Questions. And you don't have to go on this long-winded rant. The man walked up there like, I got this. Looks out the crowd. I ain't got this. I got hell. What we got? Hey, how long does this introduction presser got to be? Okay, 30 more seconds? Yeah, LA. How about that ride in? That's why we call it running fast and running hard. Ain't that right? Like the next question. Let's go. Like just say like something. Like it wasn't even like he wasn't even prepared. It was more so like I don't care enough about this program to even try to act like I'm gonna be prepared. Like do you remember what was the blessing of Mike Leach's pressers whenever he would go to SEC Media Days? I don't have a lot to say because I know I'm going to answer it in this question. So what do you got? 6 seconds, in, out, done, go. Started talking football. But this man's like, nah, let's give him a show. Let's give him something. Let's give him something to talk about. Only negatively though. That's what we're going to do, DeShaun Elliott. And it's like, God bless. I don't know. DeShaun Foster, man, I appreciate the fact that you came back from your job as being the Raiders coach, but there were already enough people who were not excited about the underwhelming hire. The more underwhelming continues. And we haven't even played a game in the Big Ten yet.
Yeah, and like you went to UCLA, bro. That's the thing. And Cole, I don't know. Are you rolling with Chris?
I am rolling with Chris.
Okay, let's bring him on. Chris Phillips, SEC Unfiltered. Chris, I know we focus on the SEC here, but did you see DeShaun Foster's opening comments, UCLA coach at Big Ten Media Days?
Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many UCLA football fans exist, number one, but I can't imagine. I can't imagine how you would feel watching your head coach go up there and do that. How does that instill any sort of confidence? And this is the guy leading our program against the best of the best in the profession. We have Think about if
Kalen DeBoer did that,
bro. We would still be talking about it. We'd still be talking about it. Right? We'd still be talking about it. Dude, can you imagine Paul Feinbaum's takes? Oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're already bad. They're already bad. Like, oh my goodness. Yeah.
He's had some bad ones. Listen, this is why we need a fine. I can understand we need a Feinbaum in the Big Ten. We don't need one in the ACC, but we may need one in the Big Ten.
And then him walking up there acting like people. I mean, listen, I know that you're in a new conference, but everybody knows who UCLA is. You don't have to tell us they're in Los Angeles. Like, it's in the name.
Wait, it's in Los Angeles?
Oh my God.
Well, no,
crazy, bro. Like, do you really think the people that are there, the media folks, they haven't done their research? They're like, this is the first time they're learning UCLA's joining the league. They've just yeah. So yeah.
When he said he was excited, man, that's what got me at the very end. It's just, I was like, how? You don't look excited at all. You actually look defeated already. I get it. I'd be defeated too going into this conference as UCLA, but man, you can't show that. So,
am I allowed to change my vote at this point and just move UCLA down to the very bottom at that point?
Yeah.
That knocks you down a few notches. Kirk Cignetti, congratulations. IU and Purdue are no longer the worst two programs in the Big Ten.
Oh, man, that is so funny. Cole, I appreciate you again, my brother. I will not be in tomorrow. I don't know what's going on tomorrow. BK will have that figured out. I'll be back on Friday live from South Carolina. Chris, Cole, appreciate you guys. It's been real. Y'all be cool.
You're the man. Appreciate it, brother. Cole, what's going on, man? Appreciate you jumping on. Obviously, the audience is well acquainted with you at this point, so I don't even know that I need to introduce you. But I'm Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered. Again, we are here live on Texas Sports Unfiltered every single day, Monday through Friday, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain. And Cole, I was dragging a little bit this morning because I may or may not have stayed up to like 1:30 last night playing EA College Football 25.
I say, did you at least play, or were you?
Dude, no. Listen, I had a I had totally forgotten a good buddy of mine. He was like Snapchatting me. He was playing, and I realized he's on PlayStation, which granted the online play is that is cross-platform anyways. Road to the college football playoff is what they call it, whatever. Anyways, played him in 3 games, beat him in all 3. Again, I feel silly being the guy that talks about things that happen in video games as if they're like super dramatic events, but it's kind of what we do. The first game we played, so I love playing this way, Cole. If you ever get the game, you ever get the console, we can do this. But and anybody listening, when you're playing your buddies, you do 3 randoms, kill 1, right? So what it is like you and I are playing, and I'm clicking triangle, which is random team. Right. So you get 3 teams. You get to kill one of those. So let's say I got Bama, Troy, and Coastal Carolina. You'd obviously kill Bama. I can either pick.
I don't want you having that field. You didn't get that.
Sure.
Field.
Okay, sure. Anyways, I can either pick one of the 2 teams that are left, or I can go do or die. So it's whoever I get to have to play with. So I wanted to explain that because our first game was Illinois against Duke. So you're like, why would you pick those teams? That's why. And I was Illinois and he was Duke. Bro, it comes down to literally overtime. Get this. Comes down to overtime. We both score touchdowns in our first possessions. Then I get the ball to start the second overtime. I didn't realize, and I guess maybe this is a new college football rule, you have to go for 2 starting the second overtime?
No, I thought it was in the 3rd overtime.
In the game, that's unless it's just in the video game. But in the video game, it's the second overtime. So okay. I don't know if that's a new I don't know why they'd put that rule in there if that wasn't a real rule. That seems to me that'd be crazy. Either way, though, we had to go for 2 starting the second overtime. So I score a touchdown. My 2-point conversion attempt gets intercepted and returned for 2 points. So I'm only up 4. So now a touchdown wins it immediately. Bro, he gets down to the inch line. 2nd and goal, run at the middle, stuffed. 3rd and goal, QB sneak. I pinched the line and gave stuffed. 4th and goal, rolls out to the right, throws a pick. I win the game. Crazy, bro. Crazy, bro. So
yeah, Illinois. That sounds like the classic Illinois and Duke game of 1994 that we all remember and love it so much.
Except the score was like 48-44 the final. So also we played. Second game was Colorado Central Michigan. Colorado is they're way too good on that game. It's dumb. They're not that good. We know that. But Shedeur Sanders is Travis Hunter is literally unstoppable. I mean, that dude's
to be fair, he might be actually in college.
Oh, right. He is that good. I'm saying that team, though. Like, they're an 89 in that game. There's just no way. There's just no way. So, anyways. And then we played South Carolina and Kentucky. And believe it or not, I had Kentucky, and I whipped him. So, anyways, we had a good time. But, yeah, that's your little dose of EA. I think what we're gonna start doing, by the way, Cole and the rest of the audience, I think because I've been trying to figure out what do I want to do with this EA college football content. I think I'm going to just start simming random games, just randomly. Like if you just kind of see it, I don't know if it's really going to be organized. I don't know if I want to start a dynasty because that's just a lot of work. And I don't know no matter who I pick or what team I pick, somebody's going to be pissed off. So, again, that's why I was thinking about doing a dynasty rebuild with Vandy because nobody hates Vandy and nobody will be mad that I picked Vandy. So I don't know. Either way. Anyways, how's your day going?
I've been here all day. You know what I'm very excited for is that tomorrow Texans don't have practice. I probably will be. We have a little bit of work to do together. But besides that, I'm just gonna be doing videos tomorrow. So it's like less writing. It's less waking up at 7 a.m. I may even peruse in some debauchery alcohol tonight because if I can.
Wow.
And I don't have to have that. I know exactly.
What's your what do you prefer, writing or video? But there's no wrong answer. There's no wrong answer. To be honest,
it depends. Like video, I get to have a little bit more fun. I get to be a little bit more myself. Or writing, I have to follow certain criteria rules to where it's not the worst thing. I think that right now the biggest thing is also we're moving more so to a video platform than we are writing, and so many people will want to see video. So I get to be more authentically me when it comes to video stuff. I guess would be it.
What is the Texans site again?
Texans Wire.
Texans. So, okay, I've seen it. I've definitely seen it.
That's me, just nonstop all day, and then somehow I find time to make beautiful content videos for our website as we continue to blossom and turn it into the #1 resource for all of SEC football. What? I'm sorry. I didn't think that we knew that, but you guys all knew that.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're well on the way. I think we're pretty close to there. I don't know. You guys can decide. That being said, let's go ahead and get into it, Cole. We got some topics again. The beautiful thing about when you and I speak, we don't even get to all the topics. So we get to carry over some things that we didn't even discuss.
I love that too.
I do, but this is a new one. This came out this morning in typical Pat McAfee fashion. Flair for the dramatics. He's a wrestling guy. I'm honestly surprised, Cole. I'm surprised he didn't just show up the first College game day. And that was like, or like a wrestling entrance, like a pro. He didn't. I'm surprised he announced it this early, but Pat McAfee is back on College game day. Now, your opinions. Again, there's no wrong answer here, Cole. I'm curious. Love or hate the move? Do you like game day more or less with Pat McAfee on it?
I like it more without Pat McAfee.
Without Pat McAfee, okay.
I get it.
Is it because you're not? Is it just McAfee himself? Is it like the integrity of that show, the original show? I'm curious to hear your.
No, because like you know me, I'm the wild card whenever you, me, and Dave do videos. Like I'm the one that's going to be loud and obnoxious. And I'm going to talk shit, and I'm going to be that way, and I'm okay with it because like that's my persona. That's the way I am. I'm not afraid to go ahead and open my mouth the way that McAfee does. And a lot of the times, McAfee and I talk at the same speed level of contact, and we move and groove, and we do these kind of motions, and we get fans involved, and we get excited, and we sometimes pander. But to me, the thing is, it's like whenever we see Stephen A. Smith and Paul Feinbaum get on the camera, you shove them down our throats so much that we don't appreciate it anymore. Like I get him 5 days a week for 3 hours during 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. where he's just going nonstop, standing up, making comments, walking around, having a good time, making sure that everyone gets involved in the content and we're enjoying ourselves. And then again, I get to see him on the desk and he's going to do the exact same thing to where I don't get room to breathe. And like, I just want room to breathe. That's all. That's all it is. He's fun. It's obnoxiously awesome. I get it. It's for the younger audience. It's like whenever you saw those kids that eventually started watching PewDiePie instead of playing Call of Duty. It's the same thing. Just throw somebody who's wacky and zany on a television screen. They'll go, oh, he's smart. He knows what he's doing. But like, it's so much. It's like when they had Stephen A. Smith on to talk boxing. I'm like, bro, I respect your opinion when it comes to what you got when it's all about the NBA. When you start talking home run derby nonsense, get the hell off my television screen. Like, I'm not respecting your opinion. It's like Chris Russo a couple days ago pissed me the hell off when he was like, USC only cares about Heisman trophies. I'm like, what? Like, what do you mean it only cares about Heisman? Like, if you don't know what you're talking about, just stop. And McAfee gets it because he does. But, like, you shove it down your throat so much, eventually all we're doing is we're saying, oh, we just want guys who have more content.
Well, Cole, we could have this. This could be a really long discussion between us because as content men, too. And I'm not saying this about Pat. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Pat McAfee was, I don't – when people ask me, like, who do you look up to in the industry and stuff like that, I don't know if that's the right way to phrase it, but Pat McAfee was definitely a guy – that I don't know if, again, modeled some of my content after, but he was a guy that I really respected and was like, that's kind of the mold I'm going for. The fun, energetic, I always resonated with like Barstool, Pat McAfee, Pardon My Take, Dave Portnoy. I think that kind of shows in our content. We're much closer to that than like traditional J journalism, if you will. But I do get what you're saying. And I was going to say too, as content men, I know you'll respect this, and this could be a whole separate convo, that it's like it can become frustrating as a content creator because, you look at like Mad Dog Russo and Stephen A. Smith, and I'm not saying they don't do a good job, but it is like some of the most absurd shit that wins in the content space. Like you kind of have to be ridiculous. Like it's to go to the levels of virality that they do, you have to be saying something pretty outlandish. You know what I mean? So anyways, I get it with McAfee. He's a lot. He's a lot, but I don't know. I'm excited he's back on game day. I think it adds especially the dynamic with him and Saban. I think the dynamic with him and Saban will be really fun. I think McAfee will help kind of pull out some of that out of Saban, some of the the stuff that he maybe wouldn't say otherwise.
But also, you got to be able to play that line to where Saban's not like just saying, "What's this clown doing?" Because of why would I want to be around this nonsense? And again, Saban so far has been like the king of media. Like, you know what? Like, you see your one buddy that's good at everything, and you're like, Jesus, why the hell are you existing in my life? Like, let me do something. That's Saban right now. Like, he leaves, he puts down the headset and the whistle, and he picks up a microphone, and automatically top 5 at ESPN. Like, God damn, do you not do anything average? Like, is cooking for you a problem? Because that's got to be the only thing that makes it work. And so, like, if you start getting him pissed off and McAfee goes a little bit too above and beyond and you lose him, then you're really losing numbers. But the other part that's really frustrating is I have to be careful what kind of questions I ask to a person whenever we have them on, because I want to make sure that I'm not pissing them off and going ruffling some feathers to where they're going to want to come back. When you have that 4-letter brand that no longer knows a damn thing about college football attached to your name, you can say whatever you want and piss somebody off, and they'll go right back and smack you in the face, and they'll be right back on the show next week if they want to. So it's like, we can't go above and beyond because of where we are in our turn in the industry right now, which is fine because eventually we maybe will. But does also we see a change of what the personalities want? And so it's like, that's the frustrating part, is like when you have a guy like CJ Stroud come on and talk mad smack about Ohio State, and McAfee dishes it right back about West Virginia being better than you and everything, or the Colts will kick your ass this year. If I go and say to Peyton Thorne, hey man, are you ready to be the worst quarterback of all time in the Iron Bowl history? He's going to be able to he's going to say, what the hell are you talking about? Like, I don't want to be on this show. Get off. And so it's like, like that's the part that gets so frustrating. Like that's the part where he gets so frustrated. But
I think too, though, Cole, and I've experienced this. And again, like I mentioned, we could turn this conversation into hours and hours on end because I love talking business, content, whatever. By the way, a couple questions, comments, please leave those. Facebook, YouTube, X. We want you guys to be part of the show. Jake Bayless says, I think this is about McAfee.
It is.
It's the home team every time. Rodney Smith says, you were talking today. My coworker asked me how I was listening to Pat McAfee. I don't think we sound the same, but I will take that as a compliment. Rodney Smith also says he goes on McAfee show. I think Saban is okay with McAfee. Yeah, he definitely is, for sure.
He's fine with him. But
I was going to say too, though, Cole, here's the thing. If McAfee, because again, obviously he talks everything, but I mean, huge NFL. I mean, I would say that's the majority of his content is NFL. And you know this because you're in both the college space and the NFL space. You can say things and be a certain way in the NFL space that you cannot be in the college space.
Yeah.
It's why early on for me and a lot throughout my career, I ran into, especially covering one team, I butted heads a lot. I ran into a lot of adversity and a lot of upsetting people and madness striking on social media because in the NFL, your favorite team can sign a guy and you can say he is a bum. He sucks. That is a waste of money. And it's just a take. Bro, go say a recruit wasn't worth the scholarship. Go be like, yeah, that signing what? Have you ever heard anyone in the college space when a kid commits go, I mean, glad he committed, but it won't be a difference maker. Not a big deal. That's more of a roster filler. Have you ever heard anyone speak that way on recruiting?
I would love to hear Cooper Patenga one time just go and say, "Oh, this 5-star is now playing at Georgia. He's going to be a roster filler."
So,
it's one of the signings we just didn't have.
Right. So I'm just saying, like, I think I think we do a good job of having fun banter back and forth, kind of saying whatever we want. But I do think you have to navigate the college space a little bit differently than the NFL space. And again, I don't think we walk on eggshells or tiptoe or anything like that. But to your point, you can be a little bit more rough around the edges. Really, just in the pro space, you can just be honest because you can be really brutally honest because everybody defaults to, oh, well, they're getting paid. They're paid professionals. But see, now what's interesting, Cole, is now the guys in college are getting paid. So now I feel like we are, and I personally love it. I love the fact that we're moving more towards, listen, bro, if Quinn Ewers goes out there and throws 5 interceptions in a game, like I can say he played like trash. Like he was trash. And if he doesn't like it, he can go complain about it in his Bentley or Lamborghini, whatever he's driving. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not saying you should be able to like trash athletes because they make money or have whatever they have. I'm just saying that all of a sudden it comes with the territory. I mean, you see it in the NFL all the time. That's why these guys can go out there and just openly say whatever. And you also hope, too, at the end of the day, you know, when I rank Peyton Thorne 16th in my preseason quarterback rankings, I hope he understands it's nothing personal. I don't wish you to have a bad year, but I do rankings and I give opinions, and it's just what I do. It's what we do.
Somebody's got to be 16.
It's just what we do. So and some guys can handle that, and they will laugh it off and have a good time with it. Some guys can't. So it is what it is.
My thing is, like, listen, I was going to trash you if you had a bad game, regardless if you got paid or not. Sorry, I don't care. That's what sports talk radio is, especially when you're in college towns. You and I have a mutual friend, Mark Ryan, that would always talk about.
I didn't know you were buddies with Mark.
I know Mark Ryan through Twitter. He's a very good dude. Love him.
Because he was in the Houston market.
Yeah, he was in the Houston market.
I forgot. Okay.
Way back when I was getting started. So I remember Mark when he was on 6'10". I remember him when he was on the state. For those listening who don't know who Mark Ryan is, he's a
holy shit, he's a lightning bolt. I mean, this dude was in the upstate of South Carolina for a couple years, and dude, it was an all-out war between he and Gamecock fans, especially. And he would ruffle the feathers of Clemson fans, but you know what? He's so good at what he does, Cole, because every time something big happened with South Carolina, I remember I'd be like, I cannot wait to hear what Mark has to say about this, because, dude, he just knew how to press those buttons, man. He just knew how to, like, get people, like, so mad, but they would listen. So
that's the thing. You kind of have to. And, like, that's where we go back to, like, Stephen A. and Mad Dog, when Mad Dog's saying, oh, only people at USC care about his Heisman trophies, and Feinbaum saying that Deion Sanders is the ideal replacement for a guy like Lincoln Riley. I mean, we can say nonsensical crap all we want and just pretend like it doesn't get the clicks, but we also know that we're entertaining. Ryan did a really good job of being able to push the right buttons with also being factual, which is the way that I go about it. I'm okay with saying Jeff Lebby is an overrated coach that I don't think is going to pan out in the SEC at all, especially at a program like Mississippi State.
Dude, Mississippi State fans are they are. I did not know before SECU that Mississippi State fans, they really be out here, man. They are full of piss and vinegar. I'm going
to back it up. I'm going to say, listen, you have an offensive identity that has the slowest offensive line in college football. You really think that with that go-go tempo that made him so dynamic as a play caller, it's going to pan out? No. So unless you go ahead and you add in better players, Mississippi State's eventually going to turn into like San Diego State, where a coach will leave to take an offensive coordinator job to better his odds of becoming a head coach at a bigger program. Like, I'm okay with saying that, and I'm pushing the wrong buttons, but at least I'll have backing behind it. So, like, that's where it comes down to, where you call out people. I don't mind calling out Quinn Ewers if he has a bad game, because you want to know what? Everybody's already talking about it. I'm just saying what's on the mind of the people. And again, now with you getting paid, what am I supposed to say? Oh, it was a bad performance, but he can rebound next week. No, dude, you got the highest rated backup in the history of all backups. So much so that a guy by the name of Paul Feinbaum decides to run his mouth and say so much better than the other guy at Alabama because we haven't seen him play, even though you did see Ty Simpson play and he scored a touchdown and beat South Florida. So we can throw that into the mix. But regardless, my point being that you got a dude sitting in the wings and it's like, oh, he's going to be starting by midseason. Yeah, if I go and see Quinn Ewers suck, I'm going to be calling for Arch's head. I think many people would. Because if you're trying to win a national championship in the SEC year one, it's like that's what you got to go with it. So I don't really – McAfee does a good job of being able to, I think, balance the line when it comes to college and NFL. What I will say is that, again, you are right. When it comes to the NFL, you can get away with saying nonsensical crap for all you want, not be afraid to go ahead and ruffle some feathers. Where in college, you better be careful about what you're saying and who you're saying it about. Because the last thing you want is a phone call from an SID going, what the hell did you say that?
Relationships in college matter a lot more. I mean, I don't, again, I'm not in the NFL space. You probably know better than I, Cole, but I don't feel like that would matter as much. In the NFL, it's so much more a business. And it's like, we're all just doing our jobs. Like, for you to cut me out, you'd be cutting your own nose off, spite your face. In college, I don't know. I feel like it's much more like the whole insider thing and like the SIDs, and you want to make sure you're able to shake everybody's hand. But I will say this. I don't think it's any secret. SEC Unfiltered. We're not box score banter. We are true, real, genuine, authentic banter. And I'd like to think the success throughout my career and, of course, the success of SEC Unfiltered is living proof that people appreciate and resonate with honesty, with the type of takes we give, with critical analysis, with objective opinions, with banter like we present. So I'd like to think so. I
would hope so.
Yeah.
I think that's
I mean, if not, what are we doing here?
Exactly. Thank you.
No, for sure. Cole, let's keep it moving. Again, Pat McAfee's back on game day. This came up today. I thought this was really fun. I'm gonna try to pull this up on the screen, by the way, so our audience can get a look. I shouldn't have an issue. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Yep. So, hot seat odds. You can literally gamble on anything, Cole. I mean, literally anything. There are odds from this website. Let's see. What's the site again? It is sportsbetting.com, I think. I don't know. I've lost it. Sportsbetting.com. Whatever. Anyways, odds for the first college football coach fired this season. I'm going to pull these up on the screen here. All right, boom. We can both look at it. Good. So, these are the odds for the first head coach fired. Leading the way, and I don't think this is much of a surprise, Billy Napier, plus 400. Sam Pittman, right behind him at plus 500. You continue down the list. Clark Lee, plus 800. I'm just highlighting the SEC teams. How about Shane Beamer down there at plus 1,600? Kind of a long shot, but he does have odds. How about Dabo Sweeney?
Yeah.
At plus 2,500. And also Brent Venables, plus 3,300.
That one's stupid. I'm sorry.
Cole, all right, give me your thoughts here. I mean, I think Napier and Pittman are the two most obvious, but you look at these odds, anything jump out to you? Do you feel like there's a sleeper here? And again, I just mentioned SEC and Dabo Sweeney. So, I mean, there's others on here. Mario Cristobal at plus 600.
That's stupid, too.
That's insane.
So stupid.
Bro, they're supposed to be good this year.
It's not even that. It's not even that. He's a Miami native. Like, they're not going to fire him because he was also a pride of what the program was in its heyday. Like, you don't leave Oregon to be fired within 3 years.
How about Ryan Day at plus 1,200?
See, that one's not shocking to me because here's the thing. And I was talking about this yesterday when I was on with Zay. The nonsense of what Ohio State fans have, the sheer arrogance that you deserve better than Ryan Day, a guy who is going into his 5th season, been to a national championship, multiple playoff appearances, also has been to multiple Big Ten, has also been to multiple chances of being close to winning a national title. He has a roster that's good enough. He doesn't have double-digit losses yet, and you want to put him on a hot seat. That just shows how petty you are and how little brother of a syndrome you have when losing to a team like Ohio State. I mean, to a team like Michigan. But I get it. You got to beat Michigan. Ohio State, I don't think in the history of the program has ever lost 4 straight to the Wolverines. So it's not weird. Dabo at 2,500 is one I would bet actually right now. And the reason
way. Come on. What?
I would bet it right now. Here's the reason why. Because now I would feel a lot more comfortable betting it if they found a way to get out of the ACC and like let's just say last week they announced that yes, the SEC is going to bring on Clemson and Florida State. I have a feeling I would hammer the odds on plus 2,500 to go see Dabo get cut because I don't think that he would survive in the SEC with the way he goes about recruiting in the transfer portal. I don't see it. So they would make that change immediately.
But you got to think, Cole, one of these is going to get fired this year. So, like, I get what you're saying, but, like, the first one to get fired, there's no way it's Dabo Sweeney.
No.
I mean, again, that's why they have long shot odds and the odds or whatever. I'd probably go Sam Pittman plus 5. I'm pretty convinced Napier is going to be back next year.
Oh, I would
barring – I mean, and – I've got actually, we're doing, my game by game record predictions are dropping. We're doing essentially 2 teams a day. Cole, the video drops today at 5:00 actually, or maybe it just dropped. I think it was a 4:30 video, maybe 5. Anyways, Florida, my predictions for Florida dropped today, game by game. I've got Florida 5-7. I still think he's back next year.
I think
I think he's back. So Clark Lee's kind of interesting. As bad as Vandy's gonna be, maybe. I mean, I think it'd be silly, but maybe.
Where do you upgrade? Like that?
Well, I mean, I know. I agree. Listen, I like Clark Lee. But I don't know. Maybe there's somebody in Nashville that wants to make a move. I mean,
I agree with Jake in the comment section. Neil Brown being a plus 1,400. The way the contract works, I think, is favorable to where they could fire him if he has any regression. Like if you read the fine print of the contract about what he would be owed over the next few years, it makes sense. But he's not wrong. They were a Hail Mary away, and I think it was the Houston game, if I'm not mistaken. Jake, let me know in the comment section. Away from being a 10-win team last year. Like, Arizona to me was the breakout roster, and I was like, holy crap, look at what T-Mac and Noah Fafita are going to do. Right behind him was West Virginia. Like, I fully convinced myself that Neil Brown was going to show up in Las Vegas, double burden everybody in the media after being picked last behind the newcomers in the Big 12. Like, I was hell-bent on seeing that happen. I want to see it happen for his sake. Loxley's interesting because of, again, it's one of those teams where Maryland, what are you? Like what are you really? Are you going to be a team that gets to 10 wins every few years? Are you going to still consistently be in that 7 to 8 win range at most? Is that your ceiling? Satterfield was the dumbest hire of all. And honestly, thank God for Louisville. They got rid of him. I never liked Scott Satterfield ever in my life as a coach. I didn't like him when he was at App State. I didn't like him when he was at Louisville. So, like, it's Cincinnati, though. Like, yeah, you had Fickle, and that was a great time. And Fickle, honestly, it would have been cool to see him stick around if Wisconsin didn't open up and he was waiting for the Ohio State job. But, like, are you going to get much better than Sat? And also, who would you bring in that could recruit at a high-end level that make you that much better? Elliott feels right. Elliott, honestly, Elliott might be the easiest one to pick on here if, like, the odds pass plus 1,000. I think, like, Wilcox also, because of maybe you could justify by saying, oh, we're making changes now in the ACC. That's about it. I don't think Narduzzi gets fired. If anything, I feel like that Narduzzi is going to be one of those guys that he would retire before he got fired, especially after what he's done at Pitt.
That's kind of the key. That's kind of the key of this. You know what's interesting too, Cole, is you talk about SEC coaches. We got a great combo dropping tonight. A lot of shameless plugs today. Great combo dropping tonight with Braden Gall of 440 Sports. And you guys, if you've ever watched the Paul Feinbaum show, sometimes he fills in. Does a really good job. Anyways, I asked him the question of over under, and I'll ask you this as well, and we'll pull the screenshot off of here. You guys get the idea. Over under 1.5 SEC head coaches fired in 2024.
Under.
Here's what Braden said that I thought was interesting. He said, if you say fired, under. If you say coaching changes of any kind, like head coaching changes, over. Because the kicker that he had was he believes there is a chance that Mark Stoops hangs it up at the end of the season, which was new info to me. So who knows? I mean, who knows?
I think
what's going to happen at Arkansas is going to be fascinating to me. Like, if they go 6-6, is that good enough? Or does Pittman retire? I mean, it's possible.
I agree with Braden 100%. If you tell me right now, fired, one. I think one is out. I don't know who it is. It may be Beamer. It may end up being
There's no way it's Beamer.
If he's 2-10, if he's 2-10.
What, bro? Okay, hold on.
Do I think it happens? No.
Three of their games are against Old Dominion, Akron, and Wofford. If they lose, come on, bro.
What if we did?
I'm not high. Listen, I'm not high on South Carolina, but that's crazy.
No, I'm high on South Carolina. That's where I'm like, oh, let's see what happens. I know there's a lot of South Carolina.
I mean, listen, I think the only thing, like, if you're asking me what's the path to Beamer getting canned, if they miss a bowl game and lose to Vandy, he's gone.
I can see that.
Barring, let's say somehow you beat Clemson, upset them, and that's not gonna, barring that, because beating Clemson is, you ask a lot of people in the fan base, which may sound kind of sad. If you went 1-11 every year, but that one was against the rival, they'd be static over it. Which Clemson fans say the same thing. So it's kind of funny how that rivalry is. Either way, though, miss a bowl game, lose to Vandy. I think then you could justify it. Because if that happens, you're 3-9. You've gone completely off the rails.
Right. But back to what I was saying. Okay, so I think Pittman retires at the end of the year. Regardless, I think that he's
retires.
I think he's done. This is his last year.
Okay.
I think Ferentz at Iowa might retire at the end of the year, especially
which would take Stoops,
which is where Stoops I think would go. I think that part of the reason why he was so hellbent on maybe sticking around is there have always been rumors, and he's very close to the program. Everyone that you talk to in Lexington knows that he's very close to Iowa still. I don't think he would take a job at Texas A&M, even if Ross Bjork signed off and he's like, I'm making this hire. You guys can fire me right after. Okay, we're locked into this contract, only to see him leave another year because his alma mater came calling. So I could see a scenario where Stoops is out next year. And that's where, again, I think that maybe my guy, who should have gone to Mississippi State, John Summerall, goes back to Lexington if he has a crushing year at Tulane. So, that's the way it works out. But I could see him going. I feel like there's going to be a move. I don't know what it is just yet, but I feel like that there could be a move where, and it may be Clark Lee. It may be Clark Lee realizes I'm too good of a coach to be continuously getting to 2-10. And there's a defensive coordinator job open that will pay me $2 million. And I go ahead and I take that to get out, reinvent myself.
Gonna pull a Chip Kelly.
Pull a Chip Kelly.
To your point, why not, bro? Why not? I mean, it just, I'm sorry, all the Vandy folks, respect them. I've got a Vandy helmet sitting in my studio. Shout out to them. That being said,
it follows us on Twitter. I mean, it's great. We love
we love that. We love that. And I hope Vandy beats Vatek in week 1. And we're talking about, I'd love to have some Commodores to talk about. But yeah, if you're Clark Lee, man, God, it's just, that's such a tough, to your point, you fire Clark Lee. What's the sales pitch to the next guy?
Exactly.
How are you going to get anybody worth a damn to be the head coach there? At least Clark Lee wants to be there. He's a Vandy guy. He played at Vandy. So I don't know, man.
Let me ask you, because this is, so I heard this recently on a podcast, and I kind of agree with this one. But SMU now in the ACC, with the NIL collective that they have and how rich they are in Texas, how rich they are in Dallas, I think will be a player in that conference moving forward. And there's a very good shot I could see them being a front runner in the not so distant future. Is there a scenario where Rhett Lashley goes to Mizzou? I mean, goes to Arkansas as Sam Pittman's replacement, and then they go after one of the smaller tier coaches in the SEC, like Levy, or they go after a Beamer or something like that, and then they go just pay him an egregious amount to go win there? Because then that's a move, and I could see it. And the thing is that much like Texas, when Del Conte said, "I want to get Schlossnagle, I want to get my guy." What if SMU's AD says, there's a guy that knows how to win in the Southeastern region and has a foundation to be able to get players? What if we bring him in? I'm just saying, it's not the end-all of be-alls. I don't know if it would happen. But SMU, with what they have resourceful-wise and the fact they're a private institution, they have a couple advantages in the state that other people don't. And so that is one school I'm going to be keeping a close eye on moving forward, because I do believe SMU has the potential to be something really, really special with what NIL is going to do.
Yeah, especially now that NIL is legal and nobody's going to get the death penalty. So,
right.
Dude, I just can't. That's insane. Pony Express. It's just crazy that you get the death penalty and then now it's just legal everywhere. I mean, it's crazy. But there were actually a couple guys at SEC Media Days that went and checked out SMU's campus, because it's right there in Dallas. I was not one of those that went.
It's a beautiful campus.
Oh, I've heard, they were saying it's gorgeous. It's over on the rich side of Dallas, which, by the way, what I did not do on these airwaves was a Dallas city review, because I stayed in an Airbnb in the city. Some really nice parts of Dallas, Cole. Some really sketchy parts of Dallas. Some very sketchy. I mean, listen. And it's funny. BK had that same response where he's like, "Welcome to Texas." Texas. all the big cities. But I'm like, dude, and I feel bad, obviously, but I'm like, because I've lived in a city. I lived in Charlotte, North Carolina. Different vibe. I have never seen so many homeless people in my life, dude. Like I just like every 10 feet. And it was wild how like I'm on one block and I'm seeing Maseratis and like Bentleys, and I go one more block over and there's people sleeping on the street. I'm like, this is wild, dude. I mean, Dallas was very interesting. Found some cool places downtown though. Actually found a really, really cool place downtown that was a bar that had a like kind of patio type of setup where you could sit out there and smoke cigars, and they sold cigars. So that was cool. Yeah. So Dallas, interesting place. Very interesting place.
I'm not going to lie. BK is 100% right. That's every single city.
Yeah. He literally told me, he's like, welcome to Texas. That's every city in Texas. Yeah.
So when I worked for the Astros, I would have to do a walk back to my car. And there was one street, and we had a park like a quarter mile away. There was one street that was filled with bars. It was awesome. It was always night popping. Then the next street over, I called it Hobo Haven, because literally you had to walk in the road because the entire sidewalk was filled with homeless people. And by the way, it's gotten worse since then. So where I live downtown, before me and Kirsten decided to move closer to her line of work, which is still in the city, but it's on the outside of the city limits, there was a really nice part where you go under the underpass. There'd always be like this one homeless dude. I went back recently to go get my favorite chicken place, and holy crap, how many homeless people were now underneath that bridge. Like, that's just normal. Like, honestly, that's Texas for you. And like, I hate when everyone's always like, oh, it's Houston. Like, Houston's disgusting. Like, brother, go to freaking Austin. You're going to see the same thing with the same tweaked out meth heads that are doing the same nonsense over here. You go to Dallas, it's going to be just as bad, except instead they're probably high off of crack instead of heroin. So we're all good. It's just pick your poison, pick your city, pick your heat, and also pick your drug, and you're good. Like, that's all Texas is at this point.
Have you been to the new ballpark in Arlington?
Yes, I have.
Dude,
have I been? Yes, I have been to God's Grill, as I like to call it.
Dude, I SEC had an event there actually a week ago today, and that was the first time I've ever been in a domed baseball stadium, which is kind of a fun fact, sort of interesting. Dude, it was very cool. Very cool. It's very nice.
I hate. Okay, so here's the thing. I hate that I have to freaking say all the time that the inside of Globe Life Field is awesome. I hate that. And they have a really cool like bar scene right next to it. There's a few restaurants. There's a few shops there that's like right across from AT&T. And when I would go for Big 12 Media Days, me and my buddies would always go to the bars right there. If there was a game, we'd go to the games at the old stadium, Globe Life Field, which is right next door, which is now Choctaw. And I will say, the one thing that I got to give credit for is that Arlington realized, guys, we are going to have more summer strokes than we are home runs if we do not build a dump stadium. Because I remember one time we went to a game there, it was 9:00 at night, and I thought I was going to have a heat stroke. Like, that's how hot it still was in Arlington at that time. So again, like, I hate that I have to say nice things about the Rangers. It's not even Dallas. Like, honestly, it's not even Dallas. People are like, you just hate Dallas. I'm like, I hate Dallas sports teams because the fans are just so obnoxiously awful for mediocre crap. And the only thing I ever want, I would have actually started being really nice to people in Dallas, especially about their sports teams. If the Astros in 2020, when it was the COVID year and they only played the World Series in Arlington, I would have been nice if I would have been able to say, well, the Astros have won more championships at Globe Life Field than you have. I would have been very nice about it.
Yeah, it was a cool experience, though. But Dallas, I'd like to see more of it because downtown was an interesting vibe for sure. It was nice. It was nice, but interesting. Say the least.
Well, the also part is like you didn't get like Arlington is completely different in certain spots, and then Fort Worth's right the other way. It's like absolutely the same. An Astros fan calling out other fan base obnoxious. Bang bang. I know. Bang bang. Where's the trash can? I'll hit it myself. I'm okay with it. I don't care.
Cole,
I have a ring, so it's a ring that is now tarnished, but I have a ring.
I mean, ring's a ring, right?
Yeah.
Cole, we were just talking about coaches' hot seat odds. I heard this on a show, I think last week. I thought was really interesting. There was a question posed that, because it was interesting. The coaches at SEC Media Days, and granted, they're not going to go to Media Days and be like, man, I'm really worried about my job. I'm really sweating it out over here. But Sam Pittman didn't seem bothered. Billy Napier seemed as confident as ever. And again, I understand they're not going to go there and be, sounding concerned, I guess. But the question that was posed, the point that was made, I thought it was interesting, Colt, was like, do coaches really feel pressure anymore? I mean, yes, they're competitors and they want to win, but the buyouts have gotten so extreme. You could argue that the coaches feel less pressure now more than they ever have. I mean, you know what I mean? Like I don't know that coaches feel that type of pressure anymore. I mean, maybe that's a silly thing for me to say, but again, like Jimbo Fisher, why would you feel any pressure? You got paid $70 million. Like, you're better off getting fired. There's no better spot to be in than be a fired head football coach. Like, honestly, these days.
At a major program, yes. I would say.
Yes.
Now, here's the thing. I will say, like Neil Brown, you should be feeling very, very good about yourself because of all you needed was one great season to up your pay. But also when you upped your pay, you also up what your buyout's going to be. Mm-hmm. So even if you don't make it this year and end up getting fired because of you regress entirely, which I don't think West Virginia will. I think Eric Green's a top 10 quarterback in college football this year. That's one of my hot takes, but not the point. When you look at like that, yeah, I get it. There's no reason to. And then also what's so funny is if you're a really damn good coach and one that still showed promise in areas that are correctable, your name's brought up in coaching searches every offseason. Perfect example of this is Dan Mullen. Dan Mullen got fired from the University of Florida after leading his team to a Cotton Bowl appearance the year prior. Every single offseason, his name gets brought up for head coaching jobs at the Power 4 level. Every single offseason. And Dan Mullen has a very special place in my heart because I just loved what he was as a coach when he was at Mississippi State. I love the fact that he got the Bulldogs actually to be the #1 team in the country for the very first ever college football playoff poll. Like, that is a trivia question that's going to stay with me for all of life, but not the point here. He's getting paid to be on ESPN. He got paid by Scott Strickland to no longer be a part of the program because of his recruiting mentality. On top of that, which I can also really appreciate, he's honest on Twitter. He calls it like he sees it, and he doesn't have to wonder about, being politically correct with these players or being politically honest when it comes to these things. So it's like, add all that together, and your name still is going to be brought up for head coaching jobs every single offseason. Like Syracuse, everyone said the first phone call you got to make is to Dan Mullen. If Shane Beamer were to be hired by SMU because Rhett Lashley goes to Arkansas and he gets a pay raise, the first name at South Carolina, I promise you, is going to be Dan Mullen. Everyone's going to bring up Dan Mullen because
Shane Beamer wanted Dan Mullen as his OC. I was told that 110% that happened. He wanted him to be his OC.
But that's the thing, because of when I look at that, that's where you are. It's like people respect Mullen, and they respect him so much that they want him in the building at all times. They do. And so add all this together. If you do a good job at the things on the field, if you do a good job of sending players to the NFL draft, you do a good job of having good of having a great offensive identity or building relationships, but recruiting sucks. All you got to do is just go to a program where recruiting does not need to be at an all-time high, and you're right back in it. Like that's the way I feel whenever we talk about a team, whenever we talk about a coach like Dan Mullen, where unless you really have to meet a certain criteria for the numbers that justifiably keep you employed, and that includes recruiting, you don't have to do it. There is no pressure. There really is none. And even still, to me, the pressure comes with, what if you're able to have really, really, really good class, really, really, really good players, average classes? That's another win for you. That's going to boost up your pay.
It is interesting. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different ways to gain leverage. Put it that way. A lot of different ways to gain leverage. Cole, I want to bring this up really quickly. I know it's a change of subject here, but On3 just posted this. Lincoln Riley, speaking of Big Ten Media Days, he's beloved in SEC country. Lincoln Riley cited, you tell me if this sounds like a slight or not, by the way. Lincoln Riley cited Alabama while speaking on scheduling for a 12-team college football playoff. Quote, Bama was ahead of the curve for years. They didn't schedule for their fans. They scheduled to win championships, end quote. That sound like a slight to you?
No, it sounds like honesty. But also,
okay, all right.
But also,
I could see where people were like, "This is coming from a guy who ran from the SEC." Like,
but that's the thing. It's like, but also your opinion doesn't matter because if you ran from the SEC. So what am I supposed to say? You want me to sit here and hold your hand and tell you that you did a good job? You want me to sit here and tell you that you weren't complaining about the Pac-12 ending? You want me to sit here and tell you that it's all going to be okay now that you're playing in Big Ten country? You want me to sit here and make sure that you get a glass of milk and tell you that you didn't waste a quarterback's time when he was with you at USC, one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play, just as an actual player? You want to tell me that? It's honesty, but your opinion doesn't matter to me. And honestly, if you're an Alabama fan that goes, how dare you say that? Just remember, this bitch ran from the competition the second he got the opportunity to, and he never looked back. And you know what? He probably is still complaining about having to play against Big Ten teams. And USC may have to look for a new coach in the next few years. They might. Because if he may run to the NFL to where the expectations are, yeah, cool, whatever. I'm going to be a head coach, and I will let my offensive call plays, my defense coordinator call plays, and I'll be fine.
So here's the part, too, in the middle, Cole, that they didn't mention of this quote. So Bama was ahead of the curve for years, I thought, on how they scheduled the non-conference. Riley continued, quote, they would occasionally hit the marquee non-conference game. They'd play two other not very good teams. They'd play one late, so they got essentially a little bit of a bye week there late in the season. They didn't schedule for their fans. They scheduled to win championships. My hope is we can do the best thing, schedule to win championships. That includes a rivalry game for all that comes with that and all that means. But if you get in the positions, you've got to make a decision on what the priority is. So calling out Bama's schedule. I know that's how Bama fans are going to take it for sure. I mean,
USC in 2022 played Rice, Fresno State, and Notre Dame. Okay, cool. Let's go to Oklahoma real fast and see what they did during his time, because if he wants to go ahead and call out scheduling, because that's 100% fair. Oh, by the way, didn't you go to the college football playoff a few times, Lincoln? Yeah, I forgot about that. What's your record in that, Scan? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up. Hard times. Out of conference schedule in 2021, Western Carolina, Tulane, Nebraska. That sounds like a very difficult schedule. Ain't that right, Lincoln? How about we go to Houston, where you nearly lost that game, South Dakota, UCLA. Let's go back to 2018. Let's see how you did that year, guys. Florida Atlantic, UCLA, Army, where you went to overtime against Army. You remember that one, Lincoln?
I do remember that game, actually.
Yeah, UTEP. Remember that game? That was a good one, wasn't it, Lincoln? Ohio State, I'll give you that. That was a good game. Tulane again. Don't you have a love-hate relationship with Tulane? And 2016, your first year there, you lose to Oklahoma. You lose to Houston. That was bad. Louisiana Monroe, and Ohio State. So last I checked, I would not be talking about what out-of-conference schedules playing that marquee game is like, because when you played it, you also went 500 in them. Just throw my 2 cents out there, Lincoln.
Yeah, it's I feel like Lincoln Riley's one of those people too, though, Cole. Like, even if he makes a good point, SEC people are just like, just shut up. We don't want to hear from you. We have nothing. I don't know. Lincoln Riley is very disliked in SEC circles.
Lincoln Riley to me is like Poindexter. Like, thanks, Captain Obvious, for pointing out things that we already knew, but you said it. Like, there's always been like that, like, like that one person, whenever they'll try to add something to the conversation, they'll just throw a wrench in it. Oh, yeah, the earth is technically not flat. Well, technically, because we've never seen it from this angle. Can you just shut the up, Poindexter? Like, my God. That's Lincoln Riley with SEC people. Nobody cares at all. Nobody wants to care either.
A lot of breaking news, by the way, Cole, happening while we're on the air. Seems like that always happens. Breaking news coming from Texags. Ryan Prager. You might recall Ryan Prager pitched in the College World Series, their ace. He is coming back to A&M for the 2025
He didn't sign?
season. This is coming from Ryan Brauninger of Texags. Ryan Prager and the Los Angeles Angels could not find common ground on bonus and contract details. He was also very much thinking of returning to Texas A&M from the onset of the draft. Those two facets, along with him having another year of leverage, combined for today's announcement. So,
wow,
Prager is back.
Dude,
huge boost. A&M. I don't know if Michael Early is like maybe the guy long term, but A&M is going to be filthy next year. I mean, They're going to be absolutely filthy.
That is such an Angels moment too. Like Jake says in the comment, that's such an Angels thing to do. And by the way, they need pitching more than anything else. Like I remember sitting there watching the draft, and I was like, bro, they're gonna take that kid from ECU that went like 20th overall just because they need to upscale their pitching. And then they get Cortez in the second round, which again, good pick. I'm not gonna sit here and lie about that. But like they need pitching so bad. Their farm system is a joke. And you allow a guy that was not only an ace, but also dominated in the conference against a team that played in the national championship to walk out your door as a mid-round pick. I think it was like 4th rounder. Bro, Texas A&M is good. And honestly, I want to see what happens with the other guys that were like picked in like round 16, like Ali Camarillo and that, because he still has another year of eligibility. If they don't sign, I mean, honestly, the only players that you're wondering that are not going to be back were the veterans like Ted Burton and also Chris Cortez. But everyone else is back. And it's early to say that we don't know what he's going to be. But I don't think it's too early to imagine that this is going to be a really interesting team.
Here's the thing with early, bro. Just get out of the way. Just get out of the way. Like, you have one of the most talented teams in college baseball. Just get out of the way. Like, just let them loose. Let them loose.
If he was able to keep Max Frankenfurter as his pitching coach, I think that we would have been fine. I think that A&M fans would have been losing their minds. I was like, who in the world is Max Frankenfurter? But I get why you said that. Yep, I can't do it. I'm a child.
I'm like, his name's Max Wiener. And then I'm like, oh. You know it's so funny. I will never forget this. I don't know if Brawny even like thought about this, but I'll never forget the preseason. It was late January. We were just like, I was doing like some team preview stuff, whatever. And I'll never forget I had Brawny on the show, and I didn't know anything about, you're obviously that early on, just kind of getting acclimated with like who's who and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So when I did the convo with him, I called him Max Weiner because I was like, there's no way his name is Max Wiener. Like, there's no way. And then I heard Brawny say it, and I was like, his last name's Wiener. That's a real thing. So,
I remember being at that presser when they introduced him as the next pitching staff, and I'm just sitting there like, you are a professional. You're getting paid to be here. You
do not giggle. Do not smile.
You do not smile. Think of your dog dying because if you are not going to be able to hear Coach Wiener nonstop. It's like, I could not. I literally had to pinch myself in the middle of the presser. It's like, stop. You're 30. You are 30 years old. Do not be a child. I love the fact I'm mad that way, though. I'm not gonna lie. It's great. I love the fact that I can laugh at that. Like, just
why not? Why not? Anyways, Texas A&M, dude. I'm telling you, I'm excited for the A&M Texas football game, but that baseball series is going to be electric, dude. It's going to be awesome.
I love the fact,
hottest ticket in college baseball.
I'm sad it's not going to be at what's it called? Bluebell this year. Like, it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Like, you can't.
Yeah.
You can't year one. Like, the National Guard would have to be called in. I'm like, you think I'm kidding? I'm not. Like, there would be people rioting. They would literally have to have the entire mental security checkpoint just to make sure, just for the ravenous fans that would lose their freaking minds the way they do, just so that way Schlossnagle could feel safe. He would have to have 2 policemen around him at all times, including in the freaking dugout. Like, can you imagine him getting ejected from the game and like him coming out to argue a call, 2 policemen following him right behind? No, this is definitely a shot. This is definitely a clear shot for somebody. Nope, get down. That would be it. But
speaking of coaches making controversial returns, Texas is familiar with this. Chris Beard was a guy. This happened to him with Texas Tech, I think, when he went back there. It was like crazy hostile. So I say that to say, why am I bringing this up? Another shameless plug. We had Chris Beard on the airwaves last night. So any Texas folks who want to just see what Chris Beard's up to at Ole Miss, you can go check it out. Our guy Dave did a great job with that. So
call him out too. Just why'd you hurt our program?
Yeah, go to the comments, whatever.
He might read them. We don't know.
Dude, Ole Miss basketball reposted the convo and said, "Hey, go check it out." So I'm sure he is keeping tabs. Why not? Go Go let Coach Beard know how you feel. Anyways, Cole, it's always a pleasure, man. Always electric with you. Guys, we'll be right back here tomorrow, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain. Check out all of our content at SEC Unfiltered, podcast, YouTube, social media. Check out Cole Thompson at Mr. Cole Thompson, me at CPhilly19. We're going to kick it over to Rocky, who's taking the center stage. What's up? How you doing?
Megan's here too. We're separate.
Oh,
today.
there we go. Cool. Beautiful. What's going on?
We're excited. We have so much.
Yeah, for sure.
USA. We're thinking it up today, but that's okay. It's early.
I love it. When do the Olympics get going again? This weekend?
Morning.
This morning.
Yes, we've had soccer and men's rugby all morning, all day. And right now the U.S. is wrapping up against France. Don't look at the score. So we'll have men's rugby again tomorrow, more soccer, and then here comes all the things over the next few. Handball. I know you're excited about handballs coming.
No,
static.
Break dancing.
Olympic break dancing.
Yeah.
Yes. The first time ever.
Apparently, our buddy Zay Collier is very excited to see water polo this year. So excited that when I asked him, can he name me a water polo player, his mind went blank. But he's so excited for water polo because we all are. You know, we all know exactly who are the leaders of that men's water polo team.
Well, you know who sponsored the women's water polo team this year, right? Flava Flav.
Fun episode, Chris.
Flava Flav.
Yes, sponsored
Did he
the women's team. Yep.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
He's a girl dad and he's sponsoring women's sports. How cool is that?
Love that.
That's awesome.
Good on you, Flava Flav. Good on you. All right, we'll kick it over to you guys. Y'all have a great show. Always great to see you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you soon.
Hey, Megan.
Hey, Rocky. How's it going?
I know we're separate today, but that's okay. I have my official team. Oh, here it is. Team USA gear. But this is from Team 16 Brazil.
Nice.
Team USA gear from Brazil. It's special to me. We have a special guest today, Megan. How are you?
We do. Before we bring him on, we do want to have a quick program note. Just quick announcement. This is officially our last live show with Texas Sports Unfiltered. We've got a new and exciting opportunity for Fire the Cannon. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. But wanted to put a big thank you to Texas Sports Unfiltered for the opportunity. We're going to rock it out. Have a great time on this show.
Nothing but love for BK and the crew, and we will still jump in. We'll talk about it all later, but we will still jump in and have conversations with them, promote each other. Nothing but love, but we'll talk about it later. Just do a little more independent stuff. But let's hear some music first. Ready?
Absolutely. Let's bring it in. Bring it in.
I think that's beautiful right there. Longhorn Nation, we're back.
All right, Megan, we're back. Let's go ahead and bring in our very, very special guest, our good friend, Kyle Umlang, Mr. Data.
What's up?
Welcome.
Long time no talk, guys.
What a great circle of life, because when we started our podcast, Fire the Cannon, a few years ago, you, Kyle, were not only one of our first guests ever, I think we were your first podcast ever.
Yep.
Welcome back.
Lot less butterflies this time around.
Hey,
we should pull out that old episode. Oh, I'm sure we sounded great.
Hey, Kyle, I got to throw in, you're looking great from your mom's basement. I mean, you really space up. So appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, I just got a new toilet in the bathroom.
Nice.
My mom.
I just got plumbing up north, Mom. That's always good.
I love it. All right. Well, we've got a ton to talk about. Of course, we know we took a little bit of a week off last week with SEC Media Days. We got some to catch up on that. Kyle, of course, we can't have you on here without talking a little bit about rivalries, Texas rivalries, both renewed, old, and some new ones potentially coming up. So you've definitely been stirring the pot there, helping us out. So we'll talk about that. Of course, we've got, again, Texas football, baseball. We'll talk a little bit about the Olympics and a ton of
Olympics.
So, all right, let's rock into it. So, Rocky's over here. Listen, I never let it be said
earrings.
Not prepared. She's always got the outfit, always got the look going on. No matter the situation, no matter the sport, you got it covered, girl. I'm proud
And
of
I
you.
won't say I've been wearing my Argentina jersey all day. Because Argentina right now is #1 in the world in men's soccer and men's sevens rugby.
Wow.
So bring home some gold medals, baby.
Must be nice.
Oh, let's all catch up. How you been? Where you been? What's going on?
Nothing. I've been just like you, patiently waiting this off season. Cannot wait for football to start. It is surprisingly gone by fast. It's almost August, so I don't know. I'm ready to kick some SEC ass. That's all.
I love it. I love it.
Megan,
All right.
how you been?
I've been good, man. As you can see, I'm broadcasting from a different area right now, just out of an abundance of precaution, getting over a little bit of the ick. Was sick earlier, and Rocky, you're about to jump off to Ireland, so I certainly don't want to get you sick before you go on your trip. So
nope.
I'm going to apologize in advance if the zoo decides to make their debut. You'll see probably Kevin, the kitten, and the dogs usually like to join in when I'm talking live. So no, but things have been good, man. Rolling and going and staying crazy with the Longhorns and the zoo and work and everything. So Kyle, man, I gotta say it's been a little bit since we've chatted on the podcast. Certainly, you're killing it. You're absolutely smashing it, Mr. Data out there. Close to 60,000 followers now. Tell us a little bit about that, man. Like you've been throwing out some stats, pissing Aggies off left and right, and making a lot of Longhorns happy. Tell us about that journey.
So, I mean, y'all all know I started like in 2019, and I was doing mostly Texas stats, and then Aggie Trolls turned me towards doing Aggie Facts, and now I kind of just go where the drama is on the interwebs right now. So, like right after the championship between A&M and Tennessee, we stole their coach, and the Vols were very chummy with the Aggies, and I was not a fan. I was not down with that. So that's when I started Tennessee Fact Tuesday, just to get them all riled up. It's not as fun as Aggies, but it still wastes some time. So
okay, to be fair though, when you started Aggie Fact, like that was already there, right? The rivalry between Texas and Texas had already been brewing for a long time. We're still new, and what I might offer could be a potential new rivalry with Tennessee. Certainly. I think the Vols have the right kind of online presence and online energy to make this a thing as you grow it and piss them off with your nothing but facts stats.
Yeah,
right?
and I'm going to keep doing my due diligence to get them pissed off. So
listen, you're doing the year's work there, Kyle. We appreciate that. So
I tweeted, I wish them the best, and I had so many hate messages.
I know. Listen, you can't win for losing, right? It doesn't matter.
I was like, congrats on your first baseball championship. That's adorable.
No, look. So I have a question. As we're talking about this, looking at some of these potential new rivalries, let's talk a little bit about the Big 12 and rivalries that we are perhaps leaving. Some might call it rivalries, some might not. Let me ask you this. So we know that you've got a ton of engagement with your Aggie information and things like that. Is there a team from the Big 12, as we say, bid them adieu and say goodbye? Is there a team from the Big 12 that you're going to miss?
Tech.
All right.
Their fans on Twitter, they were always down to get dirty and in the comments and just be hilarious. And I will miss the engagement with them. They are a lot of fun.
That's fair.
I made a lot of Red Raider friends in the last couple years, so I will miss them the most.
That's fair. All right. I can say going to the games in person, that's not a fan base I particularly.
I would never step foot in Lubbock, but online they're a hoot.
You draw a line somewhere, that's for sure.
I would never do that.
I love it. Rocky, how about you? Is there a fan base or a team that you're going to miss interacting with, or nope. Bye. Boy, bye.
A few years ago I would have said West Virginia. I've had fun there, and they were great hosts before they had put up a few wins against Texas. Before they were actually excited to be part of the Big 12, wanted, we talk about this all the time. How many schools say Texas is their rival, and now we're in the new conference, and already we're the most hated, and we haven't even got there yet. Texas, we'll talk about it in a minute, but Texas goes to SEC Media Days, and all they're saying is we're going to earn our respect. We respect our opponent. Texas is. Yeah, I mean, okay. So anyway, you throw a big party, and anyway. So, but So I would have said a few years ago I was going to kind of miss West Virginia because the moonshine and the spirit, but they went a different direction with their fandom and got ugly. So I'm not going to miss anybody that I can think of. Who are you going to miss, Megan?
That's fair. I got to say, Stillwater used to be one of my very favorite places to play in the Big 12. Stillwater, you can have a lot of fun there. Again, agreed. Towards the end of the reign, of the participation in the Big 12, fans started getting pretty nasty. The last couple of trips we had at Stillwater, they were just like literally they were picking up seat cushions and throwing them at players and stuff like that, to the point where players were taking them with us because we won the last time we were in Stillwater, and walking away with those cushions. And so I don't know. I mean, I will miss the old days of Stillwater. And I will say Ames was always a fun place to go. Yes, you have some run-ins every now and again, but for the most part, I enjoyed Ames, Iowa, of all places, right? So yeah, but certainly looking forward to the new destinations, the SEC, a little bit more travel per se. Like, Tiger King would say, I'm never going to financially recover from this, but I think it'll be fun looking forward. Kyle, so let's say that looking forward, we've talked a little bit about Tennessee. We're going to ask the question that I am absolutely sick of and would be fine not hearing again, but we do have to ask it. Is there such thing as a real UT? And if so, why is it Texas?
No, there's not such thing as a real UT. But if you want to piss them off, claim that Texas is the real UT, and that will get your Elon bucks rolling. Trust me.
Listen, I think we've just unlocked the key to your getting that Tennessee Facts Tuesday going, right? It's just start the real UT conversation.
To me, I'd rather be Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd rather be Texas than UT.
Yeah, we are Texas. Everyone calls us Texas. No one calls us UT.
They can have UT.
Right, yeah.
We
but
are Texas.
It is fun to get them pissed off before we even step foot in the conference. Yeah. So I could not care less about the UT debate. It's just that was the hubbub on Twitter a couple weeks ago, and so I just wanted to throw my hat in the ring and see what happens.
No, I love it, man. I love it. And I think
Florida's really, so pissed off.
It is. It seems like a very sensitive subject for them. Yeah. They seem very worried about it, right? But I don't care. I'm in y'all's side. Like I'm on y'all's camp here saying I'd rather be called Texas. We are Texas. Yeah. I've said UT a few times, and we have the interlocking logo and stuff like that. But for the most part, like we're Texas.
Yeah,
we've run campaigns on that.
Texas is a better brand name than anything else. It's Texas.
Agreed.
Even when I hear announcers talking the game, when I hear announcers and they'll say, "Oh, Tex something UT," we're not UT, we're Texas. It drives me crazy even when I hear announcers say UT. I'm like, yes, technically yes, but we're Texas.
Yeah,
So the UT.
I wonder, for me, I wonder if this is going to fall into the camp of, we all are sick of. At least I personally am sick of the horns down conversation. No. Texas fans I know don't care. No, I think most people.
No one cares.
Exactly.
But every July, it gets brought up in the news. It's like it is an evergreen topic to bring up in the offseason. Oh,
yes. For clicks.
Yes.
And it works every time.
I'm telling you, I feel like is Texas the real UT? Is Tennessee the real UT?
Yeah, that is the new horns down. Yeah.
Yes, it's the new horns down, and it's going to be on par, at least for me, with level of annoyance. Like, we don't care. Just pick it and move on. Like, it doesn't bother any of us. Let's go. Right. So no, I love that. All right. Well, talking about this, what are you looking forward to? I mean, we talk rivalries. We know, of course, A&M is the big one. Are there any rivalries that you foresee coming up?
LSU. I got really fired up in 2019 when they were over on the sideline stealing our water at the warm-ups before the game. And how we got this close to beating Burrow, but we decided to blitz on like 3rd and 17 for some reason.
Well, the cramps were what really sent them over, right?
Yeah, and so I was always really excited to follow up with that in 2020 with a trip to Death Valley, and like I had my plans already. My brother lived there. I was just going to bunk with him, and we were going to go to the game. It was going to be a hoot, and the COVID stuff happened, so never happened. But I really thought that was going to become a kind of a rivalry, LSU and Texas, because they were really angry about our DBU shirts.
I remember that. I agree. It was something that was kind of funny with that. But I will say, I've always said this. I feel, now full disclosure, I dated a guy for a long time that's from Louisiana, went to LSU. I've been to, LSU games. I've enjoyed myself there. Granted, it hasn't necessarily been when we've been playing them. So I know the fan base can be completely different then, but I'm looking forward to that one in the sense that I think it's going to be a party. I've always said that I feel like Texas and LSU are cousins. We just cook different, right? And so I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to the Cajun food. I'm looking forward to the tailgating with them. But yeah, there's definitely a little bit of saltiness, a little bit of spiciness on their end too. So it'll be interesting. Rocky, how about you? Do you think there's going to be a new rivalry coming in? What do you foresee in the SEC?
I still think it's going to OU and A&M are going to be the big ones. I hope that those are the the good petty games that people look forward to. But I hope they don't define our season. I hope it's Georgia that defines our season. I hope it's when we have to play Alabama. I hope the big dogs define our season. Like, yes, those are excited. The fan bases are going to love those games, but please don't let those games define our season. We need to be competing. We need to be in the Georgia, Alabama, Texas conversation. The three of us should be tier 1, and maybe Ole Miss or pops their head, or Auburn pops their head, or even maybe OU or the Aggies pop their head in every now and then. But to me, I want us to be Georgia, Texas, Alabama, and then, or Texas, Georgia, Alabama, and then mid-tier people, and then the Vanderbilts and the Mississippi State. They can do whatever. Probably Florida this year. They can do whatever. But I would love us to be our rivalries to be now who defines who goes to championships. Like for years, it was the Aggies and the Texans who goes to the championship. Oklahoma dominated for a while, and that matchup with Oklahoma decided who was going on and representing the conference and championships at the postseason big bowl games. I would like that to be Texas now in that conversation. Georgia, Alabama. So, but yeah, Arkansas, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, they'll still be. Well, we hate it. We're everyone's rival.
Yeah.
Literally
Look,
everyone.
I've got to say, for me as a Texas fan, I see OU, of course, as our rival.
Yeah.
I see A&M as an in-state rival. That hasn't changed, whether we're in the same conference or not. That'll never change. Those to me are who I really identify as Texas's rivals. I certainly think Arkansas. I'm in the camp of calling Arkansas a rival just for history. I know, Rocky, you feel a little differently about that. But I think that renewed rivalry is going to be one that's heated. I don't know that I'm looking forward to it, but for history's sake, that's going to be a rivalry that I think comes back full force. It's going to be crazy. Just the atmospheres are going to be nuts every time.
And the good thing about Arkansas is like in football, they remind me of like the SEC Texas Tech, but athletic department wise, they're nothing like Tech. They actually win championships, and I look forward to meeting them in different sports in big games.
Right.
Because right now, them and like Florida are like the top 2 athletic departments in the SEC. So I would like to wedge our way in there.
Tennessee's up there too with the top athletic department, men and women.
Well, with Texas coming in, again, with the Directors Cup, I feel pretty confident in Texas's ability to compete on a consistent level across all athletics for sure. If we're picking like a new rival, because to me, I'm not going to include Arkansas. I'm not going to include A&M because they've always been, to me, rivals of Texas. I got to say, I'm looking forward to that A&M, or excuse me, to the LSU games. But I don't know. Again, for me, LSU feels right now like it's going to be more of a, hey, we're cousins getting together. We try to tell y'all the Aggies were nuts. Y'all have had to deal with them for years, right? So we might be able to bond over that. But I really feel like this Tennessee thing could really pick up and turn into a perhaps more of a one-sided rivalry. There might be a little more vitriol on one side than the other side, right? But I see Tennessee, games up in Knoxville and coming down to Austin. I see that being something that's brewing pretty big.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be like more in my neck of the woods now for away games, because like Vanderbilt, Tennessee, Kentucky, those are all like 5 hours or less for me.
Yeah, it's a hop and a skip.
I'll be at all those ones.
Love it.
Okay, so you'll be at in Nashville for the Vandy game in October.
Yep.
We will be there too.
I love this, Lawson. That's a great. Vols are really trying to make that happen. That
They
is
are. They wasted no time jumping to find Texas Twitter. They wasted no time. So good for them. I hope they have plenty of time to do that.
No,
the best thing I like about all these SEC Twitter folk that like don't like Texas, like I'll post a stat that's like most national championships in the last 10 years, and I'll list all the SEC teams and Texas at the top, and then I'll get some comments like, yeah, but they were competing in the Little 12 and I'm like, You know, national championships are against everyone in the nation, right? You competed against the same ones as we did.
Right.
Yeah.
And thanks for that weighing in, Vanderbilt. We appreciate the very timely stuff from them.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned it, the championships, like Texas going in has accumulated in the last few years. Even though Texas football was down all across the board, sports have still been pretty successful in the last few years. Now that we're leaving the Big 12, what stats to you just stand out as bye Big 12 and we're taking these with us?
Okay. I got a few of my favorites pulled up.
Yes.
Okay. So Texas got 14 Big 12 championships this last athletic season. Kansas State has 14 total since 1996.
Since the inception of the Big 12.
Yeah. And counting every Big 12 championship that's ever happened, tournament and regular season for the last 20-something years, every sport, Texas has won 28% of those. And we don't even compete in 3 of the sports.
That's insane.
Wow.
Okay, what else we got? Okay, we got so y'all saw that I posted like everyone's total Big 12 championships. Texas has 232, and then Oklahoma State is second with 96. Like that kind of dominance, I don't think we're going to see that in any other conference besides the Big 12. So I will miss that. Just being able to win by 10 plus championships every year. Texas earned 9 Big 12 Coach of the Year awards from the Big 12 last year. 9. Some schools haven't had 9 in their history across all sports. Big 12 championships. The state of Oklahoma, 189. All past Big 12 members combined, 168. The entire state of Texas, not including the Longhorns, 142. The University of Texas, 232. More than all of those people.
So we're not just winning; we're blowing them out of the water.
Right. But you know, we are a swimming school. We're at everything school, so people will come in with the comments like, "Yeah, but those are all just counting swimming and whatever." And so then I'll post something like this: Big 12 championships not counting swimming and diving, or golf, or volleyball, or tennis. Texas still has 11 more championships than Oklahoma, if you take out all those sports.
Yeah.
Yep. And also, what's so bad about having swimming and diving championships?
Right. We're about to watch the Olympics where everyone's cheering for our swimmers in the Olympics. I'm like, guys, that is a sport. You're cheering for this sport, so don't
an Olympic sport.
Don't come and tell me you don't care about it.
Yeah. It is pretty bonkers. All right, let me ask you this. Maybe this is a little bit out of left field, but if you had to compare, and again, I apologize for Toro sticking his big nose in the screen. If you had to compare, teams leaving, like we're leaving the Big 12. So if you had to compare Big 12 teams with SEC teams, can you make some comparisons statistically, kind of who lines up with who? You were mentioning like Texas Tech, right? Who is the Texas Tech of SEC?
That actually is a great question that I'm going to have to dive into on my own time, and I'll post about it. But
I love it. I love it.
That's a great question. Yeah, I would like to see. But I would say like Vanderbilt and Tech are pretty lined up. They have decent baseball, not really much anything else.
Yeah, Vandy's got great baseball, and you got to give Tech credit. I mean, they are consistently there in the baseball field. Look, I want to point out, CB, you mentioned this a little bit earlier. I saw this before we were coming on. The top softball prospect, won Player of the Year last year, just committed to Tech. She was in the transfer portal, just committed to Tech in softball.
Dang.
Yeah, that was one that I think Texas certainly had their eyes on. So credit to Tech. I mean, in that sense, they're certainly working on building some programs, but haven't quite reached that level of success consistently to be, in my opinion, top tier with the power 4 schools now.
Yeah. Well, the good thing about us leaving is I think it opens up for more schools in the Big 12 to actually win some championships, because like it was pretty top heavy with us and Oklahoma in there. So
agreed.
It'll be nice to see West Virginia come out and win something. I don't know.
Something, right?
I don't know what they're good at. Soccer. I don't know.
I've got to say this.
It'd be nice seeing other championships.
Yeah, I really like this alignment. I know that there's a lot of conversation about, oh God, this realignment, conference realignment is kind of ruining college football. I definitely think that, moving some teams with the dissipation of the Pac-12 and going into the Big 10, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Texas and OU going to the SEC does make sense to me. I'm aware that I've got burn orange bias here, but I think, to your point, Kyle, that the Big 12 is going to be a really exciting conference. I'm not willing yet to say they're going to be, on the same level as the SEC.
Yeah.
I don't think that, but it's going to be a fun conference to watch.
Yeah.
I think the teams that are in there complement each other well, and it's going to be a battle. It's a lot more even, a lot more parity, right? I'm right there with you, man. I think that's awesome.
Well, when we think about it, like if you take Texas and Oklahoma out, football this year, we'll make our conference picks before you go. So we won't give that one away yet, the football pick. But what do you like with Texas out of the volleyball? Who's up to win that championship? With the top two softball teams,
Right? Yeah.
who's up to win that championship? Like you're saying, it's wide open now. Kansas will still dominate men's basketball probably, but with Texas women and Oklahoma out, who's going to compete? Probably Kansas State, maybe in the women's basketball. So we'll see. It's going to be exciting. It is more open for more people to start accumulating. But this is cool. Lawson said, is it possible that who holds the most all-time Big 12 championships could still be Texas in 25 years?
Yes.
How far away Texas ahead is from everyone else?
Yeah. Well, I mean, with the rate of people winning when Texas was in it, it'd be near impossible for them to ever get anywhere near that. But now that Texas is gone and those 14 championships are up for grabs, I could see Oklahoma State doing it in like 20-something years, but not before 20-something years. It's going to be a while.
That's quite a stat. We're going to be haunting you for 20 years, Big 12. You thought
don't worry, I will be at the end of every year. I will still put Texas 232, and then I'll still rank them until we're not in the top spot anymore.
That's the kind of petty that I am here for, Kyle. I live for
Love
that.
it.
I love it. All right. Well, we're talking about this. I think it's fair to say, even in this conversation, I think it's fair to say Texas fans get called arrogant a lot, right? We get this, we've got this attitude. I'm not saying that's necessarily untrue. I don't think it's unfounded, but I also think there's reason for us to be, right? With that attitude, with all these new quote unquote rivalries coming up, with the new saltiness and spiciness that we're seeing, do you think it's fair to say that Texas is considered a villain through and through?
Yes. We are 100% the villain. I love being the villain.
Yeah.
It's so much fun because that's all people talk about. It's all people care about. At SEC Media Days, almost every single Oklahoma player that was interviewed was asked about Texas. Every coach that was interviewed was asked about Texas. The Georgia quarterback, whatever his name is, Beck. Well, I don't remember his name. He was asked what his thoughts are on Quinn Ewers. Like everyone is Texas, Texas, Texas. So I love being in that seat. I would rather be in that seat than, oh yeah, Oklahoma's joining Texas in that seat too, aren't they? I would rather much be in our seat than them because they're an afterthought, and they're a huge brand. So that's saying something if you can dwarf Oklahoma's athletic department.
Look, agreed. I think that the Texas media bias is certainly there, but not in the way that people like to accuse it of being, right? Like,
You got Aggie saying that the media increases all of our recruits' stars and then decreases all their. Yeah, that stuff is nonsense. But I will say, if it's either a story about Vanderbilt volleyball or a dog was on the Texas campus and bit someone, like that is going to make the headlines because
or a monkey,
Texas.
perhaps.
Yeah. Oh, we never have another monkey story.
I mean, talk about Texas being the villain, being hated, and it came out a few times this week in SEC Media Days that these fans admit, and we talk about this all the time, Megan. They hate Texas more than they love themselves.
Yeah.
An Aggie player admitted that, the Aggie fans probably do hate Texas more than they love themselves. And then the OU, what's his name?
Stutzman.
Yeah, thank you. Stutzman said he has a Longhorn tattoo, and it's not horns up. Who goes? Have you ever met one Longhorn who goes to get an OU tattoo and put it upside down, or an Aggie tattoo and put it upside down? No, because that's hating is
that's also extreme. I wouldn't even buy a cup with OU on it for $5 just to turn it. Like they will buy everything, Texas.
Even when people see it on the shelf and they go turn it upside down and they go and they post a picture, welcome to third grade, child. Like that's just so silly. But to personally put it on your body, a Longhorn upside down,
that will never happen. No Texas player will ever. I will say never on that. That will never happen.
Yeah. What about also one of the OU players said, because it's Billboard material time. the A&M offensive line, Trey Zoon said, for Texas, they're going to bring everything you've got. You're not going to stand a chance.
Oh,
He said that.
I gotta get that quote.
Texas
Bookmark
don't
it.
stand a chance.
I gotta bookmark that.
Yeah, look,
I'll send you the link.
I live for this kind of stuff. Like Kyle, I think you've been really good at recalling when, teams go in and put the horns down, the infamous horns down curse.
Yeah.
Again, fans don't give a shit about it, but I think it's pretty funny when you see the horns down and then moments later, do the SpongeBob flash forward. Moments later, their team is very sad and losing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I feel like this is going to be, you're going to see that more and more. I hope the curse flows through and continues to play out. What's the wildest one that you've seen of that, Kyle? Like, what sticks to your head as like, oh man, that was just a crazy moment of the horns down curse from teams?
Okay, probably have two. I think it was last year with Oklahoma baseball in Texas. They were up like
It was like 8-1 or 9-1.
yeah, it was like 9-1 going into like the 7th.
Mhm.
And there's a famous picture of the guy doing horns down. Then it switches to the 9th inning and horns are up like 12-7 or whatever.
Yeah.
And he's just sad. That one, and then the all-time best one is the Texas Tech from like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
I still don't understand how he scored like 20 points in a minute, but
it
was.
down
I think you're pretty safe with that horns down. It was I still don't know how that happened, but that was the best one.
Megan and I were at that game. It was COVID year. Megan and I were at that game, and oh man, Texas with Sam Ellinger, like Texas was supposed to come in and take care of business, and we were down 18 points with 6 or 7 minutes left, whatever it was, and so we were getting the heat from the fans, the students. Our seats were kind of up above the student section. We were getting the heat.
I bet.
And from some adults who should know better up ahead of us, yelling some ugly shit. But here comes, get to overtime, win it in overtime. And we're like, never a doubt, never
never was worried. Yeah.
Oh, but it got ugly on the way out because if Tech fans, if the joy that they had and the bile that they had while they were winning, multiply that by 1,000 when they lost that game.
Well, again, like you said, I mean, teams love to hate Texas. A lot of times they love to hate Texas more than they love themselves. So I think that fits that narrative pretty well. So Kyle, like, let's bring this in. So we talked about your success on social media. You've really built a brand for yourself, got a ton of followers. Have you had wild encounters in person? Has there been situations where people recognize you and do they go well?
Anytime I go to a game, I'll hear "Cool!" and just from across the stadium in a big line, I'll see someone do this, and I'll do it back to them or whatever. And then I'll have random people text me, "Hey, I just saw you at the game. Come meet me, and I'll buy you a beer or something like that." It's not always Texas fans. At the Houston game, it was like 50-50 Houston and Texas fans that would say hi to me. At the A&M game, I know there's gonna be a lot of Aggies coming to say stuff to me. They might not all be nice.
Are you paying for security for that game?
No, but Billy Lucci did say he wanted to like meet up before and maybe get like a photo op to like get some Elon bucks or whatever, get the engagement going.
To fight? Question mark.
No, that'd be awesome if we had a boxing match. I heard someone say that. Yeah, that'd be fun. I would do that.
Yeah, you should.
I mean, you're pretty fit. You work out a lot, so.
I mean, you're talking about the Elon bucks, right? Why not do the Elon? What was it? The Elon and Zuckerberg supposed fight that was supposed to happen.
Oh,
what the people really want is Lang versus Lucci. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that would get some money.
I think there needs to be. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kyle.
Oh no, I already forgot what I was gonna say. It's gone.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say it's hard when we're all on different screens now. I think that we should do I'm never at the Red River Rivalry, so you guys do this, but have like a tug of war of like the Texas Twitter against OU Twitter, and have like a massive tug of war into like shit mud, and the winner just
where's that throughout the game?
No matter what happened in the game, there needs to be like a Twitter tug of war at the Cotton Bowl. Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's
it has a whole new meaning now.
All right. This is another thing. Speaking of social media and all the craziness, CB wants to know, and we know you do, have lots of fake Kyle accounts. You remember you created a picture of those accounts.
Oh yeah. There's like, I think the number's up to like 16 or 17.
Impressive.
Fake Kyle accounts?
Yeah, fake Kyle accounts.
What's your favorite one? Give us your favorite fake Kyle.
This one is like one of the first ones, but gay or Kyle Elming has always been a hoot because, I mean, it's insinuating that I'm already gay, so that's what makes it funny.
It's outdoing you on the gay.
They also put my Pride Month avatar on it as so it all ties together. I kind of like that one a lot.
That's clever.
Yeah.
Respect it. Hey, listen, they say, what is it? What's the sincerest form of flattery? Why am I losing the phrase? You know what I'm talking about.
Imitation.
Imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. Thank you. So, you definitely get some love. Now, let me ask you this. Outside of the game experience, outside of UT games, have you had folks like come up to you and be like, yo, Kyle Umlang, what's up? Have you ever had any weird encounters like that? Or
Yeah, the pharmacist at the local CVS, we would always just talk shop. And then one day he goes like, dude, how come you didn't tell me you're a big guy on Twitter? He goes, we could have been talking more. I was like, we literally talk about sports anytime I come in here. So
every time I see you, man.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like that's a weird thing to lead with. Hi, my name's Kyle. I'm a big deal on
I'm
Twitter.
here for my
Mr. Pharmacist, he saw your name on your prescription.
Yeah, I'm like, you didn't connect.
Are you not using your real name?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's crazy. All right. So tell us too. CB mentioned also that he has all your books, all these amazing Aggie facts that you've been accumulating. And thank you, because you're always so kind to send Megan and me and other friends signed copies. So we have our little collection too.
Yeah.
Tell us about the book and what's happening. Where's number 4? What's happening? 1, 2, 3. Tell us.
Okay. So I have had a lot of requests for, like the ones I have now are paperback. They're pretty thin. So I'm creating a hardback, like entire treasury collection, and it has 425 facts in it, and it's gonna be pretty awesome. It's gonna come out in like a couple weeks, but it's like this thick. It's pretty cool.
Oh, mine are downstairs. I should have remembered.
I love it. I had them ready. Yeah, had them ready. So okay, so hardback coming up. That's cool. Where can folks
hardback, and it'll be all of them together. So
that's awesome.
So it'll be a collector's item for anyone who likes Aggie facts.
That's amazing.
And all the facts are up to date as of like today. So they're ready for the season.
That's awesome. So do you have to go back and kind of check the books like that you've previously published and say, oh, this is now outdated, or like this isn't? How many does that happen often, or are the Aggie facts pretty true as far as?
I would say 85 to 90% of them are the exact same every year because Aggies suck. But
things don't change. All right, fair.
Schloss going to A&M kind of ruined a bunch of good baseball ones I had, or I've had to like change the wording or make it a different metric or something. But like I had to like change out a bunch of baseball ones in the last 3 years. But besides that, they're all the same.
Yeah, that's
Aggies
awesome.
just suck.
So let me ask this. So you've had a lot of success with your Aggie facts, books, going through the volumes.
Yeah.
Do you have a plan in the future for other books, like focusing maybe like Texas facts that are in fact like?
I actually have like, I did start a Texas one. It's like 101 Texas facts, things every Aggie should know.
Yeah.
But they're all just positive Texas stuff and negative game stuff. So, but I'm just too lazy. It's still like halfway done. I probably won't do it.
I don't know that lazy is the right term there, bud. You've got a lot going on for you.
I'm too
releasing
busy.
a 4th book.
You have a lot.
Your publicity tours. You stay pretty busy, my friend.
Yeah, but I might do I was thinking of doing like a all Big 12 encompassing one, or an all SEC encompassing one, or something. Where I talk about all the different schools, but no school is going to get their own book like A&M
Except for
does.
maybe Texas.
Oh yeah, Texas.
No, I love that. No, I think an SEC book would be really fun to look at and see the stats and the comparisons. Like, you always come up with the craziest stuff. So tell us about that. Like, how do you come up with your ideas of stats to present or different takes on things? How do you come up with that?
Like before, if I saw someone ask an interesting question that there wasn't an answer for, I would like bookmark it, say, oh, when I have free time, I'll go back and look it up and see if it's even possible to find the answer. Mm-hmm. That's how I used to do it. And now it's like, I've done so many things. I have so many folders of data just sitting there. I can really just do whatever I want whenever I want. And just if you just say anything, I can figure it out. So now it's just like, now I got to decide like what is like a current event, or what do people want to know like right now, like UT versus like Tennessee versus Texas stuff would be good. And I went and it took me like 5 seconds to find it because I had already done all the compiling, but the only sport they beat us head to head in is basketball. Everything else is all Texas.
Now they
with
beat us
our old coach.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I was going to say. They beat us in basketball. How many of those wins came from our old coach, from Coach Barnes, to skew in their favor for sure? So, no, I love that. All right, well,
remember I had a stat for you that I wanted you to find, and you probably forgot because it was years ago that we talked about it.
Tell me, and I'll find it after the show. What is it?
It's kind of one that might be out of the realm. So we talked about how a lot of coaches up north, like Big Ten coaches, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Michigan, they use this cold weather, theory. Like you got to train in the cold and play in the cold and come to college in the cold to really prepare for the NFL, right? That's a recruiting, thing that they use as if to try to flip. Nobody wants to live up there in that cold. So what percentage of NFL games, because you take half of them are in a stadium already, right? Indoors. What percentage of NFL games are actually played in freezing or below?
Yeah, I would say like 5%.
A small percent, right?
Right.
So at some point we need to kick this narrative that you got to go to Ohio State or Michigan to prep for the NFL as far as weather conditions to make you so tough. When half the games are fancy new $4 billion stadiums indoors, and the other half are September, October, it's not freezing yet, maybe November. Anyway, so look that up for me sometime.
Yeah, I will. That is
okay. But I feel like the argument here, like I do understand you talk about historically football weather and you think of a cool, crisp, like fall day. Now, if you're a Texas fan, that is not your experience for 90% of your games, right? Like no question about that. But I can appreciate the argument of like, oh, when I associate fall weather and I associate football weather, I'm thinking of cooler weather. I don't know that I certainly don't agree with the take that like you have to play in the freezing to be ready for the NFL. Like, I think it's more, I would be willing to bet that more outdoor games are played in crazy heat than they are in freezing cold. So to me, it's almost like Texas and the South kind of climate is a better benchmark, is a better trainer for intense competition. I mean, hell, we talked about it with Alabama when they came a couple years ago, right? We were talking with the Finkleys, and I remember Mama Finkley saying, girl, this is a different kind of heat. This Texas heat is different. The sun hits differently because Alabama's hot. Alabama's humid, but playing in DKR in September.
In Texas, the sky is bigger. There's more sun. There's more sun coming down.
Well, we're closer to the equator too, right? It is. It's more intense, and we're still humid. We're not some arid climate like people think. So I don't know. I think I'd flip that. I appreciate the thinking that football weather is cooler weather, but I would argue that hot weather is really what trains you.
I was going to say, I have ran 5 marathons. I have never trained in the summer because it's too hot.
Because you don't want to die.
You'll die. You will die.
Yeah.
You can't run 26 miles in July. But so I think playing in the cold would be fun every now and then because like your body raises like 10, 13 degrees every time you're active anyway. So like I could see it being just comfortable playing cold weather as a football player than playing in 100-degree heat.
Balances that. I always love that. Look, for me as a Lions fan, as a Texans fan, like I want to see a game in Lambeau in the snow. That's bucket list for me for sure. But I mean, I can appreciate, I always loved watching it as a kid, when the players have their helmets off and their head is just like steaming because it's freezing outside, but they're comfortable in shorts and, and they're, crazy. I don't know. I love it. All right. Well, we will continue this debate for sure. What is real football weather? What conditions you better? I love that. But
we're all over the place. That's awesome.
I know. Hey, that's what we do here. We just have a good time. We talk about
it. I just love talking to you guys.
I know. I told Kyle, here's some things we might or might not talk about. Let's just go.
And for those listening, this is literally how it is before football games. I'm just sitting next to them or standing next to them talking literally about the same stuff. We just pick up where we live off.
This is
So tell us, you mentioned that before games. When are you going to be in Austin for the big SEC kickoff? What's happening?
I don't know. I've got a busy fall. I've got like 2 weddings to go to. I'm trying to see if it's possible to go, but I'm going to a couple away games, so I think that'll have to.
They're not real
Boo,
friends.
people who get married on a football day.
Yeah, I know.
They get married football season. Get them out of your life. You don't need that.
But I've got a ticket for the Michigan game. I have been promised handfuls of tickets for the A&M game from random people. So I will be at those 2 for sure. It's not Austin, but I will be 100% be at the A&M game. I've already told my parents, hey, I'm coming down there for Thanksgiving. I will be at the house. I'm going to drive to College Station Saturday for the game.
Now tell me this: how what's your dad going to be sporting? Because again, we know you're named after Kyle Field, right? Your dad's a big guy.
So before all the books came out, I would ask him if I was named after Kyle Field. He'd say, like, it just depended on his mood. He would just make up a story or whatever. And now, since the Aggie Vice, it's 100%. Yeah, Kyle Field. I named
1,000%. That's where it came from.
So I don't know the actual truth, but he will say forever now that it's after the stadium.
That's fair.
You and Kyler Murray.
So tell me, is what colors will your dad be sporting? Because we saw him at Houston, and he, bless his Aggie heart, he had on the burnt orange. He was sporting Texas in that game.
Yeah, he has no loyalty to anyone but A&M. So if it's Texas versus anyone, he'll root for Texas. If it's A&M versus anyone, he'll root for A&M. If it's Texas and A&M, it's definitely A&M, and that's the one time he will not root for Texas.
That's fair. I respect.
So I'm like that's fair because I don't root for Aggies regardless of the sport, regardless of the year, anything. So that is big of him to do that.
Let me ask you this. All right, so I went to the Cotton Bowl where Johnny Manziel was with A&M and it was against OU. I had to choose. I went with a friend. I made a shirt. I'll release it. I probably shouldn't release this because I'm sure it's going to blow back on me. But let me ask you that. So in that scenario, who do you root for?
You just go in a white t-shirt.
I'm just there to get drunk and watch some football. I don't really care who wins. I just want to see something cool.
Yeah.
I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
White t-shirt.
That's fair.
Yeah. I'll be wearing burnt orange probably.
So I made a burnt orange t-shirt that said "Hook 'em Aggies," and then on the back of it, it said "At least they're Texans." Right? Like
that is true. That is true. But
I was rooting for A&M,
No,
and
that's terrible, Megan.
I was
terrible.
You're a
my favorite thing though is I was in my burnt orange. It very clearly said "Hook 'em Aggies."
Right? No, it's terrible.
I was with my Aggie buddy. No, let me finish it. I was with my Aggie buddy, so I was like trying to sport his team too. It's
Yeah.
cool. I kind of looked at it like, you remember the shirt that A&M made for Texas during the
with the Band-Aids on
day
the
only.
orange.
I love that shirt. I'm here for that. I think it's great. So I had that shirt on, right? I cannot tell you the number of Aggies that immediately they see the shirt and instead of seeing red, they see burnt orange and they just lose their shit without reading it. Without is it "Hook 'em Aggies"? It was like as big as it could be. I had so many people. What are you even doing here? Why are you wearing that? I'm like, I'm literally reading must not be your strong suit today.
Anyone who buys a ticket can come to watch this game.
Yeah. So, now again, I will make this argument all day, every day. Had A&M stayed in the Big 12 that season with Manziel, they would have won a natty.
I know they would have won a natty. They would have been number 1 in the Big 12, and
they beat Alabama that year.
Sorry,
they did. They beat Alabama that year. They blew the doors off of OU that year, and OU was dominant in the Big 12 in 2012.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the only real and I don't know who their second loss was to, but their first loss was to Florida on their very first game in the SEC. And I think there was like a questionable call towards the end that it could have gone either way, but like it was close. So
Right.
and
you could overcome that with wins later in the season. Again,
Right.
had
But like,
they not been-
but how hilarious though that A&M, who's not touched, sniffed, poked at a picture of a natty since 1939, that they would have won a natty or gotten close many, many years in a row if they had not left.
Yeah.
So I think that is hilarious.
Yeah,
They haven't even sniffed a conference championship in football. Like competed for a conference championship in football. All right, so let's look ahead because we only have 10 more minutes with you. We know you have a hard stop at 5, and then Megan and I are going to talk Olympics and baseball and all the top stories. So let's kind of look ahead to SEC. We talked a bit about the SEC media days and some of the the stories that were coming out. We saw it was Jahdae Barron, Calvin Banks, Quinn Ewers there with Sark. Texas had all the hype, all the attention. apparently Quinn had the biggest crowd of all the media around him. Texas, all the question is Texas SEC ready? We see they're coming into the conference with 14 5-stars. Most people have them ranked nationally in the top 5 within the SEC, top 2, 3 within the SEC. Our buddies just before us picked SEC Unfiltered, picked Texas to finish number 1 this season. Kyle, you know all the numbers, you know all the stats. Is Texas SEC ready?
Yes, they will be in the championship game. I hope they can win it, but I'm not going to kill myself if they don't, because that's a huge accomplishment first year. But I'm fairly certain they will be in the championship game. Like they have, I don't know how many 5-star recruits on the team. They have 0 freshman starters next year. It's going to be all upperclassmen. When's the last time you saw that?
We know might be a starter by the 4th or 5th game.
Right, but I'm talking about going into the season start like Ryan Williams could earn a spot and do that for sure. And someone can get hurt. But I'm just saying, going in, it's usually a roster that's like half freshman, half upperclassmen. And you're like, oh, well, we're a young team. Don't let the season like upset you. It's a young team, but this is a strong, good upper class team. Lots of talent. Recruiting still on fire. We have been gifted one of the easiest schedules in the SEC based on coming out of the worst like decade or few years after that of not being good. So like that's chess right there, folks. Getting the weakest schedule as we were the best team we've had in a long time. That's
the timing for Texas is perfect.
That equals SEC championship game appearance. So we will be there.
Absolutely.
All right. So do you have so Georgia comes to Texas? That will be the toughest as far as roster against roster. We get them at home, which is good. Are you making a prediction yet on who wins that game?
I don't think it matters who wins that game. It'll be a close game, probably by a field goal or 7. Is 1 score or under. I don't think it matters who wins it because they will be back to face each other probably in the championship game. So I don't really care who wins. I mean, I want Texas to win, but I won't be upset if they lose barely.
All right. I love that. All right. I've got a question for you, Kyle. Rocky and I have debated this. We've gone back and forth. We each have our opinions on it. Do you feel like that there are any trap games on Texas's schedule? And if so, who do you think the trap games are going to be?
Arkansas is always a trap game. You see them time and time again give Aggies hell every single year. Barely losing to them, but they always come to play when it's Texas or A&M. So I think Arkansas is a trap game. But besides that, what we can handle with CB State, Oklahoma is always Oklahoma.
Right.
Georgia, we have home field advantage. It'll be close. Vandy is Vandy.
Yeah, I wouldn't call OU a trap game because we know that's a rivalry.
Yeah. I'm just saying. There's the OU game. We know what's going to happen. Like we know who they are. It's not. We'll be prepared for whatever they bring. Florida, it's at home. Yeah, it's Arkansas. Arkansas is the trap game.
I appreciate that. Yeah, that's my take on it too. Yeah, Rocky, who you have as a trap?
Oh, I've said it. Kentucky's the trap game. Coming off that schedule, looking ahead to the last of the season, Kentucky can ball. They have NFL talent too. I just say don't take them lightly. And getting them at home, Texas might be a little more relaxed. I think when Texas goes on the road, especially under Sark, they have that embrace the hate mentality. And we saw Calvin Banks even say, we like being on the road. We enjoy the hate. They've learned how to embrace that. So I think they feed off the hate more. If they're comfortable at home after that, long road they just had and looking ahead too quickly, that's why I think Kentucky could be the one that they better be dialed in.
Against me, I can see it.
Yeah.
Respectable. I appreciate it. All right. So again, we'll talk a little bit about the Texas football. Are there any, you are the stat king. Are there any players or any position groups that you're going to say, man, these guys have the chance to be statistical leaders. These guys have the chance to break some records. Is there anybody that you've got your eye on or any particular group you've got your eye on?
Wide receiver room is always open to break records. Xavier Worthy was really close to breaking a bunch of all-time records. Would have done it if he stayed an extra year or played better at the end of last year. And he hasn't got that many touchdowns the last 2 years. So literally any receiver that comes in and dominates the team has a really good shot of breaking those records. Quarterback, you got to play 4+ years to get even close to Colt, so don't even try it. Running back, we've had too many good running backs. You might make a top 10 final, but wide receiver is open. That is open for new players to make some records.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, and right now with Sark talking about splitting the ball, moving the ball around more might be tougher. Like the overall team stats might get up there, but individual might be tough.
Yeah.
All right. We only have you for a couple more minutes, so let's do it. Let's do a quick round robin. Let's make our bold predictions. Who wins each of the Power 4 conferences? And then I want to ask you a question about the Olympics. All right, so let's go around. Who's going to win the SEC this year? Megan?
Oh, man. I have to agree with Kyle. I think it's going to be
regular season, and then conference championship.
Yeah, well, I mean, conference championship. I think Texas does well, but I think it's going to be Texas and Georgia in the conference championship. This is a toss-up for me. Depending on how it goes in Austin, I think the other team is going to win in the championship.
Yeah, I can see that. It's hard to beat a team twice.
So I'm gonna say right now, as it sits, I think Texas wins in Austin. I think Georgia wins the SEC championship over Texas
at home.
But I'm
practically
right at home. But I would be happy to switch those two if that were the case too.
And what a better year for that to happen, because 12 teams now in the playoff. So it's not a big deal if we lose the championship game. Not a big deal, folks.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Right.
I have Texas just because it's Texas. So Texas.
All right. ACC. I also say Texas and Georgia split those two. ACC, quickly, just pick a winner. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Just pick a winner. ACC.
Let's do NC State for fun.
Oh, I like it. Out of nowhere, Kyle. All right.
That's who I said was going to shock the nation a couple weeks ago. A couple weeks ago, I'm like, NC State going to shock the world.
They can do it.
But actually, I'm going with Florida State.
Yeah, it probably will be Florida State.
Megan?
Yeah, I'm going to pick Florida State just because they're in this epic legal battle with the ACC. And I find the irony. I think nothing would be funnier if they're suing their conference and giving them
winning it. Yeah.
And then winning it. Yeah, that's so again, I'm here for chaos. Give me Florida State.
Okay.
All right.
And they're pissed from last year, so they're going to try extra hard this year.
Right.
I hope so. All right. Big 10. Big 12. Let's do Big 12 next. Quickly, I'll go. I'm going to say Utah comes in and wins it their first year.
That's fair. Kyle,
I got Utah too.
All right. I'm going to come out. I don't know. I think Tech is going to put a good run in this year. I hate to be the one to do that. I know.
I want them to be good.
I love it. I'm just saying, I think Tech is going to put in a good run this year. They don't
name their quarterback.
Yeah, look, like you. Yeah,
you don't need a quarterback at Tech. You just find a guy who can throw it. You need wide receivers.
You mentioned this earlier. I mean, Tech has put up some good numbers from time to time, but they're getting there, and I think that I don't know. I just think now they have behemoths to compete with.
All right,
I think
Megan's
Tech is going to put in a good run.
Okay. All right. Quickly, last one, Big 10. Does Oregon come in and shock the world and take over the Big 10 in the first year? I say no. Ohio State. Kyle?
I say it'll be Ohio State and Oregon in the championship. I don't know which one of the two will play, but yeah, I'll say Oregon.
I like it. Should I say Rutgers just to be different here? No, I have to agree. I think Oregon is going to make a national championship run this year.
Yeah.
And I think that starts with coming into the Big 10. It's hard to see a point where Oregon is weak, right? Like they've consistently built, they've recruited well. They've got a lot good going on for them. So I'm going to take Oregon, which would be shocking. But that game between Oregon and Ohio State is going to be
and they get Ohio State at home, I think. But I think it's going to be similar to Georgia and Texas.
Yeah.
They get them at home, and then they have to go, to a Big Ten championship game if they make it. I think that travel cross country back and forth is going to be too much.
Yeah.
And I hope it is, because there's a lot of Oregon commits that Texas is still going to be in on to the last second. So. All right. One last question for you, Kyle, before we let you go. Summer Olympics is here. What are your favorite Summer Olympic sports?
Swimming is always fun to watch, and then anything involving a track, any track race.
All right.
Whether it's relay, whether it's the mile, anything. I just like watching them run. And it's just in a circle. You can see everything at once. It's nice.
All right. Okay. So 60,000 people already know how to find you. But let everybody know, Kyle, how to find you, where you're at, what other projects you have coming up.
Yeah.
Let us know.
Find me on Twitter. If you just use the Google machine and type in Kyle Umlang, you will literally find everything there's ever been about me, because I'm the only Kyle Umlang in the world. So easy to find. Like they said, I have 3 Aggie Fact books out. The entire treasury, special editions coming out this year, has 425 facts in it. I'll post about it in a couple weeks. So, and bark.
Sorry, the dogs just came in.
She's excited to support you too.
She
Thanks
said,
so much for having me, guys. I
Okay.
always love being on y'all's podcast. And before I go, I have to leave you with an Aggie fact for the Olympics.
Please do.
Okay. Texas A&M Olympic gold medals won all time, 13. The University of Texas Olympic gold medals won at just the last 2 Olympics, 15. That's a good one for you.
That's
wow. Were they all equestrian? Because apparently, according to the rules, you can't count those.
No, I love
Thanks
it,
for
Kyle.
having me, guys.
We always appreciate you. We'll chat soon, friend.
Yeah.
Keep on keeping on.
See ya.
And
Take
thank
care.
you, Kyle, for just always being our friend and always supporting us. And we support you and keep up the
Always.
great work. Thank
Yep.
you. All right, bye.
See ya.
Bye, Kyle. It is always so
Yes.
great to have Kyle on. We appreciate
All right,
him.
Megan, you're not here, but it's happy hour.
Well,
Richard just brought me happy hour, but you're not here.
That's all right. I'll enjoy
Run to
it.
your fridge and grab.
Yeah, I could do that. But
This is, people don't know, this is my favorite glass, and Megan gave it to me.
Yeah.
It weighs like 12 pounds, this glass. When you were moving out of your last house, I'll tell them, when you were moving out of your last house, you were cleaning out a bunch of stuff, and you had this glass, but there was only one left to the set. I think one broke or one was missing or something. And I said, oh, I love that glass so much. And now it's been my favorite glass since you gave it to me.
Listen, it is yours, and it makes me happy that you still use it. I actually am going to bring up something for happy hour today that so my tailgate is sponsored by Corona, right? And Modelo is part of that.
Watermelon?
Yeah.
Spicy watermelon chilada?
Yeah. So I found this the other day, and I'm not gonna lie, it's good. It's like it's a chilada beer with spicy watermelon. It's quite delightful. So cheers, friends. You got the classy glass, you got the giant tall boy.
Megan's been, of course, Puerto Morelos a few times, and right on the main highway, there's a roundabout that you take to get into our part of town, and right at the huge roundabout where every person has to drive through this roundabout if you're going into town or toward the beach, and there's a restaurant there, a 2-story kind of sports bar, restaurant, music place called Micheladas, and they are, of course, known for their micheladas. They have a huge menu and pizzas and all this stuff, but they're known for their micheladas, and they're like this big, this huge, with all this gooey, sticky stuff all over the top, and people literally pull up in the roundabout, don't even get out of their cars, just like wave, grab micheladas and go. And it is like, that's what they're known for, the micheladas. I don't know if I like micheladas or not, but that's all right. I'll try that watermelon thing sometime. Anyway, Megan, we'll talk about it later, but today's our last live show with TSU. And we'll talk about it later, but just stay with us. Let's talk some Olympics for a few minutes, because, dun, 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 that's the Olympics, right? Dun, dun. Right, that's the Olympics. Megan, what's your favorite Olympic sport, and why is it breakdancing?
Yeah, look. We've had this conversation. I don't know that I agree with. Okay, and I'm going to piss off a bunch of breakdancers here, because clearly we have a very high breakdancing,
it's
audience.
like gymnastics to music.
I'm not disagreeing that it's not an athletic sport. It is difficult to do. I have a buddy that lives in New York that is incredible at breakdancing. It's hard as shit. I could never do it. I just don't know that I'm feeling it in the Olympics, but it doesn't mean that I'm not going to watch it, and I'm not going to pretend to be the most knowledgeable person about breakdancing the second that I watch at least one competition. Right? So, yeah, I think that. What's that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun there. I don't know, favorite Olympic sport? I've got to say, I love gymnastics. I like watching them just because I feel like it is freaks of nature that go flying through the air by just bouncing on the floor. That's insane to me. I don't know. My brain doesn't comprehend the physics behind gymnastics. So I really enjoy gymnastics. How about you, Rock? I think I have a feeling I know which one, but let me in.
Breakdancing. No, I'm just kidding. I think the thing about breakdancing being in the Olympics is for so many years, a lot of the sports have been just these elite sports. Like if you can't private fly your horses to these events, or if you can't afford ridiculous equipment, or if you can't ski in the mountains and Alps, or if you can't do all these really expensive things, then running fast and swimming fast is available to a lot of people. But I think it's a sport that is now available to more people. It opens a more dynamic, more culture. It's really going to be an opportunity for people to see hip hop culture at an elite level. Because kind of having the conversation we've had before about what is fine art and what is folk art, you can take this beautiful tapestry that takes the whole community of village of people to make in one place, and they call it folk art. And you take that same thing in another place and they call it fine art, right? So we need to bring the barriers between what is art, right? And I feel like this too is opening the doors of culture and inclusion and more opportunity for more people to be Olympians. And this, they're going to have the style and musicality, and because it's going to be like battles. There's going to be a DJ going live.
And is that sport? Is the DJ part of a sport? That's what I don't get. That's where I'm like,
the same way that's kind of like being defense, like giving them a challenge. The same way on an ice rink, like you're judged on your musicality and your presentation and your skill and the level of difficulty, right? Megan, you're gonna watch this. Okay, here's our friend Tanisha, really, really flawed. Great point, Rocky. Thank you. And we are going to record with Tanisha tonight, and we'll share that info. We're going to talk Texas with her tonight, so that's exciting too. Yeah, girl. I just think it opens the door, just educates and exposes people to new things, because not all of us can fly our equestrian horse around the world.
I get it. But again, I'm not disagreeing that it is not a difficult thing to participate in. It takes incredible skill, and I love it. But my argument would be, I'm just not sure that I'm willing to concede that breakdancing belongs as an Olympic sport ahead of baseball, right? And baseball's not,
but yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, baseball isn't in it this year. They're bringing it back in 2028. Softball is coming back in 2028. So to me, if I had to choose between the two, I feel like baseball and softball are a more sporty type sport to be in the Olympics before breakdancing. But look, I appreciate that we're going to see something new, and it'll be different. It'll be fun to watch. And like I said,
I'm all in. I can't wait.
Just like I do with a lot of other sports, I think a lot of folks do. You watch something that you've never seen before, and after one show, after one match, you're like, I am an expert on this. Clearly, why didn't they do the triple toe loop? That is obviously a 10-point, right? I'm going to feel like I'm an expert on this.
Oh, I'm excited. It looks so cool. I'm excited. So so this morning, we talked about this earlier. This morning, soccer and rugby are happening. It was pretty cool to see the men's USA go toe-to-toe with France in France, and it was a tie 12-12. It's pool play, so right now there can be a tie. And then a few hours later, they get run out the stadium by Fiji. Oh, well, that's all right. But then people are like, oh, this is amazing on Twitter. Like, I saw rugby for the first time. And then an hour later, they're like, I'm out.
I'm out. This wasn't as fun as I thought it would be.
No, it's pretty good. There's lots of rugby tomorrow again. Of course, the women's soccer are tomorrow. So they get kind of a warm-up match. Let's not be too cocky, but it's against Zambia. So at 2:00 tomorrow, soccer. And then the opening ceremonies are actually live. So you can stream them live at 1:00 on Friday, but then they air them Friday night. That's pretty, typical for them to re-air them later. But did you see who are the flag bearers for the...
You are way more up to this. So tell me who it is, because it'll be fun to see who they are. I want.
So the flag bearers are pretty cool. LeBron James, this is the first time a men's basketball player has even been the flag bearer. So that's pretty cool.
That surprises me.
And he's been to multiple Olympics. Kevin Durant, like that true?
Yeah, not that LeBron is.
But then it's the first time that a men's basketball player
is a flag bearer. It surprises me that a ball player has not been a flag bearer before.
That's so apparently, And then the other story,
right.
we usually have a male and a female, and the female is Coco Gauff. And the reason that is exciting, one, she's going to be the youngest person to ever carry the flag for the United States, but also she made the 2020 Olympic team. But remember, the Olympics got delayed to 2021. They were Tokyo Olympics, and they got delayed to 2021 with no audience, no crowd, no travel, all those things. But she was tested positive for COVID right before the events and couldn't compete in the Olympics. How heartbreaking when you wait a whole year because of a pandemic and then you finally get there and you can't compete because you're tested positive for COVID.
Yeah.
And then you have to wait 3 more years and hope you make the team again.
But the upside is she was so young. She had some time, right?
Yes, but you know, she made it. But anything could happen along those 3 years, you know?
Yeah, I appreciate that. CB brings up Katie is the greatest player in Team USA history. I like it. Certainly no bias coming in there. Certainly no bias.
I don't know. I'm not a massive LeBron lover, but he's giving a pretty good argument right now as leading this team. He saved them from the loss against South Sudan.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
so
fair.
Women's rugby, yay. Men's soccer, who cares about that? Women's rugby is Sunday is when the women's rugby starts. So go watch the USA. Right now, the women are number 4 in the world, women's sevens rugby. So they have a legit shot of getting a medal. So watch them. They're pretty cool. And they're great on social media. Go find them. And then again, women's soccer against Germany. That's huge. We need to watch that together, Megan. 2:00 on Sunday, women's soccer versus Germany. That's a good one.
I'm down. Now, you had something kind of interesting that I want to bring up. I think it's hilarious. You know, we've seen in the past that the Olympic villages maybe haven't been set up so well, right? Some of the equality hasn't been there. Some of the setups haven't been great, but they always try to shy away from fraternizing, right? You don't want any hanky-panky or crazy things going on. It seems like the Olympics have taken a new step this year. Tell us about that.
Are you talking about the cardboard beds?
Yeah.
They did that last time. They did it last time. So I don't know if they say it's for like anti-sex so that they can't do this on the beds, but the beds are made of like cardboard. You can go to pretty much every athlete on social media or TikTok is showing videos of the beds, but they're literally like pop-out boxes with a crappy mattress on top that's supposed to keep you from being able to be rough to the beds. But
does it just like collapse? Does it collapse?
They're supposed to be not the most stable, but I see people jumping on the beds to show actually they can handle a little.
But also, like, I feel like how do you balance the cardboard structure out when you have Olympic athletes? Again, if you're looking at decathlon guys or you're looking at, I don't know, shot putters, those aren't small humans. They have to be able to get in bed. I'd imagine the force of the weight of one of those guys is probably going to, do they just like get in bed and it just collapses? What happens? I'm so curious.
Not everybody has to stay at the Olympic Village. But
I know. I need to know more about these beds. Are these beds available for like parents to buy for their teenagers? Right? Like, put it in the room. We'll know if you've been up to something. I just feel like, why? I don't know. It's crazy to me.
I don't know. All right. So starting next Monday, Women's Basketball USA plays. Women's basketball starts. And the biggest event of the entire summer, August 9th and 10th, breakdancing is in. Megan, I'm telling you, we're in.
I love it. You're here for it.
So the swag, the USA swag, we know Ralph Lauren does the team stuff every year. And so I always feel like Ralph Lauren is a little hoity-toity snotty, but I guess I don't know. It just doesn't feel like the youth are into the Ralph Lauren. Like they're not going to wear Ralph Lauren any other time of the year, but I guess it's an honor. So when we were in Manhattan last weekend, we went on this tour and they showed us the Ralph Lauren store, and the entire storefront is all the USA team gear in the window. Beautiful, so gorgeous. Like the official team gear is in the window.
Do you like it this year? Do you like the team gear this year?
I love that one that looks like an 80s starter jacket. It's the white track set, and it has like a bold band with USA, and it looks like kind of 90s, kind of a 90s starter jacket / NASCAR looking thing. Love it. What do you think?
I think they're a lot cooler this year. I think Ralph Lauren has certainly dropped the ball from time to time and either goes like too preppy, conservative, like Buffy, do you know what time tennis is? Like I don't know. I think like it's too much at times, but I think this year it's a lot better than it has been in the past. So Ralph Lauren has been doing Team USA gear since 2008. I thought it was longer than that, but it's been since 2008. But do you remember that phase that they went through where the polo pony, it started off as a small polo pony kind of the thing. And I felt like every year
it got bigger and bigger.
Growing, and I mean, to a point where you thought it was going to be its own piece of flair that was like covering their face. I don't know, man. Like, have they moved away from that? That's all
I don't know. I'm getting my jacket to show you. So this is the official 2016 Team USA jacket, the Brazil team.
Yeah.
I don't remember how I got it, but I have friends who are part of the Olympics. So this is the official Olympic team jacket. That's pretty cool, huh?
That's cool, but I appreciate that it does.
It started to get big here.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It started to get bigger because they used to be tiny. Now this
is a small, like dime size logo, and then yes, that was the beginning of the ginormous, like logos taking over.
It got pretty big, yeah.
I feel like Texas did that. Nike, like I feel like Ralph Lauren started that trend with their polo pony just taking over. But it trickled down. I mean, I remember there was some Nike gear with Texas on the polo shirts, right? The Nike branded polo shirts where the sideline wear, where the Longhorn was just like basically from your shoulder to your chest. I'm like, come on, man, like take it down. I love the Longhorn logo as much as the next person, but take it down a notch. That shit's too much.
It should balance a bit.
I say as I have this giant logo sitting.
Oh, I love that. I'm glad you propped that up today. All right. So we've seen, thanks to TikTok and mostly TikTok, right? Not so much Twitter, but mostly TikTok. We've seen all the Olympic athletes from all over the world doing these fun trends and showing us unpacking their gear and all the swag they get. And the USA, one of the athletes, I think he's a fencing athlete, he laid out the stuff they got, and it took his whole floor of his room because they get all their team stuff, like their sports stuff. Then they get all the Olympic gear from Ralph Lauren. They get Olympic gear from Nike. They get all this swag from like Samsung and all these sponsors. They get these flip phones from Samsung that are engraved with the Olympic rings. How cool is that?
Yeah,
so I love it.
The swag bags are always awesome. I mean, hell, we talk about it at bowl games. The swag bag at bowl games typically are pretty amazing for Texas players, for other teams. There's some cool stuff in there, but the Olympics takes it above and beyond. I think that's awesome. You're talking about the Olympic rings. Like, that's such a symbol. That's so important. We mentioned earlier, like, it doesn't make sense for me as a fan. I can never imagine getting a tattoo of an opposing team's logo, but like the Olympic rings, that's something you got to get tattooed on, right? Like, that's something
on my forehead.
If I was in
I
the
would
Olympics,
do it on my forehead if I was an Olympian.
So prominent and obnoxious. Like, then at that point, I feel like it would be like the ginormous polo pony, right? That's what I would tattoo, just massive on there. Like, it's cool. That's where it's.
I have to say the Olympic rings tattoo is hands down the hottest tattoo anyone can have ever. The Olympic rings tattoo.
Yeah, you're a badass.
And you represented your country.
Right.
Yes. That is the hottest tattoo anyone can have ever. As long as you were like legit, no one would go get that if they weren't an Olympian, right? Or part of an Olympic team, the coach or whatever, part of an Olympic team. Right. Then you can go get that. But there's nothing hotter than an Olympics ring tattoo. Yeah.
For sure.
And also put it where everyone has to say Olympics.
You
put it right here.
Right. You got forget a teardrop tattoo. You got your Olympic ring tattoo on your face. Like,
all right. So before we wrap up the amazing Olympic talk, what stories, what special heartwarming stories of the Olympics are you looking at? Anything that you're like, oh, that's so sweet?
No, I'll be honest. Like, I think what I follow more with the Olympics is what are Longhorns doing? Who's competing? Who's representing Texas? Who's representing? I always love that. Now I know this is about the state, not necessarily university, but that graphic where the state of Texas, if it were its own country, would actually be in competition for winning the most medals, among the largest countries, which I think is pretty cool. And the University of Texas holds their own too. We've got a lot of athletes going. I think we talked about it. If I recall correctly, it was 37 athletes and coaches this year. Might have that number
something like that. Yeah,
somewhere in there. But yeah, it's pretty cool to see that there. So that's what I pay more attention to. I don't really get into the heartwarming stuff until I'm watching the event and they do those ESPN tug at your heartstrings, pieces on them.
So good.
30 for 30 kind of stuff. I know it's not on ESPN, but you know what I'm saying? Like that's what I
NBC. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there one that you have on your mind already?
We saw South Sudan take USA men's basketball to the wire with a 1-point win with LeBron James saving them with 8 seconds left. That team is coached by Royale Ivy, Texas Longhorn Royale Ivy. So that's pretty awesome to have that Longhorn connection. But I think for me, I'm not the biggest tennis fan in the world, but I do follow Rafael Nadal over the years. Like I cheer for him especially on clay. I cheer for Rafael Nadal, and I just always really loved. I love Spain sports and Argentina sports. Everybody who knows me knows I cheer for Spain and Argentina. I have a little soft spot for Nadal. So when Alcaraz, the new up and coming hot Spanish tennis player, who they're releasing all these pictures now, growing up as a child, just like he was able to meet Nadal over the years, and he's this young phenom coming, and now he's winning all these big tournaments around the world. And how cool is it that they're going to be doubles partners in the Olympics? Yeah. Can you imagine just like your lifelong hero, the person who represents your country in sports for 2 decades now, that you grew up worshiping, you get to be his doubles partner?
Yeah, that's incredible, but you better win. Like I can only imagine like what happens if you shit the bed with that, right? The amount of pressure to be playing with your childhood hero.
I don't know if they have to win because it's different, teaming up with someone, all the timing, all the communication, all the things that go into that. I'm not too stressed about if they're getting gold, but man, I'm going to be watching.
No, it's an interesting storyline for sure. Yeah,
I'm excited about that.
There. No, I love it. Well, all right. So a lot of Olympics going on. We know that started. That's exciting to watch. We know that Rocky is Team USA breakdancing's #1 fan.
I am.
Breaking up all the
and over the next week, I will learn the names of the people who are in.
That's fair. I'm
not going to pretend I know who they are now, but I have been following a couple on social media now, and they're excited to expose the world to this really special culture.
No, it's cool. Listen, if you've never watched breakdancing, it's impressive. It really is an impressive feat, but it's going to be fun. The Olympics are always a good time to bring people together, and with all the craziness going on in the world right now, all the people, I feel like this is a great time for the Olympics, just to kind of put the rhetoric aside, put the craziness aside, and let's all just cheer for Team USA for a minute.
Who does that the best? Puts all the hate and rhetoric aside? Great Britain. Because the rest of the year, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, England, they are petty AF to each other. They don't like each other often. They make jokes about each other. They're very proud of their borders. When it comes time to the Olympics, all of a sudden they're Great Britain. Come on, y'all.
Let's all be one here.
Go be England. Go be Scotland. Go be Ireland. Go be Wales. Go be Northern Ireland. Why are you all of a sudden Great Britain?
Right. That's
something like that. I'm gonna call that out. I'm gonna call that out every time. You have little bitty islands of 8 people sitting in Olympian, and you're gonna try and combine four countries, really, whatever. There's technicalities of Northern Ireland. You're gonna try to combine at least 4 countries into one Great Britain when little bitty islands with 8 people are sitting in Olympian.
I feel like you have some opinions on this.
Come on now, Great Britain. That's why we left off.
I love it. Well, we've got the Olympics going on. Again, they started today, so we know that's going to be going on. Opening ceremonies are on Friday. We've got a good 3 weeks of coverage, right? 2 weeks of competition. There's going to be Olympics coverage for quite some time. So got to bring up, this time of year is always interesting. We're right before in that lull, right before football coming on, but MLB's in full swing. We're end of July, early August. You got MLB right in the middle of their season. NBA's right. They're done. NHL is done. Football hasn't started yet. It's kind of that perfect time for the Olympics to come in and occupy us until things go on. MLS is going on. NASCAR is going on.
We were at the game Saturday night.
Right. So if you had to pick like a time of year for sports, what do you think is your favorite time of year?
Oh, no question about it. Fall.
Yeah, fall. You're a fall sports girl. Yeah,
everything else just holds me till we get back to fall.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So definitely have football coming up. Let's talk a little bit more. We were so grateful to have Kyle Umlang on with us earlier. Talked with him about some Texas predictions, what's going on there. But let's talk a little bit about Texas football. Some news on that front. What's going on? Training camp is literally a week away. They fire up in 1 week with the fall camp coming in. What are you looking forward to seeing with Texas? Are there any things that in your mind, some questions left over from the orange and white game from spring ball? What are you excited to see for Texas as they open up camp?
What I'm most looking forward to, and actually Kyle kind of touched on this a bit, was what I'm looking most forward to, and I think the biggest question mark, at least on offense right now, is who is going to step up to be that 1, 2, and 3 receiver, that X, Y, and Z, right? They're so loaded with first world problems, all that talent, right? All the law firm Cooks, Bolden, Golden, Bond, Wingo. Who is the first receiver that Quinn Ewers mentions at SEC Media Day is Ryan Wingo, and I still can't believe he's here. So we have Ryan Wingo, like probably going to be fighting for some good playing time early. I want to see who really separates himself. And then you still have more in the mix, and there's so much talent. And how are they going to decide? As much as I think Sark has said more people are going to play, the ball will get around more. There's still the people you're going to trust in those key moments, when the game's on the line, or start the game on the road, or whatever they need. I want to see who separates themselves and really has earned not just Sark's trust, but the timing with Quinn, and has been doing the extra throwing and timing with Quinn. So I'm excited to see that. I think that's what I'm most looking forward to on the offensive side of the ball. What about you?
Yeah, look, I think first and foremost, I agree with that. Like, I love the idea of saying we need to figure out who the go-tos are going to be, while Sark is also saying he's going to work in more people into his offense. And in my opinion, that's where Sark's offenses work the best, right? Where you get more guys involved. You don't have to have just one workhorse that is always going to be double, maybe triple teamed. Being able to spread the ball around, I think, is a huge, huge advantage for Sarkeesian and for Texas this year. But there's still going to be the guy that comes out, emerges as your good guy, the most comfortable, like Quinn Ewers likes throwing to him because he's comfortable. I'm curious who that's going to turn into. But again, you got to remember, during the SEC Media Days, Coach Saban was actually really, really complimentary of Texas. This surprised me a little bit. I appreciate the commentator, Coach Saban, coming in. He said that Texas, when going up against Sarkeesian, that Sarkeesian's teams were the hardest team to prep for defensively of any team that he's ever faced. And that's high praise. So we know that the Texas offense is in a really good spot. Of course, we've got returning O-line, a lot of experience there. And I think that's going to be important too, is how does the O-line, we know that the O-line and Quinn Ewers gets along really well at this point. They understand each other. I think we've got enough time with our running backs that are coming in that they have enough time with this O-line to understand how they're going to play out, really be in each other's heads and know what kind of decisions they're going to be making, right? We talked about that with Hayden Connor, how it was important when you've got a new guy in the backfield. You don't always know until you get some time with them. You don't always know which way they're going to, what kind of decisions they're going to make. And that helps when they can be on the same page and understanding each other. Of course, you're always going to be more productive. So I think watching that play out is going to be really important and really nice. But what I'm curious about with that experienced O-line, I'm not so worried about the quarterbacks. I'm not so worried about the running backs. I do think it's going to be interesting to see how they work it out with the receiving core this year. I've said this earlier. I think this year's receiving core, it was kind of nice to hear Kyle back this up independently, but I think this year's receiving core has the potential to be a better all-around core than what we had last year. We know we lost a lot of guys, but we've replaced them with so many solid pieces and a decent amount of experience. I think this is going to be a better wide receiving group than we had as a whole Texas. And I know that's not a small thing to say. So I think that's going to be interesting to see play out. As far as concerns go, do you have any areas that you're like, oh man, this is something that has to change? What are your biggest concerns right now for in fall ball that you need to see addressed?
Well, because of all the, you lose Murphy and Sweat, it's not going to be a plug and play with the next lineup. They did a good job in the transfer portal, bringing in talent. We have young guys on the come, but that's going to be the big question mark. I know they've really worked to get pressure from other places, but I'm really going to look to see if they can stop the run. I know the question mark last year was all downfield, the pass, just getting beat on the pass a lot. I trust that they fix that, not only with the transfer portal, but also just the new scheme and getting more pressure that way from the edges. But I'm stopping the run. Because Texas has been so good, top 5, top 3 last year in stopping the run, and especially not just statistically at the overall stats of a game, but when the game is on the line, on the 4th and 1, they would stop the run. I don't know how much that's going to happen this year, so I hope they find more ways to affect the other team's running game. So that's my biggest question is last year it was the pass and we saw it, and I trust that they've figured out enough. This year it's going to be, are they going to be able to plug that run stop in the middle? That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, to that point too, I do agree that, look at the college football playoff game. We saw Texas had the opportunity to win that game late, and, we didn't get the stop towards the end. Penix was hard to slow down. I mean, he was having a phenomenal game. Of course, I would argue that if Penix played that way all season, like Washington would have won. He was a different beast against Texas than he was in a few of the other games. But the corners, that was a big question for me. The corners were getting burned kind of out of position. What I saw a lot last year was even the hips. You're not in the right position. You're getting beat because you're not putting yourself in the best place to make plays. I agree. I hope that's been addressed. So if I'm going to avoid the obvious, we need to worry about the line answer, I'm still not convinced that we've fixed the corner issues. I know we've got speed out there. I know we've got a little bit more experience, of course, and I think this is really the time for our guys to stand up. But yeah, that secondary is specifically the corners is something that I'm going to be really queuing in on as we get closer to the season starting and see, did those get answered? Because I don't want everybody saying, oh, the run is the only issue. The run is the only issue, right? Like the corners are something that, oh no, we got to be quick. We got to be up there. We got to be in position to make smart plays.
They were ranked pretty high in SEC media days for, defense, and the DBs, were ranked pretty high. I think people are trusting the development of like the young guys like Malik Muhammad, and then they're trusting the transfers that we brought in, like Makuba. So we'll see what we get. I have faith in Kwiatkowski's system.
Sure. Trust but verify. Trust but verify. That's all I'm going to say.
Trust but verify. Yes. That last year was rough. There were moments when they really needed them, but also like we talked about before, there's the balance of when you get up big, then teams really have to start throwing on you.
They have to start airing it out. Yeah.
Yeah, they have to start airing it out. So that skewed some of the stats a little bit. Of course, don't give those up, but they did. Right. Oh well. All right. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. All right. What else do you have going on, Megan?
Yeah, no, I just want to talk a little bit. It looks like a lot of the guys have been putting in the work in the off season. We've got some players coming in. Cam Williams coming in at a very svelte. I mean, he's dropped some weight. Looking for the specific numbers here, but yeah, he's down from 369 to 335. So he's putting in a lot of work.
30 something pounds.
Yeah. And so he is listing at 34 pounds lighter, which is impressive. That's a lot of work. Now, on the flip side of that, Quinn Ewers is coming in quite a bit heavier. He's listed now at 210 pounds, and that's up from 195. So he's bulked up a little bit too. I want to ask you about that. Do you feel like with Quinn's style of play, is being a bulkier, bigger player going to help him out? What are your thoughts on that extra 15 pounds on Quinn?
Well, anytime especially a starting QB, when they're slight, they're more prone to injury, right? You want to have that armor on you, right? That muscle, that strength. we know we trust Torrey Becton. Man, this man is good and he knows his shit. He's going to put him in a in a healthy position. I think, especially because as the season goes on, they lose weight. They're training harder. They're going all week, every day. They will lose weight over the season. So starting, even if he starts a few pounds heavier than maybe they want him, that's pretty good. What's he at? 6'1", 6'2", Quinn?
Yeah. He's
6'2", 10.
Listed at 6'2", but
he's 6'1", 6.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty solid. 6'1", 210. That's pretty solid. And we know they're putting the right weight on him. He definitely wanted to add a little more armor on his body going into the season, considering the last 2 seasons he's missed games. So it can happen to anybody, any size. But the more you can protect your body and have that strength on you, the just gives you a little bit more extra protection. So I 210, 6'1", 6'2". That's real nice.
Yeah,
he's still lean, mobile. He's probably added some speed too.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously been a huge transformation in his body since he got on the 40 acres. There's no question there. I mean, we even saw it, between his first and second year of playing at Texas. He went from kind of a bigger guy to being maybe a little fluffy, right? Mm-hmm. And he really leaned up, trimmed down for this past season. Now it seems like he's keeping, which I think will help him. We've heard he has been told, I mean, he might not be the fastest white boy in the world, but he can scramble when he needs to. But of course, he's actually been told, the sliding versus the diving. Texas wants him to dive more, which to me feels kind of opposite of what you'd normally hear. But yeah, that's what I'm hearing is like, oh, right. That's the same reaction that I had. Same reaction.
Dive more?
Yeah, because they want him bulked up. They want him. For some reason, I think it reduces the targeting, right? When you're diving versus sliding, you're reducing potential for targeting, which I get. But what are your thoughts on that? It feels kind of opposite to me, right?
I think diving, you're coming in probably with the ball first, face first.
Yeah, it seems backwards, right? But apparently, again, with his style, with his speed and his size, when he's sliding, you're more apt to get hit down low and have your head, which again sounds backwards to me. But I'm wondering if
I guess if you come sliding in, they'd probably fly over you. Whereas if you come in feet first, your head's sticking up, and that's when they take those head hits. I'm sure there's science that proves that sliding first, and I also feel like you're more at risk for a fumble if you come in sliding hands first. That ball is loose and exposed.
Right.
But I'd rather fumble the ball than him take a hit to the head. No questions asked. If you had to choose between the risk, take the fumble over a potential hit to a head. Absolutely.
That's fair. Yeah. So I do think that bulking up has a little bit to do with that too, and his style of play and what we're going to see from Collier this year. I think that's an interesting.
Have they been practicing that slide into contact with huge people in the SEC?
I don't
know.
What are we seeing from Quinn? Has his style significantly changed? What does it look like when he's on the run, when he scrambles? Is he checking down? We know he improved that last year, but still, I think that's an area that he can improve on as well.
The biggest area we saw last year was the deep ball. So if he can add that in somewhat consistency to this year, oh man, all bets are off. It's going to be good.
Absolutely. Again, Toro with his opinion here, jumping in, big Quinn supporter. So, all right. If you have to pick prior to the season or prior to camp starting up, do you have a breakout player in your mind? Who are you looking to be the breakout player of camp this year?
Well, it seems like Ryan Wingo is turning to be the breakout player.
Boy,
and all the reports are, like we said a few minutes ago, he was the first receiver that Quinn mentioned at SEC Media Days. We saw him. Yes, it's vanilla defense. Yes, the schemes are modified to be more of a good show and keep them safe in the spring game. But wow, he wowed the crowd. The way his mobility, his speed, his hands, everything just wowed us. And we tried to take that with a little bit of grain of salt because it's a spring game, right? But then all we're hearing off season is Ryan Wingo. And that just, we know Sark will play a freshman if they're worth it and he can trust them like he did with Xavier Worthy. So I'm kind of excited about Ryan Wingo. I don't know if he'll be breakout because he may play because he's so young, garbage time right now, or maybe work his way into a few rotations. But I feel like 4th or 5th game, he might roll out there early.
Yeah, we talk about the offensive genius of Sark a lot. We talk about how he likes to rotate a lot of players. I think he's going to get playing time early. But also part of the conversation with Wingo is the dude is ready to play now. He's got the tools. He's ready to go. He's got the build, and he's got the brain for it, right?
It is a complex system, right? Sark's system is complex.
All accounts, he's ready to be a plug and play at this point. Some more experience that comes in before him. But I wouldn't be surprised if Wingo gets early playing time and works his way into that rotation consistently, quickly. I think that's something that's going to happen. Right. So yeah, I love that. And we know you're a Wingo fan.
I am. So do you have an offensive breakout, or do you want to move to defense? Who do you have?
For me, just overall is actually a defensive guy. I'm thinking for me, I'd really like to see Anthony Hill.
That was going to be mine.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think this is his year. Really, he played well, but showed some flashes of inconsistency. You were talking, one of the big concerns is stopping the run, right? You're comfortable with the corners. You think that experience there is going to be good. But this is where, to me, Ant Hill can really show up and show out, and not just help out with the run. He can also be productive on the edges. He's fast enough. He's got that build. He understands where to be. If he can do that more consistently, that's a big body that moves quick, and he can be a huge difference maker on the defense. So for me, it's going to be Anthony Hill. I know the skill is there. I know the talent's there. I know that the smarts are there. It's, can he be consistent, and can he step up into that role as a leader in his sophomore year, as somebody who is really being consistent and leading the team through and making the plays, consistently when it counts. Anybody else? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I also feel like we saw Malik Muhammad really shine in the second half of the year, as he was really coming on as a freshman. I have a good, everything's leaning towards him. He didn't even need to play much or at all. I don't remember in the spring game. I just feel like he is really, we've seen him in interviews. We've seen him in media availabilities and, talking with different players. He has his head on right. He is focused. He is smart. He's so committed to the program and developing as a player and as a human. I just invest in Malik Muhammad all the way. I just feel really good about him this year. That would be another breakout on defense. I think not so much breakout because we saw what he can do, but just massive next level up and just stock building, increasing their stock big time, Muhammad. And that will be Texas really needs him on that as a cornerback on that to improve the entire DB play.
Nice.
All right.
Yes.
So I have a question for you. We saw that Inside Texas put out a list of the top 10 Longhorn players. And after we read the list, I want to ask you who you think is missing, kind of add to that conversation. They have Kelvin Banks, number 1. And that makes sense because all NFL draft picks have him in the top 5 pick, or for at least first round. Number 2, Quinn Ewers, Isaiah Bond, Alfred Collins, Trey Moore. Number 6, Jahdae Barron, Anthony Hill, who we just talked about. They have Baxter/Blue, Jake Majors, and Baron Sorrell. What do you think about that list, and who do you think is missing?
Look, I think it's fair. I think this is a good list to have out there. I don't know. Trey Moore, that's an interesting. Also, note that Trey changed his number this year. Did you catch that?
No, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, Trey's actually going to be wearing the number 8 that Terrence Brooks left. So
Trey balls like those single digits.
Yeah, he does. He balls like this. And speaking of that too, sorry, this is totally random, but DT Bill Norton is changing to a number 15, which I think is for a defensive tackle. That's an interesting number change.
He's one of the guys that came in at a transfer portal, right?
Yes, yeah, from Arizona State, I believe. But Arizona or Arizona State? You're going to catch me lying.
I don't remember.
Yeah, but 15 for a DT. That's an interesting choice. I'm just wondering if we might see some.
Kind of look skinnier with the 1.
Yeah, narrow it down. I'm wondering if we're not going to see some trickery and maybe see a DT come in on offense again. Maybe run a little tight end work with that. 15.
Maybe a little T-sweat touchdown.
Right?
That would be fun. All right. So
big man, you gotta love him. But that's a fair number. I'm not sure right now with like proven players on anybody that I would go is glaringly obviously like missing from this list. Again, Muhammad, I think he has the argument to be there. But it's that lack of consistency from last year. Again, you hit the nail on the head. He came on really strong at the second part of the season last year, but without that consistency throughout the whole season, I can appreciate why he was left off of top 10 right now. Right? How about you?
Oh, I'm putting Muhammad top 10 player right now. And also, I have to say, I have, like I said, I have Muhammad right now, a top 10 player on the team. And I have to give Jonte Cook a little more love. Where is he in the top 10? Because he's 5-star, not just because he's a 5-star, but he's been in the system. He's, is going to have the timing with Quinn. I think this is going to be a year for Jonte Cook. So his skill level, I would have to put him. And a little sleeper pick, like honorable mention, just that one of those glue players that's going to be affecting a lot of the game that's going to go unnoticed. Trey Wisner, I would say if we had the 10 most valuable players on the team, Trey Wisner, right? He's utility player, so valuable to the team.
Absolutely, utility player,
the most valuable list.
Oh, that's a slightly different conversation, right? But no, I love that. I think Cook. I agree. Now, who would you take off of this list to put Cook on, though, is my question.
Who would I take off?
Yeah, because if you're talking top 10.
I don't want to diss any of these guys. They're all talented. It's hard to pick the top 10, right? There's so many people deserving. There's a few. I don't know who I'd take off, but I just know who I would put in.
You have the asterisks, right? You'd have the 1A and 1B.
Yeah, I would put Cook and Muhammad in there somehow. It's hard to make this list. Yeah.
Rocky's top 10. That's actually top 15. I like it.
All right.
Got a lot of love for people. That's good.
There's we'll move. We'll keep moving. There's just so many top stories that we didn't even get to. We'll talk about them another time. No worries. But College Football Focus did put out, we've been talking about the Texas roster and being SEC ready and all that. College Football Focus did put out their preseason top 25. They have Texas number 3. So I would say that's SEC ready, number 3 in the country.
Yeah, it's going to piss a lot of people off, but everything about Texas does, right? So yeah, I can't argue with that. We've mentioned this before. I mean, that feels about right. Texas finished out. We didn't win the first round of the college football playoff, didn't compete for that national championship, but is returning for what we lost and the attrition that we saw specifically on offense. We replaced that pretty, I don't want to say plug and play quite yet, because of course we lost some phenomenal players, but Texas is sitting pretty on offense. I'm not concerned about the offense. Again, defense is really where the question comes in. But at this point in the season, with what Texas has returning, 3 feels right. 3 feels fair. And I hope that Texas sees that, understanding there's going to be a target on their back with everything. We talked about Texas is the villain, right? We're embracing that villain role. So that target's going to be large and ready for Texas. But, I think that's a good place for us to start. How are you feeling about it?
I mean, it's all good talk right now, right? So I always look at these lists and see who's in and who's not. Aggies are not in the top 25 of this list. That's fine, whatever. Oklahoma's at 19. One of the things that stood out to me, Arizona, number 8. All right, let's look out for Arizona this year. That's wild. I mean, I know they finished the season strong last year, but number 8?
Yeah.
Wow. And then Penn State at 10. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all right. Go ahead. Penn
I was
State
just going to say Penn State coming in again another year, just like Texas every year, coming in with high hopes at number 10. If Franklin doesn't win something big this year, is it make or break? Because coming in with another top 10 team.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that seat's getting pretty warm out there. You got to know. I mean, Franklin is consistent, but then kind of falls short of the expectations. So
I win the 2 big games.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think he's got to put up or shut up at this point. One thing that I wanted to point out too on this list. So again, it's got Georgia as number 1, Ohio State number 2, Texas number 3, Oregon number 4, Ole Miss at number 5. So see, right off the bat, there are 3 SEC teams, including Texas, in that top 5. the thing that I would question a little bit is this conversation around Oregon, right? For all the conversations we have about where Texas was last year, but they only did it because, we only did it because we were in the little 12, the level of competition we were playing. I feel like it would be fair to turn that same degree of criticism onto Oregon, right? Their last year and the now 12, they see more. I feel like that's a fair place for Oregon. I would almost argue that I might put Oregon higher than Texas. I think that is something that you could flip-flop pretty easily. But again, you're talking about the level of competition. I don't know. That's an interesting conversation to have there. What do you think about Oregon being there? And then I have a follow-up with, after that.
Okay. I feel like Oregon has they have stability. They have talent. The team that was best in their conference and ended up playing for the championship that beat Texas was Washington, another team not even in the top 25 on this list. They lost to them twice. So we'll see if they're Big Ten ready if they didn't win the Pac-12 last year. We'll see. They have the talent, they have the coaching staff, they have the consistency with the staff, they have the funding. But I tell you, something about having a cross country every other week or so to play games is no joke. And
I think you bring a really good point. You talked about this a little bit. That fatigue that we're the athletes from traveling that far. We talked about this on a previous episode. Look, some of these teams are going to be traveling basically the circumference of the earth. Like that's an insane amount of mileage to travel for a season in sport. Again, that's just one sport. That feels like a crazy amount to athlete to be consistent in school, get their studies in, get their schedule in. I mean, I like that you bring this point up now. How is that fatigue going to affect the teams? In the upcoming years, in the upcoming season, how does that really play out? I agree, that's something to take a look at. Another team
wear on them.
Yeah, another team that I did want to point out and talk about briefly, because I do want to talk a little bit of Texas baseball before we get off of the air. But Michigan on this list is the preseason football focus preseason top 25. They've got Michigan dropped all the way down to 15. Now, I know you and I have debated a little bit about this Michigan team as Texas has to go into Ann Arbor and play. How do you feel about Michigan at number 15?
Their defense alone is going to be a top 5 defense in the country. All their question marks right now are going to be on offense, but they still return enough. That's why
You think that's an insult to have the national champion down at 15?
I think that's fair. I mean, they have the national championship runner-up not even on this list, and that's fair because they lost everyone, including the entire coaching staff, and all their best players are all gone off to the NFL or transferred out or whatever. But so that's fair. 10 to 15 would have been fine with me, but I would put them closer to 10 than 15 though, because they are loaded on defense. Loaded. It's going to be no joke when Texas goes in there with the high-powered offense, which with only one game under their belts, going into Michigan, and then Michigan returning so many NFL caliber starting defenders. It's not going to be some rollover game for.
I'm taking it.
It's going to be, can we stop the run on Michigan? That is going to define that game, and I'm going to keep saying it. Can we stop Michigan's run? That will define the game.
That's fair. But I'm not taking Michigan lightly. We should not take Michigan lightly. It's going to be a crazy game. It's going to be a lot of fun. But losing all of your coaching staff, the consistency there, if you don't have a strong captain, if you don't have your leaders there, I think 15 feels right to me. I know it looks a little disrespectful, but I think it's earned because of how much they lost. And I'm not just talking talent-wise. We're talking coaching-wise. It is hard to stay at that elite level when you're rebuilding that whole coaching staff. All right, real quick. we only have minutes, and I did want to bring this up. Still Texas baseball doing some fun things. Wanted to give a quick shout out to some of the players. Again, LBJ was drafted by the Rockies and will be playing for them. Shout out to Colorado teams, by the way. Feels like Denver is rapidly becoming the University of Texas at Denver out there with the Broncos and now the
Denver
Rockies.
Broncos too.
Right. That's what I'm saying. The Broncos and the Rockies pulling in
awesome.
A lot of Longhorns. That's great to CeeDee Lamb has signed. Yeah, Tanner Witt has signed with the Mets. Let me see who else. We've got Gage Boehm just signed with Seattle. Now Texas had a signee, Kyle DeGroat, that had signed with Texas, but actually has decided to start his pro career with the Royals before seeing the field on the 40. So we wish him a bunch of luck too.
Good luck. Go
absolutely. Yeah, that's pretty amazing that you can get drafted early enough to go straight pro. Now, returning for Texas, which is really exciting. We've got Max Ballou, Jay Flo, like we've talked about, Will Gasparino, Ryan Galvan, Casey Borba, and Shoes. The Shoes is loose. He's coming back. So is a former A&M player transferred to Texas for this past season, and he's returning to Texas for that rivalry. That's going to be an interesting welcome home for him at Olsen Field for sure. And Texas has picked up a few players. We have some signees. Again, Schloss wasting no time. We've got Drew Rarick, who actually was in the draft but withdrew his name. So he is going to play for Texas, which is a big deal. Easton Winfield, Ethan Mendoza, and also, sorry, I'm blasting through these guys. I know we're towards the end here. Grayson Saunier side, he is an Ole Miss transfer, so he's going to come in and help Texas pretty immediately. And then a South Carolina transfer, Connor McCreary, committed to Texas. So Texas did lose a lot of players here. We knew there was going to be some fallout, some attrition, and some changes with that coaching staff changing. But again, Schloss & Co. is a lot less, absolutely no time. They hit the ground running. And has really pulled in some impressive people for Texas. One thing, and we'll talk about this more. We'll talk about it a little bit later on a different episode. But a weakness of Texas last year was the bullpen, was their pitching staff, right? We had a few guys that were go-tos, but wasn't a lot of consistency. And I'm going to say, if I have to pick one big change for Texas baseball this year, that's going to be immediately noticeable. I think that our pitching is actually going to be a strength for Texas this year. It's a massive swing, a massive jump from last year to this year. So really excited to see how that develops. We got a lot of time for baseball, but again, wanted to bring that up before we got too far.
Good job. Way to fly through it in 1 minute.
Yeah, look at that. I can do this quickly when I need to.
All right. So CB, thank you. Great job on TSU, ladies. Keep up the great work. That's a good time to wrap up and kind of give our a little announcement. We kind of made it earlier. We touched on it again. Today is our last live episode with Texas Sports Unfiltered. We love BK. We love the crew. Nothing but love. Everything's great. We just want to do something a little more independent, and we're still going to be available to jump in on conversations with TSU and join them for fun group talks or whenever they need a voice to help cover a slot. We got you. We will still be part of the TSU family. We just want to do a little bit more independent stuff, especially with the football season coming. Tell Megan what we have going on for the fall.
Yeah, so again, guys, with our travel schedules and us being around a little bit, we will be on YouTube. You can find us there. We'll be live on Thursdays, pregame, and of course, we'll have our recap with our podcast, broadcast, and guests the following weeks on Mondays. So we appreciate y'all. Again, thank you, TSU, for the opportunity. We appreciate being a part of the family and appreciate being here. And we look forward to seeing everybody out there. Football is up close. We still got a lot of Longhorn sports to talk. So we thank everybody for being here and being with us, as always, for sure. Rocky, tell me, before we leave, what do you got going on this weekend? You're jet setting again, aren't you?
I was going to say, make sure you follow at Fire the Cannon 1 on Twitter, and then Rocky Knows Best and Texas Fancy Boots, because we will be posting. We're going to actually take the next couple weeks off. We're working on our new platform kind of space. We have our podcast. We're going to be working on a little bit more video YouTube stuff. So we'll be setting that up over the next couple weeks to be ready for football season. I'm headed to Ireland on Monday. I'm headed to Ireland for 2 weeks. I'll be gone. My daughter's playing rugby all over Ireland. So I'm going to go cheer for her. We're going to go cheer for her. So that's kind of a perfect break time for us, which is why it was today. So perfect break time for us. But yeah, so follow us, make sure and thank you to our friends at TSU, Tech Sports Unfiltered. They will also be helping to promote each other. We'll be sharing each other. Megan, what do you have this weekend?
Yeah, again, be sure, guys, like and subscribe. Texas Sports Unfiltered. We'll have the new YouTube channel out for Fire the Cannon soon. We'll release that on our socials. This weekend, really, it's going to be more taking care of the Longhorns, making sure they're settled in at their new place, which we have some fun opportunities with that as well. If you want to come check out, hang out with the Longhorns and rent out a really badass Texas cabin, we will have some of that information for you soon. But yeah, it's going to be catching up and doing a lot of domestic stuff before I hit the ground running with some work things. So we appreciate
I was going to say tonight we're recording with Really Flawed on YouTube. Our friend Tanisha, she's amazing. She does great work, sports talk. So we will share that when that episode is up and out, and so much going on.
Love it. All right. We appreciate y'all. As always, I'm Megan.
I'm Rocky.
And we are Fire the Cannon, y'all. We'll see you around. All right. Take care.